Chapter 81 Seeking for Peace and Happiness. Shinya was very efficient. That night, Sunrume had the best tonic. Not only that, some of her things were upgraded to a higher grade. Sunrume was satisfied with Shinya's efficiency. After 3 days of careful care, she could go out to the fields. The first thing she did when she went out to the fields was to see Xiao Nianqing. When she went, she took a few of the good things that Xiao Nianqing had given her. As she walked along, she also saw Tang Xiaoya, who had lost a lot of weight. Facing this person, Sunrume didn't take her seriously. When she passed by, Sunrume raised her head proudly. Tang Xiaoya was very angry when she saw Sunrume. Just at this time, Li came with a freshly made sponge cake and deliberately said loudly, "Auntie Li, are you too slow?" "Yes, I know I was wrong," Li confessed. This voice stopped Sunrume's steps abruptly. She turned her head and saw Li. "Aunt Li? She is not Widow Ma? Why is she here and still beside Tang Xiaoya?" Looking at Tang Xiaoya again. Did she know what she did? No. Don't scare yourself. The person who contacted Widow Ma was Chunlu. Chunlu is dead. I am wearing a bamboo hat, so she won't recognize me. At that time, I deliberately pretended to be Madame Lu. There was no Madame Lu in the mansion, so she shouldn't think of me. Thinking of this, Sunrume asked Shinya to move faster. She felt that she was not exposed, or because she felt guilty when she saw Widow Ma. Sunrume's thinking was still simple. Just a few steps away, I heard Li's voice behind me. "Aunt Li, what are you looking at?" Li stared at Sunrume's back. "I have seen the maid who just passed by." "How did you see her?" Li did not dare to say what she had done before. She carefully glanced at Tang Xiaoya. "Maybe I was dazzled." Tang Xiaoya looked at Sunrume, who was leaving, and then looked at Li, who was obviously lying. She was ready to go back and talk. Sunrume came to Yujing Garden as fast as she could. At this time, she was sweating slightly on her forehead because of her nervousness and fear. Shinya was simple and thought that Sunrume was not fully recovered and was tired from walking. She felt a little distressed for Sunrume. Fortunately, they finally arrived at Yujing Garden. She didn't know why Sunrume came here. She couldn't forget that it was Xiao Nianqing who made Sunrume's condition worse 3 days ago. Chunyu came out of the house, saw Sunrume, and stepped forward. "Sun Xiao? Where is Madame Xiao?" "Madame is in the house," Chunyu said, and helped Sunrume into the house. Sunrume glanced at Chunyu for a second and walked into the house. When she entered the room, Xiao Nianqing was reading a book. She bowed and said, "I am here to see you, Madam. Sister Sun is here." Sunrume smiled and stood by. After a while, Xiao Nianqing saw that Sunrume could not hold on any longer, so he asked her to sit down. Sunrume has recognized the reality. Now she knows that everything is different now. It is more difficult for her to get up now. Only with the help of Xiao Nianqing can she have a chance to get up, in order to live and have a glorious day. She is willing to do things that she once disdained. "Sister Sun, have you thought about it this time?" Sunrume nodded. "I think what Madame said makes sense." Xiao Nianqing saw this and raised her hand to signal the maid to go down. Chunyu understood what he meant and left after bowing. Shinya was worried that Sunrume would be bullied, so she refused to leave. When Xiao Nianqing looked at her, she ran away in fear. Xiao Nianqing smiled. "Sister Sun has a loyal maid," Sunrume replied. "Better than the original one. Of course, a living person is always better than a dead person." This was a double entendre, and it was also a reminder again. Sunrume quickly expressed her opinion. "Thank you, Madam, for your advice. I came here this time to ask Madam for help." "Tell me about it." Xiao Nianqing put the book in her hand on the table. Sunrume glanced at the title of the book and found it was a book on martial arts. Thinking that Xiao Nianqing's martial arts were wasted. Did she want to regain her martial arts? These days, Lu Qiqi has been sleeping with her repeatedly. It seems that we don't have a chance for the time being. We can only take risks. Sunrume waited quietly. Although the prince doesn't like Hua Man, they are fellow disciples and have been staying in the guest room these days. I heard that the situation that day was extremely tragic. If it weren't for Lu Qiqi, Hua Man would have died. It's a coincidence that the emperor went to bed with her after that. I wonder if there is any connection between them. The people in the guest room sent a message saying that the danger at the door that day was because Jiang He was drugged by someone else. Sunrume heard the key to the matter. Does the lady know? Xiao Nianqing sighed. I don't know if it's true. The news said it was related to the King of Chu? The King of Chu? Sun Rumei's heart skipped a beat. On the night of the incident, the study room of the King of Chu's mansion was burned down by a fire. Xiao Nianqing said this and stopped talking. Whether someone can understand it depends on someone's courage. As for the final result, she waited for good news. Prince Chu's mansion. Princess Chu was teaching the ignorant concubine a lesson. Concubine, what did you just do? Princess Chu was going crazy. Several maids saw Princess Chu getting angry, and they knelt on the ground in fear. How could such a woman come in and become a concubine? Princess Chu became angrier the more she thought about it, and she wanted to slap this useless woman who only knew how to cause trouble to death. Concubine Chu didn't hear the suppressed anger of the Princess Chu, and smiled slightly. I just went to Tianhua Temple to pray for the prince. Princess Chu's eyes darkened. How did you pray? I hope that these messes in the mansion will disappear as soon as possible. And I hope that there will be no more creepy singing in the future. The concubine is really thoughtful. No. As the prince's man, I should share the prince's worries. It would have been better if she didn't say this. As soon as Concubine Chu finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Who told you to talk nonsense outside? Concubine Chu covered her slapped face, feeling very aggrieved. My sister said all the facts. How could I talk nonsense? You still talk back. Princess Chu wanted to slap Concubine again with her backhand. At this time, the King of Chu came from outside. Things were not going well. And seeing this scene, he came and slapped the Princess of Chu. Is it over yet? This slap was secretly ulterior, and the unprepared Princess of Chu took a few steps back and fell on the chair. The maid kneeling on the ground was so scared that she didn't dare to look up, for fear of being killed by the angry King of Chu. When the concubine of Chu saw the King of Chu coming back, she came to him with grievance and pulled his sleeve. My lord, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have angered the princess. It's all my fault. The King of Chu stretched out his hand and lifted her chin. What's wrong with your face? The obvious slap marks. Even a blind man can see. I'm fine, the concubine Chu said. The King of Chu looked at the embarrassed concubine Chu. The concubine Chu understood the look of the King of Chu best, and hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, it was my sister who went to Tianhua Temple to burn incense, and said something she shouldn't have said. The concubine Chu explained, Your Majesty, Princess, I went to Tianhua Temple to pray for your peace and happiness. After saying that, she took out the peace and happiness from her sleeve. There was a familiar mark on the peace and happiness, which was made by Master Xiao Yuan himself. This kind of peace and happiness is not something you can get by praying. Among 10,000 peace and happiness, only this one is made by Master Xiao Yuan himself. Chapter 82 The King of Chu is destroying himself. Concubine Chu said, I know that this blessing of peace is hard to come by. I go back every day to worship Buddha sincerely, and then pray for it. I think that only Master Xiao Yuan's blessing of peace is the best. Just like the meaning of blessing of peace. Your Majesty is a blessed person picked out of thousands. After saying that, she held it in both hands, and presented it to the King of Chu. The King of Chu picked up the blessing of peace, looked at it carefully, and confirmed that it was the work of Master Xiao Yuan. He was happy and helped Concubine Chu to stand up. Concubine Chu stood beside the King of Chu. You are the only one who is sincere to me. Princess Chu couldn't listen any longer and said, My lord, don't be fooled by her. It's all over the place now. Someone made some fake peace and blessings, saying that Master Xiao Yuan made them himself. Concubine Chu. Sister, I went to Tianhua Temple to ask for this personally. The disciples of Tianhua Temple will never do such a bad thing. There are always people who can't get this peace and blessings and deliberately spread rumors outside. Sister, don't be fooled. King Chu grew up in the palace and was used to the drama of women competing for favor. Seeing Princess Chu at this moment was like seeing the ugly faces of those women in the palace. He Qianqian, this is not in Nanhu. You better put away your thoughts. I told you that I hate unrest in the house the most. After saying this, King Chu pulled Concubine Chu away. When they reached the door, Concubine Chu looked back at Concubine Chu. Wait until Concubine Chu and King Chu left. Gu Yin, the head maid, stood up, looked at the two maids kneeling on the ground, and said, What are you still standing there for? Go and serve your master. Hearing this, the maids Tao Ku and Su Shan stood up quickly, saluted to the Princess of Chu, and left quickly. The maidservant Gu Yan looked at the Princess of Chu. Princess, are you okay? Maidservant Mao Yu came up with a wet towel and gently applied it on the face of the Princess of Chu. Princess Chu felt pain, but she endured it. She was sure that concubine Chu did it on purpose. The two faces before and after. When she left, a glance back let her know that all this was done on purpose by concubine Chu. Looking at Gu Yan, go and ask to make sure that what she just said is true. As long as it is not true, she will make someone shut up forever. Yes. Gu Yan took the order and left. Mao Yu carefully served the Princess of Chu, softened the Princess of Chu's face, and took out the ointment to apply it on the princess. Why should the princess get angry for such a person? Gu Yan and Mao Yu were both maidservants brought by the Princess of Chu from her mother's home, and they were deeply trusted by the Princess of Chu. You can see it too? The Princess of Chu said. Mao Yu nodded. Concubine Chu was too anxious today, which exposed her ambition. Why don't you? Mao Yu offered advice to concubine Chu and prepared to deal with her. There is a dead concubine and creepy singing every day. Why not go with the flow and get rid of this person? It doesn't matter whether Ping and Fu is true or not. What's important is that there can't be anyone around the King of Chu who threatens the existence of the princess. On the other side, concubine Chu was dragged to Xinchuan courtyard by the King of Chu. This courtyard was not originally called this name. The King of Chu liked concubine Chu and deliberately named it after concubine Chu's hometown, so that concubine Chu would not cry because she missed her hometown too much. Everyone in the King of Chu's mansion knew that among the many women in the backyard, the King of Chu liked concubine Chu the most. Guardian Jiang Yi quickly brought the ointment. After the King of Chu took it, he carefully applied the ointment to concubine Chu. Concubine Chu lay in the arms of the King of Chu. I'm sorry for wronging you by my side, the King of Chu said. It's my greatest fortune to meet the prince in this life. I know that among all the women, you are the most considerate. It's worth my effort to make you a concubine. I know who I like. As long as I can see the prince often, I will be willing to suffer any grievances. Who doesn't want to be a princess? Sooner or later, she will return all the humiliation she suffered today to the bitch He Qianqian. He Qianqian is a person who has lost her sense of propriety. You wait a little longer, and your good days will come soon. What does your highness mean? He Qianqian is the princess of Chu appointed by my mother. She is not wrong. I cannot divorce her casually for my mother's sake. Your highness, there is no need to do that. I know that my status is humble, and I am greatly favored to be a concubine. I dare not think too much. Although my sister is a little impulsive, she is your wife after all. Seeing that your highness treats me so well, my sister is a little too radical. Your highness, please do not hurt your mother and your heart for me. As concubine Chu spoke, she patted her hands gently. Soon, the depression in the heart of King Jin dissipated a lot with these words. He hugged the woman in his arms, fell down, and rolled directly onto the bed. The King of Chu, who was overwhelmed by the word lust, did not know that if he really divorced his wife, his good days would be over. Qingyu Pavilion. Shunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai were busy making donkey meat hot pot in the small kitchen. The maids and servants were busy at their own positions. Lu Qiqi was eating grapes on a hammock in the yard, looking at the situation in front of her. She was enjoying her retirement life in advance. Not only that, but there were so many people around her to serve her. This kid is living a comfortable life. The only drawback is that the King of Jin comes every night, and she feels that her physical strength is almost drained. If she had known this, she would never be so bold. She just said that she likes you, and then she foolishly sent herself to her door. It's a loss. Ding dong. The system spoke. No one forced you. Who can you blame? Lu Qiqi swallowed a grape. You mean I deserve it? System. Just pity the King of Jin. It's not easy to meet a woman he likes. And it's not easy to have sex. So he can't control himself. Lu Qiqi heard the key. The King of Jin is still a virgin? System. Not now. Lu Qiqi smiled. You mean I made a profit? System. The King of Jin also made a profit. This made Lu Qiqi unhappy. And it was also a fact. And she couldn't say anything. System. The King of Jin is actually a good person. But sometimes he is narrow-minded and calculating. Lu Qiqi curled her lips. Is this good? System. There are no more shortcomings except these. Lu Qiqi. What would have happened if you hadn't reminded me that day? System. You are too different from the real person. It's normal to be suspicious. Lu Qiqi. What about the original owner? System. Timid, cowardly, and indecisive. Lu Qiqi chuckled twice. Fortunately, Huangshan County is far away from here. If it was closer, I don't know what would happen. System. I'll tell you a good thing. Lu Qiqi. Say. System. Lin Jixian's daughter heard that you became the princess of Jin, and came from Huangshan County to see you. Lu Qiqi. She must be sick. System. She is still ill. She thinks you have taken her place. She came here to make it clear to the king of Jin that she is the real princess of Jin, and you are just an impostor. Lu Qiqi. Where is she now? I sent someone to kill her. System ruthlessly pointed out. Do you have anyone to use? Lu Qiqi thought about it. If there is anyone, there are only 3 maids around her. They are all the king of Jin's people. It is not appropriate to let them do this. Thinking of this, she felt that there was no one around her, and she was restricted everywhere. System. You don't have to worry too much. You used Lu Qiqi's real name, not Lin Daodu. She came here to humiliate herself, and might even die in it. Lu Qiqi understood that there were many people staring at the king of Jin. And there were also many people staring at herself. Others were trying every means to make trouble for her, who would not want to get involved in the ready-made things. Thinking of what the system had said about Sun Rumei and the princess of Chu joining forces. What is the princess of Chu doing? System. Busy cleaning the backyard. Lu Qiqi smiled. Tell me about it. Hearing about other people's bad luck will make you feel better. System. The king of Chu likes concubine Chu more. But the queen is suppressing her, not allowing concubine Chu to participate in any royal occasions. Some mansion gatherings have nothing to do with concubine Chu. Concubine Chu also has means. And she has firmly grasped the heart of the king of Chu. And even let the king of Chu slap concubine Chu. Lu Qiqi thought of the well-mannered concubine Chu, who was also a capable person. Even she had such troubles. So her own things were nothing at all. Just let concubine Chu go. System. The king of Chu would not have today without the queen and concubine Chu. Now the king of Chu thinks that he has grown wings and wants to resist. Lu Qiqi. What is the result? System. Self-destruction. Chapter 83 My Own Big Melon. Lu Qiqi heard something happy and went into the house to get some dried fruits, ready to eat while chatting. She looked around the house, but couldn't find any. Chunbai. Chunbai heard the noise and ran into the house. Princess? Where are my dried fruits? I have eaten all the dried fruits, said by Butler Hu. And the new dried fruits have not been sent to the palace yet. But today, Tang Xiaoya asked Aunt Li to send some dried fruits. Aunt Li? The system said that Widow Ma's real name was Li Li. Chunbai said, I don't know how Widow Ma became Li. Because she said it. And I think it's inappropriate. Leave it there to grow worms. Ah! The things that person said may be poisoned. Yes. Chunbai was happy to see that her decision was praised by the princess. Princess, can I go out and buy some now? In the end, Lu Qiqi and Chunbai came to the street together, saying they were going to buy things. Walked around 2 streets, bought a basket of vegetables, went to Yiping tea house for tea, met Chung Ro and Guosilan, and didn't see Yanlinger because she was going to get married soon. Thinking that Yanlinger was getting married, I should send a gift, and took Chunbai to choose a suitable gift. This was formed in the afternoon. Lu Qiqi passed by the restaurant and smelled the fragrance coming from it, and her legs couldn't walk. She took the maid into the restaurant. Originally, she planned to find a place to sit on the first floor. Chunbai felt that the princess's status was different. If she was recognized, it would be the king of Jin who was embarrassed. Besides, the king of Jin might not like the princess to show up in public. Lu Qiqi listened to Chunbai and asked for a private room on the 2nd floor by the window. When entering the private room, the waiter served the dishes. In order to make way, Lu Qiqi accidentally knocked open the door of the private room next to her. With the door opened, she saw Prime Minister Chu and a feminine man sitting inside. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had caught someone else doing something. So she nodded to Prime Minister Chu and quickly closed the door. After entering the private room, she was busy ordering dishes and forgot about meeting Prime Minister Chu. On the other side, Wu Shizi, who was sitting with Prime Minister Chu, asked, Prince, who was that woman just now? He saw that there was something fishy between the two with his fiery eyes. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing when I came to Beijing this time. Princess Jean, Prime Minister Chu said, picking up the teacup. Wu Shixi looked at Prime Minister Chu. Prince, do you like that woman? Prime Minister Chu was so shocked by this that he choked on his tea. Wu Shixi was like discovering a new world. I said, you hate women so much. How could you look at that woman differently? But it's a pity that King Jin is not a good person to talk to. If you want to snatch her away, you need the help of the old emperor. Are you sick? Chu Xiang eased up and felt that it was a wrong decision to come out to see Wu Shixi. Wu Shixi didn't care and patted Chu Xiang's shoulder out of brotherhood. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely help you. Don't. If you don't want to be chopped off your legs by the old emperor you mentioned, you'd better be honest. Wu Shixi was immediately discouraged. It's rare for us to meet again. Why say such a disappointing thing? Chu Xiang pointed out. 3 years ago, you came to Beijing. If it weren't for me, would you still be alive now? Wu Shixi didn't dare to speak, and toasted Chu Xiang attentively. Prime Minister, I haven't seen you for a few years. Brother, I'll toast you first. Prime Minister Chu glanced at Prince Wu. He had better stop thinking just now. Otherwise, the old emperor would be killed by the king of Jin before he could make a move. In the private room next door, Lu Qiqi and Chunbai ordered a table of dishes together and started eating. They used to eat like this. But later, because Yu Dai and Qin Dai came, Chunbai did not eat with the princess for the sake of rules. They came outside and let each other go. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood and asked for a little wine. It was not much to drink, but it was also a boost. After a few glasses of wine, Lu Qiqi ate freely. When she was full, she simply lay on the windowsill and looked at the pedestrians walking outside. I saw Aunt Wang in the crowd, looking at her anxious look. It seemed that something bad had happened. The system voice came. Aunt Wang's chickens are all dead. Lu Qiqi. What's going on? System. Widow Ma is also a ruthless person. She poisoned all Aunt Wang's chickens before leaving. Lu Qiqi was relieved. Tell me, can the dried fruit that Widow Ma sent me be used to poison rats? System. The dried fruit is not poisonous. It was Tang Xiuya who asked someone to get it for you to please you. Lu Qiqi. You mean I can eat it? System. Tang Xiuya is useful to you. It's okay to eat it. Lu Qiqi. How is Tang Xiuya now? System. She lost a lot of weight due to being tortured by Xiao Nianqing. But now she has recovered a little. Lu Qiqi. Should I go see her for the sake of sisterly love? System. Are you serious about what you said? Lu Qiqi. I'm just saying it. System was silent for a while. Look. There's a person in white clothes and a bamboo hat in front. Lu Qiqi looked over. Why do you think of Sun Rume? System. That's her. Lu Qiqi. Why is she out here if she's not taking care of her illness? System. She doesn't trust anyone now. She knocked Xinya unconscious and came out to see a doctor. Lu Qiqi thought it was someone who almost became the queen. This kind of brain circuit is beyond the reach of ordinary people. System. Do you want to hear another big melon? Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. I'm more curious about Sun Rume's expression after she knew the truth. But there's no result yet. So it's okay to hear other big melons. System. The Princess of Chu is going to take action. Lu Qiqi. What is she going to do? System. The Princess of Chu told the King of Chu everything that Sun Rume said. And the King of Chu felt that he had caught the King of Jin's handle, and was arranging people to take action against you, and never expose the fact that you just had a miscarriage. Lu Qiqi couldn't sit still. Damn. This big melon is still mine. System. The people of King Jin are on their way. Lu Qiqi stood up suddenly. Is it too late to go back now? System. It's too late. Lu Qiqi was furious. Why didn't you tell me earlier? System. Just received the news. Lu Qiqi heard the seemingly aggrieved voice of the system, which was mixed with gloating. She no longer cared about the system, and was preparing to escape this unprovoked disaster. System. You don't have to be too anxious. Someone should protect you. Lu Qiqi. Are you talking about Sun Chao? He was arranged by King Jin. Did someone follow him when he came out? Although I don't like it in my heart. It's a good thing now. System. You will know when the time comes. Lu Qiqi snorted coldly and said nothing. System. Today's incident is not a bad thing. You just need to be quiet and let someone take your pulse, and you will be able to explain it clearly. Lu Qiqi. I am a soft persimmon. Can I be bullied easily? System. Then wait. The fun will start soon. Lu Qiqi couldn't be happy. Who would want to hear about her bad luck? Lu Qiqi stood in front of the window, looking outside, wondering how this would happen today. How would it end? Chapter 84 Trouble in the Restaurant. Prince Chu's Mansion. After the Princess of Chu offered advice to the King of Chu, the King of Chu began to plan against the King of Jin. The Princess of Chu saw the King of Chu leave, and knew that the opportunity had come. Regarding concubine Chu, I originally thought that it would be a good thing to have a woman in the mansion to tie the heart of the King of Chu. However, she shouldn't have provoked her own consolation, and deliberately designed to make the King of Chu hate her. Today the opportunity has come. To prove her ability, and the value she brings to the King of Chu, she must take advantage of the fact that the King of Chu has no time to take care of the backyard. The Princess of Chu brought 2 personal maids to Xinchuan Courtyard. When she walked to the door, she took a look at the name of the courtyard. Xinchuan Courtyard. An excellent name. In the past, Xinchuan could produce a concubine Chu, which was also a feng shui treasure land. What will happen in the future depends on someone's luck. Concubine Chu was in the room, listening to the maid Taoke talking about the movements of the palace today. Concubine Chu was very happy to hear it. What can the princess do? Her position in the palace depends on the prince's heart. Thinking, she touched her face. The slap yesterday was worth it. It was the prince who slapped the Princess of Chu. I think someone is still sulking at this time. Just thinking, she heard noises outside. Stupefied for a moment, Concubine Chu quickly reacted and felt something was wrong. She signaled Taoke to go find the Prince of Chu. Just as she asked Taoke to leave, Concubine Chu saw Taoke being thrown in from outside the door. Before Concubine Chu could react, Concubine Chu had walked in from outside. Concubine Chu saw Concubine Chu and saluted. Why are you here? Sister? Did the maid do something wrong to anger you? Concubine Chu stood at the door, blocking most of the sunlight. Just like the scene at this moment. Sister, take a look at these first. After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, Gu Yin stepped forward and took out a stack of peace blessings from her sleeve and placed them on the table. Concubine Chu just took a look and immediately understood what was going on. After fighting with the Princess of Chu for so many years, she would not easily lose. Sister, did you also go to Tianhua Temple to pray for peace blessings? Concubine Chu took a closer look at the peace blessings on the table. These peace blessings are not made by Master Xiu Yuan. Are you sure? Sister? The Princess of Chu smiled. Of course. I prayed for Master Xiu Yuan's peace blessing for the prince. And I know that this is not made by Master Xiu Yuan. The Princess of Chu glanced at the concubine. Sister, do you know the scholar Chen Yuan at the foot of Tianhua Temple? Concubine Chu was startled, and her face was calm again. Who is Chen Yuan? It turns out that you don't know me. That's easy. I just sent someone to kill Chen Yuan, and now I think he should have succeeded. Concubine Chu heard her eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, Chen Yuan is just a scholar who failed the autumn exams repeatedly. Why do you look at me like this? Princess Chu smiled. Concubine Chu stared at Princess Chu, unable to say a word for a long time. Oh, look at my memory. I forgot to say that yesterday I sent someone to approach Chen Yuan, but I didn't expect that this scholar couldn't resist the temptation and got together with other women after just a few words. I don't know how many times he went on that night. At dawn, another woman came and said she was his fiancée Chao Qin. Seeing this scene, she naturally refused to give in. In the end, the matter became a big deal. As a scholar, Chen Yuan couldn't stand such humiliation and hanged himself, which was normal. There must always be a reasonable reason for killing someone. I won't dirty my hands and make some people crazy from now on. No. Concubine Chu suddenly pushed Princess Chu away and rushed out. Gu Yin, who was blocked at the door, pushed her in and fell to the ground. Princess Chu looked down at Concubine Chu. Sister, I am kind-hearted and want to clear all the unnecessary worries for you. Concubine Chu looked up, glared at Princess Chu, gritted her teeth. What good will it be if you kill him? An outsider who has nothing to do with you. Why should I be so excited about his life or death? Concubine Chu gritted her teeth and tried to tell herself that if she died, she would die, and she would have no worries. Sister, I am kind-hearted to help you. If the prince knew that you had an affair with another man, how do you think the prince would treat you? Concubine Chu stood up and glared at Princess Chu. Sister, why do you want to hurt me like this? She was careful and would not be discovered, even if Princess Chu found out something. Since she was dead, there would be no evidence. Princess Chu laughed sarcastically. I just can't stand seeing you do well. Since I entered the palace. Sister, you have been unhappy with me? Because I am the only one who is favored by the prince. Without any worries. She competes with this man for the prince? Let's see who is crying in the end. Good. Very good. Seeing that Concubine Chu was still stubborn, Princess Chu simply stepped back and turned away. Concubine Chu felt puzzled and always felt that Concubine Chu was up to no good. After staying for a while, she left the Chu palace soon. Princess Chu had been sending people to follow her, and she knew everything about Concubine Chu. It was said that Concubine Chu went to the clinic and came back, and she had been boiling medicine since she came back. Princess Chu thought that she was used to using insidious tricks, so she simply cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, so that someone would never have a chance to turn over. At the same time, Lu Qiqi was waiting in the restaurant to see what someone's tricks were. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. When Lu Qiqi thought the system message was wrong, she was about to leave. Just as she walked to the door of the private room, she suddenly saw a table at the stairs that seemed to be drunk and started fighting. The moment Lu Qiqi saw the swords and knives go into battle together, she knew that the swords and knives had no eyes, and didn't want to be injured by mistake. The system voice jumped up. They are people arranged by the King of Chu. They are going to drink and make trouble. After accidentally knocking you down the stairs, they will take you to see the designated doctor smoothly. Lu Qiqi understood that some people didn't really believe what others said, but wanted others to know that the Princess of Jin was not self-disciplined. While the King of Jin was not in the capital, she had an affair with others, left a bastard, eliminated herself, and hit the King of Jin. What a good plan. If it weren't for the system's reminder, I almost fell into it. Lu Qiqi asked. What should I do now? System. They will hit you soon. Lu Qiqi thought that this was the second floor, and she would not die if she jumped down. If she got hurt, she would be tricked by someone else. Now she just wanted Sun Chao to come and take her out of the predicament. At this moment, Lu Qiqi knew the importance of martial arts. Soon, the people who were making a fuss at the stairs rushed over here. At first, there were only 2 people fighting, and then 5 more people came out of the private room, and it instantly turned into a melee. Chunbai saw this scene and pulled Lu Qiqi into the private room to avoid the disaster. The other party was coming for Lu Qiqi. Seeing Lu Qiqi herself, one by one, they rushed over like people who were bloodthirsty. Just as Lu Qiqi retreated to the private room, one of the people in the fight took a few steps back, and a man with a big knife came to chop him down. It seemed that in an instant, Lu Qiqi felt that the moment the knife fell, the person would be split in half. At the critical moment, a chopstick flew out and pierced the wrist of the man with the big knife. Chapter 85. You and Princess Jean are having an affair? Bang. Ah! The broadsword fell to the ground. The man holding the broadsword screamed. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw that the chopsticks had pierced her wrist and nailed her to the door frame. What a strong martial arts! Lu Qiqi followed the direction of the chopsticks and saw the door of the private room opposite open, followed by Prime Minister Chu and the feminine man. Lu Qiqi thought, are the chopsticks from Prime Minister Chu or the feminine man? When Prince Wu saw the pale-faced woman who was frightened, he smiled what he thought was the most beautiful smile. Princess Jean, I didn't scare you. Did I? The system voice sounded. He is the prince of the foreign surname Wang Wu stationed in Yuzhou. He just came to the capital today and came to see the emperor. Lu Qiqi knew the other party's identity and responded calmly. Prince Wu, you are unlucky to encounter this just after coming to the capital. She eats everything, but never suffers a loss. Yuzhou is far from the capital. It's another prince with a different surname. It's the time when several princes are fighting fiercely. The emperor should have more thoughts about this person. When Wu Shizi heard the name, he turned his head to look at Chu Xiang, thinking that this person said it. Chu Xiang ignored him, took 2 steps forward, pulled out the chopsticks and threw them on the ground. Go back and tell your master. Dare to make trouble here. Do you want to live? Several people who were pretending to be drunk saw that it was Chu Xiang. They didn't dare to say anything, and several people fled. Lu Qiqi knew who the someone the system was talking about. Looked at Chu Xiang, saluted. Thank you for saving my life again. Chu Xiang glanced at Lu Qiqi. Princess Jean should not go out. After saying this, he strode away. Wu Shizi saw that Prime Minister Chu was noble and inviolable, so he followed him in a servile manner. Lu Qiqi glanced at the hole in the door frame, then at the bloodstains on the ground, and turned to look at Chunbai. Prince Chu is Prime Minister Chu. Once he made a move, Chunbai also calmed down and asked, "What's wrong with Prime Minister Chu's move? People with immortal spirits are different. Even killing people is so handsome." Chunbai. What does handsome mean? Good looking, charming, and attractive. I wonder if the brainless fans outside will be excited to throw themselves into the arms of Prime Minister Chu if they see the scene. This time Chunbai understood. They don't have the opportunity to get close to Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi understood. How much incense did I burn in my previous life to have the honor of having Prime Minister Chu save me twice? At this time, Prime Minister Chu and Wu Shizi, who came to the outside of the restaurant, heard what Lu Qiqi said. Prime Minister Chu paused slightly and quickly got on the carriage parked at the door. Wu Shizi looked up curiously. As expected, it was the Princess of Jin. So perverted. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the carriage of Prime Minister Chu was about to leave, she quickly jumped on the carriage and left. She followed him and left. But her mouth was not idle. She stared at Prime Minister Chu again and said, "You and the Princess of Jin are having an affair?" Prince Chu seemed not to hear this, raised his hand, and a palm wind swept over. Poor Prince Wu saw that things were not going well, and hurriedly abandoned the carriage and fled. Lu Qiqi, who had just left not long ago, happened to see the scene. I suddenly felt that Prince Wu was pitiful, and I became more curious and grateful to Prime Minister Chu. She saved me twice. This favor, can she repay it? The system popped up. There is no hope in this life. Lu Qiqi said nothing and walked back with Chunbai. After these experiences, Lu Qiqi felt that it would be better to go out less in the future. There are too many things to do in Beijing recently, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life outside. She has no big ambitions now, and she doesn't want to lose her life in vain. Sometimes, you don't want to cause trouble, but some things can't be avoided. Not long after Lu Qiqi left, she met Aunt Wang, who was sitting on the ground and crying. Next to her were pregnant Jiang Haiping and Wang Ergu. I don't know what Jiang Haiping said, but Aunt Wang made more noise, and there were many people watching the excitement around. Later, more and more people gathered, and Lu Qiqi walked by. When she heard the noise, she didn't want to see through the crowd clearly, nor did she want to care about these trivial things. In the past, she would never miss the excitement, but today was different. She was very tired and just wanted to go back quickly. At this time, Aunt Wang, who was sitting on the ground and wailing, saw Lu Qiqi. Miss Lu, you have to help me." When Lu Qiqi heard the noise, she stopped walking. Aunt Wang rushed out of the crowd and stood in front of Lu Qiqi. "Miss Lu, you are a good person. You must help me." Jiang Haiping was helpless when she saw this scene. She knew Miss Lu. She had seen her from a distance several times because she often bought vegetables. Seeing Aunt Wang making things difficult for others, Jiang Haiping pushed Wang Ergu and asked him to deal with it. Wang Ergu hurried over. "Aunt, how can you make things difficult for others? Your nephew knows that your chickens are dead. And I feel sad. We feel bad too. But how can these dead chickens be sold to Minsheng restaurant? Aren't you making things difficult for Haiping?" When the people around heard this, they all shook their heads at Aunt Wang's behavior. "What should I do? I have spent all my money raising chickens over the years. Do you want your cousin to drop out of school because he has no money?" When the people around heard this, they were all heartbroken. If it weren't for the children, who would be willing to do such a shameful thing? Lu Qiqi thought of what the system said. That Widow Ma was a ruthless person, and she poisoned all of Aunt Wang's chickens before leaving. She took out a bag of silver from her bosom and handed it to Aunt Wang. "I'll lend you this money, although we have to kill the chickens after we buy them back, and the chickens will die in the end. But unlike dead chickens, your children are still studying. You don't want to cause trouble because someone ate your dead chickens, and let others stab your children in the back, right?" Aunt Wang looked at the purse in front of her. She was planning to sell the dead chickens, and she felt ashamed when she heard this. She thought Lu Qiqi was a good person, so she deliberately stuck with him. But he didn't want the dead chickens and lent her money, thinking, "I may not be able to pay back this money for a while." Lu Qiqi smiled slightly and put the purse in Aunt Wang's palm. Everyone has difficulties. Aunt Wang hesitated for a while, and finally opened the purse with trembling hands, and took out a tael of silver from it. Miss Lu, I won't lend you much. This is my child's tuition for the academy. I'll lend you this much. Lu Qiqi and Aunt Wang knew each other because they bought chickens several times. And they were also acquaintances. Seeing that she had come to this point today, she only had her children in her eyes, thinking that Aunt Wang had just pestered Wang Ergu. It should be because of this. Why didn't she help with just 1 or 2 taels of silver? There was something wrong here, and she didn't want to figure it out. So she simply put all the silver in Aunt Wang's hands. You are a good chicken farmer. The accident this time doesn't mean you won't succeed in the future. As for me, I like to eat chickens. I'll put this money here as an investment. When I buy chickens in the future, you can deduct money from this. Aunt Wang was indeed unwilling and wanted to turn over. Hearing this, she knew that Lu Qiqi was a lady from a wealthy family and should not care about these things. Thinking of this, she quickly stood up and kowtowed to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi moved quickly and immediately hid aside. Don't kneel for me. I'm afraid of shortening my life. Chapter 86, Unconscious. Lu Qiqi's words were a bit playful, and the heavy atmosphere instantly improved. Aunt Wang stood up with Chunbai's help, and she thanked Lu Qiqi repeatedly. When Lu Qiqi and Chunbai left, Aunt Wang wiped her tears excitedly. People, only in times of difficulty can you know whether a person is sincere to you. Today, she originally borrowed money from Wang Ergu for the sake of her children. The money was not a big deal for them, but she didn't expect that they would ignore her in the end. Thinking of taking the money and leaving, Jiang Haiping, who had been refusing, walked up, took Aunt Wang's hand, stuffed a silver note into her hand, and took the opportunity to say, Aunt, your chickens died strangely. I think that raising chickens is not a rush, and the key to the problem should be found. Also, your current place is not suitable for raising chickens for the time being. I think you should go to the mountain that my family just bought to raise chickens. Aunt Wang looked at Jiang Haiping, who was inconsistent, and felt that this person was weird. Jiang Haiping leaned in and whispered, I've seen your chickens. They were all poisoned to death. Auntie Wang looked at Jiang Haiping. Jiang Haiping said again, We are all family. We can't sleep peacefully unless we find out the problem. Wang Ergu was puzzled when he heard this. He said something to the people around him, and they all dispersed. What do you mean? I checked. Widow Ma disappeared the day your chickens died. Auntie Wang heard this and thought of Widow Ma killing her chickens for money. Widow Ma's child died a few days ago. She thought Widow Ma was heartbroken and left this sad place. Jiang Haiping reminded her of this, and she also felt that this matter seemed to be related to Widow Ma. That's what I think. If someone really did it on purpose, you will still cause trouble if you raise chickens blindly at this time. Aunt Wang opened her hand again when she heard this. Seeing that there were 10 taels of silver in her hand, she looked at Jiang Haiping in disbelief. Jiang Haiping smiled. My family runs a restaurant, and we eat a lot of chickens every day. Auntie's chickens are very good, so I'm making an advance reservation. However, I've made it clear that the chicken sold to me by Auntie will not be higher than the market price. Okay. Aunt Wang finally smiled when she saw that the difficulties were over, and she had so much money. After Jiang Haiping sent the excited Annie away, Wang Ergu helped Jiang Haiping home and asked, Why did you suddenly change your mind? The 10 taels of silver notes were given by his father-in-law to Jiang Haiping to pay the bills of several stores that supplied the restaurant. If he just gave them away, how could he explain to his father-in-law when he went back? Do you know Miss Lu? Wang Ergu didn't take it seriously and said, She goes to the market to buy a lot of things every day. She is very picky, just like you. Oh, I also met her through my aunt. This person is my aunt's first customer. I heard that when my aunt started buying chickens in the market, she was ostracized by many people and couldn't sell chickens for several days. It was because Miss Lu bought the first chicken and said how good my chicken was. The next day, she deliberately talked about the chicken soup she stewed in front of many people. Jiang Haiping began to doubt after hearing these words. Did he see it wrong? That day, King Jin booked the entire restaurant and only entertained their table of guests, because they only cooked 1 table of dishes and were not allowed to come out. They were all in the kitchen. I heard that the Prince of Jin and the princess came together. When they were leaving, she was curious and saw the Prince of Jin holding a woman in the carriage. No matter how she looked at it, she thought it was Miss Lu. How could someone who goes to the market every day be the Princess of Jin? Lu Qiqi returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion smoothly. The moment she entered the door, She felt that she had vented her anger today. It's not that she felt sorry for the money. Those were her private money that she had saved for a long time. Just for daily shopping. Now that it's all given to Aunt Wang, she can't go out to eat out. But she won't starve to death. That money is different for Aunt Wang. It's her chance to make a comeback. Thinking of this, she stopped struggling. After sending the bought ingredients to the small kitchen, she felt sticky on her body. So she just took a hot bath. After washing, she leaned on the soft couch and thought about things. Thinking, tired to sleep. Chunbai has been guarding the princess. Chi-Dai and Yudai saw that Chunbai was not right. And they asked quietly and found out that the princess was in danger outside. The last time the princess was injured and frightened. She did not have a fever. When they thought of the princess, who was in a coma for several days, they were still a little worried. Seeing that the princess did not wake up, they were even more worried. After waiting and waiting, they saw that the princess did not have a fever and did not wake up. They did not know what to do. And the king of Jin suddenly arrived. The king of Jin had just found a delicious pastry and gave it to the woman, and saw that she was sleeping. The king of Jin carefully checked Lu Qiqi's symptoms. It seemed that she was asleep, but he felt something was wrong. After asking Chunbai, he knew about the matter of Faheng. The king of Jin immediately asked Zhao Kai to go to the palace. In less than an instant's stick of time, Ma Yui was carried by Zhao Kai to arrive. When everyone saw Ma Yui like this, they didn't think much. Just because they found that Lu Qiqi seemed to be asleep. And she didn't wake up even with so many people around. When Ma Yui saw that it was Lu Qiqi again, he felt that he had been unlucky recently. He was caught by King Jin several times. And every time he faced this woman, he stepped forward to check. And Ma Yui didn't dare to say anything. What's going on? King Jin saw Ma Yui's frown and knew that something was wrong. The princess seemed to be asleep. But, with so many people around, she didn't wake up. Which was really a bit abnormal. I am a shallow scholar. And I don't know what happened to the princess for the time being. King Jin thought for a while. What if she was frightened? If it was a child, she might be frightened to death. The princess is not a child. And she shouldn't have such symptoms. Originally, he was looking for the imperial physician to solve the problem. After saying this, everyone knew that something was wrong. But they didn't know why. Seeing King Jin angry, Imperial physician Ma quickly said, Your Highness, my uncle may have a solution. Bring him to see me quickly. Imperial physician Ma was embarrassed. My uncle's condition is special. I'm afraid. Say. My uncle is Crazy Yao. Crazy Yao, whose real name is Yao Feng, treats patients very differently. Like those who perform operas. And the medicines he gives are also strange. And gradually no one believes him. Today, in Lu Qiqi's case, Imperial physician Ma actually recommended Crazy Yao. King Jin stared at Imperial physician Ma, insisting on giving a reasonable explanation. My uncle seems crazy, but his treatment is a little different. No one who has been treated by my uncle has bad results. King Jin thought for a while, and looked at Zhao Kai. Soon Imperial physician Ma took Zhao Kai to find Crazy Yao. Crazy Yao is outside the capital, and Imperial physician Ma will lead him back faster. The king of Jin didn't know if his action was right or not. He looked at the sleeping woman and would rather see her eating. He touched the woman's hair one by one, and there were thousands of words in his heart. The king of Jin grew up in a complicated palace, and he didn't dare to say many things, because he knew that walls have ears. After an instant's stick of time, Crazy Yao arrived. The moment they saw Crazy Yao, everyone thought that Crazy Yao was really crazy. When King Jin saw this, his brows furrowed, and he felt that he was desperate and should not listen to Imperial physician Ma's nonsense. He was about to drive Crazy Yao away. Crazy Yao looked at Lu Qiqi straight for a few times, and began to talk nonsense. She can't wake up. Chapter 87 Harming Others. Everyone present heard what Yao Fengzi said, and they all glared at him. Ma Yui was almost scared to death, and pulled Yao Fengzi, asking him to stop talking nonsense. Yao Fengzi seemed to be unable to see the side of these people. He walked straight towards Lu Qiqi, and stretched out his hand to touch Lu Qiqi. How could King Jin agree to it? Let's not talk about the dirty man. He just said that. He didn't kill him on the spot. He was polite. He still wanted to do it. He thought he was dead? King Jin stretched out his hand to intercept him, but was easily resolved by Yao Fengzi. Don't move. Zhao Kai and others were shocked. Yao Fengzi, so powerful? Ma Imperial Doctor quickly said. My uncle is very strange. As long as he has seen people, he will be fine. King Jean heard this and saw hope. He looked at Yao Fengzi again, hoping that he was really so amazing. Yao Fengzi only had Lu Qiqi in his eyes. He touched Lu Qiqi's forehead with one hand and mumbled in his mouth. Everyone only saw his lips moving and could hear his voice. No one could understand what he said. It seemed to be a curse. And it seemed to be reciting a Buddhist scripture. At this time, Lu Qiqi didn't know what was happening around her. She was running alone in a dark place. At first, she was running wildly. After running for a long time, she was tired and panting. Later, she took a short break and wanted to know where she was. At this time, a bright light came from above her head, followed by someone's voice. Lu Qiqi shouted a few words loudly, but there was no response. Later, she gave up. She listened and listened. She, who was proficient in 8 languages, could not understand what the other party was saying. Later, she felt a little dizzy, and she sat on the ground. The words made her even more dizzy. The moment she closed her eyes, she was still thinking. Damn! What is this person saying? Why can't she understand? Qiqi. The king of Jin kept staring at Lu Qiqi. And when Crazy Yao let go of her hand, Lu Qiqi's eyelids moved. And he immediately rushed over and hugged Lu Qiqi in his arms. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes and found that it was still pitch black in front of her. Chunbai was most familiar with the princess. Seeing this scene, regardless of her humble status, she stepped forward and pushed the king of Jin away. Prince, you are holding too tight. It will suffocate the princess to death. Lu Qiqi saw that it was no longer pitch black in front of her. She didn't know what happened just now, but she just felt that it was good to see the light. Even at dusk, it felt beautiful. She saw Chunbai crying next to her. Chunbai, who bullied you? Chunbai rushed to her. Princess, you scared me to death. Zhao Kai, you die. And Qin Dai clearly saw the king of Jin's face gradually darkening, looking at the master and servant who were in a trance. Qin Dai hurried forward. Princess, it's great that you woke up. This attracted Lu Qiqi's attention, and she saw the king of Jin standing next to her. Later, Chunbai explained, and Lu Qiqi realized that she was unconscious. Thinking of this, she waved to King Jin, and King Jin walked over and held her hand. I'm sorry to make you worry. Don't do this again in the future. The person was just in front of him, and he felt that he and King Jin were so far away. When everyone was happy for the princess to wake up, a discordant voice sounded. The bracelet in your hand is not a good thing. Don't wear it in the future. Lu Qiqi found a man who looked like a beggar not far away. Imperial Dr. Ma knew that there was no patient that his uncle could not cure. But even he, who had been in the palace for many years, knew that the bracelet on the wrist of Princess Jean was a good thing. Why did his uncle say so? Could it be that Master has never seen good things and is just talking nonsense? Yao Fengzi only had Lu Qiqi in his eyes. The bracelet has followed several masters and has never had a good end. Lu Qiqi heard this and looked at the ice-type imperial green bracelet in her hand. Was it sent by Xiao Nianqing or a tribute from the master? Is this thing unlucky? Is this what master is talking about? Yao Fengzi looked at Lu Qiqi. Try to take it off? Lu Qiqi tried to take the bracelet off, and it seemed that there was some force stopping her from moving. King Jin looked at her and reached out to help, and also felt this force. Yao Fengzi stepped forward, put his hand above the jade bracelet, and muttered in his mouth. Lu Qiqi easily took the jade bracelet off. Yao Fengzi picked up the jade bracelet and threw it hard on the ground. At the moment the bracelet broke, Lu Qiqi and King Jin felt a few black air coming out, and then Yao Fengzi took it in his hands. Lu Qiqi looked at Yao Fengzi, who ignored everyone and left. Imperial Physician Ma tried to stop them from talking, but Crazy Yao ignored him and left with his fists clenched. The king of Jin signaled with his eyes that no one should stop him and let Crazy Yao leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief until Crazy Yao and Imperial Physician Ma walked away. The king of Jin hugged Lu Qiqi tighter. Just now, he almost lost this woman, thinking that it was because of him. He was even more annoyed. Lu Qiqi spoke first. I'm a little hungry. Go prepare food. Yes. Chunbai responded quickly and prepared to leave. Lu Qiqi said again. Prepare more. I'm very hungry. Yes. Chunbai thought it was a good thing that the princess could eat, as long as she didn't look unconscious just now. Qi Dai and Yu Dai followed her and left. Zhao Kai and others also left. The king of Jin had not yet recovered from what had just happened. He held Lucici tightly, and Lucici could not stand it and said something. "Let go. I can't breathe." The king of Jin realized his nervousness, loosened a little, but was unwilling to let go completely. Lucici could not say anything to such a man. "Chichi, do you swear that you will never leave me no matter what in the future?" Lucici was held, and could not see his face. At this time, the king of Jin lowered his head, and buried his head on his shoulders, making it even more unclear. "Do you swear? Hurry up." The king of Jin could not hear a positive answer, and was afraid. Some things are not for me to decide. If she could decide life, old age, sickness and death, she would not come to this place. "Chichi, tell me quickly." Lucici felt that the man was unreasonable, and felt that the man cared about her. At this moment, the system voice came. The king of Jin's biological mother Rong Fei died in front of the king of Jin. Lucici was stunned. She didn't know about this. Still unable to see the man's face, she clearly felt her shoulders were a little wet. It was the man's tears. She reached out and touched the man's head. "It depends on the prince." These words flowed into the heart of King Jin like a spring. And when he calmed down, he realized how shameful he had done, not wanting the woman to find out about her embarrassment. She simply hid her head behind the woman. "Chichi, have I spoiled you too much? You dare to put forward conditions to me, this prince?" Lucici smiled with her lips curled. "Yes, it's all my fault." "Speak quickly," King Jin ordered stiffly. Lucici thought of what the system had said, that 5 years later, King Jin would ascend the throne, and their fate of living and dying together would disappear, and she would be free at that time. "I thought that after I was free, I would go to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of this world, and then I would leave the palace and this man." Just when she was about to refuse, the man suddenly used force, and Lucici said something insincere. "If the prince treats me well, I will naturally not leave." As an emperor with so many women, how could he still see her? At that time, there were a lot of women, and there were a lot of right and wrong. At that time, she would be angry and upset, and leaving the palace would make everything natural. King Jin was confident in himself, and was satisfied with this. The two hugged quietly for a while, and Lucici suddenly asked, "The bracelet was given by Xiaoyanqing. Will she use this bracelet to harm me?" Chapter 88 Good Things Should Be Shared. The bracelet was a tribute that the prefect of Jiangnan embezzled and later gave to his daughter. According to this logic, it is possible that even the prefect of Jiangnan did not know about it, and just thought it was a good thing, and gave it to his daughter. There is another possibility. That is, Xiaoyanqing knew the origin of the bracelet, and was going to use it to kill himself? If it is the former, it means that someone wants to kill a master in the palace. If it is the latter, it can only be said that Xiaoyanqing is too terrible. When King Jin thought of this question, his eyes narrowed, looking at a certain place, and sneered. "Xiaoyanqing doesn't have this ability. The prefect of Jiangnan may know something." Lucici had never thought of this possibility. If the prefect of Jiangnan knew about it, he would target the people in the Jin palace, thinking that the prefect of Jiangnan was a man of King Chen. Could it be that King Chen wanted to deal with King Jin? As for his own life, Lucici knew in his heart that he didn't need so many people to worry about it. He was protecting King Jin from disaster. The two were silent for a while because of the serious question, and waited for Chunbai and others to arrive with food. They had no appetite. Later, seeing the sponge cake that Tang Xiuya asked Li to send, Lucici picked up a piece and ate it. The king of Jin saw the woman eating this several times, and he picked up a piece as well, just as he was about to put it to his mouth. Lucici spoke. "Did Tang Xiuya make this?" The king of Jin saw this every time he came, and because of the woman's words, he understood what was going on. Someone wanted to use this to attract his attention, and the smart woman knew it but never refused. Is this considered tacit consent? Thinking of this, the king of Jin lost his appetite even more. Let Qindai bring wine. Drinking to relieve sorrow is the best. After a few glasses of wine, I felt even more depressed, looking at the woman who was still eating the sponge cake. Does she have no heart? No. She has a heart, but she doesn't have herself. This cognition made King Jin drink 3 glasses in a row. Lucici's nose wrinkled slightly. She also wanted to drink. Just as she was about to reach out, she saw Chunbai's eyes, and didn't take it seriously. She picked up the wine glass and poured herself a glass. After a sip, She felt a faint floral fragrance. Your Majesty, good things should be shared together. After that, she poured herself another glass. King Jean looked at the woman who drank one glass after another. In addition to eating, she also has a hobby of drinking. After the incident at Minsheng restaurant, she never drank again. And now she should be greedy. Seeing that the pot of wine was empty, the woman reluctantly emptied the pot and wanted to pour out a drop. He glanced at Qingdai, and Qingdai left quickly. Not long after, 2 wine jugs were delivered. Lu Qiqi was feeling disappointed because she had not drunk enough. When she saw the wine jugs, she took them generously, gave one to the king of Jin, and kept one for herself. Your Highness, you should have never tried to drink from a wine jug. Right? The king of Jin had not only used a wine jug to drink, but also a wine jar. Seeing the woman's little appearance, he nodded and asked, Have you ever drunk? No. I'll try it today, Lu Qiqi said, picked up the wine glass, and raised her head to drink. This feeling of drinking instantly made Lu Qiqi fall in love with it. I finally understand why the ancient wine immortals were willing to drink like this. Without restraint, drink whenever they wanted, and feel very comfortable. Lu Qiqi got drunk quickly, and rushed to ask for the king of Jin's wine. Chunbai was very nervous when she saw the princess like this. Worried about angering the king of Jin. The princess' good days would be over. The king of Jin was not angry, and treated the princess as a child. Later, when the princess had made enough noise and was tired, she nestled in the king of Jin's arms. The king of Jin carried the princess to the bedroom. Chunbai was worried that the king of Jin would do something to the princess where they could not see, and was dragged away by Qingdai and Yudai. Chunbai wanted to rush over, but Qingdai and Yudai knew what Chunbai was thinking. Chunbai, you are an unmarried girl, and you still want to eavesdrop? Chunbai wanted to explain that they thought too much, but when she heard the movement of the king of Jin from inside, she ran the fastest. Some people were comfortable, and some people had a hard time. Xiao Kai, Sun Chao, Sun Shu and others were busy. They were busy investigating the bracelet. This was not a trivial matter. It was related to Lu Qiqi's life and death, and the king of Jin. They dared not relax. Some people had a night of passion, while some people ran around outside all night. Their legs were about to break, and they were also disliked by someone, just because there was no progress in the past night. And the people who were locked up in the Dali temple were also seen. But there was no news. The next day, the king of Jin came to the study with a fresh body and met several subordinates, who were covered in dust. Are you all going to be thieves? Xiao Kai did not speak. Sun Shou felt that he could not do anything without the command of the prince. Sun Chao was forced to speak. The governor of Jiangning got the bracelet from a tomb robber. He originally planned to enter the palace, but later, I don't know how it ended up in Xiao Nianqing's hands. That's all? The king of Jin asked back. Sun Chao bowed his head in shame. Xiao Kai, you arrange people to keep an eye on King Chen. I want to know every move. Yes. Xiao Kai took the order and left. King Jin looked at Sun Shu again. How is the situation at the Chu Palace? Everyone in the busy street of the restaurant yesterday died, and the subordinates went there too late. King Jin thought for a while. Tell this to the Queen of Chu. Yes. Sun Shu left. Only Sun Chao was left, and he couldn't control the pressure brought by King Jin. Go find a similar bracelet. Yes. Sun Chao left quickly. He was originally protecting Lu Qiqi because of yesterday's incident, which meant that he only had a little time to do things during the day and had to protect Lu Qiqi at night. In one day, where should he start? Lu Qiqi slept until noon, and when she woke up, she had almost forgotten what happened yesterday. Chunbai, who was too talkative, let it slip, and she remembered some vague fragments. Lu Qiqi got up in no hurry, touched her forehead with one hand, and asked, Chunbai, should I quit drinking? Quitting drinking is a good thing. Princess, are you sincere when you say this? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Quitting drinking is a good thing. Quitting drinking suddenly is not good for your health. This should be done slowly. So, Princess, you are just talking, not really going to quit drinking. Lu Qiqi immediately glared at Chunbai. You bastard. Can't you just follow what I say? Chunbai leaned against the princess. I am also thinking about you. If even I have to lie to you, then you won't be able to hear the truth? As soon as these words fell, Qingdai came in. Lu Qiqi asked, Can't I even trust Qingdai? Qingdai felt wronged. Is this okay? Chunbai cried. The princess is good in everything. Soft-hearted and kind. But she is too harsh on me. Speak to the point. Chunbai begged for mercy. I was wrong. The princess will never stop me from drinking in the future. Lu Qiqi was satisfied. That was right. She just said it casually. She had no intention of doing so. As she was talking, housekeeper who came with people and sent jars of good wine. When Lu Qiqi heard the noise, she quickly put on her clothes and came out to take a look. When she saw the jars of wine, she opened a few and smelled them, and was very satisfied. Chapter 89 Blackmailing Sun Rume. Chunbai saw that she couldn't say anything. Even the king of Jin spoiled the princess. How could she, a maid, say anything? Yudai came to Chunbai and reminded her. Chunbai, we are all the princess's maids. It is our duty to serve the princess well. We can't do it like that again. Chunbai felt that her kindness was misunderstood by others, and felt a little wronged. Think about the night when the princess suddenly had a high fever. And think about yesterday. Drinking a little wine is nothing compared to these. Chunbai thought of the princess's coma and the strange bracelet, and nodded to Yudai. I know. Yudai said. I have been with the princess for a shorter time, so I don't know her as well as you do. But I can see that when serving the princess, we are not as timid as we are in front of other masters. Look at the princess now. Can other masters do that? When Chunbai heard this, she suddenly felt that it was because of the princess's difference that she was liked by the king of Jin. If everyone was as hypocritical as Sun Rume, would there be a princess now? Thinking about it, she walked towards Lu Qiqi. Princess, I will move all the wine in. Lu Qiqi stopped Chunbai. Let butler who come. They are all men. Stronger than you. Yes. Yes. The princess is right. Butler who bowed and nodded. And then directed everyone to bring all the wine into the house. Yudai saw it, and told him where to move it. When everyone was done, Butler who took people away. And Lu Qiqi was happy. Today, let's celebrate well. I've decided. I'll treat you to hot pot today. Hot pot. Chunbai's eyes lit up. Lu Qiqi tapped her forehead. You foodie. You didn't learn anything else from me. But you learned everything about eating. Everyone was busy preparing for the hot pot at noon. Later, they heard that there were 2 tables, and they could eat together. They were very happy. They worked even harder. Everything was ready. And when they were waiting to eat, the king of Jin came. Chunbai, Chidai, and Yudai came from Lu Qiqi's table to the servants' table. Lu Qiqi warmly invited the king of Jin to sit down. I knew the hot pot was delicious. And the prince came here just by smelling it, Lu Qiqi said, and sent the dipping sauce to the king of Jin. I put a little garlic and hot sauce in it. You try it. It will taste better. The king of Jin took the chopsticks and dipped it. Sure enough, the taste was different from what he had eaten before. You brought good wine today. Shall we drink some? Are you sure? The king of Jin asked. It's okay. I drank too much last night. It's a good time to sober up now. Is there such a saying? Of course. If you drink too much, drinking sobering soup won't help. Drink 2 more cups and you'll be fine. Lu Qiqi knew what to do. She only drank 2 cups, and never drank again. She only ate. The king of Jin put down his wine glass and concentrated on eating. He was too busy today, so he rushed over after hearing about the hot pot here. After eating, he had to continue to work in the study. When leaving, Lu Qiqi led everyone to see the king of Jin off. And then she turned around and started drinking again. Chunbai saw the princess saying one thing and doing another, and smiled helplessly. Lu Qiqi was happy drinking, and Chunbai didn't stop her, drinking one mouthful after another. She drank very slowly, as if she was savoring it, not really drinking it, or as if she was in a very good mood and needed wine to cheer herself up. System popped up. Lu Qiqi, you are in a good mood. Lu Qiqi, I almost died. I have to make some noise to prove that I am still alive. System, you have been living well. Really? Lu Qiqi said this and glanced at the maids eating and drinking around her. Not long ago, when the king of Jin was here, he was not like this. Just like myself now. Sometimes I need to pretend. System, I will tell you a big news. Lu Qiqi, who is it about? System, everyone who attacked you in the restaurant yesterday had their right hands chopped off and died. Lu Qiqi didn't feel anything when she heard it. She also wanted to do the same. System, it wasn't done by the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Who else? System. The king of Chu did it himself. Lu Qiqi. Oh. System. He sent the person. Because of Prime Minister Chu. They killed him. Lu Qiqi raised her head and started drinking again. After a few sips, she wiped her chin with her sleeve casually. Nothing else? King Chu is also a ruthless person. He even killed his own people. System. King Jin is ready to take action. Lu Qiqi. What is he going to do? System. Tell the Princess of Chu everything. Lu Qiqi. Just like that? What's the point of telling the Princess of Chu? I don't know if King Jin is confused or the system is making a fuss. He is so happy about this. System. You don't know that the Princess of Chu's brother, He Shuqi, is a famous general of the cavalry. He will arrive in the capital in 2 days. Lu Qiqi. What does this have to do with it? System. The King of Chu can be where he is today, thanks to the support of the Princess of Chu's family. The general of the cavalry has made great military achievements and is deeply trusted by the emperor. He came to Beijing so quickly this time because he heard that his sister, the Princess of Chu, was bullied and came to vent her anger. Lu Qiqi Wanner. I don't know what this matter you are talking about has to do with what happened yesterday. System. The general of the escort flag is the last resort of the King of Chu. If even he has second thoughts about the King of Chu, how long can the King of Chu be able to jump around? Besides, the King of Chu seemed to have dealt with the restaurant incident yesterday. But there are still many tales left. According to the ability of the Princess of Chu, she will definitely do something in the next 2 days to make the concubine of Chu take the blame for the King of Chu and force the King of Chu to take action against the concubine of Chu. The couple is alienated. The general of the cavalry is a very protective person. After this incident, he is still loyal to the King of Chu. Lu Qiqi. Then I should congratulate the King of Jin for getting rid of another person. System. Are you unhappy? Lu Qiqi. No feeling. It has nothing to do with me. Why is she happy? System. King Jin was not in a hurry to attack King Chu. He was angry about your incident. So he did it. Lu Qiqi. Yeah. I really want the system to get out. The more I talk, the more upset I feel. System. It seems that you are not interested in this matter. Then tell me something that interests you. Lu Qiqi drank and ignored the system. The system quickly told the big news it knew. Sun Rumei knew that she could not have children for the rest of her life. Lu Qiqi. Is it related to me? System. She cannot have children. So she must conceal this matter. And finally find a child. As a result, she set her sights on Xinya, the maid beside her. Lu Qiqi. A ruthless person. As expected of someone who should be the queen. She has the means to do things. And she doesn't even let go of the people around her. Chun Lu died for her. And now she has found another one. I admire you. System. Li deliberately approached Sun Rumei and confirmed that she was the one who ordered her. And she will threaten Sun Rumei tonight. Lu Qiqi became excited. Is she looking for death? System. You will know tonight. When Lu Qiqi heard what the system said, she suddenly felt that there was a story behind it. Could it be that Sun Rumei could not defeat a widow? She also thought of the key point of the matter. Li and Sun Ruyun faced each other head-on. And she would definitely not become Sun Rumei's confidant in the future. For herself, it was also a good thing. System. When they were arguing, Xiao Yinqing and Tang Xiaoya happened to pass by. Lu Qiqi laughed. Chapter 90 The Oath of Marriage. Chunbai and others saw the princess smiling and thought she was drunk. They walked in and saw that the princess was in very good condition. Princess, are you okay? What can happen to me? Lu Qiqi felt bad. She just chatted with the system. Wouldn't this poor maid misunderstand her? Do you need more dishes? Lu Qiqi looked at the table and saw that there was no meat. Bring a plate of meat. Okay. Chunbai left, not forgetting to look at Yu Dai, who nodded in understanding. When Chunbai came up with the meat, she saw that the princess was eating the spinach. Princess, your meat, Lu Qiqi said. Where did you get the spinach today? There are a lot of them in the big kitchen. Go get some more. Okay. It's not the time to eat spinach. It seems that after someone uses spinach pollen, spinach often appears. The person behind it is also thoughtful. Some in the system. Is all this spinach made by Sun Rumei? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rumei has some abilities. But it's a pity that she always keeps her eyes on me. Doesn't she think she has no time to please the King of Jin? System. Sun Rume thinks you are her biggest stumbling block. Lu Qiqi thought of what the system said. That if it weren't for her, Sun Rume would be the queen. And now she thinks it's understandable that Sun Rume is targeting her. Tell me, how did the Princess of Chu plan to put the blame on concubine Chu? System. The Princess of Chu killed concubine Chu's lover Chen Yuan, originally intending to provoke concubine Chu to do something crazy. But she didn't take the bait. So the Princess of Chu just used a more ruthless trick. Lu Qiqi. How did you do it? System. The person who attacked you in the restaurant was arranged by the fellow villager of concubine Chu. Concubine Chu plans to use this to let the king of Chu kill her. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Chu will succeed. System. It will succeed soon. Lu Qiqi raised her eyebrows and smiled again. Concubine Chu has good means. She was still so excited when she heard other people's big melons. So she simply put down the wine pot, came to the hammock, and swung gently. Chunbai was happy to see that the princess was so smart. In order to make the princess feel comfortable, she brought a thin blanket and fruit. Lu Qiqi saw that it was grapes, picked one and put it in her mouth. After eating it, it tasted the same as the last time. Very good. She picked another one and put it to Chunbai's mouth. She was ready to eat without saying anything. Princess. It's delicious. Delicious. Eat more. Lu Qiqi simply picked up a bag and put it in Chunbai's hand. Princess. Isn't this bad? Lu Qiqi didn't care. In the whole palace. Except for the king of Jin. Who else can control me? That's what I said. But. There's no buts. If you're worried about what others say, just drag Qidai and Yudai into the water, and see who dares to say anything. Chunbai thought this was a good idea. She happily took the grapes, and shared them with Yudai and Qidai. Lu Qiqi saw the scene with a smile on her face. It's just a bunch of grapes. Look how happy they are. Whether in modern times or in this time and space. Her life is extremely enjoyable. The system popped out. Princess Chu succeeded. Lu Qiqi. So fast? System. Princess Chu is a ruthless person. There is no failure in what she wants to do. Lu Qiqi. How did concubine Chu die? System. She was strangled to death by the king of Chu. The king of Chu's mansion. Xinchuan courtyard. The king of Chu strangled concubine Chu's neck. Bitch. You're looking for death. Seeing that the king of Chu was serious, concubine Chu was so scared that she wanted to push away the king of Chu's big hand. She tried her best but couldn't shake the big hand at all. In a hurry, she moved her body closer to the king of Chu. Every time the king of Chu couldn't withstand her temptation. She thought it would be the same this time. This action angered the king of Chu even more. As the king of Chu exerted force, the struggling concubine Chu gradually fell into a coma due to lack of oxygen. When the king of Chu saw the woman whose head suddenly softened, the anger in his heart subsided a lot. When he was softening his heart, he heard someone outside shouting princess. Thinking of what the princess of Chu had said to him, he didn't believe it at first. But now he was caught red-handed, and the anger in his heart rose. He simply exerted force again and directly twisted concubine Chu's neck. Princess Chu just came to the door and heard this crisp movement. The work was done. The moment she entered the door, she saw concubine Chu slowly falling to the ground as King Chu let go. Dead. Excellent. When King Chu killed a woman, he usually broke her neck. She helped deal with such things several times. Looked at King Chu and arranged for someone to clean up. Soon, someone came and cleaned up concubine Chu's body. The maid came in and cleaned up everything that originally belonged to concubine Chu in the yard, as if she had never appeared in the King Chu's mansion. The king of Chu saw the cold princess Chu, and his heart became more and more unhappy. Seeing her so quiet, he suddenly felt that she was not a woman at all. At this time, the king of Chu forgot that if it weren't for the princess of Chu who had taken care of the aftermath for him over the years, how could he have the peace now? Your Highness, you've been tired all day. Go back and rest first. The king of Chu looked at her and strode away. After the king of Chu left, Gu Yang came up to him. Princess, I see why your Highness is a little unhappy. The princess of Chu snorted coldly. How can I be happy if I kill the person I love with my own hands? She secretly hated that she would compete with me for favor even after death. Gu Yan heard it and was silent. Go. Deal with the two maids together. Yes. Gu Yan took the order and left. The princess of Chu took a last look at the house and made sure that the corners of the yard had returned to their previous appearance. When she left the yard, she took a look at the name of the yard that had been demolished. thinking of all the embarrassment that concubine Chu had brought to herself. She also thought of the oath that the king of Chu made when he asked to marry her. The past seemed to be right in front of us. But how long has it been? Things have changed, asked Malu. Where is the prince now? The prince is bathing. Princess Chu thought for a moment and said, Let Su Shan serve. Malu bowed to the princess and left quickly after hearing this. She hoped that she would be quick enough to save Su Shan from Gu Yin. Although it might not be a good thing for Su Shan. Whether he can really survive depends on Malu's luck. When Malu arrived, Gu Yin was attacking Su Shan. Wait, Guya. You know Malu is soft-hearted. This time, he must have said something to the princess while she was away. Gu Yin. The princess asked her to serve the prince. Gu Yin smiled. She? Who would like to be treated like a little chicken? Malu didn't say anything. Just looked at Gu Yin. Gu Yin also knew Malu's stubborn temper. So she let Su Shan go for once. As for whether Su Shan could survive tonight, everything was unknown. He collected his torture instruments and threw the scene to Malu to deal with. Anyway, she was better at cleaning the scene. Malu glanced at Tao Ke, who was lying in a pool of blood, and she was unwilling to die. She stepped forward, put eyes on Tao Ke, and then looked at Su Shan. You have seen it all. The concubine and Tao Ke are dead. If you want to live, serve the prince well. Su Shan trembled when she heard this. She would rather die than serve the king of Chu. Malu didn't give her too much time to think. Dragged people away. Washed Su Shan. Changed into a close-fitting clothes. And sent it to the king of Chu. After finishing all this, Malu went to the queen of Chu to report. Princess, Su Shan is gone. Go and keep an eye on him. And report immediately if there is anything. Yes. Malu left again. Chapter 91. Only if she is used will he be obedient. Gu Yin took the opportunity to come to the princess of Chu. Princess, there are so many people available. Why use her people? Although the concubine died, Su Shan must be the concubine's person. If he says bad things in front of the prince, it will be bad for the princess. Use her to be more obedient. Gu Yin heard that all this was not Malu's idea. So she was relieved. The princess of Chu seemed to know that something good would happen tonight. After a long time, Malu did not come back. And the princess of Chu picked up a book to read. Watching. I didn't feel that time pass quickly. When Malu came back, it was half an hour later. Malu came to the princess of Chu. Replied to the princess. Su Shan was taken to Jusong Pavilion by the prince. Oh! Su Shan has some skills. The princess of Chu did not expect it to be so smooth. She got up, washed up, and returned to the bedroom to rest. Gu Yin and Malu waited in front of the princess of Chu, and they left only after she fell asleep. After closing the door and going outside, Gu Yin reminded Malu, sooner or later, you will be killed by your soft heart. Malu knew what Gu Yin meant, but didn't say anything, and walked quietly on the path in the night. Gu Yin watched her leave, but didn't say anything. When she couldn't see Malu anymore, Malu turned around and ran to the Xinchuan courtyard where she used to be. She wanted to know what secrets the concubine had hidden when she died. Staring at the table unwillingly, taking advantage of the night, Gu Yin came to Xinchuan courtyard smoothly, and after walking in, she ran directly to the table. Bending down and looking down, she found a book tied under the table. Gu Yin felt strange. How could the concubine have this thing? And why did she care so much? I thought it was something from the dead Xing Yuan. But when I opened it, it turned out to be an account book. I only looked at a few sets of numbers and felt that they looked familiar. After looking at a few carefully, I found that these were the numbers that the princess of Chu secretly spent. Because of this recognition, Gu Yin was shocked. She was anxious to take the things to find the princess of Chu. When she just arrived at the yard, she was too anxious and didn't notice that someone was attacking her from behind. Gu Yin was knocked unconscious. This person was Jiangyi, the personal guard of the king of Chu. Jiangyi took the account book from Gu Yin and left quickly. Jiangyi went directly to the study and saw the king of Chu, who was supposed to have sex with Su Shan. Your Majesty. The king of Chu took it in his hand and laughed. The king of Chu always knows what he wants most. For the supreme power, killing a woman is nothing. How is the situation at Ri Pavilion? The princess will wake up tomorrow. Good. Very good. The king of Chu discovered that the princess of Chu had made some moves. Not long ago, he pretended to believe what she said and arranged the incident in the restaurant. Later, he seemed to be hit by a glove and had to kill the concubine to prevent disaster. However, the person who was really targeted by all these plans was the general of the escort flag. The only person who could restrain the general of the escort flag was the princess of Chu. She was right beside him. How could he not use her? Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi stayed in the yard. Every day. Besides eating and drinking, she read the storybook. 3 days passed, and there was no movement outside. It stands to reason that there should be a funeral for the death of the concubine of Chu. Even if there was no funeral, there should be some movement. Why was there no movement at all? Bored, he asked Qingdai to go out to buy things and inquire about what happened outside. As a result, she had too high hopes for Qingdai, and she said a lot of things when she came back, but none of them were what she liked. Chunbai knew what the princess was thinking, so she went out to buy dried fruits for the princess and told her the news she had heard outside. Princess, do you know that all of Aunt Wang's chickens are really dead? Lu Qiqi got excited, grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started eating. Then what? Chunbai said. I thought Aunt Wang was a greedy person, and her chickens were all dead. In order to get some money, she would definitely sell them cheaply. But she didn't expect that she buried all the chickens. Lu Qiqi thought that this was a way to deal with the matter. But if the chickens were taken out and eaten by someone, it might not be a good thing. Where are they buried? I heard that they are in the grove behind Aunt Wang's chicken coop. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. Qingdai, go and take a look to make sure that nothing will happen to the dead chickens. Yes. Qingdai studied medicine and knew what the princess meant. After Qingdai left, Chunbai was unhappy. What are you worried about? Princess? I'm worried that some people can do anything for money. I hope I'm just being too worried and don't make any more noise because of the dead chicken. Thinking about it, I looked at Chunbai and asked, has Tang Xiuya not sent the cakes today? No. It's better if she doesn't come. When I think of Li's character, Chunbai feels a little disgusted. Who sent them these days? Li. When you come today, talk to her more. Chunbai didn't understand. Seeing what the princess meant, she agreed directly without asking more questions. What else is going on outside? The general of the cavalry has come to Beijing and met the emperor today. He is also meeting the emperor with the Prince Wu. Prince Wu, you have been in Beijing for so many days, but you have not seen the emperor. It turns out that your coming is not simple. Chunbai suddenly laughed. I also heard an interesting thing. What is it? Seeing Chunbai's bright smile, I think it must be a good thing. I heard that Prince Wu came to Beijing 3 years ago, angered the emperor, and was almost beaten to death by the emperor. There is such a thing? It is really interesting. I heard that Prince Wu was disrespectful and angered the emperor. The emperor used the eunuch's dust to chase Prince Wu for a long time. If Prime Minister Chu hadn't appeared later, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to death by the emperor. Lu Qiqi found it interesting, and also understood that Prince Wu and Prime Minister Chu were a lifelong friendship. It was not an exaggeration that the first person he wanted to see after arriving in Beijing was Prime Minister Chu. The chef of Minxing restaurant is pregnant. She vomited a lot today. We changed to another chef to cook. It's only been a few days, and there is no customer in the whole restaurant. Is there such a thing? Yes. Minxing restaurant's business is very good. It's a pity that it suddenly became like this. Chunbai thought. She also watched Jiang Haiping and Wang Ergu get married. She didn't expect such a thing. Chunbai was silent for a while, and decided to tell some interesting things. Su Shangshu's son is getting married today. I heard that it was very lively. I heard that a group of children were chasing after the carriage and singing festive songs. Yanlinger is getting married. I had prepared gifts, but now it's too late. Now that the identity of the princess of Jin is public, it's not convenient for them to meet. So, the owner of Caoji Tavern is not so lucky. What happened? In this era, the boss's wife is called the shopkeeper. The boss's wife of Caoji Tavern is also a pitiful person. It's not easy to support a tavern alone after her husband died. Today, when the owner of Caoji Tavern went out, he was splashed with a basin of foot-washing water. I heard that he was soaked from head to toe. The basin was big enough. Lu Qiqi sighed that it was not appropriate for women to do things. If you want to succeed, you don't know how many rumors you have to bear. Lu Qiqi believes that this will not defeat the poor woman. Is there anything else? Chunbai thought hard. Su Lingqin is now Li Juanxian's aunt. I heard that although she is just an aunt, she is in charge of the money of her courtyard. It can be considered that Su Lingqin has finally made a name for herself. Chapter 92 Long-Grain Fragrant Rice. Lu Qiqi finished eating a handful of melon seeds, and picked up another handful. Thinking that Su Lingqin was also a person of character. A concubine was in charge of money. Although she was not in charge of the entirely Shangshu mansion. She was still a leader. She just listened to these things, and regarded them as gossip without any other meaning. She was very curious about the opposition of Wu Shixi, and the general of the escort flag. Hearing Chunbai's words, Wu Shixi and the emperor had an unusual relationship. I also thought that the general of the escort flag was the brother of the princess of Chu. And this time, he came to support the princess of Chu. I wonder what will happen in the Chu palace. I also thought that the concubine Chu who died without any news was also because of this. She didn't deserve to be known even if she died? When Lu Qiqi was silent, Chunbai said some trivial things again. Whether it was true or not. She said it all for fun. Lu Qiqi asked 1 or 2 questions from time to time. Qingdai finally realized what the princess wanted her to do. Looking at the princess laughing because of other people's gossip. She was speechless. Whose princess is like this? Other princesses are busy competing for favor and calculating others. But her own princess has such a hobby. Lu Qiqi felt much better after listening to other people's gossip. Evening. Lu Qiqi ate dinner alone. Lu Qiqi tasted different taste at the first bite. It was not the dish made by Wang Yuchu. Has the person returned to the palace? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi said nothing and ate quietly. After dinner, she took the storybook that Chunbai had just found from outside. Seeing that it was a new author. At first, Lu Qiqi just flipped through it casually. And then when she saw the corpse resurrection, Lu Qiqi suddenly became interested. As she kept flipping through the book, she discovered many new words that only modern people have. Could it be a time traveler? Judging from the tone of the book, it seems that the soul traveled through time. So they are still the same kind. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi wanted to see the author himself. And asked Chunbai directly, "Where did you buy this book from?" It was the Jiwei bookstore where the princess entered. Did the shopkeeper say anything when you bought this book? Chunbai thought for a while. The shopkeeper said that it was written by a scholar. And it was a bit strange. Not many people read it. I think the princess likes strange things. So I bought it back. Looking at the princess's excitement. She should like it. Right? Scholar? Lu Qiqi nodded. Sure enough. Books written by scholars are different. Chunbai thought that the princess thought of Su Lingqin's father Su Xiucai. Thinking, they are all scholars. Some people are willing to put down their status and ask for a bite to eat in order to make a living. Why can't some people see it? Lu Qiqi said again. Chunbai, what do you think of my storybook? Of course it will be popular. Lu Qiqi was so happy to be affirmed. Do you think I am that kind of material? The princess has read so many books. She should be very experienced. Besides, everyone says that the prince doesn't like women. But the princess has done it. So, the princess should write a book that men like. Then, every woman in the backyard will fight for the princess masterpiece. As soon as Chunbai finished speaking, she was dragged out by Qingdai. Yudai covered for Chunbai. Princess, try the oranges that were just delivered. Lu Qiqi understood what he meant. Picked up an orange, peeled it, and put a slice into her mouth. It was sweet. It should be a tangerine. The orange is good. But Chunbai can't escape. Yudai saw that her thoughts were seen through by the princess. So she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Princess, Chunbai didn't mean it. Lu Qiqi was unhappy. She likes to talk nonsense all day long. And she will hurt herself sooner or later. Pretending to be fierce, she looked at Chunbai who was looking out not far away. Chunbai ran back and knelt in front of the princess. I knew that the princess would be reluctant to let go. What are you reluctant to let go of? Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. Chunbai knelt down and held the princess's hand. I know the princess best. If I am injured, they will not be comfortable serving the princess. You can serve with an injury. The princess will feel bad. Lu Qiqi turned her head and stopped looking at her. Chunbai kept moving her face forward. Lu Qiqi took the opportunity to flick her forehead. I'll give you another chance. Say something that the princess likes to hear. Chunbai saw the opportunity coming. After a year of gossiping with the princess, she also found the door. The princess is a wise person. The book she wrote will definitely be snapped up. When the time comes, the maid will stand at the door of the bookstore and buy books for the princess. Then what? Princess, a book is priced at 100 taels. How about it? Qinai and Yudai were shocked by Chunbai's nonsense. It's a bit expensive, isn't it? Lu Qiqi deliberately said the opposite. This is the price of seeing the family relationship with acquaintances. It will be sold to 1,000 taels for strangers. Chunbai continued to brag. What do you mean by 1,000 taels? The voice of the king of Jin suddenly appeared, frightening the three maids to their knees. Lu Qiqi saw how cowardly they were. And when the king of Jin came up to them, she said, "The king is here. Why don't you pay your respects? Your servant pays your respects to the king." The three maids spoke at the same time. Okay. Go down and prepare something delicious. Yes. The three maids left together. Lu Qiqi saw that they had not been together for a long time, and they had a lot of tacit understanding. When they walked away, King Jin picked up Lu Qiqi and let her sit on his lap. Lu Qiqi nestled in the man's arms. Are you in a good mood? You saw it. No matter how busy King Jin was, he wanted to hug a woman at night. This became a habit, and an addictive habit. Tell me, what good thing happened? The system said. General Huzar came out of the palace and met the Princess of Chu, and is now quarreling with King Chu. King Jin said. It's nothing serious. Yuzhou said tribute rice. Yuzhou? Tribute rice? King Jin scratched the woman's nose. Don't you know that the rice we eat is sent from Yuzhou? Lu Qiqi shook her head. I just think the rice is good. I don't know where it comes from. The rice used in our palace is all sent from Yuzhou. And so are the various royal palaces. What about other ministers? No. There is also this matter. I didn't know before. Someone come. King Jin shouted to the outside. And Zhao Kai came with a small bowl. Lu Qiqi just took a look at the rice and laughed immediately. This is long-grain fragrant rice. Long-grain fragrant rice? This is a new variety that has just been planted in Yuzhou, and it has not been named yet. The reason why Prince Wu came this time is to send tribute rice, and the other meaning is to let the emperor name this kind of rice. It's really appropriate to hear the woman's words. You see, the grains of this kind of rice are longer, and the rice cooked out will be more fragrant. Lu Qiqi grabbed a handful and put it to her nose to smell it. It is indeed long-grain fragrant rice. How do you know? Lu Qiqi was annoyed. She was too happy and said something she shouldn't have said. Facing King Jin, she was not timid and said seriously, I am very knowledgeable about food. There is nothing I don't know about food. Chapter 93 Big Brother. You are looking at the third brother again. The next day, morning court. The emperor accepted the proposal of King Jin and named the rice sent by Yuzhou this time as long-grain fragrant rice. When the court was dismissed, everyone surrounded King Jin to congratulate him. King Jin had a stern face, but everyone could still see that he was in a very good mood. Everyone sighed that men with women were indeed different, no longer cold and humane. King Chu walked behind, watching King Jin's back as he left, and his teeth itched with hatred in his heart. Since this man returned to the capital, he has been unlucky, and none of the recent events have been to his liking. He saw King Jin as an obstacle to him. He must find a way to get rid of King Jin. Only when he died, all the halos could return to him again. King Chen looked at him for a while and walked up to him. Big brother, are you looking at the third brother again? King Chen? King Chu looked at King Chen, who was another person he hated. That time at EP tea house, he was waiting for good news, but it was Prince Chen who came. Prince Chen said at the time, I heard that the capital is very lively, so I came to take a look. At that time, his plan was flawless, and Prince Jin himself did not notice it. So how could it fail? At that time, he suspected that this person was responsible. A lot of bad things have happened recently, and he has no time to settle accounts with this person. Now he said again, the eldest brother is looking at the third brother again. Obviously he knows something. Thinking in his heart. The king of Chu did not show it on his face. The second brother is also looking at the third brother? Yes. The third brother has grown a lot in these years. It is no longer the time when he was bullied by the eldest brother, the fourth brother, and the fifth brother when he was a child. The king of Chu changed his face instantly. Is the second brother confused? King Chen smiled indifferently. Brother, have you forgotten how you treated me? After saying this, he walked away, walked to King Jin, who was surrounded by people, and said, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have gained more trust from our father. There were a few fools among the people present. Hearing the sharpness of these words, they found excuses to leave one by one. leaving King Chen and King Jin alone. King Chen said, "Brother, my third brother is here. Didn't you just want to talk to me?" King Chu had no choice but to come over. When he came to the front, he saw King Jin, who was obviously taller than him, and his face was even more unhappy. He pretended to be in a good mood and laughed heartily. Third brother has grown a lot in these years of military experience. The king of Jin seemed to be a fool, and was infected by the honesty of the army. The military camp is a good place. If you like, you can go. No. The king of Chu waved his hands repeatedly. Brother, I am old. You and the second brother are about the same age. You should have a good competition. With just a few words, he dragged King Chen into the water. King Jin looked at King Chen. Second brother, if there is a chance, can we two brothers have a good fight? King Chen. No. If I hurt my third brother, I will be scolded by my father. King Chu. Are you so sure that you can beat my third brother? King Chen. If I lose, it will be embarrassing enough, let alone the competition. King Chu laughed. Ha. My second brother is still so timid. When we were young in the palace, my second brother was also so timid, always hiding in the side. The three people seemed to be recalling the good old days, with smiles on their faces, and speaking freely. When they opened up the childhood memories, only the three people present knew in their hearts that at this moment, they had already begun to compete secretly. And who would die first was just a matter of time. Seeing the enthusiasm of the king of Chu and the king of Chen, the king of Jin agreed to meet at Jinjiang Tower, saying that they had not been together for many years. Hearing that the Jinjiang Tower had just opened, and wanting to find out about each other's background, the group went directly to Jinjiang Tower. The general, who had been standing in the distance, saw the three people leave. Thinking of the surprise that the king of Chu gave him when he first arrived in the capital, and thinking of the reminiscence later, he gnashed his teeth at the back of the king of Chu. What he didn't understand was that the king of Jin, who frightened the enemy on the battlefield, was just a reckless man? The prince of Chu's mansion. The princess of Chu looked at the account book in front of her. This was the network of people she had accumulated in the capital for many years, and now it was presented in front of her like a transparent. Looking at the time on it, she felt cold in her heart. That bitch, the concubine, had only been in the prince of Chu's mansion for a few years. How could she know such a long-term thing? This time, if I hadn't designed to let the king of Chu kill her, I don't know what this woman would do with it. Thinking of this, Gu Yan dragged Su Shan, who was still in bed, out of the quilt. The princess of Chu saw the marks on Su Shan's neck at a glance. She was furious and smashed the account book in her hand directly on Su Shan's face. Tell me, what's going on? Su Shan was dragged all the way, and now he is awake, trying to endure the discomfort on his body. He looked up at the princess of Chu. Just when he was about to say he didn't know, he saw something on the ground and trembled instantly. Tell me, what's going on? The princess of Chu saw fear in Su Shan's eyes, and it was obvious that she knew about this. I have seen this thing, and the concubine is watching it closely. I don't know what it is. Oh! Every time the concubine goes out, she writes something in this book when she comes back. Princess Chu thought about the news she got from watching the concubine that time, which was that she went to the clinic. There was nothing special. So the concubine came back by herself. Could it be that she went out to meet someone that time? Besides the dead Chen Yuan, did the concubine have someone else outside? Thinking that the king of Chu was angry because the restaurant incident was exposed. Because it was the concubine's fellow villager who arranged people to go to the restaurant and had contact with the concubine several times. And she did some things that made the king of Chu think that the concubine had an affair with this person. And they were all killed by the king of Chu. Who did the concubine go out to meet several times? And how did she know these secrets? Thinking about it, the princess of Chu suspected the people around her. These things were done by herself to ensure that no one found out. She trusted the two maids brought from her mother's home. But who else could know so many secrets about her? She had read the account book, and every expenditure was very accurate. What was the problem? When she was puzzled, housekeeper Zhang came with this month's account book. Princess, this month's account. Gu Yan took the account book from butler Zhang and handed it to Princess Chu. Princess Chu opened it and saw that the account was as clear as ever. And everything was clear. Are there any big expenses this month? No big expenses. But butler Zhang didn't say anything. Speak? Princess Chu hated people who only spoke half of their words. And she was unhappy to hear this. Butler Zhang lowered his head. This month, the concubine only took 100 taels of silver. Princess Chu threw the account book directly on Butler Hu's head. How come this princess doesn't know about this? Zhang, the butler, knelt on the ground in fear and said, "It was the concubine who brought the prince's token. So I went out." When the princess of Chu heard the king of Chu, she was like a prisoner on the execution ground. Her whole body was alert, and she yelled at Zhang, "Get out!" Butler Zhang did not dare to stay, and hurriedly got up and ran away. Su Shan, who was kneeling on the ground, was really scared. The arrogant butler Zhang became like this, and her fate would be even worse. Thinking of what Zhang said just now, she also knew about this matter, and she was bound to suffer again at this moment. Su Shan, after all, you are also the woman of the king of Chu now. Isn't it embarrassing for the prince to be so timid? Su Shan hurriedly looked up, and the princess of Chu came over, pulled Su Shan up, with a smile on her face. "I see that your life has been much better recently." Su Shan was so scared that she wanted to kneel on the ground, but was stopped by the princess of Chu. Princess Chu was satisfied with such a timid character, and patted Su Shan's hand. "Don't worry. This princess will not treat you badly, as long as you don't learn to be disloyal like the concubine. This princess will also support you to sit in the position of concubine." Su Shan understood, and quickly knelt on the ground to thank her. She knew in her heart that Princess Chu was threatening her. If she didn't listen to Princess Chu, she would die like the concubine. Chapter 94. The government arrests people. Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi has been in the yard for a few days, and she has stepped on every corner of Prince Jin's mansion. Now when she closes her eyes, she knows what is in which place, and who works in which place. She even remembers all their names. This method also successfully lets everyone know the existence of the princess. The reputation of the princess in Prince Jin's mansion is getting better and better. Some people are going to be angry to death. That day, Lu Qiqi and her maid just walked to the front yard and saw Sun Rume, who was enjoying the flowers. She should be very busy recently. Right? The system said that she already knew that she could not have children. And she bribed some people. As long as she served in the bed, she would steal the dragon and the phoenix. Thinking about it, I still feel pitiful. Let Xinya's child be born under her name. How could she think of that? Sun Rume saw Lu Qiqi, unwilling in her heart, but still came to Lu Qiqi to salute. "Sister." Lu Qiqi looked at the two sisters, who used to be sisters in the Jin Wang mansion, but now bowed to salute. This is the difference in status. Sister Sun is getting better. Her body is getting better. The words naturally hurt. It's better to step on it to death. Sun Rume smiled. "Thank you for your concern, sister. It's good that it's better. If it wasn't for the Jin Wang asking, I almost forgot it." Sun Rume's eyes lit up and quickly returned to normal. Lu Qiqi saw her eyes clearly. Just at this time, Tang Xiuya brought Li to give Lu Qiqi a sponge cake. Dongyu smelled the smell and wrinkled her nose twice. When Tang Xiuya came to her, she took a piece and ate it without waiting for her to speak. "Well, it tastes really good. A few days ago, the prince ate it and said it was sweet but not greasy. It was made very well." Tang Xiuya blushed slightly when she heard it. As long as the princess likes it. Lu Qiqi looked over with a smile. "Look at you. You blushed." "Sister, I saw it wrong," Tang Xiuya said, turning sideways. Lu Qiqi ate again and told Chunbai, "No, I won't eat it anymore. I'll keep it for the prince." Tang Xiuya heard it and said quickly, "Sister, I'll make it now, so that sister can eat enough." Sister Tang is still thoughtful, Lu Qiqi said and looked at Li. "Why does this person look familiar?" Hearing this, Tang Xiuya, Sun Rume, and Li felt nervous at the same time. Li was the most afraid. She recognized Sun Rume as the lady who ordered her to smash the chicken to death. She also knew that the lady at that time was the current princess. Sun Rume was just a concubine from beginning to end. Not even as good as a concubine. She also heard that there was an aunt who was a queen. She wanted to blackmail her. But she didn't expect that Sun Rume would send her away with a few taels of silver. Later, Li was afraid that the matter would get out of hand. So she took a few taels of silver and left temporarily. At this time, what Li and Sun Rume didn't know, what happened that night, happened to be encountered by Xiao Nianqing and Tang Xiaoya. Both of them tacitly didn't talk about it. Lu Qiqi suddenly spoke, and they were all nervous. Tang Xiaoya spoke for her. "Li, Why don't you kowtow to the princess? Li knelt on the ground and saluted. I kowtow to the princess. Have I seen you somewhere before? Chunbai smiled secretly in her heart. Look, this is the princess. And the simple words make people feel guilty. What's wrong with Tang Xiuya? She looks a little unnatural? Li was upset and spoke boldly. I also think the princess looks familiar. As if I have seen her somewhere before. Seeing Li like this, Lu Qiqi muttered in her heart. She is worthy of being the last person to give advice to Sun Rume. She has just entered the palace for a few days. But she has such courage. Oh! Li looked up at Lu Qiqi. And quickly lowered her head. I once saw a Miss Lu in the market. This Miss Lu is somewhat similar to the princess. Sun Rume was very scared when she heard this. She was worried that Li would not be able to bear it and tell everything. If she spoke at this time, she was destined to be remembered by Lu Qiqi. So she could only stand awkwardly beside her. Tang Xiuya responded quickly. Where did you live before entering the palace? Li said. I used to live in Xinchuan Alley, which is closer to the market. And I often go there to buy vegetables. Lu Qiqi smiled. So, I should be the Miss Lu you were talking about. Li knelt on the ground and kowtowed, not daring to have her own little thoughts. She thought the princess would not admit it. But she did, which disrupted all her plans at this moment. It was the same as blackmailing Sun Rume. Obviously, it was a must. Why did it turn out like this? I was blind and failed to recognize the princess. Damn it! Lu Qiqi glanced at Chunbai, who understood what she meant and turned away. Lu Qiqi stared at Li. So, Li should have known Shenma for a long time. Maybe you are acquaintances. Li knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. After a while, Shenma arrived. When Shenma saw Li, she screamed, Ah! Why is it you? Do you know her? Lu Qiqi asked. Shenma knelt on the ground and explained. Reporting to the princess. I originally bought old hens from Aunt Wang to make old hen soup for the princess. But this man stole Aunt Wang's chicken and later fell to death. So that... Lu Qiqi looked at Li. Tell me, why did you do this? Li had always deliberately avoided Shenma, and was cautious every time she went to the kitchen. She didn't expect to get into trouble here today. I have some grudges with Aunt Wang. It was Aunt Wang who was too bullying. So I attacked a chicken on impulse. I definitely didn't mean to target the princess. Li knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Really? Yes. Her sincerity made everyone present feel that Li was telling the truth. Tang Xiuya hoped that this was the case the most. Once Li had a problem, she would be implicated. Sun Rume's heart was pounding, looking at Li's appearance. She should not bite herself. After this matter was over, she would definitely eliminate the potential hidden dangers and then blame Tang Xiuya to see what she was still arrogant about. Just at this time, Butler who came to report, Princess, are the people from the government office here? Where is the prince? The prince has not returned yet. Then let the people from the government office wait. The system voice popped up. Aunt Wang reported to the police and found out that Li was the cause. Lu Qiqi, are they here to take Li away? System, yes. Lu Qiqi, what will happen to Li? System, it stands to reason that she will be imprisoned. But someone has done something shady, and she will die without any evidence. Lu Qiqi, do you know who the other party is? System, King of Chu. Lu Qiqi, what does the Princess of Chu have to do with this matter? System, not long ago, Sun Rume sent a distress signal to the Princess of Chu. Haha. Lu Qiqi looked at Sun Rume, who was indeed cruel, but it was a good thing for Li to die. Asked the system, what would happen to Sun Rume if she didn't have Li's help? System, unable to move an inch. Housekeeper who saw that the princess didn't say anything, and then looked at Li, who was kneeling on the ground, and whispered. The people from the government office said that they were here to arrest someone. Do you know who it is? Housekeeper who didn't dare to hide it, and looked directly at Li, who was kneeling on the ground. Li. Lu Qiqi looked at Li. Tell me, what bad things did you do that made the people from the government office take you away even at the cost of offending King Jin? Li didn't want to say it, and didn't dare to say it. Li, are you sure you have nothing to say? When Li heard the warning, she thought of Sun Rume's face that threatened her. So she simply looked up at Sun Rume. My lady, I'm sorry. The princess has already found out, and I have to tell the truth. Chapter 95 Random Attacks. Tang Xiuya staggered back 2 steps when she heard this. as if she couldn't believe that the maid she trusted was such a person. What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Rumei, who tried to pretend to be calm, finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted at Li. Lu Qiqi's face sank. Li, tell me, reporting to the princess. When I killed at Wang's chicken, it was Sun Xiaozu who found me and gave me 1 or 2 taels of silver to kill me. Lu Qiqi looked at Sun Rumei. Sun Rumei shook her head quickly. Princess, don't believe this person's lies. It's obvious that he is making random attacks because he sees that he has no hope. Since you know that you have no hope, why don't you say Tang Xiuya? Li was bribed by Tang Xiuya. In a hurry, words are often the most sincere. And this is also what Sun Rumei thinks is the most likely method. Sister Sun, I didn't expect you to be so cunning that you dared to plot against the princess? Tang Xiuya looked shocked. Lu Qiqi didn't listen to their dog-eat-dog talk, and looked at Butler who let the people from the government come in. Yes, Butler who didn't expect that there were so many things. I didn't expect that Sun Rumei, who seemed to be well educated, had started to plot against the princess a long time ago. No, Lu Qiqi was not the princess at that time. Not long after Butler who left, he soon arrived with people from the government. The person from the government was Captain Ma. When he saw the princess, he was obviously stunned. After knowing her identity, he saluted and explained his purpose. Originally, he only planned to take Li away because Li said Sun Rumei was the mastermind. When Captain Ma didn't know what to do, Lu Qiqi spoke. In theory, Sun Rumei is the concubine of the Jin Wenfei, and is considered a member of the palace. Now she is implicated in a premeditated murder. Although she killed dozens of chickens, which cannot be compared with human lives, it also has a great impact. Lu Qiqi looked at Sun Rumei and said, Sun Rumei, you are now the concubine of the Jin Wenfu, and you also represent the Jin Wenfu. You and Captain Ma go to explain the matter clearly. Sun Rumei knew that this trip would ruin her reputation. She wanted to escape this fate. So Captain Ma spoke up. Princess Jean, rest assured, if Miss Sun is fine, I will send her back safely. Sun Rumei could not resist, so she could only accept her fate and leave. But she cursed Lu Qiqi countless times in her heart. Damn it. She did it on purpose. Then she thought that she was the concubine of the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi would be dissatisfied with the reputation of the king of Jin's mansion when he came back. At that time, she had sent out the message, and she would be fine. But Lu Qiqi, if the king of Jin was dissatisfied with her because of this, her life would be difficult in the future. Thinking that this matter would cause greater losses to Lu Qiqi, she did not resist and followed Captain Ma to leave. When Sun Rumei followed Captain Ma to leave, all the concubines of the king of Jin's mansion gathered at the door and sent Sun Rumei away together. After dealing with these things, Lu Qiqi returned to Qingyu Pavilion and refused to let anyone disturb her on the grounds that she was tired. Chunbai was very worried when she saw that the princess was so worried about the affairs of the king of Jin's mansion. She kept guarding at the door and waiting quietly. Qi Dai and Yudai also stood at the door, waiting for the princess's order. They all knew that the seemingly harmonious backyard hid many invisible intrigues. Now that Sun Rumei was taken away, this matter would inevitably have an adverse impact on the king of Jin's mansion. Thinking of this, their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Other courtyards were very quiet. Who would have thought that Sun Rumei, who was the most promising at the time, would have such a vicious mind? When Lu Qiqi was still a lady, she started to act. Lu Qiqi was lucky to have come all the way to today. Many people gathered outside the courtyard of Qingyu Pavilion to show their loyalty. Tang Xiuya stood outside and wiped her tears. Chunyu was betrayed because she offended Xiao Nianqing. Finally, a sensible and scheming Li came. Although she was a little older, she could do things. If it weren't for today's incident, her future would be bright. 2 maids became like this in a row, which would inevitably affect her future. How could she not worry? She finally got the recognition of the princess and attracted the attention of King Jin. But now all her efforts have failed. Shi Qiuxin and Ming Xishuan arrived. They looked at Tang Xiuya wiping her tears from a distance. They knew something in their hearts. They had no sympathy. They stood behind and waited quietly. After waiting for a long time, the 2 lowered their voices to discuss. Sun Rumei is bold enough. How dare she attack the princess? Shi Qiuxin said. Ming Xishuan was much more cautious. She looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. She lowered her voice and said, the princess was still a lady at that time. It's a pity that she was so intolerant. Who said it wasn't? Sun Rume was too vicious. Everyone knew that the princess liked to eat. It was just a chicken. Did she have to do this? Dong Huaizhu approached and said, "Oh, what a pity." Shi Qiuxin sighed. "What a pity?" Ming Sichuan asked. Dong Huaizhu looked like an experienced person. When we came to the Jin Palace, Sun Rume's voice was the loudest. She was used to being praised by others, and she couldn't accept it for a while. So she did such an extreme thing. No matter how extreme it is, you can't do this. The truth has been exposed. It's bad luck. Several people sighed and gloated over the misfortune, while Mu Yaji, Gu Ling, and Yang Biyun, who were standing quietly, listened quietly and had no intention of speaking. This situation was broken by the arrival of Xiao Nianqing. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You are all idle and have nothing to do." Xiao Nianqing came ostentatiously and looked at everyone's face carefully. "You all know what's going on, but you are still gathered here. What's the matter? Do you think the princess is not upset enough? So you come to join in?" Hearing this, their faces changed slightly. They were showing their concern. How did it become upset? If Sun Rume is the most promising candidate for the princess, Xiao Nianqing in front of them is the person who should not be provoked. When they heard this, they were worried that this person would say something he shouldn't say, and they would be unlucky. "Okay. All of you go back to your own yards and stay there. Don't come out unless you have nothing to do." After Xiao Nianqing said this, everyone left one after another. They thought to themselves that their concern was not enough. But it was Xiao Nianqing who drove them away, and it had nothing to do with them. Xiao Nianqing looked at Tang Xiaoye, who was still standing there. "Why are you still standing here? Sister Xiao? You have the most trouble." After Xiao Nianqing finished speaking, he left with Chunyu. Chunbai stood at the door and heard the movement outside. Suddenly, she felt that Xiao Nianqing had changed since she became a lady. At this moment, a voice that made her whole body tremble came. Chapter 96 Farewell. "What are you doing standing at the door? Are you pretending to be dead?" After saying this, Hua Man came over from a distance. When Tang Xiaoye saw Hua Man, she thought of the time when Sun Rume was humiliated by this person. Seeing that the other party was approaching, she could not escape, so she could only bow and salute. Hua Man came up and looked at Tang Xiaoye, her eyes full of disgust. "What kind of vision do you have, senior brother? You let in all kinds of cats and dogs, and really treat the Prince Jin's mansion as a taming ground?" Tang Xiaoye didn't dare to speak when she heard this tone, and lowered her head even more. If she had known that she would meet Hua Man, she would never have expressed her loyalty to the princess at this time. "Hey, you are dumb and can't speak? Hey, if you are dumb, then don't speak for the rest of your life. If I hear you say a word, I will pull out your tongue." Tang Xiaoye knelt on the ground in fear after hearing this. "I deserve to die for offending the young lady." "Hey, who do you say is the young lady? Whether speaking or silent, Hua Man always has a way to make people speechless. I deserve to die for offending junior sister Hua. Who is your junior sister? Do I have anything to do with you?" Tang Xiaoye was completely silent after hearing this. "Okay, get out of the way." Hua Man kicked Tang Xiaoye to the side. Tang Xiaoye was hurt by the kick and didn't dare to make a sound. "You are a waste who can't even roll. What's the point of keeping you?" Hua Man said, twitching her sword and wanted to chop off Tang Xiaoye's head. Jian He, who followed along, tried to stop her. "Junior sister, is this bad?" Hua Man looked at Jian He and sneered. "How could I forget that senior brother is a man who knows how to be sympathetic to women?" Intended to remind him that not long ago, this man wanted to kill him. Jiang He was anxious and wanted to explain. "Junior sister, listen to my explanation. Can the explanation change the fact that you want to kill me? Or do you feel that you didn't kill me and now regret it, and want to save this woman and then give me another blow?" Jiang He knew his junior sister, so he could only let go. Hua Man lifted Tang Xiaoye's chin with a sword. "You don't look good. I really don't know who gave you the courage to hang around in front of you." Tang Xiaoye felt the threat on her chin and didn't even dare to speak. Soon, tears welled up in her eyes. "Not bad. You know how to play pitiful to win sympathy from others. Your trick doesn't work on me. I don't know if it will work on me. Your senior brother." Hearing this, Jian He quickly took 2 steps back to prove his idea. Hua Man was happy to see Jian He's move, and generously didn't kill Tang Xiaoye on the spot. The moment she swung the sword, She cut off 2 strands of Tang Xiuya's hair. Since you let the maids make trouble twice, this is a lesson for you. Tang Xiuya was stunned and did not respond. She was shocked. Hua Man knew it. But she was still unreasonable. Come on. Drag this trash away. After saying that, she looked at Jiang He. Jiang He understood what his junior sister meant, but felt that it was inappropriate to do this to a woman. So he simply grabbed Tang Xiuya's collar and dragged her away. After cleaning up Tang Xiuya, Hua Man swaggered into Qingyu Pavilion. Chunbai, Qingdai, Yudai and others heard the movement at the gate of the courtyard. Some of them liked Hua Man's approach. When Hua Man came to them, they did not stop her. Chunbai opened the door and went in, and came to the princess. Princess, junior sister Hua is here. She hasn't left yet? Lu Qiqi asked subconsciously, but a voice came from the side. Lu Qiqi, you are so eager for me to leave? Lu Qiqi looked at Hua Man, blinked, and blinked again to make sure what she saw was real, and said, it's been a long time since we last met. I thought you left. Lu Qiqi, don't dream. Even if you leave, I won't leave. Lu Qiqi nodded. Junior sister Hua is right. How about I leave now? After saying that, she stood up and looked like she was going to leave. Hua Man looked at Lu Qiqi's behavior and thought she was pretending at first. But later she felt that it was not the case. She was also worried that Lu Qiqi really left and she couldn't explain to her senior brother. She came to say goodbye today and couldn't make things complicated. He grabbed Lu Qiqi. You are such a heartless person. I helped you drive away 2 scumbags. Not only are you not grateful, but you also want me to anger my senior brother. What are you thinking? I really think you and King Jin are a perfect match. You see, you are both so good at martial arts. And you are senior brothers and sisters. You have a long-term emotional foundation. After all, I am an outsider, and have only known you for a short time. Even if King Jin has a little bit of affection for me now, it is just because he feels fresh. When the freshness is over, your senior brother will definitely not look at me more. So, I think I should leave before King Jin gets tired of me. Maybe I can leave a good impression. Really? This was not said by Hua Man, but by King Jin, who came back drunk from outside. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi felt that she had just said something wrong. She wanted to take it back, but it was too late. Seeing that King Jin was obviously drunk, she stepped back guiltily, pulled Hua Man, and hid behind her. Hua Man found Lu Qiqi interesting, but when she saw that King Jin looked unhappy and his eyes looked even scarier, she stepped forward and said, Brother, I am here to say goodbye today. I am sorry to bother you for so many days. King Jin had no time to care about this man's nonsense. He stepped forward, pushed Hua Man away, and stretched out his big hand to grab Lu Qiqi. What did you just say? Hua Man was treated rudely. If it were in the past, she would definitely fight back. But today was different. Seeing the evil spirit of King Jin, she turned around and left in fear. Jian He, who had dragged the person away and came back, was worried that Hua Man would make a fuss. Seeing this scene, he said, Brother, we are leaving first. Chunbai saw the reinforcements leave, thought of what the princess said just now, and looked at King Jin's face. She knew her identity, and could not watch the princess get hurt. She wanted to rush over regardless of her own danger. But the princess suddenly spoke. Your Highness, everyone has gone far away. Prince Jin let go of Lu Qiqi, turned his head and took a look, and after making sure that everyone had left, he pulled Lu Qiqi into the house and sat down. Lu Qiqi looked disgusted. Have you been drinking? You drink too? So, you drink without taking me with you? It doesn't matter if you don't drink. Prince Jin said this and looked at Lu Qiqi. What did you just say? Lu Qiqi was not afraid. Your junior sister is so powerful. What should I do if I don't find an excuse to leave? Oh! Prince Jin didn't believe this. Chunbai stood by blankly. She was a little slow to react. Were Prince Jin and the princess acting? Qidai and Yudai reacted faster and dragged Chunbai away. Lu Qiqi saw it from the corner of her eye, but didn't care, and stated the facts. Do you know what your junior sister is most powerful about? King Jin didn't say anything, but poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Who? Your junior sister never calls people by their names when she insults them, but always calls them Who? That day, Sunrume was insulted by Hu. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of something very important. Sun Rumei was taken away by the government office. There was a deliberate component in it, and some people deserved it. And she had to give an explanation to King Jin. Lu Qiqi saw that King Jin didn't seem angry, and asked, Sun Rumei being taken away may be bad for the reputation of King Jin's mansion. You know you still do this? Lu Qiqi snorted coldly. I just don't like her. King Jin touched the woman's head from behind. Don't worry. She won't be able to get out for a while. Is it that serious? Lu Qiqi asked. King Jin stared at her without saying anything. The system voice sounded. Sun Rumei was taken away, and King Jin contributed to it. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin in front of him. He was indeed very shrewd, and could make such deep calculations even when he was not in the palace. He is worthy of being the future emperor. Chapter 97, Caught in Jail. Prince of Chu's Mansion. Prince of Chu received a signal from Sun Rumei asking for help. But she didn't take it seriously. She was annoyed by the news her brother sent. Damn Prince of Chu. He actually did this right under her nose. At first, she plotted to kill the concubine of the Prince of Chu, and thought her plan was successful. But she didn't expect that the Prince of Chu had already secretly done it. Maybe he had a little bit of favor for the concubine, and what he really wanted to do was to raise the bastard outside. She once suspected that except for the Prince of Jin, who had not married, other princes had many wives and concubines, and had never heard of pregnancy. I once thought that the blood of the royal family was cursed. Now it seems that there is a curse. As long as they have the ability, the descendants of the royal family can live to this day. She is the Princess of Chu. Logically, the child born from her belly can become the eldest son, even if the Prince of Chu cannot go further in the future. According to the status of the eldest son, everything of the Prince of Chu belongs to his own children. The King of Chu now has a 5-year-old son outside. Even if she is pregnant, she can't give birth to a 5-year-old son. How can she not be angry when her status as the eldest son is taken away by someone else? Just at this time, Gu Yin said that the King of Chu is back, and there is a mother and son with him. The Princess of Chu stood up. Damn it! She can guard against the concubine, but ignores the bitch outside. She wants to warn that woman not to think about everything that doesn't belong to her. Just as she was about to leave, she thought about the person that the King of Chu brought back personally. She rushed forward at this time, which was too irrational. She could only hold her temper and settle the score later. The Princess of Chu forced herself to calm down, thinking that since the distinguished guest had come, she should let everyone see it. I simply wrote the post myself and asked Gu Yin to deliver it one by one. Prince Chen's mansion. Prince Chen had just come back from drinking outside, thinking about the scene of drinking with the King of Chu and the King of Jin. Those who didn't know would think that they really had a deep brotherly love. Prince Chen sneered. Brotherly love? This is too ridiculous for them. Prince Jin was bullied a lot when he was a child, and it was the same many years ago. Prince Jin had to take this path. Would he care about the brotherly love? Dream on. Just thinking about it. Princess Chen, who got the news, came quickly with her maid. Prince, you are back? Prince Chen looked at Princess Chen and waited for her to come. Princess Chen stepped forward to support Prince Chen. Prince, did you drink today? I drank a little with the King of Chu and the King of Jin. Princess Chen was stunned when she heard these two people, but she quickly reacted and helped Prince Chen to rest without saying anything. Entering the door, Princess Chen was busy with Prince Chen again. Seeing this, Prince Chen felt a little distressed and pulled her to sit down with him. You have been busy all day. Sit down and rest for a while. Princess Chen sat obediently beside him and waited quietly. She knew that Prince Chen had something to say. Starting tomorrow, you will stay in the mansion and don't go to any invitations. Okay. Princess Chen nodded obediently, without asking why, and treated Prince Chen's words as an imperial decree. Prince Chen patted the woman's hand gently and stood up. I have something else to do. No one is allowed to disturb me. Okay. Princess Chen watched Prince Chen leave. The maids Feng Zhu and Yi Shuang who left returned to Princess Chen. They didn't speak one by one. Like Princess Chen, they all obeyed Prince Chen's arrangements and never had their own ideas. Just at this time, Housekeeper Li arrived and said that the Princess of Chu had sent a letter. Princess Chen thought of the reminder just now by the Prince Chen, and asked Feng Zhu to invite someone. And she asked Yi Shuang to wait on her and come to the bedroom. Housekeeper Li looked puzzled. He did not dare to say much, and followed Feng Zhu to leave. Seeing Feng Zhu taking Gu Yin, the maid of the Princess of Chu, to the courtyard of the Princess of Chen. Housekeeper Li did not follow in. When Feng Zhu brought Gu Yin to the Princess of Chen, he saw He Shuang lying on the bed, feeding the Princess of Chen medicine. Gu Yin saw this scene and thought that it was not a good time to come. Gu Yin, your servant, greets the Princess of Chen. Princess Chen looked at her, tiredly supported her forehead, covered her mouth and coughed twice, pretending to be weak, and said, Gu Yin is here. Princess Chen, this is a letter from my princess to the Princess of Chen. Princess Chen heard it, and stretched out her hand. And Gu Yin quickly handed the letter to the Princess of Chen. When she opened it, she saw that it was a flower viewing party. Thinking back to the time when Princess Qing appreciated flowers. Princess Qing died soon after. And King Qing was also accused of favoring his concubine over his wife. And is now imprisoned. Thinking of this, and looking at the flower appreciation party held by Princess Chu. Isn't she worried about following in the footsteps of Princess Qing? Princess Chu is thoughtful. I will definitely attend the banquet tomorrow. Seeing that the task was completed, Gu Yin bowed to Princess Qin and left. Feng Zhu saw Gu Yin off and left together. He Shuang made sure that the people had gone far away and put the medicine bowl next to him. Princess, are you really going? Princess Qin smiled. It depends on the situation. As soon as King Qin gave instructions, Princess Chu's people came. It was obvious that they knew something in advance and deliberately left alone. As Princess Qin, although she could not be a further help to King Qin, at least she would not be a drag. Yamen. After Sun Rumei was taken to the Yamen, she thought she would be questioned quickly. She had thought about these things halfway. She thought that with the help of the Princess of Chu, her reputation might be damaged. As long as she proved her innocence, she could highlight that Lu Qiqi was too jealous and could not tolerate a concubine. Once this reputation spread, it would damage Lu Qiqi's reputation. And the King of Jin would also think that Lu Qiqi would not do things and discredit the King of Jin's mansion. Did she also bring Lu Qiqi down? She thought about many things countless times in her mind, and was sure that it would not have a big impact on her. However, since they were taken to the Yamen, because Jing Zhaoyin had too many things to do, they were temporarily kept in the cell. Sun Rumei felt that this was nothing. This was the course of the case. Li was not so calm. From the moment she was locked up, she thought that it was not easy for her to be a widow. In order to feed her children, she did all the hard work. Why did she come to this point today? The child was her motivation to persevere. Without the child, she finally found a reason to live. And suddenly encountered this incident. She had never seen the world. And looking at Sun Rumei in front of her, she still looked high and mighty, as if she was not afraid of today's incident. As a member of the lower class, she had heard a lot that some nobles pushed all things onto the poor in order to survive. She had no background, no connections, and was brought into this place. Who could help her? Looking at Sun Rumei in front of her, she was different. She had an aunt who was a queen in the palace. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that there was no hope of getting out. After a struggle of thought, she simply gave up struggling, thinking that she was going to die anyway. What was there to be afraid of? She pointed at Sun Rumei's nose and cursed. Sun Rumei, you have such a cruel heart. Why did you drag a poor woman like me into this just to win favor? Sun Rumei looked at her and ignored her. She knew that this place seemed to be surrounded by prisoners. And she didn't know where there were eyes and ears that shouldn't be there. The more she said at this time, the more mistakes she made. There was no hope for Li to get out. She was barking like a dog at this time, which was a manifestation of her guilty conscience. Sun Rumei felt that if Li died and no one pointed it out, she could prove her innocence, which was beneficial to her. Looking at the roaring Li, she knew that silence was the best way to anger her. Chapter 98 Poisoned to Death. Sun Rumei, you rely on your aunt in the palace to push all the crimes onto me. Don't forget, you ordered me to do it. In our area, do you think that others won't see or hear me in an alley with no one around? Although I am a woman, I don't have a proud identity or background. And I don't have a high official to back me up. Do you think that if you push everything onto me, everything will be fine? I tell you. Anyway, I can't get out. Even if I die, I want everyone to know what kind of person you, Sun Rumei, are? Sun Rumei saw someone roaring for so long and said, Li, you are so interesting. And Wang and I have no grudges. Why should I attack someone else's chickens? Even if the chickens are poisoned to death. So what? As long as I pay the money, Everything will be fine. Li was silent for a while. She knew that what she did would not kill her at all. The key to the problem was that what Sun Rumei did to Princess Jean was much more serious than hers. She has an aunt who is the queen. In order to survive, Sun Rumei would never let herself go out alive. She stared at Sun Rumei and laughed wildly, pointing at Sun Rumei's nose and scolding. Sun Rumei, you are just a concubine in the Jin Wang mansion. In order to win favor, you took off all your clothes in the middle of the night and threw yourself into the arms of the prince. When your plan failed, you attacked Miss Tang, just because the prince had eaten the sponge cake made by Miss Tang. You are so cruel. Li said everything she knew and speculated, even what she didn't know, as long as it could discredit Sun Rumei. She said it all. There are so many people in the prison, and they did all kinds of crazy things to a seemingly weak woman. The people around started to make a noise. At first, Sun Rumei didn't take Li seriously, but as she talked more and more, she got scared. This woman actually knew so many of her secrets. She had always been able to control her emotions well and show her dignified side. After listening to the countless mocking voices around for a long time, Sun Rumei was so angry that she lost her mind and rushed over to pinch Li's neck to make her unwilling to talk nonsense. Her original intention was good. When she calmed down and let go, Li fell to the ground limply. Sun Rumei was shocked, seeing the limp body. Is she dead? No. No. She is not strong enough. She will not die. Trembling forward to feel her breath. There was no breath. Li is dead? Sun Rumei fell to the ground in shock. The prisoners imprisoned around, I don't know who started it first, actually shouted, "Murder! Murder!" Hearing this movement, Sun Rumei stepped back in fear, and her eyes were fixed on the dead Li. She died? How could she die? When she rushed over, Li did not struggle. She was seeking death? Thinking of this, Sun Rumei quickly calmed herself down. The noise here quickly attracted the attention of the prison boss. He came to check and felt that something was wrong, so he quickly reported the matter to the higher authorities. Soon, the Jing Shaoyin, who had been very busy, arrived with Ma, the head of the police, and others. After confirming that Li was dead, the coroner from the Yamen arrived soon, and the final result was that Li was poisoned to death. When Sun Rumei heard that it was poisoned, she felt a little relieved. The poisoning had nothing to do with her, and she could prove her innocence without saying anything. Unfortunately, things did not go as Sun Rumei wished, because the coroner quickly focused his attention on Sun Rumei based on the pinch marks and wounds on Li's neck. After a thorough examination of Sun Rumei, it was determined that the poison in Li was from Sun Rumei's nails. No, you must have made a mistake. Sun Rumei was completely panicked. The coroner had been doing autopsies for so many years, and it was easy to prove these things. He first took some of the nail polish from Sun Rumei's nails, and then brought a dog to make a wound on the dog. At first, the dog was fine, but when the nail polish from Sun Rumei's nails was placed on the dog's wound, the dog, which was still alive just now, soon died. Sun Rumei was stunned. How could this happen? The nail polish was given to her by the Princess of Chu to thank her for the news she sent. How did it become poisonous? Did the Princess of Chu want to kill her? The Imperial Palace, Yuqing Pavilion. Since the day when the concubine Shu was punished by the Queen Mother, she rarely appeared in front of the public. The Queen and concubine Da were unlucky one after another, and she did not show up. Finally, when her incident was gradually suppressed by them, concubine Shu was still indignant in her own courtyard. If her niece had some ability to hook the heart of King Jin, how could she be humiliated now? Thinking of this, she was even more unwilling. The angry concubine Shu suddenly raised her hand and slapped the table. Nanny Pan pulled concubine Shu's hand distressfully. "Madam, you can't hurt yourself." Concubine Shu looked at the old Nani who had followed her for many years. "Madam, am I wrong?" When Nanny Pan heard this, her heart was moved, and she quickly said, "Madam, forget about the past." Concubine Shu laughed at herself. "If I had chosen him back then, would I not have been humiliated now? Your Highness, your best days are in the palace. How much can those so-called love be worth?" Concubine Shu looked at Nanny Pan. Nanny Pan saw that Concubine Shu had taken her words to heart, and said again, "Your Highness lives a life of luxury in the palace, which is something that people outside dare not even think about. Otherwise, how could there be so many women entering the palace every year? And how many of them really stayed? And how many of them could be favored by His Majesty like your Highness?" When Concubine Shu was favored by the Emperor, A trace of happy smile appeared on her face. If that child was still there, your highness would. Concubine Shu's lost fighting spirit was rekindled again. Damn queen. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. What queen? What concubine Wu? What concubine Qin? She never looked at them. When she thought that her body was ruined, she had to choose a reliable prince if she wanted to gain a foothold in the palace. After thinking about it, she thought of the Prince of Jin, who had no mother. The Prince of Jin's mother died many years ago. At this time, she extended a helping hand to the Prince of Jin. If the Prince of Jin succeeded in the future, she would be the Queen Mother. If not, after the Emperor passed away, she would follow the Prince of Jin to his fiefdom with her current kindness. Thinking of the future, the perfect plan was all because of the disappointing Sun Rume. Looking at Nani Pan. Has she said any news? Not for a few days. Nani Pan felt that Sun Rume was just like those people in the Sun family. All of them were ungrateful. Just because Shufei slapped her that time. There was no news for these days, which was too disheartening. Just at this time, Wu Xian, the maid of Shufei, ran in from outside in a panic. Seeing Nani Pan frowning, she quickly lowered her voice and spoke. My queen, it's not good. There was news over there that Miss Sun was taken away by the people from the Yamen. What? Shufei couldn't bear it and stood up suddenly. Madame Pan scolded Wu Xian. Wu Xian, don't say anything nonsense. Wu Xian was anxious. It's true. Miss Sun has been taken away by the government for almost a day. Chapter 99 Sun Rume has done all kinds of bad things. Tell me, what happened? Shufei was anxious. Wu Xian did not dare to hide it, and told what she knew. I don't know what happened either. I heard that a maid in the Jin Wang mansion committed a crime. The Jing Zhaoyan's Ma police officer went to the Jin Wang mansion to arrest people. And Sun Xiaoyu was also taken away. Do you know what it was because of? Shufei did not have too many complaints about Sun Rume. When she heard that she was in trouble, Shufei still felt sorry for her family. I heard that the maid who committed the crime, Li, had just entered the Jin Wang mansion not long ago. Before entering the mansion, Li poisoned someone else's chicken and was arrested. What does it have to do with Rume? Wu Xian carefully glanced at Shufei and told the key to the matter. Li said that Sun Xiaoyu asked Li to do this. This matter has been confirmed by Chen Ma, the kitchen of the Jin Wang mansion, and Aunt Wang, who raises chickens. When Shufei heard this news, what else did she not understand? Sun Rume was raised by the Sun family and was too self-righteous. She couldn't accept Lu Qiqi's favor and took action against Lu Qiqi. She was still a little naive and didn't handle the end of things well. She deserved it. She felt that Sun Rume was not doing things properly. And as an aunt, she still felt sorry for her niece. She was about to send someone to inquire and make connections. The matter was placed in Jingzhaoyin, which was a complicated place. According to her status, it was not a big deal to make connections. As long as these things were pushed onto Li, it would not have anything to do with Princess Jean. And this matter could be turned into a small matter. Concubine Shu had just said Nani Pan to make connections. But Wu Xian brought bad news again. My queen, this is bad. Li pointed out in the prison that everything was instigated by Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu poisoned Li to death under impulse. Shufei could no longer bear such stimulation and fainted. Li was poisoned to death. Sun Rume was the one who poisoned. Not long ago, Lu Qiqi asked Qindai to see the dead chicken buried by Aunt Wang. At this time, the dead chicken was implicated because of Lu Qiqi's poisoning and murder. After investigation, it was found that Aunt Wang's dead chicken was the same poison that Sun Rume used to poison Li to death. Suddenly, Sun Rume was in trouble. Originally it was just an interrogation, but now it involves a murder case. Even if there is an aunt who is a Shufei in the palace, what can it do? Killing someone means paying with one's life, which is natural. Besides, how many people can't find a chance to attack the Jin Wang mansion? Such a good opportunity is given to them. Who wouldn't take advantage of it? Many people think that if they can pull down the Jin Wang, even if they can't make him unable to turn over, it is also a stain on the Jin Wang. The king of Jin also worked hard for this matter every day. But unfortunately, the effect was not great. In the end, Sun Rume was sentenced to death. Qingyu Pavilion. When Lu Qiqi heard the news, she shuddered. Sun Rume was sentenced to death? Does that mean that Sun Rume will die soon? Is it possible that without the assistance of Li, Sun Rume is so weak? No. She believes what the system said. She waved to Chunbai, who sent the message specially. And Chunbai left and came to the door to guard. Chunbai didn't quite believe that Sun Rume was going to die soon. Thinking that Sun Rume's death would make the position of the princess more stable, she thought it was a good thing. Qingdai and Yudai sighed in their hearts when they saw Chunbai's relief. They knew some inside information and were very envious of Chunbai's stubbornness. Not knowing much. Happiness is so simple. Fortunately, this person is devoted to the princess. If he had two minds, he would not be alive until now. Lu Qiqi summoned the system. Hey, is Sun Rume really dead? System. You can say that. Lu Qiqi. What do you mean? System. Sun Rume will die. And she will live in another identity in the future. Lu Qiqi heard this and understood what was going on. And she was silent. Living in another identity. Thinking of what the system had said. Then, she would come to the side of King Jin. Follow him into the palace. And, when I think of this person, like a weed, seemingly dead in winter, in the beginning of next spring, he will survive in another new state. Thinking about it makes me feel tight in my chest. Can't he just die? System. No. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. Your arrival can change some things. But some things cannot. Lu Qiqi sighed. Does that mean I can't do anything? System. No matter how she changes, she can't beat you. Why not keep her and treat it as a kind of fun? Lu Qiqi. I don't have such a good attitude. System. Just relax. There are many things that you can't do anything about. Why make yourself unhappy? Lu Qiqi. Do you mean there will be many such things in the future? System. When you started a business in modern times, you always encountered many such situations? Lu Qiqi sighed. Yes. Everyone has their own selfishness. If everything can be determined according to their mood, everything around them will be messed up. Just like Sun Rume now. She should want to live with her current identity. With the backing of the Sun family and the support of concubine Shu, she will have to cover up if she lives with another identity in the future. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that she could push Sun Rume into such a dangerous situation. And if this person came to cause trouble again, she could do the same. After her mood changed, Lu Qiqi came to the door, saw the expressions of the three maids, and said to Chunbai, Prepare some food? Yes, princess. Chunbai started to prepare quickly. Soon, fruits and dried fruits were delivered. Lu Qiqi grabbed a handful of claws, ate for a while, and asked Chunbai, who was extremely excited next to her, What are you happy about? Sun Rume has done all kinds of bad things. And now she is getting retribution. Qidai and Yudai looked at Chunbai. You really dare to say anything. Lu Qiqi sighed. Originally, Sun Rume was just going to assist in the investigation and make some things clear. How could it have come to this? If you do too many bad things, you will be punished sooner or later. Lu Qiqi sighed. What a pity. I don't think it's a pity. I think people should not do bad things. As long as you do bad things, wait for God to punish you. Chunbai said, looking at the people working in the yard. When there are many people, sometimes you have to talk well, and let everyone know that in the princess's yard, you have to serve the princess well. If you do something you shouldn't do, Sun Rume will be the best end. Just at this time, Tang Xiuya brought the sponge cake. When Lu Qiqi saw Tang Xiuya, she stopped eating the fruit. Chunbai saw Tang Xiuya, turned her head and said to the princess, Princess, Miss Tang is here. Lu Qiqi looked at Tang Xiuya, who was walking over, and asked, What's wrong? Tang Xiuya came up with a sponge cake and explained, I just saw my sister thinking about something, and I wondered if I came at the wrong time. Chunbai felt that someone was hypocritical. If you know you're not coming at the right time, just leave. It's okay. Lu Qiqi sighed. What's wrong with my sister? I just heard that Sun Rume got into trouble. My sister heard about it too. Tang Xiuya took out the sponge cake and saw Lu Qiqi pick up a piece and eat it. She felt relieved. As long as she was willing to eat it, it meant that what happened yesterday had nothing to do with her. What did you hear? Lu Qiqi asked. Tang Xiuya said, I heard that Sun Rume poisoned Li to death. Who told you that? Lu Qiqi thought that she was well informed. Mrs. Xiao said that. Chapter 100 Sun Rume switched. Lu Qiqi nodded when she heard this. Mrs. Xiao has changed a lot since she became a lady. Tang Xiuya was silent and didn't speak. thinking of how Xiao Yanqing humiliated her during that time. No one knew about it. At this moment, the princess was right in front of her, and she heard that the princess had a good impression of Xiao Yanqing. She suddenly felt that some grievances could not be said, and she could only swallow it alone. At this time, Tang Xiuya felt that Li was better. For Tang Xiuya, losing a maid and breaking Sun Rume were also good things. However, I don't know what kind of person the next maid who serves me will be. Tang Xiuya was thinking about things, and her mind was distracted. She didn't notice that the handkerchief in her hand was twisted into a knot. Sister Tang, what's wrong with you? Tang Xiuya came back to her senses and found that she had lost her composure. Facing the princess's suspicious eyes, she quickly made amends. This servant deserves death. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi asked. You feel that you are too humble to come to the princess? Oh! Lu Qiqi made this single sound. Tang Xiuya felt a little uneasy, but she still held on. Mrs. Xiao knows to relieve the princess's worries, and I can't do anything. Lu Qiqi smiled, pulling Tang Xiuya's hand. Everyone has their own advantages. As long as they stand in the corresponding position, they can shine and make a fortune. Tang Xiuya stared at the princess, unable to understand the meaning of this for a while. Look! It turns out that Xiao Yanqing has the temper of a big lady, and she gets angry at every turn. Since she became a lady, don't you think she has become much more stable? Tang Xiuya nodded. That's because Xiao Yanqing found the right position. So there will be such a big change. If Sister Tang also finds the right position, she can also shine and make a fortune. Lu Qiqi knew that Tang Xiuya's future depended on herself. Just like Sun Rume now. If she was quiet and didn't do so many harmful things, she would sooner or later be by the side of King Jin. But now, it's a pity. Sister, which position do you think your sister should stay in? Tang Xiuya blinked and asked innocently. Chunbai was anxious, worried that just after the annoying Sun Rume left, another Tang Xiuya came and rushed to say, what position do you think is suitable for Miss Tang? Lu Qiqi glanced at Chunbai. She was always sensitive about this matter. I don't know either. If you don't even know yourself, how can the princess know? Chunbai choked mercilessly. Tang Xiuya blushed. She was angry. She thought the princess was loosening up and took the opportunity to raise her position. But Chunbai ruined it. Lu Qiqi grabbed a handful of claws and looked at Chunbai with satisfaction. She likes this temper. Sister, did I say something wrong? Tang Xiuya looked at Lu Qiqi carefully. Lu Qiqi saw Tang Xiuya's cunningness and felt bored, so she just took it as a kind of fun. No! Tang Xiuya's face turned redder. Sister, what do you think of me? Lu Qiqi understood. Hearing you say that, I think you already have an idea? Chunbai was still worried that the princess was deceived, and she was relieved when she said this. The princess is worthy of being the princess. Let's see how Tang Xiuya asks for a place for herself. Tang Xiuya saw that the princess didn't accept it. She thought this was also an opportunity. If she missed it, she didn't know how long she would have to wait. I am also a little confused. I don't have any advantages. The only thing I can show is pastries. Not long ago, the princess said that the king of Jin liked her cakes. She should not have forgotten this. As long as she has the opportunity to get close to the king of Jin, she will definitely capture his heart. Sister Tang, after talking so much, you should be thirsty. Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai moved faster and set a cup of tea directly to Tang Xiuya. Tang Xiuya didn't want this. Seeing the teacup in front of her, she had to take it. After drinking the tea, Tang Xiuya seemed to know what the princess meant. Put down the teacup. Stand up and salute. I've disturbed you for a long time. I'll leave first. Lu Qiqi. Yes. After Tang Xiuya left, Chunbai deliberately said, Princess, why did I feel that Miss Tang wanted the princess to raise her position? Lu Qiqi sighed. I hadn't thought about it before. But after you reminded me, I felt that there seemed to be such an intention. What does the princess mean? I also want to hear what Tang Xiuya means. She didn't say it, so she probably didn't have this idea. Or this idea was not mature yet, and she was embarrassed to say it. Tang Xiuya walked into the yard and felt that she had missed an opportunity. If she was bold, maybe she would be a lady now. Thinking of this, she felt annoyed, but couldn't turn back. What does the princess think of Xiao Yanqing? After she became a lady, she changed a lot. That time, she also drove away those people in the yard. Lu Qiqi's mood was not the same person at all. And the way of dealing with things was naturally different. Besides, the people arranged by King Jin were still very important in King Jin's mansion. So how bad could they be? I think Xiao Nianqing's current transformation is a good thing. Lu Qiqi finished speaking, and spit out the melon seed shells. It's much more pleasing than before. But I still don't like it. Xiao Nianqing bullied the princess a lot. Lu Qiqi smiled. It's been so long. Why are you talking so much? Chunbai wanted to say something, but was pulled by Yudai. So she didn't say it. Okay. It's getting late. You go prepare the meal. Yes. I'll take my leave. The three maids bowed and left. Chunbai came to the yard and asked Qindai. Why don't you let me say it? Qindai asked directly. What do you want the princess to say? Chunbai was silent. Qindai and Yudai went to work. Chunbai stood there, thinking about it quietly. In the house, Lu Qiqi was bored and chatted with the system. What will happen to Tang Xiuya in the future? System. Nothing great. Lu Qiqi. What do you say? System. Let's put it this way. Except Sunrume. No one has the opportunity to enter the palace. Lu Qiqi was silent. System. Everyone has their own destiny. Sometimes there is no chance to choose. When there is a chance to choose, not everyone is like Sunrume and Tang Xiuya. Lu Qiqi felt that there was something behind this and asked. What does it mean? System. When the time comes, you will know. Lu Qiqi thought of Yang Biyun, who almost became a doctor, and Mu Yaji, who had a loved one. Could it be that they can finally get what they want? If this is true, it is also a good thing. Just at this time, the system spoke again. Just now, the concubine bought off the relationship and replaced Sunrume. Lu Qiqi. So soon? System. Someone hopes that Sunrume will die soon. Lu Qiqi doesn't care about this, and asked back, does the concubine have such great ability? System. There is also the queen. Lu Qiqi did not forget that Sunrume was the queen's most optimistic candidate for the Jin Wenfei. The queen has a son, the Prince of Chu. So why does she care so much about the Prince of Jin? What is the queen planning? From this perspective, the concubine Chu's intentions are clear. But the queen is more scheming and must be guarded against. Chapter 101 Princess Yin was injured. Xineng Palace. The queen mother heard about the Jin Palace from Nani Luo and asked Nani Luo to bring concubine Chu. Concubine Chu was working on Sun Ruyun's matter and had just got a result. She wanted to take a break. But when she saw Nani Luo and thought that Nani Luo was the queen mother's person, she didn't dare to be arrogant, knowing that it was not a good thing. She came to the queen mother's Xineng Palace. As soon as she entered the door, before she had time to salute, a teacup flew towards her. Concubine Chu could dodge it, but she took it hard when it hit her. In an instant, Concubine Chu's forehead was bleeding. Luo Mama glanced coldly and walked quickly to the queen mother. Queen mother, calm down. When Concubine Chu heard this, she knelt on the ground. I deserve to die for angering the queen mother. Look at the good things you have done. Concubine Chu didn't know what the queen mother was crazy about. Thinking of the queen mother's identity, she could only beg for mercy. It's all my fault. It seems that you know everything. It's just right. Tell me what good things you have done. Concubine Chu was originally following the queen mother's words. How did it become like this? The queen mother was the winner of the last palace fight. How could she not see Concubine Chu's little thoughts? She didn't mind the life and death fights between these women in the palace. Her whole party was a pleasure. It's different now. Someone touched the Princess of Jin. That is, the Prince of Jin. She couldn't sit idly by. The Emperor must have known about this matter. There are some things he can't do. But there is nothing that an old woman like me can't do. Thinking about it, she grabbed the teapot at hand and threw it in front of Concubine Chu. As the teapot broke into pieces, Concubine Chu's body was soaked and there were a few tea leaves on her hair. Look at the good things your Sun family has done. They have come up with different ways to compete for favor. Xu Fei understood what was going on and immediately felt that this humiliation was not unfair. The queen mother has always been like this. If the family of a woman in the palace commits a crime, the women in the palace will suffer. Xu Fei knew this very well. She has been cautious over the years, and her family has not made any big mistakes. For this reason, she has lived a pretty good life over the years. Unexpectedly, after being cautious for these years, she was implicated by Sunrume. Tell me, how much did you participate in this matter? The Queen Mother forced Xu Fei to give an explanation. Xu Fei knew it in her heart, but she didn't dare to answer. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Everything is up to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was satisfied with Xu Fei's attitude, and her tone was slightly softened. Get up. Yes. Xu Fei stood up, regardless of her own embarrassment, and stood quietly by the side, waiting for the Queen Mother to scold her. Xu Fei, why did you arrange for your niece to live in the Prince of Jin's mansion a year ago? Xu Fei knelt on the ground again after hearing this. Queen Dowager, I didn't do this. The Queen Dowager sneered. Xu Fei, you have been in the palace for quite a while. Do you think I am deaf and blind? Xu Fei dared not admit it. On the surface, the 10 concubines were all sent by the Queen Dowager. If the Queen Dowager knew what she had done, she would be in trouble. I will remember the Queen Dowager's admonitions, and dare not do anything illegal. The Queen Dowager stared at Xu Fei for a while, and it seemed that she had almost beaten her. So she let her go. Go back. Xu Fei was stunned for a moment, and quickly bowed and left. She knew that if she left the Queen Dowager's seating palace like this, everyone in the palace would soon know about it. The Queen Mother's move was also for the Queen. If the Queen Mother knew that Sun Rume was still alive, and that the Queen had contributed to it, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. Right? Walking and thinking, she ignored the strange looks from the people around her. Returning to Yuqing Pavilion, Nanny Pen felt very distressed when she saw Concubine Xu like this. Without saying anything, she changed Concubine Xu's clothes first and began to apply medicine. Nanny Pen was an old woman and knew that the Queen Mother's move was intended to humiliate Concubine Xu. What she couldn't understand was why the Queen Mother was so angry about the matter of Princess Jean. She thought a lot in her mind and knew that this was not the time to talk. Concubine Xu had just recovered when Concubine Wu arrived. After hearing this, Concubine Xu hurriedly stood up to greet her regardless of her injured body. At this time, Concubine Xu's forehead was only applied with medicine, not bandaged. When Concubine Wu came in, she was stunned for a moment. They were all sensible people, so they didn't say much nonsense and motioned to Nanny Man next to them. Nanny Man took out a box of ointment from her sleeve. Concubine Xu sneered in her heart. Is she really concerned? Or is she here to laugh at me? Concubine Xu, who was of lower status, could only take it with gratitude. Thank you, Concubine. Concubine Wu glanced at the maids and palace maids around her, and they left one by one. When they were alone, she spoke. Concubine Xu, do you know where you went wrong? It seemed that the sisters were very affectionate, and they came here to point out the confusion. Concubine Xu shook her head, guessing the meaning of Concubine Wu's coming. Who in the palace doesn't know that Prince Jean is the Queen Mother's eyeball? Why did you send your niece to Prince Jin's mansion? Concubine Xu didn't dare to explain to the Queen Mother, and she didn't dare to be careless in front of Concubine Wu. Just because Concubine Wu was the biological mother of Prince Jin, the concubine has misunderstood. It was the Queen Mother's intention that my niece went to the Prince of Jin's mansion. Whether it is true or not, you and I know it in our hearts. And the Queen Mother is also clear in her heart. You should never get too involved in the affairs of the Prince of Jin's mansion. Concubine Wu said this and stood up to leave. Concubine Xu hurriedly bowed. Everyone left, and Nanny Pen walked in quickly. Madam, are you okay? Concubine Xu was uncertain. Is what I did so obvious? No, Madam is not wrong. It's Miss Sun who is too anxious. Nanny Pen felt that the person was dead, and it was useless to say more. It was all Sun Rume's fault for not being able to keep her temper, and wasted Concubine Xu's good intentions. Concubine Xu thought that the current situation was going on, and Nanny Pen, who was trusted by her, did not say anything and began to bandage Concubine Xu's forehead. Prince of Chu. Today's banquet was held, and Concubine Xu intended to expose the identity of the illegitimate son and the bitch who were raised outside. Unexpectedly, no one came to the flower viewing banquet she carefully designed. Not long ago, Princess Chen ordered her maid to send a letter. Princess Chen was too sick to get out of bed. Such a big scandal happened in the Jean Palace. But Princess Jean only ordered people to send gifts. They all seemed to have reasonable reasons. One was sick, the other was embarrassed, and they didn't come. She could only put her hope on Princess Yin. If she dared not to come, don't blame her for being ruthless. Not long after, the maid brought news that Princess Yan's carriage had arrived at the door. Princess Chu heard this, and went to the door to greet her with satisfaction. As soon as she arrived at the door, before she had time to speak, Princess Yin, who had just got off the carriage, was injured in the arm by an arrow that suddenly shot in. Suddenly, there was chaos at the door of the Chu palace. Princess Chu was a good person. She would not allow such a thing to happen, and quickly directed people to rescue Princess Yin. All matters at the door were handled by the guards. Princess Chu ordered someone to invite the imperial physician. She took Prince Yan's mansion to her own courtyard to treat the wound. Just as she entered Rui Pavilion, a child suddenly rushed out and bumped into Princess Yin. Princess Chu saw that it was an illegitimate child, raised her hand and slapped him. What kind of place is this? You, a bitch, can't just barge in casually. Princess Yin felt a little dizzy, seeing a child suddenly appear, dressed better. She didn't know the identity of the person, and didn't speak for a while. Come on, drag him away, Princess Chu scolded. Chapter 102 King Jin is suspicious. Jiang Ping rushed over from the side and knelt on the ground. Princess, spare me. You are as ignorant and bumped into you. Please forgive her this time. Take her away. Today's banquet was originally prepared for this mother and son. Unexpectedly, only Princess Yin came. And this happened. She was already angry. And she became even angrier. Gu Yin stepped forward and dragged one of them with one hand, and was about to leave. The King of Chu suddenly came and kicked Gu Yin away. He picked up his frightened son and pulled Jiang Ping up from the ground. Are you okay? Jiang Ping shook her head and explained. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. I don't know how you ran here when she was playing well in Chuanha Garden. Chuanha Garden and Rui Garden. One in the south and one in the north. How could the child who just came to the King of Chu's mansion come here? Obviously someone brought him here on purpose. Everyone present felt that this matter was inappropriate. Seeing that the King of Chu was going to blame the Princess of Chu, the Princess of Yin simply leaned on the Princess of Chu. Princess of Yin. Princess of Chu saw the injured Princess of Yin and hurried into the house. The King of Chu saw that the Princess of Yin was in a serious condition. So he ordered people to send Jiang Ping and Yu back first and personally deal with the attack on the Princess of Yin. There have been a lot of things recently. And since he brought his son back, he must give him a reasonable identity. If he is born out of wedlock, even if he is the eldest son, he will not have a good future. And it will not be of much use in the fight for the throne. If Yu becomes the eldest son, then the situation will be different. Thinking of this, the King of Chu had an idea in his mind. Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi casually lay on the couch and gossiped with the system. The system knows a lot, and tells all about how Sun Rume got out of trouble. Now Sun Rume is being raised by a farmer outside. Lu Qiqi. For Sun Rume, many people were alarmed. System. Shufei is also a good judge of vision, and she bets everything on Prince Jin. Lu Qiqi. What does Shufei know? System. You think too much. Prince Jin has no biological mother, and Shufei has no son. Seeing that the emperor is old, who doesn't plan for his own future. So Prince Jin is so popular with Shufei. Lu Qiqi. Prince Chu is the son of the queen. Prince Jin is the son of concubine Da. What about Prince Chen and Prince Yin? System. You don't know this? Lu Qiqi. Speak quickly. Why is she asking about things that have nothing to do with her? Now that she needs it temporarily, she can only ask for help. System. Prince Chen's biological mother is concubine Wu, and Prince Yan's biological mother is concubine Qin. Lu Qiqi understands. There are only 5 princes, all of whom have biological mothers. But the King of Jin is the most pitiful one. No wonder the King of Jin was bullied back then. And no wonder the King of Jin had to go through the battlefield when he grew up. It turned out that he had no backers, and could only rely on himself for everything. At this moment, Lu Qiqi began to sympathize with the King of Jin. She felt that he was a pitiful child. System. It is strange that the King of Jin has no backers and is bullied. But he is still alive today. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The emperor used to have many children, regardless of whether they have biological mothers or not. Those who died in the womb do not count. And there are even fewer who are born and survive to this day. How could the King of Jin survive to this day without anyone to protect him? Lu Qiqi. The King of Jin is the next emperor. The male protagonist is not dead. System. No matter how capable a child is, do you think he can survive until now without protection? When Lu Qiqi heard this, she suddenly thought of the Queen Mother in the palace. Should it be the Queen Mother? System. The Queen Mother herself has no children. And the Emperor is not his own son. It is understandable that she would find a grandson to rely on. The palace is a place where people eat people. Can the Queen Mother protect the Prince of Jin? After hearing what the system said, Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that there were two possibilities. One is that the Prince of Jin is indeed capable and can protect himself. But, such a young child, with so many people in the palace watching him, how can the Prince of Jin survive until now and feel that there is someone protecting him behind his back? The only people who can protect the Prince of Jin in the dangerous palace without making a sound. After thinking about it, why do I feel that the only people who meet this condition are the Queen Mother, the Emperor, and the Queen? The Queen has her own son, so this possibility is ruled out. The Queen Mother did it blatantly, so it is also ruled out. The only one left is the Emperor. Could it be him? Lu Qiqi was so absorbed in thinking that she didn't even notice the Prince of Jin coming. The King of Jin looked at her for a long time. He often saw a dazed look on this woman's face. Her daze was different from others and more vivid. Is she thinking of something interesting? Looking at her frown, it seems that it is not the case. At this time, the system had already discovered the arrival of the King of Jin, but deliberately did not remind him, and continued to chat with Lu Qiqi, deliberately saying some light things to make Lu Qiqi's expression look more vivid. The system used this method to let the King of Jin discover Lu Qiqi's beauty. Princess, I heard that. Chunbai ran in from outside in a hurry, and saw the King of Jin, who came at an unknown time, and was frightened to kneel on the ground. Lu Qiqi heard the noise, and turned to see the Prince of Jin, who had arrived at some point. She saw Chunbai's look from the corner of her eye and understood. Chunbai, bring some fruit. Chunbai carefully glanced at the Prince of Jin, making sure he was not angry, and left. Lu Qiqi looked at the Prince of Jin again. Your Highness, you are still capable. Oh! The Prince of Jin came, and sat down opposite Lu Qiqi. Chunbai is a bit talkative, and she will only shut up when she sees the prince. That's easy. I'll send someone. The Prince of Jin deliberately said something sarcastic to retaliate against the woman's neglect of him. No, I don't talk much, and it's quite interesting to hear someone chattering. Lu Qiqi felt that the prince did it on purpose, but she didn't dare to risk Chunbai's life. Okay, tell me when you get tired of hearing it. Okay. Sun Rumei is going to be beheaded. She deserves it. Lu Qiqi sighed. She wouldn't die anyway, so there was nothing to regret. King Jin knew that Lu Qiqi had not gone out that day, and this was also the news he had just learned. Why was Lu Qiqi so calm? King Jin looked at Lu Qiqi in surprise. He was too curious and forgot to restrain himself. His gaze was too direct and lasted a little long. He looked at Lu Qiqi and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What is this person calculating? I won't be the one being calculated. Right? King Jin suddenly said. You don't seem surprised by Sun Rumei's matter? Lu Qiqi glanced at King Jin. Sun Rumei is used to doing superficial work, and she is determined to get the position of Princess Jin. You suddenly came back and suddenly made me the princess. It's inevitable that she can't sit still and do something radical. The King of Jin looked at Lu Qiqi. You know everything? I'm not blind. I can see it naturally. I think you are very quiet. You can still sit still after discovering so many things, which most people can't do. Then do you know how many beauties enter the palace every day? And how many survive? There are many people who want to enter the palace of the King of Jin. How many survive? And how many have the fate to sit in the position of honor and favor? The woman's words are also appropriate, comparing the King of Jin's mansion with the palace. If this is heard by someone with ulterior motives, he would think that his thoughts have been leaked. The King of Jin said, You don't have to worry too much about these things. If there is anything, just let Xiao Nianqing do it. Chapter 103 Sending Dried Fruits. Lu Qiqi looked at King Jin. Is this a showdown? No. She doesn't want to know too many secrets. Nor is she willing to take on some things. She just wants to eat and drink every day. Listen to other people's gossip when she has nothing to do, and doesn't want to do big things. I think Xiao Nianqing has changed a lot recently, and he is suitable for this job. King Jin was worried that the woman would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. If you don't like it, you can. I am a lazy person. I just like to eat and drink, and listen to other people's gossip when I am bored. I am too lazy to do things like managing people, which is thankless. King Jin said. She can let go. Why not do the best of both worlds? King Jin saw that the woman didn't seem to be lying. So he was relieved. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he wondered why he became so cautious in front of this woman. This is not like himself? Want to change? And then see the woman grab a handful of claws and eat casually. This action is very ordinary. And it feels indescribably lazy and casual on the woman. He seemed to be infected and picked up a handful of melon seeds to eat. Lu Qiqi poured him a cup of tea while eating. Eating melon seeds and drinking tea is more delicious. You know a lot. People who like to enjoy always want to enjoy themselves in any way they want. Over time, they will know. The king of Jin took a sip of tea and ate melon seeds. It was really like that. The two of them ate for a while. And there was a layer of skin on the ground. When Chunbai brought fruit, she saw the scene. Suddenly, I felt that the high and mighty prince was led astray by the princess. It turned out that the prince only looked at it from a distance and thought it was noble and inviolable. Now, such a down-to-earth scene made her stunned. She also knew that the person in front of her was the prince. The prince who controlled her life and death. So she didn't dare to be distracted for too long. She handed over the fruit. And in response to the look from the princess, she quickly bowed and left. When the king of Jin saw the actions of the woman and the maid, he said nothing and continued to eat melon seeds. A batch of dried fruits will be delivered in a few days. I will ask the housekeeper to deliver them directly to your yard. What are they? Lu Qiqi spit out the melon seed shells and accidentally spit them on her skirt. But she didn't care. King Jin saw it, raised his eyebrows, and continued, there are paper shell walnuts, hazelnuts, pine nuts, pistachios, and some preserved fruits. So many? Yes. When will it arrive? King Jin saw the woman's anxious look. There were still 5 days left. So in order to please the woman, he said, the day after tomorrow. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she put down the remaining melon seeds in her hand and clapped her hands. I'll save my stomach for those things first. Ha, hee. King Jin laughed heartily. Lu Qiqi glared at him and picked up the grapes next to her and ate them. Big and round, sour and sweet. The taste is amazing. Seeing that the man was still laughing, she put a grape into his mouth to block his mouth. King Jin saw what the woman was thinking and let her make trouble. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Looking at the woman again, her lazy look was completely different from her past self. He was willing to sit here and watch the unruly woman make trouble. Just when he was enjoying the moment, someone would interrupt it. Zhao Kai found the king of Jin and was ready to talk to him. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Is this still his king? Yes and no. Lu Qiqi has led him astray. Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai's complicated look and smiled secretly. She asked seriously, Guard Zhao, is there something wrong? Zhao Kai recovered and looked at King Jin. Your Majesty, there is news. King Jin looked at Lu Qiqi. What else do you need? I'll have someone send it all. Lu Qiqi looked at King Jin's look and felt that someone was going to suffer. She guessed in her heart but didn't say it out loud. I'm just waiting for your dried fruit. Okay. I'll have someone send some tomorrow. You can eat it first. King Jin said this and strode away after the woman nodded happily. Zhao Kai always felt bad seeing King Jin leave. He had something important to prepare and could only leave first. Lu Qiqi looked at Zhao Kai and felt a little pitiful. She also thought that her master didn't feel sorry for her. So she just thought about it and had no other emotions. Qinai and Yudai knew about the dried fruits and knew that they were prepared for the princess. They paid special attention to it. When they heard the words tomorrow from the king of Jin, they immediately understood that some people could not even fly so fast, let alone eat, drink, defecate or urinate. It was because of this cognition that they knew the position of the princess in the heart of the king of Jin. They were all glad to be able to serve the princess, who was also a good person to serve. Chunbai didn't know about this. After the king of Jin left, she sneaked in and winked at the princess. Lu Qiqi was amused by her sly look. The prince is so good to the princess. Chunbai came over with a sly smile. Lu Qiqi glanced at her and continued to eat grapes. Chunbai came up to her shamelessly. Princess, the dried fruits will arrive tomorrow. Do you still need me to prepare them? Lu Qiqi looked at her. Are you stupid? If you don't eat now, will you wait until the stockpiles go bad? Yes, I know I was wrong. Chunbai understood that the princess was greedy again. She said it in a high-sounding way. What's the fear of spoilage? Isn't it just to eat all the stockpiles before tomorrow? If you want to eat, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. She has been with the princess for a long time. Otherwise, how could Ren know the twists and turns in the princess's heart? Soon, when Luchichi saw so many dried fruits, she was a little worried. With so many stockpiles, how can they be eaten before tomorrow? Thinking about the tone of the king of Jin, there should be a lot. Thinking for a while, he looked at the 3 people in front of him, thinking that there is strength in numbers. Soon, under Luchichi's call, the 4 people started eating together. Chunbai talked the most. While eating, she talked about all the interesting things that happened between the maids. Luchichi liked to listen to gossip, and this time she was more interested in eating. When it got dark, they continued. Chinma saw that the time was up, and the princess did not send anyone to get the dishes, so she simply brought people to deliver them. When she arrived, she saw that this was the scene in front of her. The princess and several maids were eating and chatting together. After listening to a few words, she immediately found it interesting. Your servant greets the princess, Chinma said. The maids behind her began to salute with envy and jealousy. Your servant greets the princess. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai reacted quickly. Seeing this scene, they looked at the sky outside, annoyed that they had neglected their duties, and hurriedly started to get busy. When the dishes were served, Chinma and others left, and Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai stood aside stiffly. Luchichi glanced at them. Let's eat first, and then we'll continue chatting. Chunbai smiled when she heard it. Princess, you are the best. Don't act like a spoiled child. Chunbai smiled and nodded. Qidai and Yudai really like the princess, and they feel closer to her when they see her like this. After dinner, several people sat together and continued to chat. This chat lasted even later. Chunbai told Luchichi about all the big and small things in the mansion. At the moment when Luchichi lay on the bed contentedly, she was still thinking about the interesting things Chunbai said. When she closed her eyes and prepared to go to sleep, she heard the movement from outside. Soon, she heard Chunbai and others say Prince, and Luchichi knew that the king of Jin had come. She lay on the bed without moving, waiting for someone to come. Chapter 10 for the most relaxed princess. Soon, a shadow arrived. Luchichi was sure it was the king of Jin. She wondered why he didn't light the lamp. The king of Jin moved even faster. He tore off his clothes and threw them away, and quickly went to bed. Luchichi wondered, what's wrong with this man? He was so impatient. The moment she touched the man's body, she found that he was shaking. What happened? He was fine when he left. It wasn't long before he became like this. Luchichi was curious. Seeing the man like this, she couldn't say anything. The king of Jin was in a very bad condition. He was shaking all the time. Luchichi didn't say a word and gently patted the man's back. After an unknown amount of time, she only felt her hands were sore, and the man finally fell asleep. Luchichi couldn't sleep. She was curious and called the system. What happened to the king of Jin? System. The king of Jin received reliable information that the king of Jin's biological mother was killed by the queen. Luchichi's heart sank. That is the palace. The palace is a place where people are eaten. Then asked. The one who protects the king of Jin from behind is the emperor. Right? System. It is the emperor and the queen mother. Luchichi. What is the origin of the queen that even the emperor is afraid of? System. The queen is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The emperor was able to ascend to the throne successfully, and the queen contributed greatly to it. Luchichi only understood half of what she heard. She was not sleepy now, so she simply chatted with the system. Tell me about it. The system started the story that had been sealed for many years. The story started 30 years ago. At that time, the emperor was the least favored among the many princes. He had no intention of the throne. All his thoughts were on his childhood sweetheart Songke, the biological mother of the king of Jin. One year, the queen came to pray for the capital on behalf of the Wu clan, and accidentally met the then prince and emperor. Luchichi didn't feel much when she heard their story. Everyone's relationship is not smooth sailing. The emperor and Songke, the biological mother of King Jin, are a couple. The queen should not be involved. But it must be said that the emperor used everything of the queen to have his future. After the matter was done, his heart was full of the former Songke. The system said it well, but Luchichi still despised the emperor's behavior. If you are a man, and you become a scumbag for power, don't think about whitewashing. In her opinion, the emperor does not love Song Ke or the queen, but power. Lu Qiqi has no idea about the feelings of the three of them. As for the queen's behavior, she also knows that women who hate because of love can do anything crazy. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that the people in the palace were all people who were blinded by interests. And they were also pitiful people. It seems that after listening to other people's stories, Lu Qiqi took back the feelings that had just been released. It is destined to have no good results. So why should she pay too much? Just treat them as comrades standing on the united front. Lu Qiqi, who couldn't sleep, took this story as a lullaby and fell asleep quickly. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up, and there was no sign of King Jin around her. She laughed out loud. I wonder how King Jin left today. I looked somewhere, and the clothes that were torn on the ground were gone. I guess someone left secretly because he was afraid of being embarrassed. I thought that I was not the only one who knew about this. I wonder what King Jin's expression would be when this matter was mentioned in the future. Lu Qiqi got up in a very good mood, and was served by the maid to wash and dress. When she sat at the table and saw the fragrant breakfast, this feeling was so good. You don't have to do anything, and you can enjoy the best. This kind of treatment is something I didn't dare to think of before. Unfortunately, this good mood only lasts until after dinner. After dinner, Tang Xiuya brought the sponge cake. When Lu Qiqi saw her, she thought of Xiao Nianqing and what King Jin said. Chunbai was very unhappy to see Tang Xiuya coming. When Tang Xiuya was about to come to her, she took a step forward and took the sponge cake from the hands of the Liang Yu. Thank you, Miss Tang, for coming here in person. There is no maid around, and you still have the mind to do this. Haha. It's really not likable. After making such a fuss yesterday, you still have the nerve to come here. Tang Xiaoya saw Chunbai embarrassed herself, and she subconsciously looked at the princess, wondering if it was the princess's intention. Lu Qiqi smiled at Tang Xiaoya. Sister Tang is here. I'm here to see the princess. Lu Qiqi stared at the title. Why did she call herself a slave? Tang Xiaoya also felt that she changed too quickly, and explained. It was Madame Xiao who said that we should call ourselves slaves when we meet the princess. Xiao Nianqing is indeed a man who does big things. The king of Jin just said yesterday that he would start to rectify it today. He is a diligent man. Opposing Tang Xiaoya in front of him, he understood that this person came to complain by sending sponge cakes. Madame Xiao said, Who is Lu Qiqi? She can be easily used as a gun. Yes. Lu Qiqi smiled. Madame Xiao has some ability. She stood up and walked out. As soon as they arrived in the yard, Xiao Nianqing arrived with everyone. Lu Qiqi saw that this scene seemed to be a fight. Tang Xiaoya was scared and hid behind Lu Qiqi when she saw this scene. Lu Qiqi found out and said nothing. Standing quietly, Xiao Nianqing led everyone to salute. Your servant greets the princess. Your servant greets the princess. Your servant greets the princess. The shouts made Lu Qiqi feel like she was sitting on the throne and accepting the kneeling of many ministers. She didn't think about this for long. She stepped forward and helped Xiao Nianqing stand up. Sister Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Nianqing said. As a lady, I should bring all the sisters to pay my respects to the princess every day. Lu Qiqi looked at the people behind her. They all looked sincere, as if they had been reminded by Xiao Nianqing. We are all family. There is no need for so many rules. Xiao Nianqing said. Princess, the rules cannot be messed up. Lu Qiqi saw Xiao Nianqing's insistence and knew that Xiao Nianqing was acting on orders. She didn't want to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, only during festivals in the future? Your Majesty is right. After Xiao Nianqing finished speaking, his eyes deliberately fell on Tang Xiuya, and Tang Xiuya was startled. Lu Qiqi saw that the opportunity was right, so she took the opportunity to talk about something and looked at Xiao Nianqing carefully. Sister Xiao, you have changed a lot recently, and you have a method to do things. Xiao Nianqing bowed again. It turns out that I am ignorant and made the princess laugh. Lu Qiqi sighed. I think Sister Xiao is reliable, and the backyard of the Prince Jin's mansion will be handed over to you in the future. What do you think? When everyone heard this, their faces changed slightly, and because of Sun Rume's matter, no one dared to speak. Tang Xiuya had the ugliest face. She had just complained to the princess, and Xiao Nianqing came with people. Now that the princess said this, how could she still have a good life? Thinking about it, she was about to step forward to say something, but was blocked by Chunbai who had discovered it earlier. Xiao Nianqing was also a person who was efficient in doing things. Hearing this, she bowed to the princess and said, "Thank you, princess, for your trust in me. I will manage the backyard well, and will never let anyone mess up the rules." The matter was settled so simply. Shan Yinqing got the princess's approval. She was a fierce person, and many people dared not speak out. Lu Qiqi was much more relaxed. She didn't have to take care of things. She was served with good food and drinks. She could go out when she was bored. And she could also gossip with the system to know more inside information. Lu Qiqi became the most relaxed princess. Chapter 105 Different Donkey Meat Hot Pot. In the evening, Lu Qiqi received the dried fruit sent by Zhao Kai. Seeing Zhao Kai sweating profusely, Lu Qiqi felt a little embarrassed. Because it was the intention of King Jin. She had been blamed by this man, and could not be a good person. She simply accepted the dried fruits, said thank you, and then nothing more happened. Lu Qiqi said thank you casually, without any feeling. But it was different when others heard it. "Princess, did Zhao Kai say thank you?" Although Zhao Kai was the prince's man, and he did things according to the prince's orders, the princess' words were different. Obviously remembering Zhao Kai's kindness, Lu Qiqi sat at the door of the kitchen and ate dried fruits happily, watching several maids busy making donkey meat hot pot in the kitchen. Chunbai was the smartest. When the first donkey meat hot pot came out of the pot, she immediately sent it to the princess. Lu Qiqi took out a handkerchief, put it on the donkey meat hot pot, put it to her mouth, and took a bite. It was very hot, and tasted even better. Eat food that is fresh out of the pot. After eating a few bites, he invited Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai to eat together. They ate while working. When the second pot came out of the pot, Lu Qiqi signaled Chunbai to give one to everyone in the yard. Chunbai was not happy, but she had to obey the order of the princess. She gave everyone a donkey meat hot bun. Seeing how happy they were eating, she felt that the princess was kind-hearted. They had just eaten a few bites when the king of Jin suddenly arrived. They knelt on the ground in fear. The delicious food in their mouths scared them at this moment. The king of Jin was indeed not happy. He came to Lu Qiqi with a cold face all the way. Lu Qiqi stood up and gave a big smile. Seeing that the king of Jin was not in a good mood, she did not say anything. She stretched out her hand and set a basket of donkey meat hot buns to her. "Your Highness, this is fresh out of the pot. Are they just tasting it?" Prince Jin glanced at her. "You are tasting it too?" "Yes. I am here to check. If it is not done well, not only will you be punished, but you can't send it to your Highness to embarrass yourself." Lu Qiqi smiled and flattered him. But she felt that the man's face was still not good now. But what happened last night was over. People who have experienced things will always adjust their state as quickly as possible and continue to meet every challenge. I used to be like this. I overworked in modern times, and now I can only enjoy it. Prince Jin knew that the woman was talking nonsense, but he still believed it. He picked up a donkey meat hot pot from the basket, took a bite, and frowned slightly. Lu Qiqi asked, "What's wrong? It tastes a little weird." Lu Qiqi thought it was impossible. When they were cooking just now, she had been watching from the side. It was done very well. So how could it not taste good? She didn't think much about it. Took it from the prince's hand, and took a bite directly. When Chunbai and others saw it, they all bowed their heads. "Oh my God! Princess, you are so bold that you dare to snatch something from the hands of the king of Jin." Lu Qiqi didn't think so. After eating it, she found that the donkey meat hot bread tasted a little bit wrong. She took another bite of her own. My own was fine, but the king of Jin's was not so good. She took another bite of the donkey meat hot bread from the basket, and still felt something was wrong. It was slightly different from what she had eaten before. The difference was not very big, and people with insensitive taste buds might not be able to taste it. Why was the first pot fine, but the latter ones were a little different? Lu Qiqi couldn't explain it, so she decided to find the reason herself. First, she looked at the sauced donkey meat, the dough, the cutting board for cutting meat, and the knife for cutting the hot bread to make sure everything was fine. After thinking about it, she thought the problem should be in the making of the hot bread. Chunbai, Qingdai, Yudai and others all heard it nearby. They felt strange. Why didn't the princess find out? But the king of Jin found out? They felt strange. And when they saw Lu Qiqi doing it, they wanted to help. But Lu Qiqi waved her hand. "I'll do this. You go to the kitchen and see if the dish is ready." They failed to do their job yesterday and almost let the princess go hungry. Hearing this, they left quickly. Chunbai had a good eye for this. And before leaving, she didn't forget to send away all the people working in the yard. The king of Jin stood at the door of the kitchen, watching the woman who was busy and skilled inside, and saw Chunbai's actions from the corner of his eye. No wonder the woman liked this maid. She was thorough in her work. Much better than Qingdai and Yudai. Lu Qiqi got busy, and didn't want to observe the king of Jin. She stared at the various processes of making fire cakes, and paid special attention to the temperature. When the fire cakes came out of the pot, Lu Qiqi first ate a bite of fire cakes, and then a bite of sauce donkey meat to make sure everything was fine. After making donkey meat fire cakes, she ate another bite to make sure everything was fine. She made another one, and sent it to the king of Jin. The king of Jin kept staring at the woman, and thought that every move she made was charming. When he saw the huishao sent to him again, his memory overlapped with a scene from the past. The person in the scene was not him. Your Highness, try it. Lu Qiqi's words brought him back to his thoughts, and he picked up the donkey meat huishao in front of him and took a bite. It's delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Lu Qiqi decided that she would make the huishao for the king of Jin herself in the future. I thought I had handed over the skills to Chunbai and the others, but now it seems that only by doing it myself can it taste better. The king of Jin felt that the regret of his childhood was finally filled by a donkey meat huishao, full of happiness. And because he was too careful, he ate very slowly. Lu Qiqi thought the taste was not good and asked, "Don't you like it?" King Jin shook his head. "This is delicious. If it tastes good, eat more." King Jin's thoughts began to overflow. The taste of what they make is far from this. Lu Qiqi was happy and accidentally fell into the trap. "If you like it, I will make it for you in the future. The Wu Daoang sesame cakes you made are also very delicious. All I make are delicious. I will make them for you to try some other day." "You said that before?" Lu Qiqi just said it casually. When she heard King Jin's words, a picture popped up in her mind. She met King Jin's accusing eyes and smiled. "There are too many things to do recently. I'll cook a table for you to try some other day. Tomorrow." When Lu Qiqi heard this, she felt like she was being forced to do something. She said this herself. Now she only had to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. The job of managing the backyard fell on Xiao Yanqing. It seemed that if she didn't do it tomorrow, it would be unreasonable. Besides, there will be a lot of dried fruits delivered in a few days. For these, she should also cook a table. If it's cooked, it's not just for the king of Jin to eat, but also for herself. Thinking this way, it feels reasonable. "Okay, tomorrow at noon," Lu Qiqi spoke, and the king of Jin was satisfied. It was the first time that he racked his brains so much for a meal. In a trance, he felt that he was also a foodie. No, it should be infected by the woman in front of him. Lu Qiqi quickly got busy for the donkey meat hot pot. When Chunbai and others returned to lie with the food, they saw the king of Jin standing at the kitchen door, and the princess busy in the kitchen. How could it be that this was not the behavior of a prince and princess? From a distance, it seemed that this scene was so warm, and their arrival was a blasphemy to this scene. They walked very slowly and quietly, and when they passed the kitchen door, they were still seen by Lu Qiqi. Chapter 106 Are all the queens of the Wu clan? Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai and others, and knew that the dishes were ready. And the pot of donkey meat hot pot was almost ready. After the donkey meat hot pot was ready, Lu Qiqi walked quickly into the house. The king of Jin followed behind, and saw the woman's short legs running fast, and smiled silently. Eating is always the first in a woman's heart, and others will never be as direct as her. When Lu Qiqi entered the door, she had already sat down, picked up the chopsticks, and met the king of Jin's eyes. "Your Majesty, hurry up." The three maids serving beside them, when they heard the princess's fierce words, all subconsciously looked at the king of Jin, and found that the king of Jin was not angry, and obediently came to the table, and several people were relieved. The king of Jin was not angry, and then looked at the princess. What a trick! Others praised the king of Jin highly, but in the princess's place, it seemed that the king of Jin was no different from them as maids. Just after the king of Jin and Lu Qiqi finished their meal, Sun Shu arrived. Seeing Sun Shu's bad face, the king of Jin said something and left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at the back of the king of Jin leaving, very anxious. What happened? The system voice popped up. The queen mother is in trouble. Lu Qiqi. What happened to the queen mother? System. The Queen Mother fainted. Lu Qiqi thought of the Queen Mother's appearance when she met her that time. She was very strict and very kind to the King of Jin. She fainted for no reason? Princess, are you okay? Chunbai stepped forward, thinking that the King of Jin left suddenly, and the princess was unhappy. Clean up. Lu Qiqi didn't want to say more, so she asked them to clean up the table, and took the book to the soft couch. She opened the book, but she couldn't read it. She was thinking about something. After a while, the maids were all ready, and quietly waiting by the side. Lu Qiqi looked at them. Okay. You are tired all day. You go down and rest. Princess, I will accompany you. Lu Qiqi looked at her. How can you accompany me? Chunbai wanted to say that she would stand quietly by the side, and would never disturb the princess. Okay. I'm fine. I just want to be alone. Chunbai felt that the princess rarely wanted to be alone. And she was still a little worried. She obediently came to the door, sat on the steps at the door, and guarded quietly. Qin Dai and Yudai saw Chunbai like this, and followed to sit on the steps next to her. No one spoke. Sitting quietly, Lu Qiqi thought a lot in the room, and found that her mind was occupied by King Jin. Feeling irritable. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. You like the prince? Lu Qiqi was stunned. Is her current behavior considered love? System. You look worried about gains and losses. And you look like a woman in love no matter how you look at it. Lu Qiqi was entangled for a while, and then suddenly figured it out. It's normal to like someone. People are emotional animals. It's normal to gradually develop a good impression of someone after spending a long time with him. Just like her relationship with King Jin got closer. It was also because she didn't reject him. I like him. What's wrong? System. Congratulations. Lu Qiqi smiled. Liking someone doesn't necessarily lead to good results. She doesn't ask for the future, and quietly enjoys the happiness of the moment. After confirming her heart, she began to pay attention to King Jin's affairs, and became more concerned about the Queen Mother's affairs. Is the Queen Mother okay? System. The Queen Mother will be fine. Lu Qiqi. Why did the Queen Mother faint for no reason? System. She was mad at the Queen. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The Queen Mother knew about Sun Ryun's affairs, and the Queen was also involved. She called the Queen over and scolded her. The Queen didn't give her face, and said something that made the Queen Mother faint. Lu Qiqi. What did the Queen say? System. The Queen complained that the Queen Mother didn't help her own people, but helped outsiders. Lu Qiqi thought about the complicated relationship between the Emperor, the Queen, and Song Ku, and sighed. All the queens in the past were from the Wu clan. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi thought about the key point of the matter. You said that if it weren't for me, Sun Rumei would be the next queen? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Don't you think your words are inconsistent? System. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi. All the queens in previous dynasties were legitimate daughters of the Wu clan. Why doesn't Sun Rumei have to follow this rule? System. Are you afraid that the Prince of Jin will be snatched away by someone? Lu Qiqi felt that there was a slight possibility, and she still wanted to know why. Speak to the point. System. Sun Rumei is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi. Is the concubine also from the Wu clan? System. You think too much. Lu Qiqi. Speak clearly. System. When Sun Rumei's mother Yuanyin married into the Sun family, she was already pregnant. Later, in order to hide it from everyone in the Sun family, she took a folk remedy and delayed the birth of the child by more than a month. Lu Qiqi. System. Sun Rumei's father is Du Mingzhi, the patriarch of the Wu clan. He has not married for many years, and has been looking for Sun Rumei. After Sun Rumei's identity is revealed, with this identity of the Wu clan, she will naturally become the new queen. Lu Qiqi. Question 1. The queen also has a son. If she knew Sun Rumei's identity, would the queen let Sun Rumei enter the Jin Wang mansion? System. At first, the queen wanted Sun Rumei to seduce Jin Wang, so that Jin Wang would lose his fighting spirit. This time, the queen suddenly took action because she knew Sun Rumei's identity. So she and Xu Fei worked together to save her. Lu Qiqi thought about it, and understood that what the system wanted to say was that Sun Rumei would appear in front of everyone as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan in the near future. The current change of appearance is all to send Sun Rumei to the king of Chu. Lu Qiqi. The Queen Mother knows about this. System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi felt that there was something wrong, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she was silent for a while. Later, she suddenly thought of a possibility, which was what the system said. You said that in the end, Sun Rumei would enter the palace with Jin Wang and another identity. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. The queen allowed this to happen? The queen worked hard for her son. Would she be willing to see other people's sons step on their heads? Absolutely impossible. System. As the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, the queen can only be the destined queen. She cannot control her son's future. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. I think there is something wrong. But the system seems to be deliberately concealing it. System. The king of Chu will die soon. Lu Qiqi finally understood that if the king of Chu died, the queen would have no son, and would also be like concubine Shu, and take a fancy to the king of Jin, who had no biological mother. However, the king of Jin already knew that his biological mother was killed by the queen. How could he get what he wanted? A lot of things will happen in the future. In the end, some people are unlucky and enjoy too much wealth and glory, while some people plan a lot, but end up with nothing. The king of Jin has some skills and good luck, and finally got a chance to sit in that position. Chapter 107. The Queen Mother wakes up. Prince Chu's mansion. The Prince Chu drank and looked at his son in front of him, thinking about the benefits of him becoming a legitimate child in the future. He couldn't help but feel happy. The emperor was old, and this was his only grandson. If he used him well, the throne would be in his hands. Jiang Ping sat quietly beside him, eating in small bites. She was finally able to eat the tribute rice sent by Yuzhou, which was the long-grain fragrant rice that had just been produced this year. The rice tasted more fragrant. It is said that people in the royal family eat rice differently, and she finally experienced it. Thinking about the situation of the Princess of Chu, she felt proud. Since the day she gave birth to her son, she had been calculating how to get the position of the Princess of Chu. She had been thinking about this for many years. When she came to the Prince Chu's mansion, she accidentally heard about the Princess of Chu's banquet, and she began to plan. A few days later, as expected, the Prince of Chu cared more about you, and he never went to the Princess of Chu again after he reprimanded the Princess of Yen for being injured that day. While eating, I was still thinking about who was so kind that day and hurt the Princess of Yen. Did the King of Chu blame the Princess of Chu for this? I thought about it for a while, and then I thought that if I could make good use of this matter, it would hit the weight of the Princess of Chu in the King of Chu's heart, and threaten the Princess of Chu's position in the palace. Pinger. The King of Chu called several times in a row, but there was no response, so he couldn't help but increase the volume. Jiang Ping looked over. Your Majesty? What are you thinking about? Jiang Ping glanced at the King of Chu carefully. I'm thinking, is the princess angry? This was said carefully, as if he was afraid that the King of Chu would be angry. Sure enough, after this, the King of Chu slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table. She dares. Wow. Yue was so scared that she cried loudly. Jiang Ping was scared, so she pulled her son into her arms to comfort him. The King of Chu realized what he had done and took his son from Jiang Ping's arms. Yue, don't be afraid. Jiang Ping watched carefully without saying a word. After a while, Yue finally stopped crying. Jiang Ping said softly, Yue, don't be afraid. Your father is talking about others. Why are you crying? Yue was still young and didn't know whether this was true or not. She turned her head and looked at the King of Chu. The King of Chu tried to make a gentle expression. Your mother is right. Mother? This is to recognize her identity. Only the princess can let the child call her mother. Jiang Ping's excited hands trembled slightly, and she tried to keep her face calm. The King of Chu looked at Jiang Ping. From now on, you are the concubine. Jiang Ping couldn't believe it. Everything came too easily. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. Seeing the woman's excitement, the King of Chu promised again. Wait, I will be killed by that word side sooner or later. After hearing this, Jiang Ping knelt on the ground and cowed out excitedly. This night, for the King of Chu, it was a spring breeze, but for some people, it was a difficult night. The Princess of Chu has always been on guard against Jiang Ping, and the maid sent over also have her confidence. What the King of Chu said to Jiang Ping soon reached the ears of the Princess of Chu intactly. Hearing this, the Princess of Chu was furious, but her face was expressionless. After rewarding the maid who informed her, Gu Yan stepped forward and asked, Princess? The King of Chu meant clearly that he wanted Jiang Ping to replace the princess. How could the Princess of Chu not know what the King of Chu was going to do? After being married for many years, they still understand each other. She allowed the former concubine Chu to exist, but she does not allow the current Jiang Ping to exist. She wants to have a son. Good. Excellent. She has done a lot of things secretly for this son over the years. The former concubine Chu was used thoroughly. What else does she have to be afraid of? Looking at Gu Yan. Go! Gu Yan took the order and left. Finally. She can do it. Gu Yan is excited. Princess Chu quietly waited for good news from someone. That night, she did not fall asleep. She just sat there, waiting for good news. What Princess Chu did not expect was that when she finally waited until dawn, she did not hear the news that someone had died, but heard what happened in the palace. Princess Chu did not have much expression when she heard about this. The Queen Mother fainted and woke up again. She did not care. She did not expect Sun Rumei to be still alive. She was still a member of the Wu clan. No. Impossible. Sun Rumei is alive. Which is surprising. She is from the ancient clan. How is this possible? While she was busy dealing with Jiang Ping, she immediately sent someone to send the message to her brother. No matter what, she had to confirm one thing. What is the status of the person who can make the queen do more in the ancient clan? She also had to send someone to the Sun family to check. When she married the King of Chu, one reason was that she had a good brother who could help the King of Chu. The reason why the queen chose her was also because of this. The key point was that the chief of the Wu clan had not married, and had no daughter. So naturally no legitimate daughter. Because of this, it was impossible for the Wu clan to occupy the position of queen. This was also the reason why she successfully became the Princess of Chu. Now that such a person suddenly appeared, how could the Princess of Chu not worry? Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi slept until dawn. After waking up, she washed up and prepared to have breakfast. Prince Jin came in from outside. Seeing his energetic appearance, she thought the Queen Mother was fine. I learned about the Queen Mother from the system, but I couldn't show it in front of Prince Jin. Your Highness. Prince Jin strode over and hugged Lu Qiqi in his arms. Shunbai. Qidai. And Yudai turned and left. Lu Qiqi waited for the man to hug her enough. And after letting go, the two sat down together. You are in a good mood today. The Queen Mother fainted yesterday, but she is fine now, Prince Jin said, picking up a bun and taking a bite. He felt that today's buns were particularly delicious. Why did the Queen Mother faint for no reason? Lu Qiqi saw that the man was willing to talk about it, so she took the opportunity to ask. She was angry with the Queen. When Prince Jin said this, his voice changed slightly. Lu Qiqi picked up a bun, took a bite, and didn't answer. The King of Jin stopped eating and looked at the woman. The woman felt the gaze above her head, and she tried to pretend that she didn't care. After finishing a bun, she picked up another one, took a bite, and said, The Queen and the Queen Mother are aunt and niece. Even if there is a conflict, they are angry. When it's over, they are still aunt and niece. When the King of Jin heard this, he stuffed all the buns in his hand into his mouth. Lu Qiqi saw that something was wrong. The system voice came. The Queen Mother woke up, and the first thing she said was niece. Lu Qiqi knew that breaking bones is connected to tendons, and this is a typical representative. There is another meaning to this sentence. The Queen Mother meant not to let the King of Jin do anything to the Queen. Thinking of this, looking at the poor man in front of her, when the man ate his fill and stood up to leave, Lu Qiqi spoke up. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will teach him a lesson for you. The King of Jin was happy. Being protected by a woman who only knows how to eat. He was happy even though he knew it was impossible. Lu Qiqi felt that the King of Jin was in a bad mood, and she should do something. Thinking of what she had said to the man, she took Chunbai away from the palace. She was going to cook a table for the King of Jin today. The two came to the market and saw many acquaintances. After greeting them all the way, Lu Qiqi felt that only here could she really relax. Chunbai followed behind, rarely without nagging, and she smiled and stood by when the princess bargained with others. Chapter 108 Experience gained from eating. Lu Qiqi came to the pork shop of the fat and big-eared brother Lu and asked for a piece of pork belly with skin and tenderloin. Brother Lu was very excited to see Lu Qiqi. He hadn't seen her for a long time and thought that Lu Qiqi bought pork from other shops. Now he was particularly friendly. While cutting the meat, he asked, Miss Lu, I haven't seen you buy meat for a long time. I've been too busy at home recently, and haven't come out for a long time. So that's the case. I thought Miss Lu went to a different shop to buy meat. How is that possible? Is the meat of other shops better than your pork? Brother Lu smiled, and gave her 2 more pig's trotters before leaving. Lu Chichi laughed so hard that her eyes could not see when she saw it. I'll send you one when I make braised pig's trotters. Brother Lu heard this, and bent down to take out 2 more pig's trotters from under the shop, and gave them to Lu Chichi. Lu Chichi felt embarrassed. It was not her style to refuse the pork when it was delivered to her. Chunbai understood the princess's heart and simply took it. Lu Chichi smiled and said, I'll send you 2 pig's trotters tomorrow. No. 1 is enough. Brother Lu smiled. Okay. I'll listen to Brother Lu. Lu Chichi continued to talk and left the pork shop. She looked around the market and didn't find Aunt Wang. Thinking that it would take time to raise chickens, she bought a grass carp. On the way back, she saw a pickle seller in the market. It smelled good. So she came to the shop and asked the girl, Can I try it? It was the first time for the girl to set up a stall. She didn't know what to say. Later, she simply scooped a lot of it with a spoon and sent it to Lu Chichi. Lu Chichi picked up a piece with her fingers and put it into her mouth. Well, this is good. Just right with rice. Miss, do you really like it? The girl saw that Lu Chichi was well dressed. And she must be from a noble family. It's delicious. Give me some. Okay. Lu Chichi took advantage of the other party serving her pickles and said, Miss, is this your first time to set up a stall? Well, how did the lady know? You don't know how to shout. And you are a little shy. It should be your first time to do business. However, I have a suggestion for you. You just came to the market to sell things. Many people don't know that your things are delicious. You can cut some and let people who pass by taste it. After tasting it, they will generally like the taste. At that time, even if you don't know how to shout, you can still sell it. Lu Chichi deeply knows that no matter how good the things are, if you don't know how to sell them, it is difficult to achieve good results. After Lu Chichi bought it, she asked Chunbai to pay and deliberately asked, Girl, will you come to sell it tomorrow? The girl felt friendly when she saw Lu Chichi and nodded quickly. Come again tomorrow. That's good. I'll take it back today and let my family try it. If they like it, I'll buy some tomorrow. Lu Chichi's words were very effective. The stall that was originally unpopular attracted many people. The girl who bought pickles began to greet customers. The auntie who was selling the stall next to her said, You are so lucky. You met Miss Lu on the first day you set up a stall. The girl asked in surprise, Is she Miss Lu? Miss Lu is very famous in the market. Every stall she patronizes has good business every day. Lu Chichi walked away and heard someone praising her. She just likes to eat, has some research on food, and is willing to help these people. After a year of hard work, her reputation in the market is very loud. When Lu Chichi and Chunbai left the market with a lot of spoils, they saw the carriage of the Prince of Jin's mansion halfway. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai. Why did the carriage of the Prince of Jin's mansion stop here? Just when she felt strange, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and she saw the Prince of Jin sitting inside. Zhao Kai ran to help carry things. Princess, the prince has been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Chichi lifted her skirt and ran to the carriage. Chunbai saw it and wanted to remind the princess that this move was inappropriate. But the princess moved too fast and the person had already got on the carriage. So she could only resign herself to walking over. After Lu Chichi got on the carriage, she asked the Prince of Jin, Prince, why are you here? Passing by, the Prince of Jin looked a little unnatural. Lu Chichi didn't pick it up. Just now Zhao Kai said, The prince has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing the shy look of the man, she thought it was cute. Seeing the prince's unnaturalness, he didn't say it out loud, and said what he bought today and what he was going to cook when he got back. Lu Chichi's voice was heard all along the way. When the carriage returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion, Zhao Kai and Chunbai sent all the things they bought to the small kitchen. And Lu Chichi plunged into the kitchen and began to get busy. The Prince of Jin wanted to watch from the side. But because Sun Shui came, he went to the study to deal with important matters first. The two were busy on their own. Looking forward to lunch today, Lu Chichi showed her housekeeping skills and began to sort the ingredients she bought, and asked the 3 maids to work with her. The 4 people were busy in the kitchen. At this time, Chunbai and others finally saw the real skills of the princess. Lu Qiqi prepared sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised pork, spicy grilled fish, fish ball soup for lunch today, and also made 2 green vegetables. The pickles bought today also count as 1 portion. Spicy grilled fish is very spicy. When eating something too spicy, Lu Qiqi is used to eating some pickles, which can suppress the discomfort caused by eating spicy food. This is why Lu Qiqi is not afraid of eating spicy food every time. She is very good at cooking, but knows nothing about pickles. Seeing it today, she is so happy. After a table of dishes is ready, Lu Qiqi looks at the food on the table with satisfaction. She is about to ask Qin Dai to invite King Jin, but King Jin has already arrived after smelling the food. Did you cook it? King Jin asked when he saw the table of dishes. Yeah. Lu Qiqi is so proud. Her cooking skills are all trained from eating. When she first started her business, she had limited funds, and she didn't have a fixed time for meals. Later, she cooked at home when she was hungry. Over time, she could only eat instant noodles at the beginning. But later, she could also reward herself with a table of meals. Gradually, she liked cooking after being busy. Unexpectedly, it was a bargain for King Jin. Try it. Go ahead and try it. If it doesn't taste good, I won't cook it again. King Jin paused after sitting down. Even if it really didn't taste good, he couldn't say it. If he did, no one would cook for him. After taking the first bite, he overturned this idea. Women do have this confidence. Lu Qiqi saw King Jin eating spicy grilled fish and asked him to eat a piece of pickled vegetables first. King Jin was puzzled, but still did it. After eating a piece of pickled vegetables, Lu Qiqi attacked the spicy grilled fish. You know, spicy grilled fish is not delicious if it is not spicy or spicy. Eating too much spicy food will make your stomach uncomfortable. Let's eat some pickled vegetables first to neutralize it. We won't feel so uncomfortable when eating spicy food. And we can eat enough at one time. Who told you that? Lu Qiqi smiled confidently. Experience gained from eating. King Jin laughed. You are very experienced in eating. That's why I say I'm a foodie. Lu Qiqi didn't mind self-deprecation. Prince Jin felt relaxed and ate a lot at this meal. Chapter 109. The daughter of the Wu clan came to Beijing. After dinner, the maid cleaned the table. Lu Qiqi leaned on the couch and read the storybook. The king of Jin was holding a book on the side. He looked at the woman from time to time. He thought, is the prince treated like this? The meal was cooked by a woman, and it was indeed delicious. But, after the meal, he ignored me. Is this caring? Or not caring? The king of Jin thought. Seeing that the woman did not move for a long time, he was ready to say something, and saw the storybook in the woman's hand fell to the ground. And then he realized that the woman fell asleep at some point. Seeing this, the king of Jin felt that he thought too much. He got up, carried the woman to the bed, covered her with a thin quilt, told the maid to serve her, and the king of Jin left quickly. Just as he came to the outside of the yard, Zhao Kai ran over in a hurry. Prince, it's not good. The king of Jin looked at him, and Zhao Kai knew that he was outspoken and the matter was serious. So he followed the king of Jin to the study to talk about it. When he arrived at the study, Zhao Kai hurriedly told the news he had just learned. Your Highness, there is news from the Wu clan that the Wu clan's daughter is coming to the capital. Wu clan's daughter? King Jin asked. Yes. What else have you heard? The arrival of the Wu clan's daughter will definitely disrupt the current situation. Thinking about the fact that the Wu clan's chief has been looking for someone for these years, it turns out that it is because of this. This news is very unfavorable to me. The Wu clan's daughter is the future queen. With the current queen's relationship, she will definitely become the motivation of the king of Chu. If the Wu clan's daughter will arrive in the capital in 10 days. 10 days? Yes. King Jin thought for a while. Send someone to check the specific whereabouts. And be sure to delay for a while. Yes. Zhao Kai took the order and left. The king of Jin was alone in the study thinking about things. The queen mother fainted. Could it be related to this matter? If the identity of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter is proved to be false, things will go much more smoothly. The king of Jin always planned things carefully, and he did not allow things to be handled in only one way. Letting Zhao Kai intercept was the worst plan. The king of Jin thought for a while, and decided to do it himself. The queen had a clear mind, and he wanted to make the queen's trump card disappear before some people arrived. In the middle of the night, a scream came from the Chu palace. waking up everyone who was sleeping, followed by the crying of a child. The king of Chu, who had gone out to secretly cultivate his power, had just returned to the palace. When he heard the noise, he hurried to Chuanha garden. The moment he entered, he saw the 4 maids who served Jiang Ping dead at the door, and the child in the house lying on the ground crying. He looked at Jiang Ping again. Just one glance, and he knew that Jiang Ping was dead. Who did it? The person who injured Princess Yan at the gate of Prince Jin's mansion that day has not been found. And now this has happened again. After thinking about it, he put the blame on Princess Chu. It must be her. The king of Chu was furious. He held the child and ordered the guards to deal with this matter. At the critical moment, this matter must not be leaked out. It was because the emperor was in a bad health due to the queen mother's incident. And the imperial doctor also said that the emperor was dying. At this time, the news from his side was heard by the emperor, which was definitely not a good thing. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but think of the King Chen mentioned by the emperor in the morning court today. The Prince Chen's mansion has been very quiet over the years. In comparison, he is not welcome because of the continuous accidents. In this way, Jiang Ping, who had just become a concubine, had not really taken action against Princess Chu, and had gone to see the King of Hell. After dealing with this matter, the King of Chu was furious. At this time, Jiang Yi sent a message that his 2 staff members suddenly died at home. Hearing this news, the King of Chu was even more furious. He had been managing for these years and cultivated a group of trustworthy people. It had only been a short time, but the staff members who were loyal to him had been in trouble one by one. In addition, the fire in the study burned important evidence. The people who were originally restrained were all informed one by one. It seemed that it was the same as before, and the things they were asked to do had not been completed. Now 2 more staff members were lost, and the king of Chu was angry. After getting angry, he frightened the frightened child. He didn't want to care about it, so he simply handed the child to the maid and took people to the study. After arriving in the study, he felt that the death of the 2 staff members was strange, and before he could figure it out, the news came one by one. That night, all the staff members who were loyal to the king of Chu died. One night. Just one night. The king of Chu was like crazy, and he wanted to kill everyone. All the people who were loyal to him died like this. How could he accomplish great things in the future? The king of Chu was unwilling, but he had to face reality. He went directly to the palace at night. Now the only one who could save the situation was the queen. When he arrived at the palace, the queen was still sleeping. When she heard that the king of Chu had come, she was upset that her son was not able to accomplish anything. After all, he was her son and her hope for the future. Last time, because of that incident, they had some rifts, and now was the best time to repair it. When the king of Chu met the queen, he did not dare to hide anything and told her everything. After hearing this, the queen was not worried much. The king of Chu thought that the queen did not care about this matter, and was about to get angry. But the queen told the king of Chu a great thing. The daughter of the Wu clan. Upon hearing this, the king of Chu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the queen and got a positive answer. The king of Chu was relieved. After entering and leaving the palace once, the king of Chu saw hope for the future. He left with satisfaction. And the queen couldn't sleep. Her mind was turning fast at this moment. Her son was still a little short of maturity after all. She ordered people to start planning for the future of the king of Chu. After explaining to Nani Wang changed her clothes, jumped onto the roof, and disappeared in the darkness before dawn. The daughter of the Wu clan. Before the person arrived, the news fell into everyone's heart like scattered flowers. The people sighed that a new queen had appeared. Curious about what the new queen looks like, some people sighed that the queen was replaced by the Wu clan. No matter how high the status of the noble ladies in the capital is, they will not have the chance to be in that position. When the ministers in the court heard the news, they sighed in their hearts. The seemingly quiet capital will usher in a bloody storm. Who will win this time? Everyone's eyes are almost all on the king of Chu. Just because the king of Chu is the son of the queen, and because the queen is from the Wu clan, with the relationship of aunt and nephew. Can it be a bargain for outsiders? The noble ladies in the capital are different. They are all because the Wu clan has no legitimate daughter. And they also have the opportunity to sit in the highest position and accept the worship of everyone. When the king of Jin returned, they all put their hopes on the king of Jin. The sudden change made them unable to accept it for a while. One by one, They cursed in the mansion, hoping that the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan would die on the way. Prince Chen's mansion. When Prince Chen heard the news, he didn't feel anything and continued to drink tea with Princess Chen. Princess Chen sighed. Although the capital is nice, it would be a blessing to go out and appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers of my Chen kingdom. Prince Chen sipped his tea and looked at Princess Chen. Do you really want to go? Your Majesty promised me. Has your Majesty changed his mind? Prince Chen looked at her and said nothing. The light in Princess Chen's eyes gradually disappeared. Just when she thought that the man beside her had deceived her, Prince Chen reached out and touched her face. When have I ever disappointed you? Princess Chen's eyes were full of excitement. Your Majesty, do you really want to give up that position? Prince Chen looked into the distance. Princess Chen said nothing, quietly watching Prince Chen at this moment. Prince Chen. Chen Kingdom. She was wondering. The Emperor's canonization of Prince Chen. Is it hinting at something? She hoped that Prince Chen could get what he wanted, and hoped that Prince Chen could abide by their agreement. Chapter 110 Crossing the Line. Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi heard the news Chunbai brought back from outside. The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Princess. What I said is true. Chunbai thought that the princess didn't know about this, and spoke again. The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan? Lu Qiqi asked. She heard the news from the system not long ago, and everyone in the capital knew it so quickly. Princess. You may not know that the queens of Qin are all legitimate daughters of the Wu clan. The queen mother is, and the queen is also. The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan on the way to Beijing will be the next queen. Lu Qiqi suddenly said. Now the 5 princes all have princesses. Is it possible that one of the princesses will die? Chunbai heard this, and felt that she had said the wrong thing. Yu Dai was smart and said. It's just a rumor. Not necessarily true. The power of faith is great. Lu Qiqi said. Everyone was silent. Lu Qiqi didn't think there was anything wrong. She knew the result from the system. She didn't doubt the system. And Lu Qiqi didn't think highly of the King of Chu. I haven't had much contact with the King of Chu. He is not upright enough. There is also the Princess of Chu. Does the King of Chu want to kill her? Or pull her down from her current position? The system said that the King of Chu's good days started with the Princess of Chu. Without the Princess of Chu, the King of Chu is nothing. In order to vacate the position of the princess, he will definitely attack the Princess of Chu. Let's not talk about the character of the Princess of Chu. Just the power behind the Princess of Chu. How long can the King of Chu jump without her support? At this moment, Lu Qiqi was wondering if the King of Chu would live forever if he didn't have the intention to compete for the throne. With the help of the Princess of Chu, even if he is not the new emperor, he will be the biggest threat to the new emperor? Lu Qiqi didn't think much about this. Ding dong. The system sounded. The concubine that the King of Chu just appointed died. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Chu died a long time ago. Okay. System. A new concubine of Chu. Lu Qiqi frowned. Tell me about it. System. The King of Chu has been keeping a woman named Jiang Ping outside. She gave birth to a son. For the King of Chu. She was brought into the King of Chu's mansion a few days ago. Lu Qiqi. When did it happen? System. The day when the Princess of Chu sent the invitation a few days ago. Lu Qiqi thought about it again and again. And she didn't remember the invitation from the Princess of Chu. System. The invitation received by Butler Hu. Later I don't know how it came to the hands of the King of Jin. Lu Qiqi understood that it was the King of Jin who did a good thing. So she didn't say anything about it. Continue to talk about the things in the King of Chu's mansion. System. The day after Jiang Ping brought Yer to the Prince of Chu's mansion, she was canonized as a concubine. At that time, the Prince of Chu also promised to remove the word concubine. As a result, Jiang Ping was killed the next night. Lu Qiqi. Who did it? I have a rough idea in my mind, but I can't be sure for a while. System. Gu Yan beside the Princess of Chu. Lu Qiqi understood that if the Princess of Chu took action, death would be the only result. King of Chu knows? System. King of Chu has a legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, so he doesn't care anymore. Hee. Lu Qiqi laughed out loud when she heard this. Chunbai thought that the princess was worried about her safety, so she knelt in front of the princess. Princess. The prince is sincere to you. Lu Qiqi realized the noise she made, looked at Chunbai, and asked, What is the prince thinking? Do you know it? I can see clearly that the prince is sincere to the princess. Since you know it's sincere, Why do you say that? Chunbai blinked and looked at the smiling princess. She was not sure what the princess meant for a moment. Get up, Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai was uncertain and looked straight at the princess. Lu Qiqi reached out and pulled Chunbai up. Whether the prince is sincere to me, only he knows. What the prince wants to do is not something you and I can guess. As a maid, you have to serve me well. Chunbai understood that the princess was reminding herself that she had crossed the line. She nodded. Yes, I know. Lu Qiqi glanced at Qindai and Yudai. Do your own thing. What happens outside has nothing to do with us. Don't say too much about some things, so as not to bring trouble to yourself. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. The atmosphere eased a little. And butler who brought people in. Princess, the dried fruits are delivered to you. Lu Qiqi saw baskets of dried fruits, and she stood up to check them herself. She grabbed a handful of pistachios, peeled them and ate one. And it tasted great. Put them all in the warehouse. Yes. Butler who knew that the princess was talking about the private warehouse. As a butler, there were some things that didn't need to be said too much. And he knew what to do. After everything was done, Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai to make some of each to eat. The dried fruits were delivered just after they were finished. Today's dried fruits were delivered at the right time. Eating the dried fruit said by King Jin. I thought of King Jin, and wondered what he was busy with. King Jin knew that the queen had killed his biological mother, and planned to take action against the queen. Because of the queen mother's niece. He must have a complicated heart. Just as she was thinking, Butler who had just left, came again. This time, his expression was a little subtle. Lu Qiqi looked at him, said nothing, and ate dried fruit while waiting for someone to speak. Butler who wiped the sweat from his head, came to the front, and whispered, Princess, there is someone outside the door who calls herself Lin Daodu and wants to see the princess. Lin Daodu? Lu Qiqi didn't remember who this person was for a while. Chunbai looked at the princess's expression and scolded Butler who, can anyone see the princess? There is no one named Lin Daodu among the noble ladies in the capital. I don't know where this cat or dog came from. It's also Butler whose fault for being ignorant and reporting everything. Butler who carefully glanced at the princess and explained. Lin Daodu said, she is the daughter of County Magistrate Lin, and is a sister of the princess. Lu Qiqi finally remembered who the person was. Thinking of the purpose of this person's arrival, Lu Qiqi smiled and stood up. I almost forgot that Lin Daodu was unwilling to enter the palace for this election. And I would not be the princess today. Chunbai understood what was going on, and was disdainful in her heart. It was just that she saw that the princess was doing well, and wanted to make friends. Butler who understood what was going on. He had heard that the princess was the daughter of the county magistrate, and thought that the county magistrate had no suitable daughter. It turned out to be because of this. Thinking of the man standing at the door, he suddenly felt disgusted. Because the matter had been reported to the princess. He waited quietly. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. She came from afar. Logically, she should be treated well. Unfortunately, the Prince of Jin is not here. Go and tell her that the prince has something to do today, and is not convenient to entertain guests. Let her come another day. Butler who saw that the princess was open and above board, and was not afraid of making a big deal. He was full of confidence when he left. No matter what the other party's identity was. The current princess of Jin was Lu Qiqi. If someone came to do good things, they came to the wrong place. Chunbai saw Butler who leave and hurried to the princess. Princess, Lin Daodu is shameless enough. How dare she come here? Lu Qiqi didn't care. She probably saw that I am now the princess of Jin, and felt that if it weren't for her courtesy, I wouldn't be where I am today. So she came here today to take credit. Chapter 111. Playing a trick of self-torture. Does she have the nerve to do this? Chunbai was furious. Qidai and Yudai felt that some people were too shameless. Yes, they are shameless enough. Lu Qiqi smiled. We will meet sooner or later. Just delay it for a day. Princess, don't be afraid. I will protect you. As soon as Chunbai said this, Qidai and Yudai laughed. Chunbai felt that she didn't need to do anything at all. She looked at the princess pitifully. Princess, did I say something wrong? No. Lin Daodu will come tomorrow. You will meet this person on behalf of this princess. Okay. Chunbai was very happy to be entrusted with an important task. She also wanted to meet Lin Daodu and humiliate him. For tomorrow, she thought about what she should say to Lin Daodu. Lu Qiqi looked at her, and knew what someone was thinking. Leaving unimportant people to Chunbai to deal with is a good opportunity for training. Qi Dai and Yudai looked at each other, sympathizing with Lin Daodu, who was hated by so many people before they even met. Thinking of this person they had never met, and had no good impression of her. They all knew that Lu Qiqi was the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County. At this time, Lin Daodu's arrival was a bit ridiculous. She was unwilling at first, but now that she saw the princess's current glory, she knew why someone came without thinking. If this happened somewhere else, or if some lustful prince would take Lin Daodu as a concubine for the sake of being a beauty, she would be doomed to be broken and bloody in the Jin Palace. Time passed quickly. After a night, everyone knew the past between the princess and Lin Daodu. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Daodu came to the gate of the Jin Palace. In order to leave a good impression on the king of Jin, Lin Daodu deliberately carried all her family's wealth with her. When Butler, who heard the guard's report, he went to the door and almost lost his balance. With so many gold jewelry on her head, doesn't it feel heavy? Huangshan County is a small place. The princess is the daughter of the county magistrate. The princess dresses very elegantly. The radiance emitted by the princess herself makes any jewelry become a foil. On the contrary, this woman in front of her wears so many things on her head. If she walks in the capital, she may not even die if she walks on the street. Butler, who mocked in his heart, holding the title of the butler of the king of Jin's mansion. Who is this? It seems that what happened yesterday did not happen. Lin Daodu was very unhappy to see this old man again, and he was still holding a shelf on his face. Butler, who? Where is the princess? Butler, who smiled. How can anyone see my princess? You are so bold. Lin Daodu was so angry that he couldn't speak. Come here. Drive this man away. Butler, who shouted, and 2 guards came out of the door, carrying Lin Daodu and leaving. Lin Daodu was dumbfounded. The maid Ah Hua was shocked by the scene, and when she saw the young lady being dragged away, she hurried forward to stop them. She was a maid, and she was no match for the 2 guards. When the door was in chaos, Chunbai arrived. Chunbai glanced at someone, and seeing Lin Daodu's honor, she did not agree. Come to Butler, who? Who is she? I don't know. This person didn't introduce himself, but insisted on seeing the princess. Butler, who was a shrewd man, and Chunbai's arrival was obviously instructed by the princess. Chunbai frowned and said, You don't know the rules at all. It's not proper to make such a commotion at the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion. Butler, who is right. I would throw such a person into the government office and let the officials interrogate him to see if he is a vagrant bandit from somewhere. And Chun is right. Right to what? Xiao Nianqing came out from inside. A concubine followed behind him. Butler, who saluted Xiao Nianqing immediately when he saw her. Madam Xiao? Where did this beggar come from? Madam Xiao. This person didn't say anything. Xiao Nianqing looked down at Lin Daodu, who was like a clown who wanted to make trouble at the Prince of Jin's mansion. Kill him out. After Xiao Nianqing finished speaking, 2 old women came out from inside, took up fist-thick sticks and hit Lin Daodu directly. There were only 2 clicks, and Lin Daodu, who was still struggling, was completely silenced. Ahua has been following Lin Daodu for many years, and has seen such scenes. In the past, Lin Daodu had always attacked others, but now it was her turn, and Ahua panicked. Chunbai saw Xiao Nianqing's move and wanted to humiliate Lin Daodu. There was no place for her to do this. However, she thought Xiao Nianqing's approach was pretty good. The noise made by the Jin Palace quickly attracted the attention of the people around. Xiao Nianqing stood on the steps and deliberately said to the housekeeper who? Housekeeper who? I'm here. Who dares to make trouble in front of the Jin Palace? Don't be polite. Just ask the people from the government to take him away. Don't waste time talking to these people. Yes, I remember it. Xiao Nianqing turned around and saw many concubines behind him. You all saw it. This is the rule of the Jin Palace. Do things and behave in a proper manner. The Jin Palace will never treat you unfairly. If you do something you shouldn't do, you will be punished by the family rules. Tang Xiaoya had always disliked Xiao Nianqing, so she boldly said, Madam Xiao, isn't it inappropriate to treat people who come to visit like this? Xiao Nianqing smiled. Sister Tang is right. I think Sister Tang should send the person to the government office and explain the whole story to the official. Don't lose the face of the Prince of Jin's mansion. When Tang Xiaoya heard this, she subconsciously wanted to make a decision. Xiao Nianqing had seen through this person's thoughts long ago, and turned her head to look at the many maids. Xinya, accompany your young master to the government office. Since Sun Rume died like that, Xinya has become a ridiculous existence. Go back to the kitchen. The kitchen is not needed. Stay in Fufeng Garden. There is no master in it, and her existence is a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, knowing that there is a place to go in the future, she hurriedly came up and helped Tang Xiuya out. Tang Xiuya was forced to leave. Chunbai saw the whole process of the incident, and she quickly returned to Qingyu Pavilion to report what happened here. After hearing what happened at the door, Lu Qiqi just said him and said nothing else. Qingdai stepped forward and asked, Princess, I'll go there. Lu Qiqi shook her head. No. She will come again. Someone will accuse her of evil in front of King Jin. How does the princess know? Chunbai asked. She finally came to the capital. How could she leave like this? I think in a few days, a self-torture trick will be staged at the door. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she grabbed a handful of melon seeds and ate them. Some people can't see the reality clearly, so let her see it clearly. She was not a good person. So she let the current situation in the capital tell Lin Daodu that she might not be able to leave alive after coming to the capital. She was curious about who would get close to Lin Daodu and help Lin Daodu deal with her. Chapter 112 Adopting a Child. Prince Chu's Mansion. Recently, the Prince of Chu has been in high spirits, and everything he does has gone smoothly. Seeing so many people approaching him, he began to feel proud. That day, the Prince of Chu was hosting a banquet, and someone was drunk and came to the Prince of Chu with a wine glass to express his loyalty. The Prince of Chu was very happy to hear this and laughed out loud. At this time, Butler Zhang came to report. Prince, it's not good. Master Yu has a fever. The Prince of Chu was drinking happily, and when he heard this, he was slightly stunned, as if he had forgotten who Yu was. Master Yu? The toasting person looked at the Prince of Chu. The Prince of Chu was smart. Outsiders didn't know that he had a son, and now he had the daughter of the Wu clan. So why did he need a son to increase his bargaining chips? Besides, the queen was also from the Wu clan, and the women of the Wu clan were not generous. He must not let the daughter of the Wu clan have a bad impression of him at a critical moment, and then push the daughter of the Wu clan to someone else. He waved his hand at the housekeeper. Go down. Housekeeper Zhang saw the attitude of the King of Chu and obviously didn't care about Yu. Yu's identity had not been made public to the outside world. Now that the daughter of the Wu clan was coming, Housekeeper Zhang understood the King of Chu's intention and didn't dare to stay. So he left quickly. Before he went far, he heard a sentence and was shocked. Two people were drinking and muttering beside him. Who is Master Yu? I don't know. Could it be the King of Chu's illegitimate son? It's impossible. Everyone knows that the Emperor is most taboo about this. If the Emperor hears about this, then Housekeeper Zhang panicked when he heard this and ran away quickly. He didn't notice that the two people who were still drunk just now looked at the housekeeper who was fleeing, and there was a look of success in their eyes. Housekeeper Zhang was scared. Not long after leaving the main hall, he ran into the Princess of Chu again. These days, the relationship between the Princess of Chu and the King of Chu was delicate. The King of Chu's intention was very clear. Housekeeper Zhang was even more nervous when he met the Princess of Chu. Why are you so flustered? The Princess of Chu asked, standing by. Housekeeper Zhang saw that he couldn't escape, so he stopped and saluted. Your servant greets the princess. Tell me, what's the matter? The Princess of Chu glanced at the main hall. In the past few days, the King of Chu had been entertaining guests. She knew that she didn't agree with the King of Chu's approach, and she didn't persuade him as earnestly as in the past. No. Nothing? Housekeeper Zhang still felt sorry for the child. A child without the protection of his mother would not live long after all. The Princess of Chu gave Gu Yan a look, and Gu Yan stepped forward. The princess asked a question. Why are you hesitating? Housekeeper Zhang knelt on the ground in fear. It's Master Yu. What's wrong? The Princess of Chu asked. Jiang Ping died, but her son was still alive. Recently, she rarely heard about the child. Butler Zhang thought that the King of Chu didn't care. Now that the Princess of Chu asked, he silently said in his heart, It's not that I don't want to help you. It's really that I can't do it. Replying to the princess, Master Yu has a high fever and has started to talk nonsense. I went to ask the prince. What was the result? The Princess of Chu guessed it and sneered. When there is value in use, treat it like a treasure. And when there is no use, just throw it away. Sure enough, it's ruthless enough. The prince is busy, and I dare not disturb you. The Princess of Chu glanced at Mao Yu. Mao Yu understood and stepped forward. Princess, I'll go and see and come back. When housekeeper Zhang heard this, he could not stop her, so he could only accept his fate and take Mao Yu away. Gu Yan disagreed with the practice of Princess Chu. Princess, why do you have to? It would be better if the child died. Princess Chu looked at Gu Yan, said nothing, and continued to walk towards Reed Pavilion. Gu Yan knew that she had crossed the line. As a maid, she should not be involved too much in what Princess Chu was going to do. Not long after Princess Chu returned to Reed Garden, Mao Yu came in a panic holding Yu. When Princess Chu saw the child with a red face due to fever, she felt compassion. She had imagined countless times what it would be like to have a child. But nothing had happened in these years. Seeing this child today, her heart was touched. So she asked Gu Yan to ask a doctor, and she would take care of him by her side. Housekeeper Zhang thought that Princess Chu would take Master Yu's life. But he did not expect that Princess Chu would take care of him by her side, and do everything by herself until Master Yu woke up. The moment Yu opened her eyes, she looked around blankly. Princess Chu saw that the child finally woke up, and she felt that it was worth it to not sleep for 2 days. Are you feeling uncomfortable, mother? This mother made Gu Yan look at Princess Chu nervously. Mao Yu looked at Princess Chu nervously, wondering what the princess would do. Butler Zhang happened to hear this, and stood at the door, and didn't dare to come in. At this time, the child on the bed stretched out his hands, and hooked Princess Chu's neck. Mother? Are you my mother? Princess Chu originally wanted to find an ordinary family for the child after he woke up, and live a normal life. This call of mother melted her heart. In many things, Princess Chu killed people without blinking an eye. Facing the child she had been waiting for many years, she suddenly called mother. It touched her heart. Mother? Yu spoke again. It's great that you woke up. It's my unfilial son who made my mother worried. Not long ago, the child seemed to be unsure of the identity of the Princess of Chu. But later, because of a caring word, she became sure. After the doctor's diagnosis and treatment, it was determined that Yu was confused due to the fever and lost her past memories. When she opened her eyes and saw the kind Princess of Chu, she thought she was her mother. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she wanted to adopt the child. Gu Yan strongly opposed it, just because they killed the child's mother. Even if the child really forgot everything in the past, if he remembered it, it would be very disadvantageous to the princess. Trying to persuade the Princess of Chu, the Princess of Chu insisted on keeping the child and let the child call her mother. The Princess of Chu knew that Gu Yan's idea was right. She felt that they were all pitiful people, all chess pieces used and abandoned by the King of Chu. So why not stick together? There was an even more vicious idea in her mind. If the King of Chu died, this child would inherit everything from the King of Chu. At that time, she could also. A plan formed in her mind. In order to avenge the scumbag, she was willing to bet her life even though she knew it was dangerous. Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi ate and drank every day, and her life was very comfortable. After dinner that day, Lu Qiqi read the storybook in a hammock under the tree. This was the storybook that Chunbai had just bought from outside. It was the sequel written by the scholar. After reading his article, Lu Qiqi was sure that this person was really a time traveler. There are many things in the article that only exist now. The scholar embellished it very well, and used language that ancient people could understand. This person is also capable. From the book, I can see that this person has some problems with his mentality. Chunbai came with grapes. Lu Qiqi picked one and put it in her mouth, and picked up a bunch of grapes and gave it to Chunbai. After Chunbai took it, she leaned over and ate it. Princess, today's grapes are sweeter than before. Really? Lu Qiqi picked another one and tasted it. It was indeed sweeter. Not bad. Your taste is getting better and better. Chunbai heard it but didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw that the man's expression was not right. What happened? Chunbai glanced at Lu Qiqi. Princess, why is there no news about Lin Daodu? What is she doing here? Is she here to make trouble? Chapter 113. The Imperial Study Room was scolded. Chunbai explained. That's not what I meant. I wanted to help the princess vent her anger that time. But Mrs. Xiao suddenly appeared and made me feel incompetent. She lowered her head in shame. Lu Qiqi knew the reason and did not comfort her. Hearing you say that, I think Xiao Nianqing is still a talent. Princess. Chunbai pouted and was unhappy. Lu Qiqi smiled. Am I wrong? Think about it. It was you who went to the door first. And you went to talk to Butler who? Xiao Nianqing was different. He started to criticize Lin Daodu as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't you think this would be more gratifying? Chunbai was silent. Indeed. She was not as bold as Xiao Nianqing in this regard. Thinking of Xiao Nianqing's identity, and looking at herself, she was just a maid. So her words were naturally not enough. After Xiao Nianqing criticized Lin Daodu, she began to target Tang Xiaoya. Come to think of it, there is a big gap between them. Lu Qiqi glanced at her, said nothing, and continued to read the storybook. Some things need Chunbai to think clearly by herself. Just as she was reading it, the system voice sounded. There is a big melon. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The princess of Chu adopted Jiang Ping's son. Lu Qiqi frowned. Is she sick? She killed someone's mother, and then recognized her son. Besides, Yura is 5 years old, and should have memories. Isn't the princess of Chu afraid of raising a tiger to harm herself? The king of Jin is the best example. When he has the ability, he wants to avenge his biological mother. System. It is indeed irrational. Lu Qiqi. What does the princess of Chu think? System. The child had a fever and no one cared for him. The princess of Chu found a doctor and took care of the child for 2 days. After the child woke up, he lost his memory and thought that the princess of Chu was his mother. Lu Qiqi. Why do I feel that this is strange? System. Losing memory is not strange. Lu Qiqi thought. Is it true that he lost his memory? Then he thought that the other party was just a 5-year-old child. And he should not be so cunning. Suddenly, he thought that when King Jin was a child, he was the best example. In this regard, Lu Qiqi felt that the princess of Chu was too risky. Although Jiang Ping's death was the result of the contest between King Chu and Princess Chu, Jiang Ping was not a good thing. For a child, the truth of many things cannot be compared with family affection. Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that the princess of Chu was also a pitiful person. When there is value in use, it is a treasure in the palm of the hand. When there is no value in use, even if it dies, you want to step on it again. System comfort. Don't think too much. King Jin is not that kind of person. Lu Qiqi. What kind of person? System. Not the kind of scumbag you think. Lu Qiqi didn't say much. After a while, she changed the topic. How is Lin Daodu? System. She is a capable person. She was injured and locked up in prison, but she was able to recover. Lu Qiqi. Who helped her? I always felt that someone would take advantage of this matter. I originally thought that the princess of Chu was the most suspicious. Now it seems that she has no time to deal with this matter. System. Guess? Lu Qiqi listened to the system's movement and thought about it. Except for the princess of Chu. She couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Later, she thought of the person who attacked the king of Jin among several princes. Is it the king of Yin? System. No. Lu Qiqi. Is it the king of Qin? System. It was Lin Daodu herself. Lu Qiqi reacted quickly. You said that Lin Daodu guessed that she would be injured and prepared medicine for herself? System. That's right. Lu Qiqi originally thought that Lin Daodu was a brainless guy. But now it seems that he still has some brains. Unfortunately, the appearance of Lin Daodu will bring great disadvantages to King Jin. If she confronts King Jin, there will not be a good result. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi didn't think much and continued to read the storybook. Watching and watching, she suddenly felt that her life was more exciting than the storybook. But she liked to read these stories. Just because every hero and heroine of each storybook has a good ending no matter how much they experience. In real life, good people may not live too long. Imperial Study. The Emperor summoned King Jin in the Imperial Study. At a critical moment, the Emperor's move attracted the attention of many people. At this time, everyone stared at the location of the Imperial Study in different ways. The tension outside, the atmosphere in the Imperial Study was very serious. The King of Jin stood below and saw his father sitting on the dragon throne. And he didn't speak for a long time. After reviewing a memorial, the Emperor looked at the King of Jin. Jingyan, what do you think? The King of Jin clasped his fists. Everything is up to my father. The Emperor stared at the King of Jin. Well, I will issue an order to let the daughter of the Wu clan live in the King of Jin's mansion. The king of Jin was anxious. No! The emperor was angry and stared at the king of Jin. The king of Jin hurriedly explained. Chi-Chi has been included in the family tree and cannot be changed. Besides, Chi-Chi has done nothing wrong, and I cannot divorce her. The emperor saw that his taciturn son openly contradicted him for a woman, and he grabbed a few memorials in anger and threw them in front of the king of Jin. The king of Jin did not dare to dodge. He met the emperor's gaze and had no intention of giving in. The emperor wanted to kill this useless son. Thinking of what the queen mother said, thinking of what Master Shoyuan said, and looking at himself, he suddenly looked much older, sitting on the dragon chair, recalling the past, looking at his son again. He felt complicated, but finally compromised. Get lost. When the king of Jin heard this, he saluted the emperor as if he was on a special occasion, and was about to leave. The moment he lowered his head, he saw several unfolded memorials on the ground. Just a glance, and he saw the general content on it. After the king of Jin saluted, he came to the outside of the study and sighed deeply. The sun outside is still good. Freedom. But full of variables. He disdains what others approve of. If a man is really capable, he won't need a woman to add icing on the cake. The daughter of the witch clan is attractive to some people, but for him, it's better to die. In the imperial study, the emperor looked at the place where the king of Jin just stood, and saw the open memorials again. He sighed helplessly. This is all he can do. Just like in the past. What the future holds depends on his luck. He has been burdened with too much these years, and he also wants to break free of everything and be his true self. When Prince Jin was about to leave the palace, he was intercepted by Nani Luo halfway, and he came to the Queen Mother's Sinang Palace again. Since the Queen Mother woke up, he has not come to visit. On the way to the Sinang Palace, he asked Nani Luo some questions. Prince Jin knew Nani Luo's loyalty to the Queen Mother, and some things were easier to know from Nani Luo. Along the way, Nani Luo told everything she knew. Seeing that Prince Jin really cared about the Queen Mother, unlike those princes who only did superficial work, she immediately felt that the Queen Mother had a keen eye and could see through people's nature at a glance. Prince Jin came to the Queen Mother. Grandmother. The Queen Mother saw Prince Jin and smiled. Jingyan is here. Seeing this, Nani Luo signaled the surrounding maids and eunuchs to go down. When only the Queen Mother and Prince Jin were in the palace, the Queen Mother took Prince Jin's hand and said in a serious tone, "You went to the imperial study?" "Yes." "What did the emperor say?" Facing the Queen Mother, Prince Jin did not hide anything and gave a general account of the imperial study. Father intends to let the Wu clan's legitimate daughter live in Prince Jin's mansion. No. Seeing that the Queen Mother reacted too quickly, Prince Jin looked at her strangely. The Queen Mother asked, "Do you know who the Wu clan's legitimate daughter is?" Prince Jin shook his head. He only heard about the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, and he also said people to intercept her halfway. But no specific news has been received so far. Go check who the legitimate daughter is first. Grandmother? The Queen Mother took the hand of the Prince of Jin. Be obedient. The Prince of Jin had thousands of doubts, but he didn't say any unnecessary nonsense. Listen to the grandmother. The Queen Mother smiled. It's getting late. Does Jingyan want to stay for dinner? The Prince of Jin hurriedly said no. There are still some things to be dealt with in the mansion, and the grandson will not bother the grandmother. After speaking, he stood up and left the Sinang Palace. It seemed that if he walked a little slower, the Queen Mother would really stay for dinner. When Nani Luo saw the Prince of Jin leaving, she quickly came to the Queen Mother. Queen Mother, the Prince of Jin is really moved this time. The Queen Mother smiled. At Jingyan's age, he should have this idea. Nani Luo agreed, and dared not say anything else. The Queen Mother said again, "Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about the things in my palace." "Yes." Nani Luo's voice. Chapter 114, A Disguised Fight for Favor? Prince Jin's Mansion. Lu Qiqi ate a pile of melon seed shells, and saw that Chunbai and others had not yet brought food. I wonder what happened in the kitchen. Even dinner can be late? I was just thinking of you going to take a look. Without Chunbai, who was like an old woman around me, I felt lonely. I walked out of Qingyu Pavilion alone, and walked on the way to the kitchen. I thought about the news I got from the system recently. I don't know where Sun Rume went, and what she will do when she arrives. Thinking about the news conveyed by the system. When Sun Rume arrives, the King of Chu should be dying. The Prince of Chu's mansion is so big, Is it really so vulnerable? Behind the king of Chu is the queen. Will the queen easily watch her son go to the abyss? Just thinking about it, I heard a sound of footsteps. I looked up and saw a familiar figure walking out of the night. Lu Qiqi waited in the same place. And when the king of Jin came to him, she saluted. Your Highness. After leaving the palace, the king of Jin did not dare to be careless about the queen mother's reminder, and personally deployed it, thinking that there would be results tomorrow at the earliest. He had just finished the general idea and was anxious to come back. When he saw the woman who came out to greet him, his face gradually softened. Let's go, he said, pulling Lu Qiqi's hand and walking towards Qingyu Pavilion. During this period, he spent much more time in Qingyu Pavilion than in Xiushui Pavilion. I really want to stay here forever in the future, and I think of myself doing some big things from time to time. It will be inconvenient to stay in Qingyu Pavilion every day. In the heart of the king of Jin, he just wants women to know his righteous side, and he doesn't want women to know too much about his dark side. Looking at the king of Jin's actions, Lu Qiqi seemed to have misunderstood something. She turned around and left passively without explaining. After walking for a while, the king of Jin looked at the woman beside him. It's so late. You come out alone. Where is the maid? Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin, unable to tell his mood, and subconsciously defended the maid. I want to walk alone. What's wrong? King Jin asked. Lu Qiqi shook her head. Could she say she wanted to eat? King Jin thought the woman was troubled by Lin Daodu's affairs, and was ready to put pressure on her and teach Lin Daodu some lessons. If it weren't for the past relationship between Lin Daodu and Lu Qiqi, he really wanted to kill her. The two did not speak all the way and returned to Qingyu Pavilion in silence. As soon as they returned to Qingyu Pavilion, Chunbai and others sent the food on time. Lu Qiqi looked at it and always felt that someone was doing it on purpose. The king of Jin came back, and they also brought the food. Seeing 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, she didn't want to say anything. It seems that these maids starved their masters just to wait for the king of Jin to come back. Chunbai had good eyesight, and quietly retreated after putting the food on the table. King Jin asked, You haven't eaten yet at this hour? Lu Qiqi tried to look sincere. I'll wait for you. King Jin was touched, but before he could completely relax, he froze when he heard the last sentence. It was the maid's idea, not mine. King Jin sighed. I thought you were waiting for me. Lu Qiqi wanted to explain, but her stomach growled. Look, my stomach is protesting. King Jin knew that women were foodies, so he said, Don't wait for me if I come back late in the future. That's fine. If you don't come back for dinner in the future, send someone to tell them, Lu Qiqi said. The king of Jin looked at the woman, and she really didn't know how to please people. She could say that. Okay. The two ate quietly. After dinner, the king of Jin wanted to stay with Lu Qiqi, but when Sun Sha arrived, he knew it was a big deal with a look. So he said, Don't wait for me to go to bed. Lu Qiqi watched the king of Jin leave, and she couldn't react. What did the man mean? It seemed like she couldn't wait for the king of Jin to come. Thinking, I just explained it clearly. It wasn't her who wanted to wait for the king of Jin to eat together. It was the maid who made her own decision? The words have been made clear. Why does the man still think that she is competing for favor in disguise? Chunbai walked in. Princess, the oranges just came. Lu Qiqi saw the oranges. Where are they from? At this time, oranges are rarer than grapes. Since the king of Jin came back, the rare things she eats have gradually increased. The king of Jin sent someone to deliver it at full speed. Chunbai said and winked at the princess. Lu Qiqi waited for her. You can't make decisions in the future. Chunbai understood and nodded. She wanted to talk about the Wu clan's daughter, but seeing that the princess was in a good mood, she decided not to talk about it for the time being. She was afraid that the princess would fall out of favor, that the king of Jin would change his mind, and that the Wu clan's daughter would choose the king of Jin. The princess was unaware of her painstaking efforts. Lu Qiqi picked up an orange, peeled it open, and put a slice of the orange into her mouth. It was very sweet. It tasted better than the orange that concubine Qin sent. Lu Qiqi picked up one and gave it to Chunbai. Chunbai was grateful to the princess, took it in her hand, and ate it slowly. Some people don't even know what an orange looks like in their entire lives. But she can eat the orange given by her master. It tastes as sweet as honey in her mouth. Tell me, what have you heard these days? Chunbai thought for a moment. Xinya and Tang Xiaoya went to the government office. After they came back, Tang Xiaoya fell ill. Xinya has been taking care of Tang Xiaoya. After Sun Rume left, who did Xinya serve? She stayed alone in Fufeng Garden. Chunbai felt that Xinya was too pitiful. It's good to be with Tang Xiaoya. One has no master, and the other has no maid to serve. So they just happen to walk together. Anything else? Nothing big. Everyone is afraid of Xiao Nianqing. No one dares to make trouble. And the young masters all stay in their own courtyards. After eating, the maids go out to get food. But they don't leave their own courtyards. What is Xiao Nianqing busy with? She doesn't come out either. And only asked Chunyu to come out to get food. Chunbai was surprised. After making such a big noise, it became so quiet. Is he preparing a big move? Princess, do you need me to keep an eye on her? No need. You dare to keep an eye on the people arranged by King Jin. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Lu Qiqi didn't want anything to happen to such a caring maid. Chunbai was about to tell the princess what she heard from outside. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow flashed by. Chunbai thought there was danger, and subconsciously wanted to block the princess. Lu Qiqi also noticed it, and was about to be on guard when the system voice sounded. Don't move. After a short period of days, she saw that the person coming was the King of Jin. Lu Qiqi was slightly stunned. Seeing that the King of Jin looked bad, and seeing Chunbai's behavior, he sent a look and left. Lu Qiqi didn't know what happened to the man in such a short time. It was obvious that his expression was not good. She was smart, and didn't say anything. The man pulled her to the bedroom. In an instant, Lu Qiqi walked into that scene. She was a little reluctant. After getting on the bed, the man just hugged her, and lay on the bed. Is this considered chatting under the quilt? No. It should be healing. After waiting for a while, the King of Jin was in a better mood. When he got up from the bed, Lu Qiqi felt that the man was a little weird. Lu Qiqi got up, and was held down by the King of Jin. Qiqi, I have something to leave for a few days. You stay in the palace these days, and don't go anywhere? Lu Qiqi nodded. Okay. The King of Jin saw that the woman was obedient. So he turned and left. The room was quiet. Lu Qiqi got up, sat cross-legged on the bed, and summoned the system. What's wrong with the King of Jin? System, do you care about the King of Jin? Lu Qiqi thought of the King of Jin's abnormality and asked. Don't talk nonsense. System, the King of Jin knew that the daughter of the Wu clan was Sun Rume. Lu Qiqi, that's it? She didn't believe it. System, the King of Jin also knew that a maidservant around Song Ke was still alive. Lu Qiqi understood. His biological mother Song Ke is the pain that King Jin cannot touch in his life, and the wound that cannot be healed in his life. It can be said that King Jin grew up in a single-parent family, and his character still has some defects. Chapter 115 Sending Amulets. The King of Jin has been away for 5 days, and has not returned. According to the system, the King of Jin has been in the capital, and attends the morning court every day. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi knew that the King of Jin had started to move. Busy for the daughter of the Wu clan. Running around for his biological mother. Men all value power and career. And the King of Jin is no exception. The saint of the Wu clan is the one that every prince wants to get. Some ministers in the court will also fantasize that if they can marry the saint of the Wu clan, will they also have the opportunity to become the emperor? Lu Qiqi laughed at her ridiculous idea. Look! This is the human heart. Her mind is also concerned about these things every day. What qualifications does she have to say about others? Bored. She had breakfast, and had nothing to do. So she wanted to go out. When she just opened her mouth to call Chunbai, she thought of what the King of Jin said when he left, and she gave up the idea. Chunbai just came to deliver dried fruits. Lu Qiqi just took a look, had no appetite, and simply stopped moving. Princess, what kind of dried fruit do you like? I've been eating too much recently, and it's hard to digest. What a joke. Who dares? Chunbai was angry and put her hands on her hips, as if she was looking for someone to fight with. Lu Qiqi knew that Chunbai had misunderstood. I mean, if you eat too much, it's hard to digest and your stomach will swell easily. Chunbai blushed and left unkindly. Lu Qiqi watched her walk away and leaned casually on the soft couch. Like a cat. Very lazy. Qinai arrived and saw the princess like this. It was rare that the princess didn't eat. Yudai passed by and saw the princess like this and felt strange. Later, The three maids gathered together and discussed. The final result was that the princess had not gone out for a long time and was bored in the palace. Chunbai was bold and came to the princess. Princess, there are not many things in the small kitchen. Do you want to go out and buy some? The idea that Lu Qiqi had just put out was instantly ignited by this. After a struggle, Lu Qiqi took Chunbai away from the Jin palace. Every time she went out, she was very low-key, as if she was just Miss Lu in the mouth of others. Nothing else. The two came to the market together and bought some vegetables. When they were about to leave, they saw Brother Lu, who was buying meat, looking at them from a distance. Chunbai reminded, Miss, do you want pork? Yes. And some pickles. She came out to relax, so buying things was a must, even if she didn't need them for the time being. She was happy. When she came to the pork shop, Lu Qiqi asked for some lean meat. What delicious food will Miss Lu make this time? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Fried meatballs. Fried meatballs? Brother Lu asked. Well, it's just chopping the pork into pieces and frying it. Is it delicious? It depends on the frying temperature. As long as the temperature is controlled, it will be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. If it is not fried well, it will be either mushy or not cooked. Lu Qiqi said it vividly, and the people around laughed. After a few words, everyone surrounded the pork shop. When Lu Qiqi left and everyone dispersed, the pork was sold out. Lu Qiqi came to the girl selling pickles again. When she came, someone happened to buy it. Lu Qiqi picked some. When she paid, the girl didn't want money, saying that it was her original method that made her sell all the pickles every day. And this time it was a thank you. Lu Qiqi didn't refuse, and took it and left after thanking her. When the two came out of the market and were about to go back to the mansion, they saw several cavalrymen passing by. People in the capital were familiar with this noise, and when they heard it, they automatically made way. When the cavalrymen passed by, Lu Qiqi stretched her neck to look into the distance. Miss, this is the cavalryman who reported from the border. Lu Qiqi nodded and said nothing. It is not a good thing for the cavalryman to go by in such a large group. Then she thought of the important matter that King Jin was busy with, and wondered if it was related to the cavalryman. On the way back, she heard more about the daughter of the witch clan. They had not seen her in person, but they boasted that the daughter of the witch clan was a fairy, and was sent by God. Lu Qiqi heard it, and laughed silently. If you knew that she was a concubine, and after going to the cell, she suddenly became the daughter of the witch clan. I wonder if these ignorant people would rush to the cell just to change their fate. As she walked, she suddenly felt that there was something more in her hand. Before she raised her hand, she looked and heard the voice from the system. The Princess of Chu is in the clothing store not far ahead. You give her this amulet. Lu Qiqi. What do you mean? The amulet is for saving lives. Is the Princess of Chu in danger? According to the relationship between the King of Chu and the King of Jin, if I help the Princess of Chu, won't it become an obstacle for the King of Jin? Even though she knew it was wrong, Lu Qiqi still walked towards the clothing store not far away. Chunbai didn't know what the princess was thinking and followed behind. Lu Qiqi pretended to choose fabrics, and went for the fabrics when she entered the door. Mao Yu, who was beside the Princess of Chu, discovered Lu Qiqi first. The Princess of Chu saw her and smiled and said, Sister Lu? Lu Qiqi pretended to have just discovered it, and pretended to be surprised. Sister. Princess Chu came over. What a coincidence. I meet Sister Lu here. Lu Qiqi took a look at the clothes that Princess Chu looked at, and saw that they were all for children, probably bought for you, and asked with a smile, Sister, what do you think of these clothes? Princess Chu was also generous. Get 2 sets of clothes for the children? Lu Qiqi saw that Princess Chu really liked children, and didn't know why she didn't let the maids in the mansion do it, and why she came here to choose, and said, I think this light blue robe is good. I think it's great, too. It looks a bit too plain. Speaking of children, Princess Chu's face was full of smiles. Lu Qiqi said, It's easy. Just match it with a nice belt. Princess Chu thought about it, and it was the case. She said to the shopkeeper next to her, Pick up the few sets you just saw. Okay, miss. Lu Qiqi heard the miss and looked at the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu saw Lu Qiqi's doubts. This is my own shop. Sister, you have your own shop? They are all dowries from my mother's family. I happen to meet you today. Take a look at which one you like, and I will give it to you. Lu Qiqi didn't want to agree at first. She thought that if she accepted the gift and gave a talisman as a thank you gift, it would be reasonable. Thinking of this, she saw the smudged clothes next to her. This dress is gradient color. Wearing such a dress saves the trouble of matching. Thinking about it, she pointed over. What about this one? Princess of Chu smiled. Don't say it's a family of clothes. If you ask for this shop, I will agree. How can I be embarrassed? I think this dress is good. Sister, just give me this dress. Princess Chu signaled the shopkeeper next to her to pack the clothes. When the clothes were delivered to Lu Qiqi, Lu Qiqi took out a talisman to express her gratitude. I feel a little embarrassed to accept your gift, so I will give you this talisman I just asked for. At first, Princess Chu didn't care, but when she saw what Lu Qiqi gave, her hands trembled slightly. Since it was my sister who asked for it, how can I accept it? Lu Qiqi smiled. I also accepted your clothes, and I also gave you something, so it's fair. After hearing this, Princess Chu carefully accepted the talisman. Seeing that the matter was completed, Lu Qiqi said a few words to Princess Chu and quickly left with Chunbai. Chapter 116. The eyes were filled with murderous intent. After leaving, Chunbai was somewhat unhappy. Miss, why does the amulet look the same as the one I gave to the prince? Lu Qiqi couldn't say anything to the sharp-eyed maid, so she pretended to be relaxed and said, You don't understand. What I gave to the prince is naturally the best. This one today is just something I drew casually. I can't just accept someone's gift and leave like this. Right? Chunbai thought that this was the case, and was quickly misled. Miss, why do you think the Princess of Chu is so generous today? Maybe she's in a good mood? Chunbai pouted. She's about to be divorced. How can she be in a good mood? Lu Qiqi saw that she didn't know some things, so she deliberately changed the subject. Why does she want children's clothes? Is there someone from her family? I haven't heard of this. Wait for me to go back and ask about it. You are so brave. You are asking about the affairs of the Prince of Chu's mansion. You are risking your life. Chunbai pouted. Isn't I asking for the princess? No. I'm not curious now. The two returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion with laughter. They didn't notice that there was another tail following them. They saw Lu Qiqi and Chunbai enter the door, and turned around and left after hearing the voice of princess from afar. Lu Qiqi, who returned to Qingyu Pavilion, didn't know what happened behind her. She was happy that she could go out without any problems, and got a set of clothes for free. She sent the purchased ingredients to the small kitchen, and asked the three maids to cook. She came to the hammock in the yard. While eating dried fruits, she chatted with the system. Why did you give Princess Chu a talisman? System. She can't die now. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. Who wants to kill her? System. The scumbag King Chu. I don't know who he listened to, thinking that if he killed the Princess of Chu, he could let the daughter of the Wu clan live in the King of Chu's mansion. Lu Qiqi. You said that the King of Chu was about to die? System. So, someone is looking for death. Lu Qiqi reacted quickly. If I hadn't taken action today, would the Princess of Chu die? System. I can't say that she would die today, but it's almost the same. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. System. King Jin didn't let you go out. If you go out, will he be angry? Lu Qiqi started to play tricks. You asked me to send the amulet. System. I didn't ask you to go out either. Lu Qiqi. If I didn't go out, how could I meet the Princess of Chu? And how could I send the things out? System. Okay. You have the final say. Lu Qiqi was speechless after hearing what the system said, and she was happy in her heart. She got up and went to the small kitchen to take a look. Seeing that they were all busy, Lu Qiqi thought that fried meatballs were delicious, but eating too much would make her sick. She thought that fried dried radish was delicious, so she wanted to ask Chunbai to go to the big kitchen. But seeing that she was so busy, she went to the big kitchen herself. When she walked into the big kitchen, it was just time for dinner. Everyone was busy at this time. Lu Qiqi came, and no one noticed her at first. She just took 2 steps inside, and almost bumped into a maid. Lu Qiqi's body was soft, and she slightly sidestepped. The maid didn't care at first, but when she saw that it was Lu Qiqi, she knelt on the ground in fear. This servant deserves death. I bumped into the princess. Please spare my life. Princess. This voice instantly attracted the attention of the people around. Seeing that it was Lu Qiqi, they knelt on the ground in fear. Lu Qiqi rarely appeared in the kitchen. She suddenly arrived without even a maid by her side. which made everyone even more nervous. Because of Sun Rumei's accident and Xiao Yinqing's unruly appearance, everyone was scared. Lu Qiqi didn't care about this matter at first. But after such a commotion, she saw them all like frightened birds. And she was immediately upset. She turned her head and looked to the side in anger, and accidentally saw a familiar figure. Aunt Chen? Who is the man standing next to Aunt Chen? Seeing Aunt Chen's unnatural expression. Is there something fishy? Originally unhappy, Lu Qiqi found fun at this moment and felt better. Without saying a word, she came to Aunt Chen. She glanced at Aunt Chen, and then looked at the man kneeling next to her. Who is this? The servant Wang Yukai kowtows to the princess, the man said. Wang Yukai. Mother Chen raised her head slightly and explained. He is Wang Yuchu. Lu Qiqi looked at Wang Yukai with some surprise. He is Wang Yuchu. The taste of his cooking has changed recently. I thought he had left. How could he still be here? Why did the taste of his cooking change? It has become different. And it has lost its former characteristics. Looking at Mother Chen again, the look she gave Wang Yuchu was so familiar. Mother Chen liked this man. Lu Qiqi smiled secretly in her heart. And seeing everyone's nervous look, she said to Mother Chen, Do you have fried dried radish today? Yes. It's just right. The amount of this dish is double today. I'll have someone come to pick it up when the time comes. Yes. After Lu Qiqi finished explaining the matter, she turned around and prepared to leave. Just as she walked to the door, the system voice suddenly sounded. There is a problem with Wang Yukai. Lu Qiqi paused slightly, said nothing, and continued to leave. When they reached a place where no one was around, Lu Qiqi walked slowly and talked to the system. What's the problem with Wang Yukai? System. When you left, he looked at you with murderous eyes. Lu Qiqi thought carefully. Could it be because he was unwilling to come to Jin Wangfu from the palace? She had never met Wang Yuchu, so this was the only possibility. I thought Wang Yuchu had left, but it turned out that the problem was here. System. It shouldn't be. Lu Qiqi. What do you know? System. It's not clear yet. You should be careful recently. Lu Qiqi said him, and said nothing else. Walking back to Qingyu Pavilion, she met Xinya passing by. Seeing the princess, Xinya immediately knelt on the ground to salute. Lu Qiqi stopped. Have you been serving Miss Tang? Yes. How is Miss Tang doing recently? Xian, he did not answer immediately after hearing this. She paused for a while, thinking about Tang Xiaoya's current situation and what Tang Xiaoya had said before, and answered, replying to the princess. Miss Tang has been very weak recently, and I have been serving her. Lu Qiqi wanted to know whether this was true or not, and wanted to go and see, but she thought of Tang Xiaoya's past tricks, and she was not happy, not knowing what trouble this trip would bring her. Miss Tang is not feeling well. You should be more careful when serving her. And if you need anything, you can come to Qingyu Pavilion to find me. Yes. Xian Yu was excited. Sure enough, just as Tang Xiaoya said, the princess cared about the young lady. Miss Tang is not feeling well. But is it because she was scared when she went to the government office that day? Lu Qiqi suddenly spoke, and Xian Yi felt relaxed, and told everything that happened that day in one go. That day, Miss Tang went to the government office and explained the matter clearly. Before leaving, Captain Ma saw Miss Tang off. What did she say? Miss Tang said that Lin Daodu was the daughter of Magistrate Lin of Huangshan County. She came to the capital this time to look for her relatives. I don't know how she came to the Prince of Jin's mansion. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi had a general idea in her mind. What Tang Xiaoya said was the truth, and it was also very disadvantageous to her. It seemed that she had become a phoenix now, and had forgotten all the affection she had had. The little concern Lu Qiqi had originally had for Tang Xiaoya had also been thrown to the back of her feet. Chapter 117 Being a Scumbag. After the princess left, Xinya still felt that she had refreshed the good impression of Tang Xiaozhu in front of the princess. When she returned to Jiuyang Garden, she told what happened. She was originally trying to take credit, but as soon as she finished, she was slapped by Tang Xiaoya. Xinya cried in grievance. Tang Xiaoya was even more angry when she saw it. She grabbed Xinya's hair and beat her violently. Halfway through the beating, Tang Xiaoya fainted from anger. Xinya was beaten and sat on the ground crying. After crying for a long time, she found that Tang Xiaoya had fainted. She hated Tang Xiaoya for hitting her. After a long time, she dragged Tang Xiaoya to the bed, covered Tang Xiaoya with a quilt, and turned away. She simply cleaned up and made sure that the wound on her face was not obvious. While the other maids had taken the food, she walked at the end, took back the food prepared for Tang Xiaoyu, and sat in the position where Tang Xiaoya was sitting to eat. In the evening, Tang Xiaoya began to have a fever. After Xinya found out, she still ignored it. At night, Tang Xiaoya was confused by the fever and started talking nonsense. But Xinya didn't care. The next day, at noon, Xinya saw that Tang Xiaoya was dying. So she told the matter to Butler Hu. Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi had just finished lunch, and Chunbai went out to tell her that Tang Xiaoya was sick. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi took her maid to visit. When she arrived, the doctor had just left. Xinya wiped her tears beside Tang Xiaoya. Butler Hu arranged an old woman to boil medicine. When she saw the princess coming, she hurriedly saluted. Princess. Lu Qiqi came to Tang Xiaoya and saw that she looked very serious. She also thought that this person deliberately discredited her outside, and came today just for a formality. What did the doctor say? Miss Tang has caught a cold, and she will be fine after taking a few doses of medicine. That's good, Lu Qiqi said, and instructed Butler Hu. Miss Tang is not feeling well, and one maid is not enough. Send another smarter maid to serve Miss Tang together. Yes, Butler Hu thought. The princess is so kind. Also, send some supplements for Miss Tang to eat, so that she can get better faster. Yes. Go and prepare. Butler Hu left in response. Lu Qiqi came to the bed and put Tang Xiaoya's hair behind her ears. Seeing her uncomfortable look, she thought of Tang Xiaoya's smile when she sent the sponge cake. How nice it would be if it was always like this. Since she knew Tang Xiaoya, she had never done anything bad to her. Tang Xiaoya began to use her intentionally, and she generously didn't care. Unexpectedly, she used Lin Daodu's matter to make a fuss. Tang Xiaoya just couldn't see the facts clearly. Even if she really lost her position as the princess, it would not be her turn. So why should she be so anxious to do things? After thinking for a while, she left, and the three maids followed silently behind her. Back to Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi kicked off her shoes and came to the soft couch. Chunbai hurriedly brought oranges. Lu Qiqi picked up one and did not move for a long time. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai all saw it. They knew that the princess was sad for Tang Xiaoya, and they felt bad when they saw it. Thinking of Tang Xiaoya's behavior, they felt that she deserved it. It would be better if Tang Xiaoya could sleep and die directly, which would be even better. After a long time, Lu Qiqi opened the orange and ate one. She felt that she had no appetite, so she simply curled up on the soft couch and said to the three maids, "You go down. I will stay for a while." The three maids heard it, bowed, and came outside, sitting on the steps at the door and sighing. The princess is so kind. They didn't know that Lu Qiqi was quiet for a while, and the system came to interrupt, and the two began to gossip. The princess of Chu was injured. Lu Qiqi remembered the amulet sent yesterday. Is it really made by the king of Chu? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Yesterday, the king of Chu hosted a banquet and got drunk. He asked the housekeeper to find the princess of Chu. When the princess of Chu came, the king of Chu was dancing with a sword. It seemed that his feet staggered, but the sword in his hand stabbed towards the heart of the princess of Chu. Lu Qiqi was shocked. The king of Chu was so cruel that he planned to end the life of the princess of Chu in this way. They have been married for many years. Even if he is now a scumbag and looks down on her, at least they should divorce for the sake of being a couple. Why use such a despicable method to take someone else's life? System. You already said he was a scumbag. Why do you still have expectations for him? Lu Qiqi complained. A beast in human form. System. This is also the end of the king of Chu. Lu Qiqi. The king of Chu is dying? System. The king of Chu's intentions are obvious this time. The queen of Chu is so smart. How could she not see clearly? And because the queen of Chu's brother, General Boqi, went to the king of Chu's mansion and saw the scene. How could he be willing to be used by the king of Chu? Lu Qiqi. The king of Chu has the handle on the queen of Chu. How dare he resist? System laughed for a while. You think General Boqi is just a warrior. He started to deploy when he came to the capital and was threatened. He saw this scene yesterday and has already started to take action. Lu Qiqi didn't understand. General of the escort flag took action. Why did he ask me to save the princess of Chu yesterday? System. She deserved it. Lu Qiqi. Speak clearly. The Princess of Chu has another story. And I feel uncomfortable if I don't finish listening to the half-heard Big Melon. System. Wait a minute. Lu Qiqi wanted the system to explain it clearly. But the system didn't say anything anymore. The angry Lu Qiqi wanted to smash the system. It's a pity that this system can't be seen or touched. But you can hear sounds from time to time. So Lu Qiqi can only sulk by herself. Later, she was so angry that she wanted to walk around the yard. When she came to the door, she saw 3 sighing maids sitting on the steps at the door. Look at this. Look at that. Each one looks like the sky is falling. Lu Qiqi simply sat in the middle of them. What are you doing? The sudden sound scared Qingdai and Yudai, and they quickly stood up and saluted. Chunbai sat still, turned her head and looked at the princess, like an old mother whose daughter couldn't get married. Princess, why do you feel sad for someone as heartless as Tang Xiuya? Qingdai and Yudai thought Chunbai was too bold, and looked at the princess carefully. Do I? Li Qiqi asked. Chunbai nodded. Qingdai and Yudai nodded boldly. Lu Qiqi saw their actions and laughed. Laughed out loud. After laughing, she saw a few people with confused faces. You think too much. Princess. Is it really me, and we that are wrong? At the critical moment, Chunbai did not forget to drag Qingdai and Yudai into the water. You think I can't see through it? Think I'm a naive person. And others take advantage of me like that. And you still feel sad for them? Chunbai nodded. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Got up, and asked Qingdai to take a blanket and spread it in the shade of the yard. She was going to do yoga. Some things cannot be explained clearly, so don't explain them. Time will prove everything. Besides, she is strong in heart and will never feel sad for someone who has nothing to do with her. While waiting, summon the system and ask, what happened to Tang Xiuya? System. It's what you think. Chapter 118. Is there really a Chang'e? Lu Qiqi smiled with her lips curled. As expected, Xinya let the cat out of the bag and went back to take credit, but was beaten by Tang Xiuya. In the end, Tang Xiuya's body couldn't hold on and became like this. Xinya is also a ruthless person. No wonder Sun Rume planned to use Xinya's belly to give birth to a child. It turns out that Xinya is not a good person either. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi started to do yoga. She hadn't done it for a long time, and her body was a little rusty. After doing a few movements, her body's memory came back, and she slowly did the movements she knew. Lu Qiqi didn't do some difficult movements, fearing that she would scare these innocent maids. Even so, the maids of Qingyu Pavilion saw the princess's strange movements, and they thought she was twisting herself into a knot. They were very frightened, but later they saw that the princess was intact, so they were relieved. After a set of movements, Lu Qiqi felt refreshed and came to the hammock under the tree to rest for a while, and asked Chunbai to prepare a bath. Chunbai knew the princess's habits, and ordered people to get busy after hearing it. In the past, she was the one who did these things, but now there are too many people, so she doesn't need to do it. Just say a few words, and someone will do it naturally. Lu Qiqi took a rest for a while, and sat in the wooden barrel. The hot air around her made Lu Qiqi feel like she was in a fairyland in a trance. She was in such a good mood that she didn't notice the maids around her leaving, and didn't notice the arrival of Prince Jean. When she saw Prince Jean, she was startled at first, but later she could sit in the wooden barrel and talk to him. Is the prince back? Yes. Prince Jean was so surprised to see the woman's expression. Are you done with everything? Yes. You won't leave? Not for the time being. Lu Qiqi heard a satisfactory answer, and when she saw King Jean coming, she slowly stood up. When King Jean was waiting for the beauty to come out of the bath, Lu Qiqi threw a wet towel at King Jean. King Jean reached out to catch it, and when he looked at the woman again, the woman had already put on her robe and stood not far away. Your Highness, although we are husband and wife, it is really inappropriate for you to openly rush in when I am bathing. If there is a next time, it will not be as simple as a wet towel. King Jean was in a good mood and didn't care. You can also watch me bathing. Lu Qiqi took a closer look at King Jean. Is there anything about you that I haven't seen? King Jean was stunned and soon blushed. Isn't it? Lu Qiqi tilted her head and asked. King Jean was teased, and he couldn't stand it and ran away. Lu Qiqi laughed. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai were all confused. What happened? How did the king of Jean escape? The princess was still laughing inside. It felt like the painting was different from what they thought. Lu Chichi was like nothing had happened, doing what she had to do, and eating a lot. The king of Jin held a bowl, and forgot to pick up his chopsticks several times. Lu Chichi didn't seem to see it, and continued to eat and drink. When she was full, she ignored the prince, got on the soft couch, and started reading the storybook. The king of Jin quickly put down his chopsticks, and looked at Lu Chichi. Chichi? Lu Chichi was still holding the book, without moving. Chunbai saw that she wanted to walk up to the princess to remind her, but she didn't have the courage to do so in front of the king of Jin. The king of Jin paused for a while, walked up to Lu Chichi, took away the storybook in front of the woman, and saw the sleeping woman. I knew it would be like this. So I bent down and picked up the woman, went to the bedroom, put her on the bed, covered her with a thin quilt, and asked Chunbai when I turned around and left. Didn't the princess rest today? Your Highness. The princess went to see Miss Tang in the afternoon and didn't rest. Prince Jin heard nothing and strode away. After Prince Jin left, Chi Dai and Yudai came to Chunbai. You are too bold. What's wrong? Chunbai didn't think so. She was doing it for the princess's good. Your Highness knows everything about the whole palace, and you will be bad for the princess if you say that, Yudai said. Chunbai thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. She was scared and asked, What should we do now? Yudai said, Remember, don't talk too much in front of the prince in the future. Chunbai nodded and said nothing. Yudai saw Chunbai like this and said nothing. She sat quietly beside her, and took out the unfinished handkerchief and got busy. Lu Chichi didn't know about this. She woke up and found that it was late at night. The maid was sleepy and nodded. Lu Chichi got up and wanted them to go back to rest. As soon as she moved, Chi Dai opened her eyes. Lu Chichi smiled at her. You all go back and rest. Princess, I'm not sleepy, Lu Chichi said. I can't sleep if you're here. Chi Dai knew that the princess was kind, so she didn't say much. She got up after responding, woke up Yudai and Chunbai, and the three maids left together. Lu Chichi was sure that there was no movement outside. She couldn't sleep, so she simply put on her clothes and went to the yard. She sat on a stone bench and looked up at the full moon in the sky. She looked for a long time, thinking about the story about Chang'e she had heard before. When I was a child, I really thought that Chang'e lived in it. When I grew up, I realized that it was all a lie. When I came to this era, she began to think that there might really be Chang'e in the moon, but she just couldn't see or touch it. Thinking about it, Lu Chichi smiled. The king of Jin was busy until late. He just walked into the yard and saw this scene. He walked slowly. Lu Chichi heard the noise, saw the king of Jin coming, and stretched out her hand to the man. The king of Jin came up and looked at the hand stretched out in front of him. Lu Chichi moved a little. The king of Jin stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman's hand. With a woman's force, the two sat down on the stone bench. I heard that there is a fairy living in the moon. Do you know what she looks like? Do you believe it? The king of Jin didn't think so. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it a little. The king of Jin wanted to say that it was all a trick, but seeing the light in the woman's eyes, he changed his tone when the words came to his lips. Why? Are you still thinking about the fairy inside flying towards you? Lu Chichi turned his head to look at the king of Jin, smiled, got up and walked into the house. The king of Jin thought the woman's behavior was a bit strange, followed her into the house, and saw that she was looking for paper and pen in the house. Soon, he understood what the woman was doing. She started to paint, and when Lu Chichi finished, she proudly took it up and sent it to King Jin. Look! The fairy Chang'e came to see me. King Jin looked at it carefully for a few times, and felt a little uncomfortable. He simply put the painting down, took the woman's hand, and went back to the bedroom. I'm tired. Let's rest. Lu Chichi couldn't sleep, and heard this, a little unhappy, seeing that the man looked very tired. She obediently went to bed. At first, Lu Chichi couldn't sleep, but later she heard King Jin's even breathing, and slowly she fell asleep. The next day, Lu Chichi woke up, and there was no trace of King Jin around her. Chunbai and Chi Nai heard the noise and came in to serve. After washing up, Lu Chichi looked at the empty table while eating and asked, Where is my painting? Chunbai asked, What painting? I'll go find it. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai. I painted it last night. Chunbai shook her head. I didn't see it. Chi Nai also said she didn't see it. Lu Chichi felt strange. Was she taken away by the king of Jin? I thought it was unlikely. The king of Jin didn't like things like gods. She must have been blown to that corner by the wind. At this moment, Yu Dai brought breakfast. With food. Lu Qiqi forgot about it. After the meal, Lu Qiqi was really thinking about how to kill the boring time. Tang Xiuya came with the help of 2 maids. Chapter 119 The Most Cunning. Lu Qiqi thought, it's already like this. And she's still here to join in the fun. So thoughtful. Sister Tang, why are you here? She took the maid's hand to help Tang Xiuya sit down. Tang Xiuya smiled at the princess. And after sitting down, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the princess. Princess, my body won't get better. Princess, you don't need to ask for a doctor in the future. Let me fend for myself. She started to wipe her tears after saying that. Lu Qiqi saw that there was something wrong. Sister Tang misunderstood. I know that when I went there. Butler who had already asked for a doctor for you. Tang Xiuya paused crying. Did the princess visit me? You are sick. It's only right for you to visit me. Tang Xiuya's eyes were red. And she wanted to say something. But she couldn't say a word. So she simply lowered her head and started to wipe her tears again. You are weak, and it is not suitable for you to go out. If there is anything, just let the maid come and tell me. I am grateful for the princess's care. I am worried that the maid's arrival cannot express my gratitude to the princess. Lu Qiqi heard that this matter was because Xingye came to apologize for being too talkative that day. The thing has been done. And it is unlikely to be erased now. Lu Qiqi did not speak, but glanced at Chunbai. Chunbai understood, but was not happy, and left slowly. When she came back, she had a few more supplements in her hand. Sister Tang is not well yet, so you can't be too tired. Take these back and take good care of yourself. Princess. Tang Xiuya refused directly. This is my intention for Sister Tang. Lu Qiqi said this, and Chunbai handed the supplements to Xingye. Tang Xiaoya felt that the princess was alienated from her, and it was not a good thing to stay any longer. So she got up and left. Before leaving, she wanted Xingye to leave the supplements. Lu Qiqi spoke, and Xingye left with the supplements. Lu Qiqi sent Tang Xiuya out, and only turned back into the house after seeing her leave the courtyard gate. Chunbai knew that the princess was in a bad mood, and hurriedly brought a cup of green tea. Princess, are you okay? No. How can I feel bad for sending away those little supplements? Lu Qiqi deliberately interrupted. Princess, that's not what I meant. I know. Lu Qiqi finished speaking and began to drink tea. Chunbai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yu Dai. After Lu Qiqi finished a cup of tea, she looked at Yu Dai. She stopped Chunbai, who was too talkative, several times. She never said anything to Chunbai because Chunbai accompanied her through the most difficult years, and was willing to accompany her to make trouble even though she knew it was dangerous. So, no matter what Chunbai did out of the ordinary, she was happy. During this period of contact, she found that Qingdai had medical skills. Every time she sent food, she checked it calmly. Yu Dai was a person with a delicate mind. She always handled many things so well that people could not find fault with her. The two were obviously trained. Was King Jin placing them beside him because he was worried that if he died, he would be implicated? Yu Dai felt uneasy when she saw Lu Qiqi, and stood aside stiffly. She knew from the first day she arrived that the princess had a good temper. But the princess also had her own temper. Just like now. With just one look, Yu Dai knew that she was wrong. But she couldn't admit it. This situation was the most difficult. When Yu Dai couldn't bear it anymore, the oppressive sight disappeared. Chunbai, go prepare some fruit. Yes. Chunbai left in response. Only Qingdai and Yu Dai were left. Yu Dai thought the princess had something to say, and the princess lay on the couch. Qingdai, massage my shoulders. Qingdai glanced at Yu Dai and walked towards the princess. She put her hand on the princess' shoulder and began to press. She was a doctor, knew the acupuncture points, and had the right strength. Soon, Lu Qiqi closed her eyes comfortably. When Qingdai relaxed, Lu Qiqi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yu Dai. Yu Dai could no longer bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. I know you are all the prince's people. It's a pity to arrange you by my side. Qingdai stopped moving and knelt on the ground. It is a blessing for me to serve the princess. Qingdai and Yu Dai spoke at the same time. You will have greater achievements by the side of King Jin. It's wrong for you to stay by my side. Lu Qiqi stood up and sat cross-legged on the couch. Chindai and Yudai knelt on the ground and didn't dare to answer. At this time, they hoped that Chunbai would come back soon, because she was the only one who knew the princess best. Chindai, do you think someone poisoned me? Chindai didn't dare to remain silent after hearing this. Reporting to the princess. It was the prince's intention to ensure the princess's food safety. Lu Qiqi looked at Yudai. Where is Yudai? Yudai said. Reporting to the princess. I'm preventing villains from approaching the princess. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Then who do you think is the villain right now? This? Tang Xiuye? Yudai glanced at the princess and quickly lowered her head. Her methods are not smart enough. Lu Qiqi smiled. Who do you think is smart? Sun Rumei? Only her? Lu Qiqi felt that it was great to have a smart person around, and they could talk to each other. Yudai listened for a while, and there were no sounds that shouldn't have appeared around, and said, the one the princess should be most careful of is Yang Biyun. Lu Qiqi was stunned when she heard this. She had never thought of Yang Biyun. She knew Yang Biyun's past from the system. If she hadn't entered the palace, she would have become a doctor now. Yang Biyun has always stayed in her own courtyard and almost never went out. Even if she went out, she didn't talk much. She was willing to read medical books when she had nothing to do. What was there to doubt about her? Why? Yang Biyun is the most cunning. Lu Qiqi thought about it, not knowing whether this was true or not. So she simply lay down. I will hand over my courtyard to you in the future. Yes. Yudai knew that the princess had begun to trust her, and her danger was lifted. Lu Qiqi lay on the couch and patted her back. Qingdai. Continue. Yes. Qingdai continued to press the prince's shoulders. Lu Qiqi hadn't enjoyed such an authentic massage for a long time. As her body indulged, she slowly closed her eyes. When Chunbai arrived with oranges, she saw the scene. Princess. Yudai stopped Chunbai from talking and motioned her to look at the princess. Chunbai felt that it was impossible, as the princess had never slept at this time. After she was sure, she looked at Qingdai in disbelief. Qingdai was really capable. She could make the princess, who had just woken up, fall asleep. Qingdai was happy that the princess really accepted her, and gave Chunbai a big smile. From now on, they could be like Chunbai in front of the princess. Lu Qiqi didn't know how long she had slept, and woke up when she smelled the fragrance of the food. She opened her eyes and met Chunbai's big smile. What are you laughing at? Lu Qiqi stretched comfortably. Chunbai came over with a smile. I told them that the princess woke up when the dishes were served, but they didn't believe it. Lu Qiqi glanced at Qingdai and Yudai, and flicked Chunbai's forehead. Did you bully them? No. Chunbai denied it, and Qingdai and Yudai laughed. With this smile, they took over each other and became a real family. Chapter 120. The King of Chu was injured. The Prince of Chu's mansion. The Princess of Chu lay weakly on the bed. Mao Yu fed her medicine. Gu Yin turned her head to the side and wiped her tears. If she had been with him that day, the Princess of Chu would not have been injured so seriously. When she thought of this, she gritted her teeth in hatred of the King of Chu. What drunkenness! What carelessness! You must be kidding. Gu Yin turned around and saw the pale face of the Princess of Chu, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Princess, it's all my fault. Mao Yu also knelt on the ground, looking at the princess with red eyes, full of self-blame. They knew that someone was cruel, and knew that the master was in danger. But they were not around that day. The two maids who deliberately sent them away have been dealt with by Gu Yin, which cannot erase the danger that the master almost died. The Princess of Chu looked at them weakly. Okay. Get up. The two maids had no intention of getting up. Get out. The general of the cavalry came from outside and said coldly. Gu Yin and Mao Yu saluted the general of the cavalry and left. They knew that if the general of the escort flag had not arrived when the danger came, they would never see the Princess of Chu again. After they left, the Princess of Chu looked at the general of the cavalry. Brother? The general of the cavalry nodded. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu smiled immediately. Tears flowed out of her smile. The general of the cavalry was a rough man. He was very protective of his sister. He could not tolerate this. He was so angry that he wanted to kill her. He carefully took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from his sister's face. Brother, I didn't expect that I could still be blessed by the amulet. As he said this, he unfolded a black amulet in his hand. Seeing this, the general of the cavalry was so excited that his eyes were red. Others thought that he appeared in time to save his sister. But they didn't know that it was the amulet that really saved his sister. Their father was lucky enough to get the protection of this amulet and saved his life. So they had the two brothers and sisters. Unexpectedly, many years later, they saw the same amulet again. The general took it in his hand and looked at it carefully again and again, confirming that it was the same amulet that saved his father's life. In this regard, when his father was alive, he searched for many years without any results. Later, when his father died, the two brothers and sisters inquired for many years, but also without any results. Who would have thought that they would meet Luchichi in the capital? And she had wanted to kill her. When she saw Luchichi that day, it was an unintentional act to give clothes to her. Unexpectedly, Luchichi gave her a gift in return, which was an amulet. It was this amulet that saved his life. Did the Princess of Jin really give it to you? The Princess of Chu nodded. The general looked at his sister. Sister, you should know that I will. The Princess of Chu smiled. Brother, go do it. You? The general stared at his sister, wondering if this was true. The Princess of Chu smiled sadly. I have figured it out. I was wrong, and I don't want to make the same mistake anymore. The general nodded. He knew that after this incident, his sister shouldn't continue to be confused. But this kind of awakening is the cruelest. The Princess of Chu looked at her brother. Brother, don't worry about me. Since the moment I married the King of Chu, I have been the Princess of Chu in the eyes of others. This will never change in my life. The general understood what he meant, nodded heavily, and knew what to do next. The Princess of Chu knew what her brother was going to do and told him. Brother, be careful. I know. As long as his sister sees clearly, he should also take action. After seeing his sister in danger, he has already taken action. Today, he came here to tell her that things have begun and there is no reason for him to stop. Now there is one more reason. One more reason to leave the King of Chu. And one more reason to get close to the King of Jin. He has carefully observed several princes, and they began to hesitate between the King of Chen and the King of Jin. With the amulet, his heart no longer wavers. The brother and sister talked a lot. After Gu Yan and Mao Yu brought the food, the general accompanied them to eat and left soon. Gu Yan and Mao Yu didn't know what the general said to the Princess of Chu. They felt that the Princess of Chu was much better. Mother! A child's voice came from outside. Soon. Who is wearing sky blue clothes? Ran in. Mother! I heard that you were sick. Yor came up and took the Princess of Chu's hand, looking like a little adult. Why is mother sick? Take medicine, and you will be fine. The Princess of Chu smiled slightly. Then mother should be obedient. Take medicine obediently. And get well soon. The Princess of Chu smiled. What do you want? Yor was embarrassed to be looked at, and lowered her head shyly. I heard that the food in Jinjiang Tower is delicious. Thinking that mother is getting better. Can you take me to try it? You only know how to eat. The Princess of Chu tapped Yor's forehead. It was mother who said that the child was in the period of growth and should eat more. Yor said with her neck stiff. Gu Yan and Mao Yu saw this scene and felt complicated. The princess really likes you. Is Yor sincere to the princess? After this dangerous experience, they didn't trust anyone in the Chu palace. Just then, housekeeper Zhang came to report. Princess Yen is here. When Princess Chu heard this, her smile faded slightly, and she motioned Gu Yan to invite her, and asked Mao Yu to take Yor away. Soon, Princess Yen arrived. Sister He, what's wrong with you? Princess Yen came up and saw Princess Chu's pale face, her eyes slightly red. Princess Chu was too lazy to perfunctorily deal with these people, so she looked at Princess Yen and asked, Is Sister Yu's injury healed? It's okay. I heard that Sister He was sick, so I hurried over to see her. After Princess Yen finished speaking, the maid Yuner who came with her delivered the tonic she brought to Gu Yan. After Gu Yan took it, she put it on the table next to her. Just then, Mao Yu, who had calmed Yor down, came up with tea. Princess Yen glanced at the teacup, thinking that she was still taking medicine, and wanted to refuse. But seeing that it was a light chrysanthemum tea, she took it and drank a sip. Sister He, why did you get sick? It's been too hot recently, so I wanted to stay cool. And now, that's it. Sister He, please be careful. Since you care about me, I will get better as soon as possible. Getting better. She opened her eyes wide and saw clearly how someone fell down, and how she stood in the position of the Princess of Chu and watched these mobs fall down with a smile. Don't think she doesn't know that the King of Yin is the shadow of the King of Chu. The King of Chu didn't have a good end. And the King of Yan's end would not be good either. The two talked for a while. And the Princess of Chu didn't want to talk nonsense. So she yawned twice. And the Princess of Yin got up and left. Gu Yin personally sent the Princess of Yin to the door, watched the carriage leave, and returned to the Princess of Chu to report. Princess, the Princess of Yin is gone. Yes. Princess Chu knew that someone came to see if she was really sick. After seeing her, she felt relieved and naturally left. Princess Chu was also tired and fell asleep in bed. After a while, she heard a commotion outside. She got up, put on her clothes, and went out to see. Just as she reached the door, Gu Yin arrived. Princess, the King of Chu was drunk and was carried back. Who is Princess Chu? How could she be fooled by such words? Gu Yin helped Princess Chu back to the house and made sure there were no outsiders. Then he said, Guardian Jiang said so to others. I heard that the King of Chu was drunk and rode a horse. He accidentally fell off the horse and happened to injure his vitals. Princess Chu heard it. Who did it? Could it be my brother? What else did you hear? I don't know anything else. But I heard that Imperial Physician Huang is on his way. The Princess of Chu understood what was going on. In the eyes of outsiders, she was very ill and could not show up in public. After making sure that Imperial Physician Huang had finished treating her, she would drag her sick body to visit the King of Chu to show her concern for him. Chapter 121 Murder in the Capital. Prince Jin's Mansion. Lu Qiqi soon heard the news that the King of Chu and the Princess of Chu both fell ill. She didn't think much about it when she heard it. If she had known it earlier, there would be no suspense and no curiosity at all. The only thing she cared about was the story of the Princess of Chu and Yue. Looking at the current situation, there would be no result for a while. So she could only wait slowly. Chunbai couldn't hold back her words. And while serving the princess, she muttered, It's so strange. The princess gave the Princess of Chu a talisman. How could she still be sick? Lu Qiqi looked at her. This maid dared to say anything. I said the talisman is different. Believe in the power of the talisman. The Princess of Chu's illness may have other hidden secrets. It seems so. Chunbai was relieved and turned to remind the princess. Princess, the amulet can't be given away casually in the future. Okay. I'll listen to you. Seeing that the princess was so easy to talk to, Chunbai hurriedly explained. I'm worried that the prince will know and misunderstand. If you don't tell him, he won't know. Chunbai was choked and didn't know how to respond for a while. Lu Qiqi looked at her. How is Tang Xiuya's body? Speaking of this, Chunbai became energetic. There was nothing she didn't know in the whole palace. It's still the same. I don't know why. After taking so many medicines, Miss Tang's body is not improved. Tang Xiuya's body is too weak. Maybe. But I found that Chen Ma has changed recently. Getting along with Wang Yuchu? Chunbai was shocked. How did the princess know? I saw it in the kitchen one day. They are so blatant? Chunbai frowned. It's nothing special. I just saw the look in Chen Ma's eyes. Chunbai admired her very much. She was worthy of being the princess. She knew it with just one look. Unlike herself, who stared for a long time before daring to say it. Tell me, what did you see? I think Wang Yuchu doesn't seem to like Chen Ma that much. Lu Qiqi took a paper shell walnut, crushed it slightly, got out the walnut kernel, put it in her mouth, and waited for Chunbai's next words while eating. Yudai felt that Guobian was the most cunning, and she believed in the system more. She wanted to know where Wang Yuchu's hostility towards her came from. If it was because he came to Jin Wangfu from the palace and was unwilling, this matter would be easy to deal with. Just send him back. What if it wasn't? Wang Yuchu was a little cold to Chen Ma. Was he embarrassed? Lu Qiqi thought that Wang Yuchu should be deliberately approaching Chen Ma. Chunbai said again, could it be that Wang Yuchu is more reserved and embarrassed? Everyone likes to express themselves differently. Maybe Wang Yuchu is more reserved? I have seen Wang Yuchu and the guys in the big kitchen get along well several times. Chunbai was confused. That's strange. Lu Qiqi said. No. I'll go and have a look. The big melon that Chunbai discovered recently. Except for this, everyone is very quiet. And there is less fun. She must always keep her importance in the heart of the princess. And not give any opportunity to gossip. Chunbai used the excuse of going to the big kitchen to prepare meals for the princess and observe carefully. Lu Qiqi let her do it. Now Wang Yuchu has not shown it in front of others. so it will not be dangerous for Chunbai to get close. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi started to read the storybook out of boredom. After reading for a while, she couldn't concentrate. She turned her head and saw several maids working in the yard. She suddenly thought of modern comics. Comics can more vividly reflect the characteristics of each person. She had set up such a department to study comics, and soon attracted everyone's attention. Maybe opening a different storybook by herself may open up a new situation. Thinking about it, the bored Lu Qiqi started to work. When lunch was delivered, Lu Qiqi had just made a few manuscripts. People who are used to controlling everything with the internet have to draw each pen by themselves, which is a bit tiring. Fortunately, her storybook is different from others, so it is not too hard. Qingdai, Yudai, and Chunbai brought food and saw that the princess drew some strange pictures. It doesn't look good, but after looking at it carefully, I still think it's interesting. Chunbai looked at the princess in amazement. Princess, you are so amazing. Lu Qiqi looked over. Can you see it clearly? Chunbai burst out laughing. Why does this person look like the fat ant in the yard to me? It's her. Qingdai and Yudai came over to take a look. It was obviously different from the fat ant. They recognized it as the fat ant at a glance. Several people were talking excitedly, and didn't see the king of Jin coming in. When the king of Jin came to them, the three maids knelt on the ground in fear. Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin and directly handed her painting to him. I drew this. The king of Jin took a look and his eyes narrowed instantly. You drew it? With a very calm look, Lu Qiqi noticed the change in the prince's eyes. Yes. Who did you learn from? This painting is a bit special. The system popped up. A murder occurred in the capital, and such a cartoon was left at the scene of the murder. King Jin is responsible for investigating this case. When Lu Qiqi heard this, her heart tightened, and she suddenly thought of some descriptions of cartoons mentioned in the storybook. I learned it from the storybook. Which storybook? King Jin was obviously relieved. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Chunbai, bring the 2 storybooks you just bought for me. Yes. Chunbai turned around and took the storybook. Soon, Chunbai came with the storybook. King Jin saw the cover and realized that it was the storybook Lu Qiqi had read recently. Lu Qiqi had a good brain and quickly turned to the page in the book that described the cartoon. Look, this is it? King Jin looked at it carefully. Lu Qiqi explained. I drew it many times before I got this effect, but I think it's still not as interesting as the author described. King Jin put down the book. You've already drawn very well. Really? Why do I always feel that there is something missing? Lu Qiqi frowned and stared at the painting in front of her. What is missing? Lu Qiqi stared at the painting to get rid of suspicion. This scene changed the taste in King Jin's eyes. Originally, the woman's interest in eating made him feel uncomfortable. If there was another attention, when would it be his turn? Thinking about it, he glanced at the book next to him and had an idea in his mind. Let's eat first. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she was naturally happy and quickly diverted her attention. King Jin was quite satisfied. The two ate together. After the meal, King Jin said a few words and strode away. Seeing King Jin leave, Lu Qiqi asked the maids to take away the remaining food. Lu Qiqi stood up and changed the table. She held a pen in her hand and couldn't do anything for a long time. Later, she simply put down the pen, stared at the paper in front of her, and chatted with the system. Is the murder case really the author of the scholar who I read the story? System. I'm not sure yet, but it can't be separated from the scholar. Lu Qiqi thought about it. She was a loyal fan of the scholar author. Will he be a reader like me? I haven't seen the scene, so I don't know what the situation is. If it can make King Jin cautious, the case must be very big. System. The murder method is too perverted. It's better not to say it. Lu Qiqi didn't change her question. Can King Jin solve the case? System. It must be. This is a test from the Emperor. Chapter 122 Imitating the Princess. Lu Qiqi laughed, picked up the pen, and started painting again. One vivid painting after another appeared on the paper. Lu Qiqi looked at it for a while, and thought of the case. So she destroyed all the paintings she had made. In ancient times, destroying these things was simple. Just light a lamp and burn them. Chunbai was very worried when she saw the princess like this. And knowing the princess's temper, she looked at her from a distance and continued to be busy with the work at hand. When the princess finished burning, Chunbai came to her. Princess, Are you not satisfied with those paintings? Lu Qiqi looked entangled. And after a while, she said, I think that kind of painting is good. But a little exaggerated. It's better to be more realistic. Ah? There are better paintings than the princesses. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Collect some books on painting for me these days. Yes. Chunbai turned and left. Lu Qiqi wanted to call her. But she was a step slower, and Chunbai had already walked away. Chunbai's good point is that she takes everything she says to heart and treats it as a big deal. Her sincerity and loyalty are what she wants to protect in this life. A few days later, someone touched Lu Qiqi's reverse scale. The cause was very simple. Lu Qiqi's meals were almost all taken from the big kitchen. That day, Chunbai went to get food. And on the way back, she was bumped by a maid. And the food fell to the ground. And even the plate was broken. Chunbai was very angry and slapped the maid. Why are you so flustered? If she hadn't been in a hurry to deliver food to the princess, she would not have easily spared the maid. She was familiar with the people in the Jin Palace, and recognized this person at a glance as Luha, the new maid next to Tang Xiuya. Tang Xiuya was sick, and the princess asked butler who to send another maid over. That is Luha. I saw Lu He gossiping with others several times, and it was obvious that she was not a peaceful maid. I thought, I should serve the princess first, and settle accounts with Lu He later. After Chunbai left, she went to the kitchen to get some more food and sent it to the princess. Lu Qiqi didn't know about this. After dinner, she was about to read the painting book she had just got. As soon as she picked it up, she heard a noise coming from the door. Soon, she saw Tang Xiuya coming. This is the human heart. If you think about it, you can get better at any time. If you don't think about it, you won't see any improvement for 10 days or half a month. Tang Xiaoya entered the door and saluted Lu Qiqi. Your servant greets the princess. Sister Tang as well. Lu Qiqi stepped forward and helped Tang Xiuya get up. Thank you, princess, for your concern, Tang Xiuya said, turning around and taking the sponge cake from the maid's hand. I haven't made it for a long time. I don't know if the taste has changed. Sister Tang is in good health. She should rest for a while, Lu Qiqi said, thinking that she hadn't eaten it for a long time. And she really missed it. Just as she picked up a piece and put it to her mouth, a voice from the system sounded. Don't eat it. It's poisonous. Lu Qiqi was stunned and put the sponge cake in her hand back on the plate. I forgot. I ate too much just now. I'll eat it later. Princess. Don't like it? Tang Xiuya looked down disappointedly. Tang Xiuya's action was too fast. She looked down before she could see clearly. How can I change my favorite things easily? She said, inviting Tang Xiuya to sit down and put the sponge cake on the table in front of her. Yu Dai brought tea to ease the embarrassment at this moment. Lu Qiqi picked up the teacup, trying to calm her heart a little. Looking at Tang Xiuya, she couldn't help asking the system. Did she do it? System. Yes. But she is too cunning. You can't catch her. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. She wiped the traces clean. Lu Qiqi understood and signaled Chunbai to bring dried fruits. Sister Tang. This is what the prince just sent. Try it, Lu Qiqi said, crushing a paper shell walnut and eating the kernel. Tang Xiuya clearly saw the difference between the princess and her. She was not in a hurry to speak. She picked up a walnut and started eating it like Lu Qiqi. Yu Dai was on guard against Tang Xiuya. She watched Tang Xiuya's actions carefully and found that this person was deliberately imitating the princess. It was just the action of peeling walnuts. Tang Xiuya did it exactly like the princess. If you are not careful, you won't notice it, Yu Dai recalled. When did the princess eat walnuts in front of Tang Xiuya? She quickly denied this idea. She was shocked by the sudden idea in her mind. Lu Qiqi ate walnuts quietly. The voice of the system came. Look at Tang Xiuya. This was a bit confusing. Lu Qiqi had been dealing with the system for more than a year, and had always been very straightforward. What happened today? Thinking about it, she looked at Tang Xiuya. To be successful in starting a business in modern times, and to gain a place in the online world, one needs a unique vision and keen observation. She just glanced at Chunbai calmly. Chunbai, bring some oranges and grapes. Chunbai felt that the princess was too good to Tang Xiuya. Those things were prepared by the king of Jin for the princess. How could she give them to this bitch? She was not happy in her heart. She would not let others think that the princess could not even manage a maid in front of outsiders. After Chunbai left, she quickly set oranges and apples. Yu Dai watched from the side to make sure whether what she just discovered was true. The princess warmly invited Tang Xiaoya to eat fruit. Sister Tang, I have eaten a lot of your sponge cakes recently, and I feel a little embarrassed. It just so happens that the oranges and grapes just delivered today. You can try them. Tang Xiaoya once again showed her innocent expression. She imitated Lu Qiqi with both hands, pinched a grape, and put it into her mouth. Whether it was the action of picking grapes, the way of eating, or even the expression, they were exactly the same. Lu Qiqi saw it and asked with a smile, Sister Tang, is it delicious? Tang Xiaoya's eyes were like crescents when she smiled. Delicious. She had the straightforward and innocent side of a child, and gave a big smile again, like the sun. Seeing this smile, even the coldest heart will be melted. In Lu Qiqi's eyes, the original passion was almost turned into ice. If you like it, eat more. When you leave, take some back to eat. Thank you, Princess. You and I are sisters. Why are you being polite? Lu Qiqi said, taking out an orange and starting to eat. You are in good health. You can't stop taking supplements. These fruits are very nutritious. Eat more. It's good for your skin. Tang Xiaoya imitated the princess and started eating oranges. While eating, she looked at the princess with envy. I envy the princess so much for receiving so many rewards from the prince. Sister Tang's good days are coming soon, Lu Qiqi said with a smile. Tang Xiaoya paused slightly while eating the orange, and her deliberate imitation also made a small mistake. But she quickly recovered. What good day! Lu Qiqi smiled and didn't rush to speak. After eating an orange, she smiled and said, I told the prince about Lin Daodu. Tang Xiaoya looked at Lu Qiqi suddenly when she heard it. Princess, can't you? I have already told you. Princess, you don't know that when I went to the government office that day, Lin Daodu said a lot along the way. As she said that, she looked at the maid next to her. Lu Qiqi understood what she meant and said, Sister Tang, you can say it. Chapter 123. You don't have any money? Tang Xiaoya hesitated for a while and said, To be honest, I have been wondering how to talk to the princess since I came back. Today, the princess said that she had told the prince. I was worried that the prince would misunderstand the princess. So, go ahead. Lu Qiqi looked like she was ready to go. Tang Xiaoya lowered her voice. On the way there, Lin Daodu told me that the contestant a year ago was not the princess, but Lin Daodu. She suddenly fell ill a few days before the contest came to Beijing. County Magistrate Lin was anxious about this, and didn't know what to do. County Magistrate Lin also fell ill because of this. Lu Qiqi continued. Yes, the quota has been set. If there is no one in Huangshan County, it is deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor will kill 9 clans. At that time, I didn't want to see County Magistrate Lin's family beheaded. So I had to go to County Magistrate Lin and said that I was willing to come to the contest in place of Lin Daodu. At first, County Magistrate Lin was worried that there would be many dangers on the way to Beijing, and it was possible that I would die on the way. Later, I insisted, and County Magistrate Lin smoothed the relationship and temporarily changed Lin Daodu's name to my name. Tang Xiaoya looked at Lu Qiqi in shock. This was similar to what Lin Daodu said. At first, she thought that Lin Daodu saw that the princess had become successful and wanted to get a piece of the pie. But she didn't expect it to be true. Lu Qiqi sighed. I didn't expect Lin Daodu to come to Beijing. And in such a way. I was so scared at the time, and didn't know what to do. Xiao Nianqing happened to come forward and made a big fuss about it. It was too late for me to stop it. Fortunately, Sister Tang accompanied Lin Daodu at the time. Otherwise, I might, Lu Qiqi said, pushing the oranges and grapes in front of her to Tang Xiaoya. Sister Tang, you have to keep this secret for me. Tang Xiaoya was excited. She didn't expect to hear this. With today's incident, she has caught Lu Qiqi's handle, thinking that her good days are not far away. Don't worry, Princess. I will never say a word to outsiders. Lu Qiqi nodded with confidence. I told the prince that I was afraid that the paper would not cover the fire. And I knew that Lin Daodu would not give up. So I told the prince in advance. What did the princess tell the prince? Lu Qiqi sighed. I just said that I am not the daughter of County Magistrate Lin. My father is the County Magistrate of Huangshan County. Lu Qiqi's superb acting skills. Before leaving, she also gave Tang Xiaoya a lot of things, intending to bribe her. After Lu Qiqi personally sent Tang Xiuya away, Chunbai followed the princess. Princess? Don't I understand? Even she knew that the princess was the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County. How could the king of Jin not know? Yu Dai understood the general situation and thought that the princess was smart. As long as Tang Xiuya. If she stopped now, it would still be in time. If she was too ambitious, she would definitely not have a good ending. During dinner, the king of Jin came back on time. He started eating right after he arrived, thinking about the man's hasty departure yesterday. A day passed when he came back again. The reason why he left in a hurry was because of the case, and because of the maid in front of the king of Jin's biological mother. I wonder how these two things are going. From the king of Jin's expression, nothing can be seen, since these messages were all informed by the system. Lu Qiqi pretended not to know in front of the man. During the meal, Lu Qiqi continued to eat without being affected when she saw the man stop eating several times. After the meal, Lu Qiqi rarely went to the couch, but sat at the table, holding the teacup and drinking slowly. King Jin looked at the woman. Do you have anything to say? Lu Qiqi stretched out her hand. I like something and want to buy it, but I don't have money. King Jin thought that the woman accepted the clothes sent by the princess of Chu that day, and she must have really run out of money. What he didn't understand was that if she didn't have money, she could go to the account office to get it. Why did she stretch out her hand to ask for money? Looking at the little hand in front of him, he shouted to the outside. Come here. Zhao Kai came up happily. Prince? Princess. Give the key of the account office to the princess. Yes. Zhao Kai responded and left. Lu Qiqi retracted her little hand and sighed. You don't have money on you? This really made King Jin feel embarrassed. He never carried money with him. And the woman suddenly said this. And he felt that she looked down on him. I thought the prince was very rich, and could throw out a pile of banknotes anytime and anywhere. It seems that I thought too much. Lu Qiqi sighed and stood up, walking towards the soft couch. The king of Jin followed the woman's gaze. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai all bowed their heads. The king of Jin was ridiculed, but he was not angry. Seeing this scene, they immediately felt bad. Since they could not leave, they could only bow their heads. The king of Jin had no appetite to eat, so he simply put down his chopsticks and walked towards the woman. Let me see the storybook you are reading. You want to see it too? Lu Qiqi said, reaching out to take it from the side, and handed it to the king of Jin. The king of Jin took the storybook and stood by to read it. Lu Qiqi saw that he looked serious, and the case should not have made much progress. Thinking, how can she help him? Prince, do you like to watch this too? I'm interested in the style of painting on it. In order not to scare the woman, King Jin deliberately said it lightly. Lu Qiqi understood, sat up straight, looked up at the prince slightly. Prince, you can ask me. King Jin looked at the woman in front of him, with pure eyes, without any impurities, and was gradually attracted by her. Hand naturally stretched out. Lu Qiqi looked at the man's movements, turned her head away. Do you still want to know? King Jin really couldn't do anything with the woman. After a busy day and night, there was no result. Seeing the woman's vivid expression, he suddenly felt tired. He simply hugged the woman and turned around. The two stayed on the soft couch together, trapping the woman. Speak. I'm listening. Lu Qiqi was a little unable to adapt to this sudden change of tone. Feeling the heat in her ears, she knew that the man was doing it on purpose. She tried to adjust her attitude, facing the embarrassment of many old-timers in the mall. She didn't even blink. At this moment, she was nervous and began to sweat in her palms. She noticed the man's influence on her, but she tried to pretend that nothing happened and picked up the storybook to talk. The author of this book is a scholar. He has a good writing style, but his style doesn't seem to be the type you appreciate. Oh! The king of Jin didn't notice. Seeing the woman's serious look, he wanted to see if she had discovered anything. This person's writing style is more inclined to the backyard of the house. Sometimes, even I wonder if this scholar is a woman. Otherwise, how could he talk about women's affairs in such detail? The king of Jin had read some of this person's stories, and it was indeed like this. Lu Qiqi flipped a page at random. Look at this description. The eyebrow drawing is so detailed, and even the heart is described so much. As she spoke, her hand naturally showed the state of eyebrow drawing. Look at this angle. If you do it from the posture he described, what do you think it looks like? Lu Qiqi is good at guiding, letting the man see what he wants to see. The king of Jin suddenly understood what the woman was talking about. And the things that he had been thinking about for a long time without a clue suddenly became clear. He stood up suddenly and asked the woman to sit next to him. Your head is really different. Just at this time, Xiao Kai arrived. Xiao Kai held the key in both hands and sent it to the king of Jin. The king of Jin took the key and put it in the palm of the woman's hand. Buy whatever you want. Don't worry. The huge king of Jin's mansion is not as poor as you think. This is what you said. Don't say I'm a spendthrift. Lu Qiqi happily took the key in her hand and waited twice. Yes. The king of Jin said this, bent down and kissed the woman on the face, and strode away. Xiao Kai saw him and hurriedly followed him out. Lu Qiqi showed off the key to the three maids. Your prince is quite generous. Chapter 124. Lin Daodu is here again. Lu Qiqi has money now, and starts to go shopping like crazy. She takes her maid out every day. And every time she goes out, she is full of spoils. At first, Chunbai thought it was nothing. But after a few days, she saw the princess's lavish spending, and was worried that the king of Jin would blame her. That day, she bought a carriage full of things and came back from outside. As soon as she got off the carriage, she saw two women standing outside the door of the king of Jin's mansion. Chunbai took a closer look and knew who the person was. She wanted to let the princess go back to the carriage first. At this time, Lu Qiqi had already gotten off the carriage, and the person standing at the door turned around and saw Lu Qiqi. When their eyes met, Lu Qiqi knew that the other person was Lin Daodu under the prompt of the system. From this perspective, Lin Daodu has some characteristics, and that boldness can attract some people's attention. Whether she can attract the king of Jin, Lu Qiqi feels uncertain. It's just because Xiao Nianqing is walking in this style. Lin Daodu looked at Lu Qiqi, and at first glance, she almost didn't recognize her. She used to be poor, but now she has become so exquisite. She thought that if she came to this election, she would be the current princess of Jin, and all the things on Lu Qiqi would be hers. Thinking of this, Lin Daodu came up to her. Lu Qiqi, don't you bow to me when you see me? Chunbai heard this and always felt that she didn't have a chance to show her talent that time. But now the chance has come. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Daodu. Who do you think you are? You don't know how to kneel when you see the princess. And you are still talking nonsense here. You are tired of living. Chunbai was in full control at this moment. Lu Qiqi looked very satisfied, glanced at Lin Daodu and ignored her, and raised her foot to walk in. Lin Daodu stretched out her hand to stop her, but Chunbai pushed her hard and she fell down the steps. Lu Qiqi paused for a moment, only looked back, and continued to walk towards the Prince of Jin's mansion. Butler who waited for the news and hurried out to greet her. When she arrived, the princess had already entered the door and saw the carriage outside. When she went out, she saw Lin Daodu under the steps again. Seeing this person, Butler who was speechless. Why did this lunatic come again? The people of Jingxiaoyin didn't do anything either. Why did they let this woman out? Thinking in his heart, he directed everyone to unload the things from the carriage. Butler who didn't have much contact with Lin Daodu, and he knew what some people were thinking. He deliberately stood beside the carriage and warned the maid. Be careful. These are all just bought by the princess. If they are damaged, be careful of your heads. Lin Daodu was dizzy from the fall, and her mind was not clear yet. Hearing this, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. She shouted at Ah Hua. What are you looking at? Help me up. Ah Hua finally reacted. She couldn't believe that Lu Qiqi, who didn't know how to fight back when bullied by Lin Daodu, and was so timid, could be so arrogant. She staggered towards Lin Daodu and helped her up. Lin Daodu stood firm, pushed Ah Hua away, and stopped Butler who, what did you just say? Butler who saw someone taking the bait, and was still laughing in his heart, with a condescending look on his face. Get out. Don't dirty the princess's treasure. Say it again. Butler who ignored Lin Daodu's existence and walked at the end when all the things were taken down from the carriage. Lin Daodu saw Butler, who was about to close the door. Regardless of her own embarrassment and the pain in her body, she had only one thought in her mind, that she must walk through this door today. And after she walked in, no one could drive her out. Seeing that the door was about to close, who was about to kick Lin Daodu out, who was about to rush in. At this time, there was a sound of horse hooves outside. Soon, King Jin and others rode in, who saw King Jin and opened the door to greet him. Lin Daodu saw the change in whose housekeeper, heard the movement behind him, turned around and saw a man in black riding a horse. Just one glance. Lin Dao began to be crazy. She had never seen such a good-looking man in Huangshan County, and was still thinking in her heart, should she choose this man or King Jin? Just thinking. She heard who said, "Your Majesty." King Jin jumped off his horse and strode into the King Jin's mansion. Lin Dao was happy to see that this man was King Jin. She reached out to grab him, but Zhao Kai, who rushed over, directly separated him with a sword. Lin Dao watched King Jin walk in. She didn't say a word, turned around and opened her mouth to Zhao Kai. But Zhao Kai had already prepared and directly pressed acupuncture points. Housekeeper who was relieved when he saw this scene. He blocked Lin Dao's face and closed the door. Lin Dao stood at the door of Prince Jin's mansion in a strange posture. Ah Hua was anxious. She didn't know how to unblock the acupuncture points, so she could only worry. The street was originally deserted, but many people stopped to watch when they saw this scene. The embarrassed Lin Dao looked like a beggar, and her expression was so strange. One by one, they commented on her, and later someone simply called her a lunatic. For a while, Lin Dao brought a lot of fun to everyone with her strange appearance. Lin Dao gritted her teeth in hatred, and had to face the ridicule around her. She remembered all this on Lu Qiqi. If Lu Qiqi had taken the initiative to withdraw, she wouldn't be in such a mess now. Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi was painting hard. Chunbai told her everything that happened at the door. Qi Dai and Yudai laughed when they heard it. I really don't know if Lin Dao is stupid. Who do you think you are? You come to the Jin Palace to show off your power? It's also strange. What's wrong with Zhao Kai? Just kill him directly. Not just acupuncture? Lu Qiqi stopped writing and snorted coldly. Lin Dao is still dreaming? Chunbai said. Princess, it's not good to let her stand at the door like this. You want her to come in? No. I just think that standing at the door of our Jin Palace is not the right thing. Chunbai was worried that it would have an adverse effect on the princess. Lu Qiqi nodded. Such an honor will make me lose my appetite when I see it. Chunbai was speechless. And it was related to food again. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. Qingdai, what did you do with the date cakes that Tang Xiuya sent that day? Replying to the princess. I sent them back to Miss Tang. Oh! When Lu Qiqi heard that there was something going on, she didn't ask and waited quietly. The system popped up to refresh its presence. The tree in Tang Xiuya's yard is enjoying it. Lu Qiqi. Will the tree die? System. Soon. Lu Qiqi thought. What does Qingdai want to do? Is she going to use this to make a fuss? That time, she couldn't do anything to Tang Xiuya. If the incident happened in Joyong Garden, it would be Tang Xiuya's responsibility. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Chunbai, go and drive away the guy at the door. Yes. Chunbai had wanted to do this for a long time. And now that King Jin has expressed his position, what else does she have to be afraid of? Yudai, go and send some fruits to Joyong Garden and leak out what Lin Dao did at the door. Yes. Yudai took the order and left. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. I'm a little tired. You give me a massage. The three maids were busy under Lu Qiqi's command. Lu Qiqi lay on the couch and soon closed her eyes comfortably. She massaged and massaged. But she felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes and saw that it was not Qingdai who was massaging her, but King Jin. She propped herself up and sat up. When did you come? Just arrived. King Jin sat next to her. Very tired? I thought to myself, the man outside the door can be dealt with now. When I just came, I had already told Wakai to do it. Chapter 125. The Scheme of Self-Inflicted Injury. Is everything done? Lu Qiqi changed to a more comfortable position. How do you know? King Jin thought. Is he so obvious? These days, your face says I have something to do. Don't bother me. Hee. King Jin was amused. Lu Qiqi laughed and said, Actually, I have something to do. But I'm fine now. Lin Dao? I guess so. Lin Dao is easy to deal with. A big-breasted and brainless person. But Tang Xiuya is a bit troublesome to deal with. It was only now that she realized that Tang Xiuya and Sun Rume were equally matched. And thinking of what Biyun mentioned by Yudai, she was even more troubled. She didn't want to care about these trivial matters. And because of this man, her life was destined to be turbulent. King Jin came up to her, hugged the woman, and they lay on the couch together, his big hand stroking the woman's hair. Qiqi, why didn't you tell me when you were bullied? Everyone has some troubles. You are tired of blaming me for everything. Some things can be avoided. And some things should be faced. She is just too lazy to move. If she is forced to take action, she will be dead or injured. When the king of Jin was about to say something, Tang Xiaoya's voice came from outside the door. Princess, I heard that Lin Daodu is here again. Are you okay? Lu Qiqi smiled. Look, after some things are exposed, they are not covered up. She stepped out of the man's arms and looked outside. Another one is looking for you. She sent someone to tell Tang Xiaoya. But she didn't rush to the door, but ran here instead. It seemed that she was here to see her. She must have heard that the king of Jin was here, thinking that Yudai was reliable. How could this happen? Soon, Tang Xiaoya ran over in a hurry, and saw that King Jin was also there, and hurriedly saluted. I greet the prince. I greet the princess. Lu Qiqi wanted to get up, but was held by King Jin. She couldn't move, so she could only look at Tang Xiaoya in a strange posture. Sister Tang, why are you here? See, she is also hypocritical, calling her sister all the time, but she is disgusted in her heart. Tang Xiaoya carefully raised her head and glanced at King Jin, and found that King Jin was touching Lu Qiqi's hair, and he didn't seem angry. Whispered to explain, I heard that Lin Daodu was here, and I was worried about angering the princess. So I came to visit. Sister Tang is worried. I'm not angry, Lu Qiqi said. This was direct and disrespectful. It seemed to be following the words. And it seemed that the answer to your question was given to you. So you can go away. Tang Xiaoya didn't want to leave. Hearing this, she pretended to be sensible. After bowing, she took 2 steps back and prepared to leave. But she seemed to be too anxious to leave, and didn't notice the steps at the door behind her. When she walked backwards, she fell to the ground. A normal man would be kind to women. Prince Jin only had Lu Qiqi in his eyes, and didn't see the embarrassed Tang Xiaoya. Lu Qiqi asked with concern. Sister Tang has come here many times and nothing happened. Why did you trip over the threshold today? This clearly means, Tang Xiaoya, you did it on purpose. Tang Xiaoya got up from the ground in a mess, blushing and said, I was too nervous and made the princess laugh. I wonder if the prince will feel bad, Lu Qiqi said, twisting the man's arm with force. Prince Jin reluctantly glanced at Tang Xiaoya at the door, and his eyes continued to fall on Lu Qiqi. Are you angry? I dare not, Lu Qiqi said generously, thinking in her heart, if you dare to agree, I will kill you. I didn't care before, but not now. King Jin saw that the woman finally had the right reaction, and grabbed the woman's hand. Who? Who? Tang Xiaoya's body subconsciously stiffened. What man's way of addressing people? Every time she called someone like this, nothing good would happen. Would she be unlucky today? She wanted to leave, but Chunbai came with a pot of tea. As a result, she walked to Tang Xiaoya, who had just stood up, and accidentally touched the teapot, which spilled, and all the hot tea spilled on Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya screamed and trembled slightly in pain. She was in such pain, but she did not attract the attention of King Jin, nor did she see the sympathy of the princess. Chunbai spoke, making her want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ms. Tang, are you okay? How come the princess fell down and bumped into the teapot today? Those who don't know would think that Tang Xiaoya wanted to play the role of a sickly beauty. Chunbai's words were merciless and blocked all of Tang Xiaoya's thoughts. Just at this moment, Lua ran over. Miss, are you okay? Lua seemed to be the only one who cared about Tang Xiaoya. Lua's next move completely ruined Tang Xiaoya's future. Miss, this is burn medicine. Apply it quickly, she said, and rolled up Tang Xiaoya's sleeves and started to apply the medicine. Lu Qiqi was a little confused by this wave of operations. Who always keeps burn medicine? This is clearly intentional. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai standing at the door. She was just wondering. Yudai is so smart. How could she not do it? It turns out that the problem lies here. Tang Xiaoya, who was slow to react, waited until the pain eased a little before she reacted. The ointment brought by her maid. Isn't it obvious that she is playing a trick of self-torture? She wanted to slap Lua in frustration, but she couldn't do that in front of King Jin. She pretended to be weak and let Lua help her leave. Chunbai hurriedly said, Ms. Tang, I'll take you there. This sentence showed her concern, and she was deliberately angering someone. King Jin watched a good show. He stared at the woman with a smile. Lu Qiqi smiled. It's no fun to tell the tricks you see, no matter what the man thinks. Teaching Tang Xiuya a lesson is the real thing. Your Majesty is so charming. What about you? King Jin raised Lu Qiqi's chin and asked. Lu Qiqi smiled evilly and put her hand on the man's chest. What do you think? I think Prince Jin hadn't finished speaking when the woman suddenly twisted his chest, and he cried out in pain. Lu Qiqi was not afraid and patted the man's chest. Remember? Don't spread your tail like a peacock in the future. What do you mean? Knowing that it was not a good thing. Prince Jin still asked. The peacock's butt is ugly. Lu Qiqi said this and left with a smile. Prince Jin's face was not good. This damn woman teased him again. He was angry. But he couldn't bear to teach the woman a lesson. Just then, the unlucky Zhao Kai came and told him about Lin Daodu. He was even more angry. When Lin Daodu saw Prince Jin, she thought she had finally seen the moon after waiting for the clouds to clear. Using her own embarrassment, she let Prince Jin see how vicious Lu Qiqi was. Only with Lu Qiqi as a foil can she appear noble and generous. In comparison, Lin Daodu wants to show her generosity. Your Majesty, I finally see you. Lin Daodu used the same tricks to coax her father on King Jin. Facing this voice, King Jin was still able to remain expressionless. Zhao Kai couldn't stand it, and began to retch against the wall. Lin Daodu saw that someone was doing it on purpose, and must have been brainwashed by Lu Qiqi. At this moment, she pretended to be generous and didn't care about this person, trying her best to please King Jin. Your Majesty, this injury of your Majesty is nothing. Your Majesty must not care about Sister Qiqi. Sister has little experience and has handled many things improperly. I didn't tell my sister in advance when I came this time. Maybe my sister didn't want to. Woo. Lin Daodu didn't finish her thoughts in her heart, and she muted again. This time it was not acupuncture, but the inability to make a sound. Lin Daodu was anxious. She didn't know what was going on. She just felt that when she spoke just now, there was something in her throat. After swallowing it, it became like this. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't make a sound. Seeing that King Jin was not moved, she was anxious and wanted to pull the corner of King Jin's clothes. King Jin turned around and ordered Zhao Kai. Throw it out. Zhao Kai had wanted to do it for a long time. Hearing this, he didn't give Lin Daodu a second to stay. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Daodu. With a big hand, he drew a parabola in the air. Chapter 126 At Sun Rume's People. Lu Qiqi saw that the king of Jin had left, and she was in a very good mood. She came to the hammock under the tree. She nestled on it and ate oranges. Chunbai came up to her and looked at the princess. She wanted to remind her that she must never treat the king of Jin like this in the future. However, every time the princess did something out of line, the king of Jin was not angry, but cared more. She didn't know if this was a good thing. Thinking about it, she didn't say anything about it, and planned to use Lin Daodu to speak. Princess, Lin Daodu, how are you going to deal with it? Lu Qiqi stopped eating oranges. Don't worry. Someone will take care of it. Are you talking about the prince? She came for the prince. This is the fact. If the original owner hadn't died, if I hadn't come to this body and had the glory now, would Lin Daodu come to the capital? I gave her a chance to regret in vain, and gave her a chance to get close to the king of Jin, so I wouldn't get involved. Princess, don't be afraid. Before Chunbai finished speaking, Qingdai, who had received the news, ran to her. Princess, Lin Daodu was thrown out. Lu Qiqi became interested. How was she thrown out? Zhao Kai threw her out. Hee. Lu Qiqi laughed. Zhao Kai took action. Of course. On the order of King Jin. Those words just now not only dealt with Tang Xiuya, but also Lin Daodu enjoyed the special care of King Jin. Where is the maid? Lu Qiqi did not forget the maid named Ahua through the system's explanation. She looked honest. Many things Lin Daodu did were strategized by this person. Ahua and Lin Daodu are of the same kind. If one is thrown out, there is another one. It's annoying to think about it. Chunbai thought. I heard that Lin Daodu was locked outside the palace. How did she get in? Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. Qingdai said, I don't know either. I only know that Lin Daodu has been thrown out and can't speak. What about the future? It won't be good for a year or two. Even if it was the king of Jin who did it. There was no good reason. Qingdai didn't want to scare the princess, so she said it more tactfully. At this moment, Lu Qiqi was still thinking that it was a good thing that Lin Daodu couldn't speak. and that the maid shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This is the capital, not the small Huangshan County. And it's not a place where the county magistrate has the final say. Unexpectedly, that night, Chunbai came to report that Ahua was hit to death on the stone lion at the door. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi had a bad premonition. I didn't go there myself, so I sent Yudai to take a look. After Yudai came back and explained the situation, Lu Qiqi was silent. It wasn't suicide, but she was hit hard to death. Lin Daodu disappeared. Lu Qiqi wondered if it was Lin Daodu who did it. She also thought that Lin Daodu only brought Ahua with her. If she was in trouble, would she kill her only helper? She thought that Ahua was from Huangshan County. If Lin Daodu used Ahua's life to make a big deal, this was also possible. Before she could figure out the truth, Tang Xiuya brought explosive news. Princess, it's not good. It's not good, Tang Xiuya said, running over in a panic. Chunbai was annoyed when she saw this person. She stepped forward and blocked Tang Xiuya's way. How can you yell in front of the princess? Tang Xiuya knew that she was wrong. She lowered her voice and explained, it's all my fault. I disturbed the princess's rest. It's really a serious matter. I dare not delay. Lu Qiqi no longer had the good temper she once had towards Tang Xiuya. Just tell me what's going on. The sky falling has nothing to do with me. I didn't teach this person a lesson not long ago. She's had enough of some people's dramas, and doesn't want to watch them anymore. Then Lin Daodu is in Fufeng Garden, Tang Xiuya said. This shocked everyone. Just when Ahua was found dead at the door, Lin Daodu appeared in Fufeng Garden right after. Lu Qiqi felt that this was strange, and glanced at Qi Dai. Qi Dai left, and Lu Qiqi calmed down. Not long after, Qi Dai arrived and shook her head slightly. Lu Qiqi knew that it was not the intention of King Jin, who sent Lin Daodu to Sun Rumei's Fufeng Garden. She quickly took people to check. Found Lin Daodu unconscious on the bed. It was indeed Lin Daodu. Who did it? And what was the purpose? Lu Qiqi looked at the only light on in the room, and then looked at Tang Xiuya. How did you find out? I took the maid out to relax, and when I saw the light here, I came to take a look, and saw that it was Lin Daodu. I was also shocked. I waited and asked the maid Lu He to find Butler Hu. After waiting for a long time, I heard no movement, so I boldly went to find the princess. This statement is reasonable, but there are flaws everywhere. Lu He, Tang Xiuya's second maid. It was also that day that Tang Xiuya was ready to take action, but Lu He did it first. What a coincidence. It's Lu He again? The matter about Lin Daodu appearing in Fufeng Garden has not been dealt with yet. And Butler Hu came to find him. Princess, Lu He's body was found in the well. The princess looked at Tang Xiuya. Tang Xiuya, did you just say that you asked Lu He to find Butler Hu? Yes. As she said that, Tang Xiuya turned around and asked Butler Hu. Who did you just say was dead? LVE he who was just sent to serve you. Butler Hu said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. LVE and I just discovered the situation here not long ago and asked her to inform Butler Hu. It has only been a short time. How could she commit suicide? Tang Xiuya couldn't accept it and stepped back. Chunbai had long disliked Tang Xiuya. When Tang Xiuya stepped back, she quietly stretched out her foot and Tang Xiuya was tripped to the ground. Even so, she still couldn't believe that LVE he was really dead. She grabbed Butler Hu and asked the specific location, and ran over in a panic. Lu Qiqi glanced at Tang Xiuya and asked Butler Hu, why is Lin Daodu here? Butler Hu only knew about Lin Daodu. Seeing Lin Daodu lying on Sun Rumei's bed, Butler Hu reacted quickly. Princess, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Lu Qiqi asked Qin Dai to check, wanting to know how much of Lin Daodu's credit was involved. After reading it, Qin Dai shook her head slightly. Lu Qiqi knew that this was not done by Lin Daodu. And Ahua's was probably not done by Lin Daodu either. Which meant that there was a master controlling all this in a place they could not see. Looking at the bed in front of her, thinking that this was Fufeng Garden. Could it be done by Sun Rumei? Thinking in her mind. She did not express it on her face. Summoned the system, and asked, was it done by Sun Rumei? System. Yes. Luha is also Sun Rumei's person. Chapter 127 The King of Chu is deposed. Lu Qiqi heard this. What else can't she understand? Lin Daodu was taken to Fufeng Garden because she was worried that she would be forgotten. What a pity. Sun Rumei was already dead in the eyes of others. When Sun Rumei came back, This identity could no longer be used. Now she came back with the same face as the daughter of the Wu clan, which would not help her, but become an obstacle for her. If Sun Rumei's identity was exposed at this time, with the halo of the daughter of the Wu clan, her appearance would also discredit the Wu clan, knowing that it was Sun Rumei who did it. Lu Qiqi was not worried. Lin Daodu was in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and was handed over to Butler Hu for handling. Butler Hu knew what happened in the palace today. He would not let Lin Daodu stay here. And after Lu Qiqi left, he took Lin Daodu away directly. He didn't care whether Lin Daodu lived or died. He would not have any scruples about someone that the king of Jin disliked. Lu Qiqi's move was even more incredible in the eyes of the three maids. They all knew Lin Daodu's identity and her style. In their opinion, the princess's attitude towards handling things was casual and indifferent. This indifference had many meanings. After careful observation, it seemed that the princess had everything planned out. No matter how Lin Daodu jumped, she would not pose any threat to the princess. Thinking of the fact that everyone knew that the princess was the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County when she entered the mansion, there was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Chunbai quietly served the princess. Lu Qiqi was a little bit unable to adapt and looked at Chunbai several times. Why don't you speak? What did the servant say? In the past, when you encountered something, you were always worried about this and afraid of that, and always felt that it was not perfect. Why don't you speak today? Chunbai smiled and said, I think the princess can handle whatever happens to her. What did I do? Lu Qiqi spread her hands. The princess has handed the matter over to Butler Hu to handle. Chunbai said seriously. Aren't you curious about how Butler Hu handled it? Butler Hu saw the attitudes of the prince and the princess, and he knows what to do. Even so, aren't you worried that people outside will misunderstand me? No. Who is Lin Daodu? Many people saw her outside the door twice, so they won't misunderstand the princess. Lu Qiqi was speechless. She didn't worry because she was lazy. And another reason was that she knew someone would handle the matter well, so she didn't have to worry. This is what others say. People who love you won't plot against you, won't frame you, and won't make you sad. With Prince Jin standing in front of her, some of her affairs in the capital, whether right or wrong, there is only win or lose. And now she, Lu Qiqi, has won. This matter was brought to the Huangshan County Magistrate Lin. How could his little power compete with the king of Jin? It involved the father and mother of the original owner of Huangshan County, and she was also able to protect them. When people stand at a high enough level, no one dares to question. Someone wants to use Lin Daodu to cause trouble. Only people like Sun Rumei, who have no foundation on the surface. The Princess of Chu used to be one of them. But now the Princess of Chu hates the King of Chu to the bone, and will not help him. The King of Chu is now sick, and has no time to calculate these trivial matters. As for the King of Qin and the King of Yin, when the King of Chu is in danger at this moment, they are more on the sidelines. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi is more confident about this matter, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi thought of what the system said. The relationship between the queen and the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, and thought of the King of Chu. If you calculate the time, it should be soon. Lu Qiqi was silent, and others did not dare to speak, and quietly served beside them. Lu Qiqi could chat with the space. Is the King of Chu about to die? System. It happened in the past 2 days. Lu Qiqi. How is the Princess of Chu? System. With the amulet, nothing will happen. Lu Qiqi thought. If there is no amulet, she should be really dead. Right? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi sighed. Thinking of the child named Yu. Will Yu accompany the Princess of Chu? System. Not for long. Lu Qiqi. Oh! I knew it would be like this. And I guessed it right. System. Yu did not lose his memory. He saw the process of Gu Yin killing Jiang Ping and planned to avenge his biological mother. Lu Qiqi sighed. Children nowadays are not simple. System. It's Jiang Ping's fault too. She used Yu as a tool to win favor. She calculated others every day. Yu was influenced by what she heard and saw. What good things can she learn? Lu Qiqi. What good things did Jiang Ping do? Lu Qiqi wanted to learn from her. There are many troubles around her now. She should learn well. System. On the first day Jiang Ping and Yu arrived at the Chu Palace. They deliberately attracted the attention of the Chu Princess. The Chu Princess wanted to host a banquet to humiliate them. In order to annoy the Chu Princess, Jiang Ping deliberately led his son to the Chu princess's Rui pavilion. Lu Qiqi laughed when she heard it. What a trick! At this time, Lu Qiqi felt that Jiang Ping's death was not unjust. The sooner he died, the better. Thinking of the annoying Jiang Ping. Thinking of Tang Xiuya, who doesn't know how to hide now. She has gone all out to win favor. Thinking, asked, where is Tang Xiuya? System. No hope. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi didn't ask any more questions. She came to the king of Jin without hiding anything, and deliberately fell down to win sympathy. Later, she was manipulated by Chunbai and Yudai. Now Tang Xiuya has to endure the pain of being burned and face other people's saliva. Even if Lu He did it on purpose. She is dead now, and it is hard to explain now. Thinking of Lu He, I can't help but think of Sun Rume. What a trick. First Lin Daodu, then Lu He. She deserves to learn a lot from concubine Shu, and learned a lot of palace fighting. Thinking of the wishful thinking of the queen now. Thinking of the current situation of the king of Chu. There must be many people who are restless these days. The palace. After hearing about the situation of the king of Chu, the queen couldn't bear it and almost fainted. Nani Wang was very sad to see the queen like this. When she thought about the situation of the king of Chu, he was considered useless. How much thought had the queen put into the king of Chu over the years? And what had the king of Chu done? Relying on the fact that he was the eldest son, he had not made any achievements over the years, and had done bad things one after another. Over the years, the queen had been busy with the aftermath of the king of Chu every day. But now, queen, take care of yourself. The queen gasped in anger. How could the future of the state of Qin fall on a disabled person? The queen thought for a long time. But she was still worried about the king of Chu. So she left the palace overnight and went to the king of Chu's mansion. Chapter 128 An Ungrateful Bastard. Prince Chu's mansion. Shusong Pavilion. Princess Chu looked at the sick Prince Chu. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a mess in the house. She tried hard to find a place to stay. Prince, you should take medicine. Prince Chu took the mentality of the mistress of the house and served him wholeheartedly. These days, everyone in Prince Chu's mansion saw it clearly. Prince Chu was sick, and Princess Chu had to help take care of the illegitimate child brought back from outside. What did the Prince Chu do? Every day, he tormented Princess Chu in different ways. Everyone was indignant for Princess Chu, but no one dared to step forward. Gu Yan and Mao Yu, who served their master loyally, were beaten by the Prince Chu. Princess Chu and the maids around her were injured. Seeing such a scene, no one dared to approach. When the queen brought people to arrive, she happened to hear the servants talking. How could the son born by the queen not know his virtue? As long as she is not happy, she will vent her anger on the people around her. The queen just came to the yard, and suddenly the princess of Chu was thrown out. Seeing this scene, the queen quickly stepped forward and hugged the princess of Chu, who was about to be thrown on the ground. Gu Yan and Mao Yu were not so lucky. They both fell to the ground, spitting blood. The princess of Chu felt that someone was hugging her. She thought it was her brother. Seeing that it was the queen, the princess of Chu was a little surprised. Mother? The queen helped the princess of Chu stand up and took a closer look. She knew in her heart that if there was no princess of Chu all these years, the king of Chu would not have come to this point. Seeing the scarred princess of Chu, she regretted it a little. If it weren't for her insistence, would the princess of Chu have experienced all this? Both of them were not valued in their relationships. At this moment, she felt that they were connected by the same fate. Are you okay? Princess Chu shook her head. I'm fine. The queen nodded and handed Princess Chu to Nani Wang. Nani Wang knew what the queen was going to do and wanted to stop her. Now Princess Chu still needed support, and she couldn't leave. She could only watch the queen walk into the house. As the door closed, she knew that some things could not be stopped, so she could only order people to send Princess Chu and others back. Under Nani Wang's command, there was no outsider in the entire Shusong Pavilion except the king and the queen. The king of Chu was a little scared by the queen's look. Thinking of what the imperial doctor said, he couldn't stand it. When he saw the queen, he didn't control his emotions and directly pointed at the queen's nose and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" In the eyes of the king of Chu, everyone was laughing at him. He is useless. He is no longer a man? Who has ever seen a crown prince who is not a man? Knowing that there is no hope. He is not pleasing to anyone. Enough! The queen roared, wanting to scold her son. but also to save his face. Mother! You get out too! The king of Chu still did not know how to repent. The queen was angry, rushed over and slapped the king of Chu. The action was too fast, and the distance was so far. The king of Chu could not feel the pain on his face because of the queen, who was suddenly in front of him. He was more shocked. The queen has martial arts? The queen slapped the king of Chu again and scolded. Put away your ghost look. If I see you again, I will kill you. Ha, ha ha. The king of Chu, who was completely enraged, laughed wildly when he heard this. The queen wants to kill her own son. Is she cutting off her own retreat? What is there for her to be proud of? A woman who has never been liked by the emperor and lives with a false identity. Du Rulin, what are you proud of? If you were not the daughter of the Wu clan, you would be sitting in the position of queen. Snap. The queen was completely disappointed with her son. On the way here, she still had a little fantasy, and thought that the king of Chu already had a son. Maybe there was still that possibility. Seeing her son who couldn't bear the blow, she was desperate. Du Rulin, others don't know how you got the position of queen, and you don't know it in your heart. If the father is willing to look at you, my eldest son will not be just the king of Chu. The king of Chu shouted out what he had never dared to say. When the queen heard this, she didn't say anything and turned away. The king of Chu kept watching the queen's back disappear in front of him, and his heart sank little by little. It's over. He is completely finished. Sitting on the ground and crying. Tears covered his face, and he just couldn't control it. My father should know about my own affairs, and I can't change it even if I try hard now. Thinking of the current embarrassment, it all started with the fall from the horse. Jiang Yi came up to him. Prince, any result? After so many years, if there is no result, the people around him will not live. It is the king of Yin. Jiang Yi bowed his head after saying that. He didn't expect it to be the king of Yin. He had always followed the lead of the king of Chu. But it was the king of Yin who stabbed him in the back at the critical moment. The king of Chu sneered for a while, turned around and asked Jiang Yi to help him take a bath. Jiang Yi knew what the king of Chu was going to do. After serving the king of Chu a bath, he appeared in front of everyone again. Still the high-spirited king of Chu. When everyone saw the king of Chu like this, they thought that everything that happened not long ago was an illusion, and that the king of Chu was strong but weak. Wait for the king of Chu to leave with his people. The princess of Chu knew the news. Gu Yin stepped forward. Princess? The princess of Chu looked at her. You should take good care of your injuries, and there will be a chance for you to show your talents. Yes. As soon as Gu Yin left, Mao Yu came to bring herbal medicine. The princess of Chu looked up and drank it in one gulp. Mother! Mother! Yu came from outside. When he came in, the princess of Chu was already lying on the bed. Mother! What's wrong with you? Yu came to the bed and asked with red eyes. Mother is fine. Just a little tired. I want to rest early. The princess of Chu coaxed softly. Mother! I just had a nightmare. I'm scared. Can I sleep with you tonight? Princess Chu didn't say anything. She moved her body inside. Yu saw it and quickly kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and nestled in Princess Chu's arms. Princess Chu gently stroked Yu's back. And Su? Yu fell asleep. Gu Yin was worried about Princess Chu's health and asked, Princess, I'll take Master Yu back. No. Let him sleep here tonight. Mao Yu was worried about Princess Chu's health and knew her temper. Without saying anything, he took a quilt from the cabinet, carefully took Yu out of Princess Chu's arms, and made a separate quilt for him. Mao Yu likes his pillow. Get it for him. Yes. Mao Yu responded and left. Princess Chu gave Gu Yin a look, and Gu Yin understood and said, he said, Princess, what about the prince? The queen is there, so you don't need to go. You have to stay by Yu's side these days to prevent the prince from attacking Yu. What does the princess mean? The daughter of the Wu clan is coming soon. In order to get the daughter of the Wu clan, the prince will definitely attack Yu. Yu is the prince's son. How could the prince? The daughter of the Wu clan is the only choice for the queen. You should know this. What you don't know is that only the daughter of the Wu clan can give birth to the eldest son. If the king of Chu wants to get the daughter of the Wu clan, the first thing he has to do is to get rid of Yu. Princess Chu said this very softly. Yu, who was sleeping, trembled slightly when she heard it. Gu Yin saw it, said nothing, and stood quietly beside her. Princess Chu smiled silently. She cried and asked her to see the sick king of Chu. And she was injured every time. If she hadn't doubted the child at the beginning, what would have happened later? After many times, she understood. After all, the child was not her own. And no matter how good she was to him, he would still be an ungrateful person. Chapter 129. As long as the money is in place. Joyeon Garden. Lu He died. Tang Seoya was sick. Xian was busy taking care of Tang Seoya, serving until midnight, and fell asleep on the bed due to exhaustion. In a daze, someone pushed her. Xian thought it was Tang Seoya, opened her eyes, and wanted to ask Tang Seoya if she needed anything. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a pale face in front of her. The other person was wet all over, as if he had been fished out of the water. Xian suddenly thought of Lu He, who fell into the well and drowned. She turned her head tremblingly, and found that this person was really Lu He. She was so scared that she rolled and crawled out. It's haunted. There is a ghost. Tang Seoya was not sleeping soundly. When she heard the noise, she opened her eyes, and immediately shrank to the corner of the bed in fear. Get out! Get out! Tang Seoya was so scared that she waved her hands repeatedly. Lu He was still approaching. She knew what Tang Seoya had done. Seeing the ghost approaching her, she was even more excited. When her hand touched the other person, the wet feeling on her hand instantly made her sober up. She tried to stay calm, and looked into the other person's eyes. Lu He? How could it be Lu He? Lu He had done something wrong, and had been killed by her. What was going on now? Turned into a fierce ghost to take her life? He. Tang Seoya suddenly exerted force, pushed the other person down, and grabbed something and messed it up. Butler who and others heard the noise and rushed over. When they arrived, they saw Tang Seoya riding on a person, holding a wooden dressing box in her hand, and smashing it on the other person's head. One by one, there was a pool of blood on the ground. Seeing this scene, Butler, who thought that the person should be dead, together with the people he brought, he pulled Tang Seoya away and looked at the person under him. At first, he thought it was Shinya. But when he peeled off the messy bloody hair on his face and took a closer look, he found that it was Lin Daodu. He was courting death. The matter became serious, and Butler, who did not hide it, and immediately reported it to the princess. The king of Jin was sleeping with the princess. The two fought for several rounds. Not long after they lay down, they heard the noise, and came out with clothes on. He wanted to kill Butler who did not expect that the king of Jin was also there. Seeing that the king of Jin was angry, he did not dare to be careless, and quickly explained the whole story. When the king of Jin heard it, he subconsciously thought it was impossible. Lin Daodu could not be here. Lu Qiqi put on her clothes and came out. She heard what she said just now. Without saying a word, she went to Joyeon Garden to see what happened. Walking on the road, the system prompted what happened not long ago. Lu Qiqi knew a general idea. Tang Seoya had done so many bad things. It was normal to be afraid of ghosts. Unexpectedly, Lin Daodu came again, and was beaten to death by Tang Seoya. I thought that Lin Daodu's appearance in Fufeng Garden was Sun Rume's masterpiece, and this time should be the same. Lu Qiqi thought that it took some skill to send someone in under the eyes of King Jin without making a sound. At that time, Lin Daodu appeared in Fufeng Garden, which was Lu He's masterpiece. What about this time? Lu He died. How did Lin Daodu get in? Lu Qiqi thought of the key point of the matter. The first time was Fufeng Garden, and now it was Lin Daodu. Could it be that there were invisible rat holes in the King Jin's mansion? Thinking in her heart, Lu Qiqi had already arrived at Joyeon Garden. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a strong smell of blood. She wanted to see what was going on. Suddenly, her eyes went black. When she saw clearly, she was in someone's arms. Don't move, the King of Jin said. Lu Qiqi obediently handed the matter over to the King of Jin. What's going on? The King of Jin spoke sharply, and gently touched the back of Lu Qiqi's head, giving silent comfort. Tang Seoya, who was in a daze, found out what she had done, and heard the noise again. She subconsciously wanted to explain. The scene in front of her made her heart sour. She was almost scared to death. Lu Qiqi was still hiding in the arms of the King of Jin to seek comfort, which made her lines that she had tried hard to think of sound a little dry for a moment. Reporting to the prince, I don't know what happened. When I was asleep, someone rushed and dressed as a ghost. I was scared and didn't know what I had done. It was the housekeeper who brought people here, and I found out that this person was Lin Daodu. At the critical moment, She spoke clearly, and let everyone know that everything had nothing to do with her. Lu Qiqi hid in the arms of the king of Jin. She heard Tang Xiuya's cunning excuse. What she ignored was that people would not do such a thing if they didn't do anything wrong. The clearer the explanation, the more it shows that there is a problem. Butler who? Tell me. Butler who stepped forward and repeated what he had said not long ago. My lord. I heard the maid's cry. And later found out it was Xinya. According to what Xinya said, Miss Tang has beaten someone to death. Prince Jin looked at Tang Xiuya. Tang Xiuya knelt on the ground in fear. This look made her feel scared. Notify the authorities. Prince Jin said this, and hugged Lu Qiqi to leave. Tang Xiuya heard it, crawled to the front on her knees, and wanted to explain it to Prince Jin, but was stopped by Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai let them go only after Prince Jin and Lu Qiqi left. Butler who saw that they had all left, so he asked someone to report to the authorities, and stayed to watch the scene. He said he was watching the scene, but he was watching Tang Xiuya. Who would have thought that Lin Daodu, who had been in jail and thrown out, would eventually die in the Prince of Jin's mansion? And the matter was related to Tang Xiuya. He didn't want to think too much about the past, and left everything to the government. As for Tang Xiuya, although this action was understandable, it was murder after all, and this matter could not be hidden. Butler who was an understanding person, because of the matter of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Many princes in the capital were busy. Now the 5 princes have princesses, and their identities are the same. The Prince of Jin may also go further. It is best to report this matter to the government, and let the government handle it. Tang Xiuya also woke up completely. Regardless of her own blood, she knelt on the ground, and stared blankly at Lin Daodu not far away. She died in her own hands. She was considered murder, and this person deliberately pretended to be a ghost to scare her. It was in the middle of the night again, in her own yard, and she appeared with such honor. When the government came, she wanted to reverse the passive situation, thinking that her biggest support now is her identity. The concubine of King Jin was sent in by the Queen Mother. Her father is a wealthy businessman in Yangzhou. The family is rich. As long as the money is in place, nothing can't be solved. As for the princess, she also has an excuse in front of the princess. Her move is to remove a hidden danger for the princess. If things go well, the princess will be grateful to her. Thinking of Lin Daodu's identity, she was caught by the government and humiliated at the door. These are all evidence for her. After clarifying these things, she went to the princess to ask for credit, and everything was considered a perfect ending. When the people from the Yamen came, Tang Xiuya had calmed down. No matter what others asked, she had reasons and evidence. Later, the people from the Yamen wanted to take her away for questioning. Tang Xiuya cleaned the blood on her body on the grounds of appearance, changed into clean clothes, and left with the people from the Yamen. Before leaving, she also took Xinya with her, calling it a deep affection between master and servant. Chapter 130. Rats will dig holes. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and heard what happened in Jiuyang Garden. Tang Xiuya took Xinya away, not because of the deep affection between master and servant, but because Tang Xiuya was angry with Xinya. Without Xinya shouting, she would not have experienced these things. This was a disguised revenge. Chunbai was the happiest when she heard that Tang Xiuya was taken away. In Chunbai's view, Tang Xiuya's existence threatened the princess. Now that Tang Xiuya was taken away, she would not dare to be as arrogant as before. She was the happiest when she thought that the princess could be arrogant in the Jinwang mansion. She was in a very good mood and hummed a little tune from time to time. Lu Qiqi smiled when she saw Chunbai's happy look. Her heart was so big and her vision was not long-term enough. She thought that she could rest easy after Tang Xiuya left. Sun Rume was coming back soon. Guobiyun, who was the most cunning person mentioned by Yudai, was still in the mansion. It was a little early to be happy now. Thinking about the future of the King of Jin, she suddenly felt that there would never be a lack of these beauties around him, and there would be many fights in the future. She was not too worried about the future. At worst, she would just leave after 5 years and live a quiet life. While eating melon seeds, she happily spit the melon seed shells everywhere. Chi-Dai saw that there was nothing, and Yudai was waiting beside her. When she looked into the distance, she accidentally saw Guobiyun walking by the gate of the yard. How could she appear here? He carefully glanced at the princess, exchanged a look with Chi-Dai, and left quietly. Lu Qiqi, who was eating melon seeds, saw Yudai leave, and without thinking much, reminded Chunbai, worried that she would be too happy and sad. Chunbai? Ah? Chunbai looked at the princess and smiled foolishly. Stop laughing. I'm not laughing. Your mouth is stretched to the back of your head. And you still say you're not laughing? Chunbai touched her mouth. Was she so obvious? Qingdai smiled. The honest and fierce Chunbai would only become so cute in front of the princess. Have you never heard that happiness turns to sorrow? Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai came to her senses and stamped her feet in anger. Hateful. Is that so annoying? Chunbai glanced at the princess and strode to the side. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai, who was walking away, and knew what the maid was doing. She didn't say anything, but looked at Qingdai. Where's Yudai? She went to the kitchen. Lu Qiqi thought of the problematic imperial physician Wang, who hadn't made any movement for a long time. Was she overthinking it? She also thought of not having sweet potato porridge for a long time. Qingdai, go to the kitchen and tell them that we have to have sweet potato porridge for lunch and dinner today. Yes. Qingdai left in response. In this courtyard, she and Yudai were not the only ones protecting the princess. With Sun Chao in the dark, she didn't have to worry about the princess's safety. Lu Qiqi finally calmed down, curled up on the couch alone, thinking about Tang Xiuya and Lin Daodu. Some things were handed over to the government and became legitimate. The key question was, how did Lin Daodu come to the Jin Wang mansion? Obviously, the Jin Wang didn't know about this. A new question came. How did Lin Daodu appear in Joyang Garden without the permission of the Jin Wang? This was a question that confused Lu Qiqi. Thinking of the rat hole she had thought of, Lu Qiqi felt a chill in her heart. People in ancient times liked to use secret passages and secret compartments. Several of these recent events were contributed by Sun Rume. She had a bold idea that Sun Rume was staring at her in an invisible corner. Thinking, summoning system. Where is Sun Rume now? System. Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi was startled. In Fufeng Garden? System. Right. Lu Qiqi. How did you get in? System. Rats can dig holes. Lu Qiqi. Where is the rat hole? System. On the bed in Fufeng Garden. Lu Qiqi. Where is the exit? System. One is behind the stone lion where Ahua crashed to death, and the other is next to the pile of wood next to the firewood room in the big kitchen. Lu Qiqi was very surprised to hear this. Sun Rume is really smart. If Ahua crashed to death there, others would think it was unlucky and would not go to that place. Such an obvious thing should be said that the exit of this secret passage should have been used recently. Otherwise it would have been discovered long ago. As for the place where wood is piled, many people go in and out every day, and a lot of wood is used every day. Even if it is not used up, new wood comes in. So it should not have been discovered. Lu Qiqi thought of someone. Xinya, who originally served Sun Rume, and later came to Tang Xiuya. She was the first person to discover the ghost. So Xinya has always been Sun Rume's person. And coming to Tang Xiuya is only temporary. Now Xinya was dragged to the yamen by Tang Xiuya. With Xinya there, it should be said that it is more difficult for Tang Xiuya to get away. Lu Qiqi didn't have too many thoughts about Tang Xiuya. She put all her thoughts on Sun Rume. These days, I haven't heard about the Wu clan's daughter. It turns out that she came to the capital a long time ago. The Wu clan's daughter on the way should be someone else pretending. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt that Sun Rume was very capable. She could play with many princes in the palm of her hand. She really had some skills. Should I go catch bugs now? System. It's better not to. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. She's not in the mansion now. Lu Qiqi said she knew, and she felt that she should do something after knowing so many secrets. It's not right to stay here all the time. While thinking about things, Chunbai brought grapes. Lu Qiqi picked one and put it in her mouth. She felt that the grapes were a little sour today, but they tasted very good. The grapes were big and round, and they were very enjoyable to eat. It felt even better with a mouthful of flesh. After eating for a while, Qingdai and Yudai came back. They brought back fresh peaches. Lu Qiqi picked up one and took a bite. It was plump and juicy and tasted great. She picked up a few more peaches and gave one to each of them. Several people ate peaches together and looked at each other and smiled. After Lu Qiqi finished eating the peach, she thought about the secret passage and thought that someone was not there. So she went to take a look. Just at this time, Butler who arrived and said that people from the government office had come. When Lu Qiqi heard this, She knew that the opportunity had come. She enthusiastically took the people from the yamen to Tang Xiaoya's Jiuyang garden and then to Fufeng garden. She didn't say much and let Butler Hu talk. Captain Ma was doing routine work. He thought it would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. He looked at Lu Qiqi next to him several times. This person looked familiar and seemed to have been seen before. Thinking that the princess also had the surname Lu and the celebrity in the market was Miss Lu. Could it be the same person? The person was right in front of him, and he only dared to think about it in his mind, not really associate it together. Lu Qiqi's mind was on what Sun Rumei did. She wanted to see Sun Rumei's rat hole. Seeing Butler Hu and Captain Ma walking to the yard, she didn't leave, and took a closer look at Sun Rumei's bed. Sun Rumei was a bit courageous to set the secret entrance on the bed. In ancient times, people were willing to set the secret entrance in the bed and the study. In this way, Sun Rumei was not so scary. Chapter 131, Fighting for Favor. Lu Qiqi took advantage of the arrival of the government officials to check Sun Rumei's bed. After a careful look, she did not find the secret passage entrance. Because Captain Ma was still outside, she could not do it too obviously. After Butler Hu sent Captain Ma away, Lu Qiqi stood in front of the bed. Chunbai thought it was because of Lin Daodu. Princess, how did Lin Daodu get to this bed? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi frowned slightly. I also find it strange. Qingdai and Yudai were silent. There is no specific result yet. No wonder the government officials came, and the princess came. It turned out to be because of this. Lu Qiqi said. It is possible that Lin Daodu fainted after arriving. Or that someone else brought her here? Chunbai was entangled when she heard this. Qingdai and Yudai were silent. Lin Daodu can appear here because there is no one here. And no one will hear if she makes a noise. It's different in Jiuyang garden. I know. Lin Daodu did it on purpose. Chunbai expressed her opinion anxiously. Lu Qiqi said the first time Lin Daodu could be said to be unconscious. And she appeared in Jiuyang garden on purpose. Qingdai and Yudai understood what the princess meant. And both of them were silent. Why do you think Lin Daodu attacked Tang Xiaoya? Was Tang Xiaoya really scared silly? So she killed him? The former is a question. But the latter is not right. If it is said that people will react conditionally when they are scared at the beginning, and after they attack, they should know that it is a person, and they still beat the other party to death. What does this show? Is it because of fear? Or is she venting her anger? Yudai was quiet for a while and said, Lin Daodu just came to the capital, and she should have only had these few contacts with Tang Xiaoya. Logically, there is no hatred between them. Qingdai said. You said it wrong? Yudai and Chunbai looked at Qingdai. Lu Qiqi didn't expect Qingdai to be so sharp, and waited quietly. They all have a common goal. Qingdai said this, and her eyes fell on the princess. The meaning of this sentence is too obvious. Competing for favor. Everyone has long known that Tang Xiaoya is competing for favor. Lin Daodu's arrival seems to be aimed at Lu Qiqi. But the real purpose is still the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi knows that there is another more important factor for Tang Xiaoya to attack Lin Daodu. Lu Qiqi deliberately misleads Lin Daodu about her past relationship with the original owner. In Tang Xiaoya's mind, Lin Daodu's purpose of coming to Beijing is clear. Removing Lin Daodu is to remove a threat and please herself. Tang Xiaoya has another plan for this. Lu Qiqi is not justified. And with this handle, she can threaten her to help Tang Xiaoya get the upper hand. The final result is still to compete for favor. Sun Rumei, who is now hiding in a corner of the capital, also has this idea. Ha ha. There is an old saying that is right. All the storms that women experience are brought by men. Without men, all the storms will not exist. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi stopped looking for the rat hole here. Okay. Let's go! Princess. Chunbai was a little puzzled. Why did she leave before she could explain it clearly? Lu Qiqi glanced at Yudai, who nodded, and soon the four of them left Fufeng Garden. Back to Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi continued to nestle on the soft couch as if nothing had happened. Today, she was in a good mood, and her calves were placed underneath, shaking, and her little feet were exposed. Chunbai had adapted to it long ago, and her mind was full of thoughts about what had just happened. Qingdai and Yudai went to the big kitchen to get the food that the princess wanted. They came early today, and the food was not ready when they arrived. Qingdai and Yudai were waiting in the kitchen. They didn't talk much, and stood quietly by the side waiting, looking around. Later, Yudai didn't want to be in the smoke and fire in the kitchen. So she went outside the kitchen to wait. At this time, an old woman was chopping wood vigorously, and someone brought the wood to the kitchen. They were also very respectful when they saw Yudai. As the princess's maid, Yudai looked high and mighty. And soon some people worked harder. No one dared to be lazy. Just to prove that they were all working hard. No one paid attention. And Yudai looked around. Sun Rume and Tang Xiaoya had accidents one after another. What they had in common was that they both had a maid Xinya around them. Xinya was a rough maid who had been in the kitchen. They planned to start from Xinya's surroundings. Qinai was in charge of the princess's meals. They came together several times. After years of getting along, they didn't need to say some things, and they understood each other's meaning. Qinai stared at everyone who cooked for the princess, and couldn't ignore even a small detail. After watching for a long time, she didn't find anyone with a problem. Qinai was a little disappointed. She didn't find anything after several visits, and she was a little anxious. Yudai didn't find any problems outside. When the two of them served the princess's meals, they looked calm on the surface, but not so calm in their hearts. In order not to alarm the enemy, Yudai deliberately asked Shenma. Shenma, you didn't use any special ingredients in the meals you made recently, did you? Yudai, what do you mean by this? Shenma was puzzled. Yudai hesitated for a while and said, I don't know why. Madam has been feeling a little unwell recently. What do you mean? Mrs. Chen's face changed. She was in charge of the princess's meals. If the princess had any problems, she would be the first to suffer. Yudai frowned. Recently, Madam has been eating very well. Her face is a little paler than before. I wonder if the seasonings that Mrs. Chen used when cooking have changed, which caused the princess to feel unwell. Mrs. Chen waved her hands when she heard this. No, I have always used the original seasonings. These things were purchased by me personally. Besides, I don't use them much. I bought them last time and haven't used them up yet. That's strange. The meals are the same as before. Why does the princess feel unwell? Mrs. Chen knelt on the ground in fear when she heard this. My two ancestors. You can't say this. I am very careful with the princess's meals and dare not make any mistakes. Qing Dai spoke. You Dai. Don't talk nonsense. Maybe something happened in the mansion recently and the princess is worried about it. Mrs. Chen nodded immediately when she heard this. Yu Dai seemed to believe it when she heard this. Maybe I am too suspicious? After Qing Dai and Yu Dai left, Qin Ma stood up with the help of several servants and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Wang Yuchu just looked at her from a distance, without any expression, and continued to do his own work. On the way to Qing Dai and Yu Dai to Qing Yu Pavilion, Qing Dai was still complaining about Yu Dai's nonsense. Yu Dai explained that the matter concerned the princess, and she was also fulfilling her duty as a maid. The two came to Qing Yu Pavilion and served the princess as if nothing had happened. Lu Qiqi had food and didn't care about anything. She ate a lot without any heart. Chan Bai was thick-skinned. She figured it out. Tang Xiaoya was arrested, and the princess's good days had come. She gave up the things she couldn't figure out. She served the princess with a thick-skinned attitude. After eating, Lu Qiqi leaned back and watched the three maids busy. The days of eating and drinking are so comfortable. It would be even better if there weren't so many things that happened as usual. Looking at Yu Dai, who was busy, she must have discovered something. When she just came back, her expression was not right. I was thinking, how can I get the question? Chapter 132, The Witch Clan's daughter arrives. System pops up. Don't worry too much. Qing Dai and Yu Dai are beginning to suspect that there is something wrong with the people in the kitchen. Just now, we tested it and found that Shenma is fine. And the few maids are fine too. Lu Qiqi. Is Wang Yuchu the only one in the kitchen who has a problem? System. Now it is. Lu Qiqi. Can you find a way to get rid of him? System. You don't have the ability now. Lu Qiqi was looked down upon and felt uncomfortable. So she asked back. King Jin should be able to do it. Right? System. King Jin asked Wang Yuchu to come to please you. Lu Qiqi. Pleasure? To please me, and then start to attack me? System. Hee hee. Good intentions lead to bad results. Lu Qiqi. Don't interrupt. Hurry up and find a way to get rid of him. System. There should be an opportunity soon. Lu Qiqi. Speak quickly. System. The daughter of the Wu clan is coming soon, and she should go to the palace at that time. Lu Qiqi knew that the opportunity had come. In this regard, she felt that there was no need to do anything. The identity of the daughter of the Wu clan was enough to make anyone salivate, whether it was the prince or the ministers in the court, who didn't want to sit in the position of the emperor. At this moment, Lu Qiqi began to sympathize with the emperor again. His future heir was not decided by him, and there was no more aggrieved life than this. Even the emperor could sit in this position because of the help of the daughter of the Wu clan. So, no matter what achievement the emperor made in his life, it would not be counted on his head. Suddenly felt that he deserved it. For the sake of power, he abandoned the one he loved in his heart. And this was the result. Lu Qiqi thought that Sun Rumei had arrived in the capital, and the news should be spread as soon as possible. Some things should be put in the open, and all the rat holes made by Sun Rumei in the Jin Wangfu should be plugged up, so that it can be quiet for a while. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, and Lu Qiqi has to be distracted by other news. What is the current situation of the king of Chu? Is he dead? If he is not dead, the Wu clan's legitimate daughter will not come. But if he is dead, people will come. While Lu Qiqi was thinking of a solution, the next day, the Wu clan's legitimate daughter arrived. Hearing this news, the whole capital was boiling. Chunbai also heard the news, and hurriedly went outside to inquire, and ran over to tell Lu Qiqi the news. Lu Qiqi was stunned after hearing it. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai looked at the princess's appearance and thought it was too unexpected. Only Lu Qiqi knew what she really thought in her heart. The king of Chu was not dead yet, and Sun Rumei came to the capital so openly, Lu Qiqi couldn't accept it, and she hurriedly walked out of the palace. Yudai was well informed. She knew that the daughter of the Wu clan had moved into the palace. She also knew which way to go. She took the princess to see the grand occasion halfway. Lu Qiqi stood in the crowd, listening to the people around her worshipping the daughter of the Wu clan. She couldn't calm down for a long time. If this news was wrong, it meant that the things the system told her might also be wrong. For the future, she had to plan some things in advance. As she was thinking, the people around her began to get excited. Soon, a luxurious carriage came from a distance. Lu Qiqi kept watching the carriage approaching. I don't know if the emperor's parade was as grand as it is now. She clearly saw that many people knelt down wherever the carriage went. Lu Qiqi stood in the crowd. She didn't want to kneel, but she had to kneel down. She stood alone, which made her look awkward. When the carriage came to her, Lu Qiqi lowered her head and didn't shout like everyone else. When the carriage passed by, Lu Qiqi looked up at the carriage. Through the curtain of the carriage, she saw that the person sitting in the carriage was really Sun Rumei. The makeup on her face was a little special, like the smoky makeup that people like nowadays. This can deceive others, but it can't deceive Lu Qiqi's fiery eyes. Chunbai said in surprise, "Did you see that? I just saw someone from the Wu clan. Why do I feel a little weird?" Lu Qiqi stood up, didn't say anything, and looked at the carriage that was going away. Without smoky makeup, it would be less fun to be recognized as Sun Rumei at a glance. Thinking about it, she was not in a hurry to return to the palace. She saw a Jinjiang tower not far away. It was a newly opened restaurant. She had something on her mind and didn't want to move. She simply took her maid to the restaurant. Today was a special day. There were many people in the restaurant when she arrived. When I saw their attire, I thought they were all people of status, and they didn't have to kneel down to hide inside. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that I was at a disadvantage. Feeling unhappy, I asked for a large private room and took the maid upstairs. When I came to the second floor, there was still an excited crowd below. When they saw the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, they seemed to worship as if they saw a fairy. The whole restaurant seemed a little different from the excitement outside. I thought that what the people wanted was to be well fed and clothed. They didn't care who sat on the throne or who was the queen. They just opened their mouths to see their nature of eating melons. These nobles present were different. Originally, the Wu clan had no legitimate daughter, and there was no saying of the next queen. Everyone had their own little thoughts in their hearts. After years of planning, a daughter of the Wu clan suddenly appeared, cutting off many women's chances of rising to prominence. Who would like the arrival of the daughter of the Wu clan? Or from nothing to something? Among the noble ladies in the capital, who would like it if they thought they could have a chance, but were interrupted by her sudden arrival? Lu Qiqi looked at the sharp contrast between the inside and the outside, and she gradually accepted this fact. Compared with these people in Jinjiang Tower, she was considered good. She felt relieved that someone was at the bottom. She called the waiter, ordered the dishes she liked, drank tea and waited quietly. The lively crowd on the street gradually dispersed, and the voices about the daughter of the Wu clan gradually disappeared. The atmosphere in Jinjiang Tower was slightly relaxed, and there was no awkwardness when she first arrived. Lu Qiqi waited for the food to come up, and saw the delicious dishes one by one. Just by smelling the taste, she knew that the cooks were attentive. After the first bite, she was very satisfied with the taste. The food here is relatively light, which can be seen when ordering. The light dishes didn't taste very good, but for someone like Lu Qiqi who loves spicy food, she liked the taste the first time she took a bite, especially the vegetarian meat in front of her. The name is vegetarian meat, and you can tell from the name that the key is that they make it taste like meat, which is a unique skill. After eating for a while, I saw the three maids standing next to me and asked, "Why don't you eat?" Qingdai and Yudai were still a little reserved, but Chunbai had already sat down and started eating. "Wow, princess, the dishes here are so delicious," Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi agreed. "You think so too?" Chunbai took a bite of the dish in front of Lu Qiqi and said, "Does the princess like this? It tastes good. I know this thing. It's sold in the market. The princess likes it. We can buy some tomorrow." Lu Qiqi was surprised. "Why didn't I see it? She has been visiting the market for a year, and she didn't see this thing? She thought it was unique to this store." Chunbai said, "This thing tastes like meat. It is mainly sold to those who want to eat meat but can't. They always sell it in the corners of the market." Chapter 133. The throne that I want is gone. Qingdai Yudai ate quietly and listened to everything the princess and Chunbai said. She felt strange. The princess was the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County, and her status was not too high. Logically, she should have eaten all these things, but the princess seemed to have never eaten them, such as fried dried radish, dried sweet potato porridge, and the vegetarian meat in front of her. What's going on? Some people said. Some people thought. It didn't delay the meal for several people at all. After the meal, Lu Qiqi took them away, and when they went out, they happened to meet Yanlinger, who had just got off the carriage. She was helped off the carriage by a man. Lu Qiqi looked over. Chunbai whispered, "Miss, that man is Su Lei, the son of Minister Su." Lu Qiqi looked at Yanlinger, and Yanlinger also saw Lu Qiqi standing at the door. When their eyes met, Yanlinger subconsciously wanted to salute, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi's eyes. Lu Qiqi smiled at her and left with the maid. Yanlinger kept her eyes on Lu Qiqi. Seeing her walk away, she was happy for Lu Qiqi. It wasn't easy for her to come this far. "Linger, do you know that person?" Yanlinger looked at Lu Qiqi, who was walking away. "I've seen this person." Su Lei didn't care. It was normal for Yanlinger to know someone in Beijing. Judging from the person's clothes, he was also of some status, so it was normal for them to have met each other. After the two entered the restaurant, they didn't notice that Lu Qiqi, who was walking away, looked back. Chunbai looked back. "Miss, why didn't Yanlinger say hello to us? The master is now the princess of Jin, and many people are trying to curry favor with her. Why is Yanlinger pretending to be a stranger?" "I told her not to say it," Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai said, "I didn't see the young lady speak. Sometimes you don't need to use your mouth to speak." Lu Qiqi said this and walked in front. "I haven't been out for a long time, so I'll go shopping and see if there's anything I like and buy it on the way." After walking for a while, I saw a candied Haas seller. Lu Qiqi walked over and prepared to buy one for each person. As soon as she came up, a child exclaimed, "Sister Lu." Lu Qiqi found that there was another child in front of the candied Haas seller. After a closer look, she recognized that it was Lu Jiamu, the son of Jing Xiao in Lu Hongshan, whom she risked her life to save. "Who are you?" Lu Qiqi asked. "Sister Lu, you forgot me. More than a month ago, you saved a child on this street, and that child was me." Lu Qiqi glanced around. "You came out alone again?" She didn't forget that it was the son of Jing Xiao in Lu Hongshan at that time. His concubine Xia was pregnant, and she bribed the maid Xiangqi to kill Lu Jiamu to pave the way for her unborn son. Seeing the child like this, he should be living a good life. I wonder how the concubine is doing. Did Jing Xiaoyin discover the concubine's wolfish ambition? Or did the concubine see the truth and decided to keep a low profile, thinking that more than a month has passed? The concubine's belly should be bigger. Is she not anxious now? "No. I'll bring the guards out," Lu Jiamu said, pulling out a candied Haas and giving it to Lu Qiqi. "Sister Lu, This is for you. Really? Lu Qiqi spoke to the child. Her tone became gentle. Yeah. Lu Jiamu pulled out another one. And the guard who was standing in the distance came up to take out the money. And then returned to his original place. Lu Qiqi took a look and asked, Where is your maid? She went back to her hometown. Lu Qiqi thought, Ingu must be dead. The truth was revealed. And the death of a maid was nothing. You have to take care of yourself. I know. Thank you, Sister Lu. Lu Jiamu wanted to say something, but heard his father calling him from a distance. He turned back, and was about to introduce his savior to his father, and let his father reward him handsomely. But Lu Qiqi had already left. Soon, Jing Xiaoyin came over and asked, Jiamu, who are you talking to just now? Father, it was Sister Lu who saved me at that time. I wanted to tell you. But before I could tell you, Sister Lu had already left. Jing Xiaoyin knew who his son was talking about. But he didn't tell his son that the person who saved you was not Sister Lu, but the Princess of Jin. When the daughter of the Wu clan arrived in the capital, several princes began to get busy, and he didn't want to put his family at risk at this time. Prince of Chu. The Prince of Chu went to the Prince of Yan's mansion to avenge himself, but he vomited blood in the Prince of Yan's mansion. After returning, he fell ill. In a few days, the King of Chu was already emaciated. At this moment, the King of Chu was like a lamp with no oil. The imperial doctors came several times, but they all said they were powerless. The Princess of Chu had been taking care of the King of Chu these days, and her body had become much thinner. Everyone who saw her sighed. The King of Chu was so lucky. Even in this situation, the Princess of Chu still stayed with him. The Princess of Chu used the time when the King of Chu was sick to earn everyone's favor. Everyone who came to visit sighed that the King of Chu was so abominable, and he still tormented the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu knew that the King of Chu was in a bad mood, so she sent everyone away and faced the King of Chu's anger alone. Others only heard a loud noise in the room and the princess's exclamation. Everyone was imagining various scenes of the princesses of Chu being bullied, but they didn't know that the scene in the room was not like this. The Princess of Chu took a vase placed in the corner and smashed it hard on the ground in front of the King of Chu. Crash! The King of Chu wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Seeing the broken vase, the King of Chu looked at the Princess of Chu with his eyes blazing. He Qian, you are looking for death. As soon as the King of Chu finished speaking, he coughed suddenly, and a mouthful of blood rushed out. The King of Chu shook a few times. He just stood up and fell on the bed due to exhaustion. The Princess of Chu did not stop, smashing everything in the room, and came to the King of Chu triumphantly. What should I do? You smashed all the things the Queen gave you. The King of Chu was so angry that he couldn't speak. You have been sick in bed these days. You may not know that today the daughter of the Wu clan came to Beijing and moved directly into the palace. The Princess of Chu looked at the King of Chu with sarcasm. Your body may not last long enough to enter the palace. This statement made it clear that you had no hope of the throne you wanted so much. You may not know that Jiang Yi, whom you trusted the most, is dead. The King of Chu couldn't believe it. And seeing the Princess of Chu at this moment, he seemed to understand something. He didn't stop you that day, and made you so sick. So I killed him. Don't you know that Jiang Yi was unwilling to open his eyes after he died? So pitiful. You killed him? Not me. But my mother. You dare to slander my mother. After saying this, the King of Chu spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, he even began to have difficulty breathing. Princess Chu didn't care. Approached the King of Chu, and continued, King of Chu, if you didn't have my brother to support you these years, do you think you would be where you are today? The King of Chu stared at the Princess of Chu. He wanted to kill her. The woman who had always been humble in front of him deliberately angered him at this time. The imperial doctors, who treated you were bribed by me. They determined that you would not live for a few days. Cough, cough, cough. The King of Chu finally understood why his body had not improved after taking so many medicines. Not only that, he was easily angry recently, and coughing up blood was also a common occurrence. It turned out that everything was done by the woman behind his back. He wanted to say that the woman was really cruel, but it was a luxury for him to speak at this time. Chapter 134. The King of Chu is dead. The Queen of Chu said, You used my brother, the general of the cavalry, to increase your bargaining chips for the throne. You didn't want me to give birth to my first son, so you put drugs in my food and kept women outside to give birth to children. Later, the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan appeared. For the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, you killed Jiang Ping. When you killed your... Fortunately, I stopped you. Think about it. One by one. And look at you now. Isn't it your retribution? The king of Chu fainted after hearing this woman's nonsense, and was stabbed back by the queen of Chu with a silver needle. The king of Chu slowly opened his eyes, and stared at the queen of Chu. You will not die well. Knowing that Jiang Yi was dead, and no one could save him. Looking at this woman again, he underestimated the enemy. Princess Chu ignored his look and said sarcastically, I could have helped you win the throne, but I don't want to. After saying this, Princess Chu reached out and took the mirror next to her, so that the king of Chu could see his current honor with his own eyes. The king of Chu stared at himself in the mirror, opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and then stared at the wrinkled face in the mirror, like an old man in his 70s or 80s. He couldn't bear the blow for a while, and was so angry that he died. He was so angry. Princess Chu stood in front of the bed, looking at the man she had spent her life loving. And for him, she could do the thing she hated most without hesitation. What did she get? A heart full of love was misplaced, and almost even her family was lost. This is what she called love. I used to fantasize about helping the king of Chu win that position, and I was the queen who was high above. Reality told me that the king of Chu's plan for the future was to let her die on the road to his success. In this case, she did it for the king of Chu. After a while, she was sure that the king of Chu was dead, and she left Zusanjuan with a pitiful look of being bullied. The princess of Chu returned to Rui Pavilion, and what was waiting for her was Yu's bright smile. Mother, you are back. Yu brought a cup of tea to the princess of Chu. Mother is tired all day. Drink a cup of water and take a rest. The princess of Chu touched Yu's soft hair, which was really soft. Soft to her heart. Yu is still considerate. When will father be well? Yu looked up and asked. Yu, when will your father get better? Yu hopes your father will get better soon. Princess Chu smiled and nodded. Yu is so thoughtful. Why don't you go see your father? Your father has been talking about you every day these days, saying that he hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you. Yu was so scared when she heard this that her body froze. After a while, Mother, Yu wrote something. Bring it to Mother to see. Princess Chu looked at the child who ran away and really wanted to send him to the west like the king of Chu. She couldn't do it to a child. Even if the child used her, she still couldn't be so cruel. In the future, she should live as the princess of Chu, and she should have a child to support her. Yu is the best candidate. But unfortunately, Yu doesn't have this blessing. Glancing at Gu Yan next to her, Gu Yan knew what she meant and turned away. Mao Yu came to Princess Chu. Princess, you are tired too. Take a rest first. Princess Chu knew that there were still things to do tonight. So after going to bed, she squinted her eyes and rested for a while. Maybe she was too tired. Or maybe it was because she had finished something important in her mind, and she felt relaxed both physically and mentally, and she could finally have a good rest. I didn't know how long I slept, but I was awakened by a burst of crying outside. What's going on outside? Princess Chu opened her eyes and asked. Mao Yu came to her. King Chu is dead. Princess Chu glanced at the sky outside, and she should have found that King Chu had passed away. Finally, everyone knew the evil nature of King Chu. As the princess of Chu, she had to continue acting. She was in high spirits to take care of King Chu's funeral. In less than an hour, the news that King Chu was dead spread throughout the capital. On this day, the daughter of the Wu clan arrived, and King Chu was dead. Originally, it was thought that the daughter of the Wu clan was a fairy, but now some people think that is not the case. Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi heard that King Chu was dead yesterday. She smiled. Sure enough, we should still believe what the system said. However, there are some discrepancies in what the system said. Sun Rume returned to the capital early, and did a lot of things. It was not until she returned to the capital that King Chu died. After thinking for a while, he asked, Where is the princess of Chu? The princess of Chu is busy with the funeral. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Do I need to go? I have never attended a funeral, so I don't know if there are any rules for funerals in ancient times. Chunbai looked at the princess strangely. Princess, do you want to? Lu Qiqi understood the meaning behind this expression. I don't need to go. It stands to reason. Lu Qiqi was relieved. She didn't like the king of Chu in the first place. If she couldn't control herself and made a happy expression, it would be bad. This also reflects that women's status is not high. There is no need to bind feet here. And women are not prohibited from going out and studying. There are still some restrictions on some major activities. Lu Qiqi didn't care. Keep a low profile these days. Chunbai was puzzled. Why? The king of Chu is a member of the royal family. He is gone. And you have to make a long face. So that others will think you are feeling sorry for the king of Chu? Chunbai thought about it, and it was the same. Okay. I won't go out these days. Lu Qiqi's face suddenly became ugly. Is that what she meant? At this time, the king of Jin arrived. The king of Jin saw that the woman was unhappy and came to her. What's wrong? Chunbai saw the king of Jin and saluted quickly. Lu Qiqi sighed. I heard that the king of Chu is gone. Are you angry about this? The king of Jin asked. Lu Qiqi said carefully. I'm not angry. I should show respect for the dead. It's all because of etiquette. I don't want to be rude in this regard. The king of Jin sat down next to the woman, wondering if he should tell her that there were many people who killed the king of Chu. And he was also involved? After thinking about it, forget it. Wait a minute. Let's go out for a while. Lu Qiqi looked over. Where to? Wouldn't this guy want to celebrate because the king of Chu died? After thinking about it, the king of Jin shouldn't do it so blatantly. Go to the king of Chu's mansion. The king of Jin said. Lu Qiqi was uncertain. Why should I go? Just now Chunbai said that women cannot attend such occasions. What does the king of Jin mean? Wait a minute. You dress more plainly, and we will go together. The king of Jin said this and got up and left. Lu Qiqi felt puzzled and looked at Chunbai, who was also a little confused. Chi Nai and Yudai, who had just returned from outside, were in a bad mood. Seeing their expressions, they felt strange. Princess, are you really? Yudai asked. Lu Qiqi asked. The king of Chu is gone. Do I need to go there? Reporting to the princess. The prince can handle this matter. What if I must go? Lu Qiqi felt that there was something wrong. Yudai was a little embarrassed. Facing the princess's gaze, she still told the truth. This is the right of the queen. The princess is afraid now. Chapter 135 Flirting. Lu Qiqi understood Yudai's meaning, and wondered what the king of Jin meant by this move. Could it be that the king of Jin had received the emperor's approval? Think about it. It's possible. Chunbai was excited when she heard this. She knew that women didn't need to participate in such things. If they really participated, there would be such a deep meaning. She paused for a while, and hurriedly urged the princess to change her clothes. Lu Qiqi was a little passive. After changing her clothes, the king of Jin arrived, and she followed him into the carriage before she came to her senses. Lu Qiqi asked the king of Jin. Logically, I don't need to participate in such things. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to go. I'll let someone see that you are the princess of Jin. The king of Jin said seriously. Lu Qiqi smiled. So there was such a thing. Thinking, no matter what the reason, she was already in the carriage. When she arrived at the Chu palace, someone stopped her. The result would not be too good. She had caused trouble for the king of Jin for no reason. A rational woman would persuade him. Lu Qiqi wanted to see how far a man could go. The carriage arrived at the Chu palace. No one dared to stop them from entering the Chu palace. And no one said anything when they arrived at the Chu palace. The Chu princess knelt in the palace early and saluted the mourners. Two maids were busy offering incense to the people who came. Lu Qiqi and the king of Jin appeared at the same time. And the two maids offered incense to the king of Jin and Lu Qiqi respectively. And Lu Qiqi and the king of Jin offered incense at the same time. These actions were all consistent, as if they had been discussed. The Chu princess glanced at the two and said nothing. When the king of Jin took Lu Qiqi away from the Chu palace, Lu Qiqi felt the status of the king of Jin in the capital. There were so many ministers, but no one dared to say anything, and their eyes did not change at all. On the way back, Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. Just when she was about to summon the system, the carriage suddenly stopped. We are back to the Prince of Jin's mansion so soon. Thinking about it, she saw the Prince of Jin getting off the carriage. Lu Qiqi followed him, and found that it was Jinjiang Tower. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. What is your highness doing? The Prince of Jin curled his lips. What do you think? Your highness is still thoughtful. Lu Qiqi and the Prince of Jin walked into Jinjiang Tower together. When they came to the private room on the second floor, there was a table of hot food on the table. Lu Qiqi saw it and walked in immediately. She sat down and started eating. The Prince of Jin walked in slowly and sat next to the woman. If I had known you liked it, I would have brought you here earlier. After saying that, he poured a glass of wine and sent it to the woman. Lu Qiqi picked it up and took a sip. The taste was amazing. Holding the wine glass in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, she looked at the man. How do you know I like it? You came here yesterday. I always like strong flavors. But I didn't expect you to like light flavors too. Lu Qiqi continued to eat. If you like it, you can come every day, King Jin said. Lu Qiqi looked at the man, biting the chopsticks, and didn't say anything. King Jin was attracted by her cute look. This is our own store. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide at first, then looked at King Jin in disbelief. Yours? King Jin nodded. She started drinking in a very good mood. You still have a business mind? She thought the man was busy fighting for power all day. I didn't plan to do this originally. Who'd let me have a woman who loves to eat around me? Lu Qiqi reacted quickly and understood what the man meant. She put down her chopsticks, stood up, and gently hugged the man. You are so nice. Lu Qiqi moved quickly, finished, and started eating again. The King of Jin blushed at the woman's action. He could only drink to cover up his shyness. Lu Qiqi ate with big mouthfuls, and the system looked over and reminded him. Look at the King of Jin. Lu Qiqi, who was eating, glanced at the man. He blushed. System. You teased him. Lu Qiqi. I didn't do anything. Did I? System. You hugged him. Lu Qiqi was speechless. I even had sex with him. System. Women are shameless. Invincible in the world. Lu Qiqi raised her lips, and faced with the system's teasing, she simply picked up the food and put it to the King of Jin's mouth. Your Majesty. Eat the food. Lu Qiqi felt sick when she heard the soft voice. But she didn't expect that this trick was very effective for the King of Jin. And he actually ate it. The look he gave Lu Qiqi was too explicit. She was a little worried that she had teased too much. And if the occasion was not inappropriate, this man might really pounce on her. It turns out that the King of Jin has great self-control. He was fine during the meal. And he was fine on the way back. When he returned to Qingyu Pavilion, he immediately turned into a wolf and ate Lu Qiqi clean. The King of Jin was so hard that Lu Qiqi didn't wake up until the next day. She opened her eyes and saw Chunbai's mean expression. She was angry and grabbed a pillow and smashed it on Chunbai's face. Chunbai grabbed the pillow and smiled. She laughed strangely. Are you shy, my princess? She knew that the King of Jin took the princess to the Chu Palace, affirmed the princess's status, and also announced to everyone that Chunbai was happy for the princess. Last night, she was laughing in her dreams. Will I be shy? Lu Qiqi glanced at her. She was tired. Okay. Looking at Chunbai again. She seemed to be an old mother in a brothel. Very experienced. Chunbai smiled and agreed. Yes. Yes. The princess is right. Lu Qiqi endured it. Okay. You are an unmarried girl. You'd better be careful with your words. Don't scare your future husband away if you do this all day long. Chunbai didn't think so. I will serve the princess for the rest of my life. A lifetime is a long time. I do. Lu Qiqi was speechless and didn't want to talk anymore. Chunbai served the princess diligently to get up and wash. After doing all this, Qinai and Yudai brought breakfast. During the meal, it was very quiet. After the meal, Qinai and Yudai cleaned the table, and Chunbai said, Princess, Tang Xiuya is gone. Lu Qiqi didn't react for a while. When she understood, she looked at Chunbai and asked, Is she dead? Yes. She committed suicide in the cell. What about Xinya? It was discovered early, so Xinya saved her life. Lu Qiqi knew in her heart that she probably didn't want to die, but just pretended. As for Tang Xiuya, let her die. She was so noisy. It was a good thing for her to die. People want too much and are too greedy. In the end, few people get what they want. I don't know whether Tang Xiuya committed suicide or was murdered. People are dead, so there is no point in pursuing it. As for Xinya, a maid, Lu Qiqi didn't plan to let Xinya come back. She told Chunbai, Go to housekeeper who had asked for Xinya's indenture contract. Send it to Xinya, and let her regain her freedom. Princess? Go! Chunbai felt that she couldn't let Xinya get away with it so easily. Seeing that the princess insisted, she left obediently. Finally calming down, Lu Qiqi looked at Yudai. You die. Fufeng Garden and Joyong Garden are no longer suitable for living. Take some strong people with you to give the furniture inside to those in need. Yes. Yu Dai left. Chapter 136 Unlucky. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, and looked at Qing Dai. What do you think Fufeng Garden and Joyong Garden should do? The owners of Fufeng Garden and Joyong Garden are dead. It is an unlucky place. No one will stop her from saying this. Not only that, but also Sun Rumei's secret will be discovered. Lu Qiqi just wants to cut off Sun Rumei's thoughts. Regardless of her identity, as the daughter of the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi just wants to cut off Sun Rumei's resentment of coming to the Jin Wang mansion. Not only that, he also wants to expose the secret entrances to the door and the woodshed. Qing Dai held it in for a long time and said, I don't know. Then just sit there. Yes. After a while, Yu Dai came running in. Princess. It's bad. A secret passage was found in the bedroom of Fufeng Garden. Lu Qiqi stood up suddenly and pretended to be surprised. What's going on? I don't know either. I found a secret passage on the bed in the bedroom. And now I have arranged for someone to check it out. Let's go and take a look. Yu Dai is cautious in doing things. And she didn't alarm too many people when she found the secret passage. When Lu Qiqi arrived at Fufeng Garden, she soon saw the so-called secret passage. After hearing Yu Dai's description along the way, Lu Qiqi knew that there was a secret compartment on the bed. And they found it when they moved the bed. Lu Qiqi took a look and asked someone to find King Jin. King Jin was not there. So Lu Qiqi called Sun Chao and asked him to deal with this matter. Sun Chao was King Jin's man. And he was the most suitable person to deal with it. After explaining all this, Lu Qiqi was not curious and took Qing Dai back to Qingyu Pavilion. Just after I came back, Chunbai also came back and angrily told me about Xinya. Princess, Xinya is really heartless. I sold her my body to her. But she didn't know how to be grateful and just left like that. What didn't you say? Lu Qiqi thought. Xinya left just to cut off Sun Rumei's eyes. It would be strange if she didn't hold a grudge. Let alone be grateful. She didn't say a word of gratitude. And she looked so long. As if I owed her something. Chunbai got angry when she thought about it. What a heartless thing. If this happened to someone else, they might never see what a body contract looks like until they die. Okay. I gave her a body contract not to make her grateful. But because I think the two masters she served died in an accident. And I don't want her to come back and accept other people's contempt. You are kind-hearted. Why don't you treat me so well? Chunbai still felt it was not worth it. Lu Qiqi said. Then I will give you your body contract as well? No. I want to serve the princess for the rest of my life. Okay. Peel an orange for me to taste. Qing Dai smiled at the two of them from the side. Chunbai was stubborn and really peeled oranges for Lu Qiqi. Later, she felt that she was bullied by the princess. So she peeled a lot of oranges in one go. Lu Qiqi couldn't finish them all. And the three maids got them cheaply. A meal of oranges comforted the awkward Chunbai. After eating, Chunbai also reminded, Princess, you are too kind. Many people don't deserve it. Lu Qiqi didn't want to say anything. She didn't do things for rewards. As for Xinya, she didn't want others to watch her. She wouldn't say these things, but just knew them in her heart. Soon, Yu Dai brought back the news. The secret entrance of Fufeng Garden was discovered. One was next to the stone lions at the gate, and the other was next to the woodshed in the big kitchen. Hearing this, it was exactly as the system said. And Lu Qiqi showed surprise. The stone lion? The place where Ahua was killed. Yes, Yu Dai said. Lu Qiqi sighed. Finally destroying Sun Rumei's nest in the Jin Wang mansion. And she felt relieved. No matter how good Sun Rumei's makeup skills are, she still has the same face. Let her suffer in the palace. There are so many hardcore palace fighters in the palace. I wonder what a rookie like Sun Rumei will do. The palace? Sun Rumei went around and returned to the palace again. The first person she wanted to visit was the queen. The queen was Sun Rumei's aunt in public, wearing the unique costumes of the Wu clan. She came to the queen's Fuyun Hall. Niece pays homage to aunt. The queen saw the family costumes, without any joy, and had no feelings for her niece, who was kneeling down. She already knew the identity of this person, because she disliked her mother. She was even more displeased with Sun Rumei, who had changed her identity and returned to the palace again. Do you know that you came yesterday and the king of Chu left yesterday? And is sad and upset. And my niece feels bad too, said, wiping away her hypocritical tears. The queen lost her son in hope, and she felt annoyed looking at her niece in front of her. If she had come to the capital with this identity in the past, she would have been happy. But coming here now would only make her feel sick. The king of Chu is your cousin, and it's normal for you to feel sad as a cousin. Let's do this. From today on, you will eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures until the 49th day of the 77th day. Yes. Sun Rume gritted her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't refuse. Okay. I'm a little tired. You go to see the queen mother first. Yes. Niece, take your leave. Sun Rume bowed and turned to leave. Naughty One came to the queen. Queen, why do I feel familiar with her? The queen smiled coldly. The Wu clan's legitimate daughter has arrived, and the king of Chu is gone. It's too unlucky. Naughty One lowered her head and said nothing. The Wu clan's legitimate daughters in all dynasties have been symbols of the queen. The queen mother is, the queen is, and the Wu clan's legitimate daughter who just arrived should also be. But the Wu clan's legitimate daughter just arrived, and the king of Chu is gone. This is not a good sign. There are many people in the palace, and everyone has some blind worship for the Wu clan's legitimate daughter who suddenly appeared. Because the king of Chu passed away suddenly, many people think that the arrival of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter is not a good sign. There are 2 Wu clan legitimate daughters in the palace now. The queen mother is one. She has the highest status, but she has no children. The queen is the second one. She sits in the position that women dream of. Unfortunately, yesterday, the only son was gone. The future queen will be the second queen mother, and she will have no one to rely on when she is old. The queen mother was a little better off, having no children and no hope. The queen had one, but at this age, she had to send her son away first. Only she knew the pain in her heart. The newly arrived daughter of the Wu clan killed the prince right after she arrived, which was not a good sign. There were many women in the palace, and there were many right and wrongs. In less than 2 days, the maids and eunuchs were whispering that the daughter of the Wu clan was too lucky, and whoever got close to her would be unlucky. Sun Rume went to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. When she went in, she heard that the Empress Dowager had just rested and didn't want to see anyone. So Sun Rume left in disgrace. It wasn't long before she came out of the Sinang Palace. The maids around her looked at her strangely. When she passed by, the maids hid away early, and those who couldn't hide were trembling with fear. Sun Rume walked by, said nothing, and returned to the courtyard arranged for her. Qingfeng Garden. She had lived in the palace. How could she not know about this place? Looking at the sign that had just been hung, she suddenly remembered that she had heard of this place when she was still a concubine. Cold Palace? This is the Cold Palace. Let her live in the Cold Palace? When she arrived yesterday, she was very nervous and worried about being recognized. She didn't think too much. Only today did she find out the trick. At this moment, she could have turned around and left. Thinking of the purpose of her return to Beijing, she pretended to be nothing and entered Qingfeng Garden. Sun Rume was in a bad mood and looked unhappy. The maids sent to serve were all young maids. When they saw Sun Rume like this, they were scared and dared not speak. Sun Rume didn't care. She was calculating how to get close to King Jin and how to get King Jin's favor. Still, as the daughter of the Wu clan, she knew that this identity was the only chance to get close to King Jin. Thinking that the change of identity was all because of Lu Qiqi, she became what she is now. She was angry and swept the teacup on the table to the ground. The maids, who were waiting in front of her, knelt on the ground in fear. Sun Rume no longer suppressed her anger and shouted at them angrily. Get out! Get out! The maids got up and ran out one by one. She came with a brand new identity, without a banquet or a grand appearance. What she faced was the death of the king of Chu. Not only that, she had to fast for 49 days for the hateful king of Chu. The queen's dislike and the queen mother's indifference became reasons for others to look down on her. How could she not hate? She had always restrained her temper and the emotions in her heart. Even Xiao Nianqing's brainless woman became a lady, but she ended up with death. She was unwilling. She had to do something. At this moment, a little eunuch came from outside. Sun Rume's originally gloomy face suddenly had a smile in her eyes. She was unhappy. And someone was even more unlucky. Chapter 137. Only Power in the Eyes. Yuqing Palace. Concubine Xu just got the news that the daughter of the Wu clan is Sun Rume. She held the letter, her hand shaking constantly. She didn't understand what was going on. She was sure that the letter was her brother's note. and that the letter was true. And she couldn't accept it. How could the daughter of the Sun family become the daughter of the Wu clan? She has always been concerned about the Wu clan. She had her own ideas when she chose King Jean. This news came too suddenly, and she was a little slow to calm down for a while. After a while, Concubine Shu was angry. If Sun Rumei is the daughter of the Wu clan, she is not the daughter of her Sun family. If not, why should she help her? Looking at her brother's words in the letter, she felt that the people of the Sun family were really crazy. They actually used all their family's strength to push Sun Rumei to the position of the new queen. She thought the Sun family was really crazy. The Sun family was cuckolded by that bitch Yuan Yun. And it was a humiliation for the Sun family. But what happened to the people in the Sun family? My brother was seduced by that woman and his mind was not clear. Could it be that my father was also confused? How could this happen? Shu Fei couldn't believe it. She was about to write a divorce letter to ask her father if he was old and confused. At this time, she received a letter from her father. She put all her fantasies on her father, thinking that her father had been shrewd all his life and would never be confused about this matter. When she opened the letter and saw that her father's words were the same as her brother's, she tore the letter to pieces. What a shame! They only had power in their eyes. For power, they even lost their face. Such a family made her feel humiliated. Just like herself back then. For power, she really could do anything. Nanny Pan was an old lady who served Concubine Shu. Seeing Concubine Shu was angry, and it was related to the Sun family, she did not dare to speak. She was also worried that Concubine Shu would make more and more noise. She was worried that it would be bad if people outside knew about it. So she quietly advised her. My queen, you must not get angry. The daughter of the Wu clan has just arrived. If the noise you make here spreads to outsiders, it will cause trouble. It would have been better if she hadn't said this. After she said it, Concubine Shu laughed like crazy. Nanny Pan knelt on the ground in fear. What did she say wrong? Just at this time, Nanny Luo, who was beside the Queen Mother, arrived. Nanny Pan saw this and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She knelt on the ground trembling. Concubine Shu was not afraid when she saw Nanny Luo coming. She laughed even louder. Nanny Luo stood by and waited until Concubine Shu had laughed enough, and said, Concubine Shu, the Queen Mother wants to see you. What do you want to see me for? Concubine Shu directly retorted. Nanny Pang got up in fear and stopped Concubine Shu from talking nonsense. Shu Fei was like crazy. She pushed Nanny Pan away and pointed at Nanny Luo's nose and cursed. Who do you think you are? Do you think there is no one in my Sun family? My queen. Nanny Pan was so scared that she knelt on the ground and cowed out continuously. Nanny Luo stared at Shu Fei and said word by word. Shu Fei, don't you want to go? This was a threat. If she didn't go, she would be dragged away directly. Shu Fei smiled. Go. Why not? Shu Fei followed Nanny Luo to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Shu Fei came to the Empress Dowager, without saluting, and looked at her steadily. The Empress Dowager looked at her and drank tea slowly. When the cup of tea was finished and the teacup was put down, Nanny Luo led many palace maids and eunuchs to retreat. Concubine Shu smiled. She looked at the Queen Mother again. Her eyes changed. She was reserved in the past, but now she was angry. What's more, Concubine Shu knew that the Queen Mother and the Empress had known about Sun Rumei's affairs for a long time. At this time, she was still as humble as before, which would only make the Queen Mother think that she was also involved in this matter. In order to have a good life in the palace, she had to bow her head in front of the Queen Mother, and use this matter to prove that she was also deceived. Concubine Shu, your family is really capable. They can even do such a thing. The Queen Mother pointed it out, and Concubine Shu was also direct. Yes, I really don't know how that bitch Yuan Yun deceived my brother, and made her recognize that bitch. Bitch. It seems to be talking about Yuan Yun. And it seems to be talking about Sun Rumei, who is now in the palace with the title of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. The Queen Mother stared at Concubine Shu for a while. You didn't know? I just received 2 family letters. The Queen Mother sighed. For your Sun family, this is a good thing. The Sun family is lucky to have a daughter who is the queen. Concubine Shu gradually calmed down in front of the Queen Mother, and said, Is it also a disaster? Oh! Concubine Shu looked at the Queen Mother, and did not see much joy on her face. She spoke boldly. If it is really as predicted, I think the day of the accession to the throne will be the day of the Sun family's demise. This is bold, but it is also the truth. If Sun Rume really sits on the position of queen, she will definitely erase all her past in the Sun family. No one in the Sun family will survive. The Sun family is now doing everything they can to help their leader Sun Rume. And the Sun family will die extremely tragically at that time. Even I, who am in the palace, will die even more miserably. Foolish people only see power, but not the danger behind it. This is her family. Cuckolding. Humiliation. No face left. Have they ever thought about these things? They know everything. But they are still so stubborn? The Queen Mother glanced at concubine Shu and said to the outside, "Come here." Nanny Luo came up. "Queen Mother, I'm tired." Nanny Luo heard and came forward to help the Queen Mother to the bedroom. Concubine Shu was left there. After a while, Nanny Luo came out, and concubine Shu bowed to the bedroom. "I will not disturb the Queen Mother to rest. I will leave first." After saying this, she bowed according to the rules, stepped back a few steps and turned to leave. Nanny Luo watched concubine Shu leave, turned into the bedroom, and came to the Queen Mother. "Tell her everything you saw in Yuqing Pavilion." The Queen Mother didn't say anything she heard. Lay down, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Nanny Luo knew what the Queen Mother was thinking, so she covered the Queen Mother with a blanket and turned to guard behind her. The Queen Mother opened her eyes and looked at the luxury that belonged to the palace, which was also a cage that trapped her. With the death of King Chu, she also saw it clearly. The Wu clan is over. Sun Rume is the executioner who cuts off the future of the Wu clan. At this time, the Shufei who left had something on her mind and walked all the way to Yuqing Pavilion. On the way, she met Sun Rume, who was walking from the side, seeing a face painted with ghostly symbols, thinking of the letter, and looking at Sun Rume's arrogant look. She didn't plan to show her cards now. When Sun Rume came to her, concubine Shu looked at her coldly. "Are you from the Wu clan?" Sun Rume was not willing to reveal her identity because there were many palace maids and eunuchs around her. She also thought that concubine Shu should have received a letter from the Sun family at this time. Judging from concubine Shu's attitude, could it be that the letter from the Sun family has not been delivered yet? Du from the Wu clan pays homage to concubine Shu. "Are you the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan?" Concubine Shu looked Sun Rume up and down. If she was willing to help her before, she would be upset when she saw her now. So how could she help? She looked down at Sun Rume. "I heard that you are the next queen. I wonder which prince you value more." This was very sharp. And the palace maids and eunuchs who heard it all bowed their heads. Some people thought that concubine Shu was crazy. She had always abided by the rules in the past. But why did she become a different person after meeting the Queen Mother today? Was she provoked by the Queen Mother again? Chapter 138. Be careful with your words. Sun Rume looked at concubine Shu, and for a moment, she didn't understand if concubine Shu was crazy. How could she say such words in public? She has always been optimistic about Prince Jin, and she couldn't say such words in public. After thinking for a while, she pretended to be puzzled. I don't know. Concubine Shu laughed, and her laugh was extremely sarcastic. "You are here, and you still say you don't know what you are here for?" Sun Rume pretended to be puzzled and looked at concubine Shu. Concubine Shu approached and whispered, "Whoever becomes the new emperor in the future, the emperor will listen to your opinion." "You say, you don't know?" When Sun Rume heard this, her heart trembled, and she knelt on the ground directly. "I don't know. Please be careful with your words." Concubine Shu, be careful with your words. Why are you pretending to be something that everyone in the world knows? Concubine Shu said this and left. The shock and humiliation that Sun Rume had suffered was partially repaid at this moment. She slowly waited to see who would end up. The princess wanted her, and she was happy when she got it, and unhappy when she didn't. It was hard to say who she would vent her anger on. Sun Rume lived in the palace as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, whether the emperor knew about it or not. He hated Sun Rume to the core. Maybe he was planning to kill her at this time. She waited for good things to happen. Sun Rume stood there, watching the arrogant concubine Shu leave. She secretly hated that the people in the Sun family were not good at doing things. However, concubine Shu also reminded herself that her existence proved the incompetence of the emperor and the queen, and she should take action soon. Prince Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi lived a comfortable life. She heard all kinds of gossip about the palace, eating dried fruits and listening to other people's gossip. It feels so good. System. Sun Rumei has met the queen. Lu Qiqi. How is it? The meeting between aunt and niece should be a great scene. But unfortunately, we can't watch it live. System. The queen said that the arrival of the witch clan's legitimate daughter means that the king of Chu will be gone. Which is unlucky. Lu Qiqi. The king of Chu is dead. And the queen has changed a lot. System. Sun Rumei went to see the queen mother. Lu Qiqi. What did the queen mother say? System. I didn't even see the queen mother. Lu Qiqi laughed out loud. Chunbai heard the noise, and saw that the princess was reading the storybook again. She didn't think much about it. Chi Dai and Yudai saw it, and thought it was not the case. What's wrong with the princess? She has been reading this page of the storybook for a long time without moving. And she still makes strange noises. If I hadn't been sure that the princess was normal, I would have thought she was possessed. Lu Qiqi didn't know the noise she made, let alone the thoughts of the maids, and continued to chat with the system. Sun Rumei is so unlucky. They are all blood relatives and have a pivotal position in the palace. Lu Qiqi did not expect that she would be disliked by the two of them when she first arrived. System. Sun Rumei deliberately created an encounter with concubine Shu and was ridiculed by concubine Shu. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Concubine Shu said that the future crown prince is not decided by the emperor, but a woman has the final say. Lu Qiqi. Is this telling Sun Rumei that the emperor wants to kill her? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rumei is so unlucky. She just entered the palace and was hated by so many people. Her life must be difficult. After thinking for a while, Lu Qiqi asked, why did concubine Shu not think highly of Sun Rumei? Did she not recognize her? System. She knows. Concubine Shu is also a smart person. She knows that the day when Sun Rumei succeeds in taking the throne will mark the complete disappearance of the Sun family from this world. Lu Qiqi didn't expect this. She felt relieved, thinking that concubine Shu also had some brains and was not blinded by power. Thinking that so many people were not optimistic about her. Sun Rumei's life must be very difficult. Lu Qiqi finally knew why Sun Rumei didn't go that far. Before she came, Sun Rumei had already won the favor of King Jin and became the queen naturally. Her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan was not made public, so she sat firmly in that position. Now that her identity is public, people outside the palace are optimistic about her, and people in the palace want to kill her one by one. Sun Rumei's future path has changed, and the result will also be different. My arrival is a key factor, and also determines the future direction of Sun Rumei. Lu Qiqi feels very good. Without doing anything, she can completely change someone's future. This feeling makes her like a judge. She has the final say on other people's futures. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rumei's life in the palace is not easy. System. Her good days are still ahead? Lu Qiqi thought of a question. What about Wang Yichu? System. Find a way yourself. Lu Qiqi. You? That's not what you said. You said that the arrival of the Wu clan's daughter would send Wang Yichu back to the palace. Now he has to continue to be lazy here. Lu Qiqi is unhappy. Suddenly, she thought of a way. Mother Chen likes Wang Yichu. What will happen if their relationship is exposed? The best result is that the two of them will run away and live their own lives. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi came to the kitchen excitedly. Not long ago, the secret passage was discovered in the woodshed. Everyone in the kitchen was a little nervous. Seeing the princess coming, they became very reserved. Seeing the princess coming, they knelt on the ground. Lu Qiqi looked around and went straight to today's meal. Mother Chen. What does the princess want to eat today? Mother Chen still remembered what Qinai said, and replied carefully. I am preparing it. I wonder what the princess wants to eat. You can do it as you see fit. Mother Chen was a little embarrassed. There is nothing more difficult than this. As an old woman, she can't say it clearly. With a little caution, she said, does the princess like less dried radish? Yes. I will increase the amount of this dish today. Yes. Mother Chen felt that the familiar princess was back again. She became bolder. What else does the princess want to eat? Lu Qiqi looked around and saw kidney beans, and immediately came up with an idea. Do you have potatoes? Yes. Stew kidney beans with potatoes. Yes. Use pork belly when stewing. Pork belly? Mother Chen frowned. What is that? Chunbai saw that Mother Chen was stupid. Walked to the side, picked up a piece of meat on the chopping board, It's the meat from this place. As she spoke, she was still gesturing with her hands. Mother Chen understood that the meat from that place was not very delicious, and she basically didn't use it. Hearing the princess say this, she felt strange, but still agreed. When you stew, try to fry the fat part of the pork belly almost, and then put the kidney beans and potatoes into the pot. Yes. Mother Chen knew that Lu Qiqi could cook, and it was delicious. King Jin had eaten it and praised it highly. She also wanted to try what the princess said. In addition, after talking for a while, Lu Qiqi realized that there was one person missing. The king's chef. I haven't seen him since I arrived. Where is Wang Yuchu? Princess, Wang Yuchu returned to the palace this morning, Mrs. Chen said politely. Chapter 139 Letters from Relatives. Lu Qiqi was immediately discouraged. She had found so many excuses to send Wang Yuchu away, but she was busy all the time. However, it was also a good thing. He didn't have to do it himself. The king of Jin had done it earlier, and he was happy. He saw a chicken next to him and asked, Old hen? Replying to the princess, This is an old hen that has been raised for 3 years. I am just going to make soup for you. You are quite thoughtful. When stewing, you should rinse the cut chicken with water first. Yes. Mother Chen didn't know why she did this. Since the princess said so, she just did it. After Lu Qiqi explained these, she was about to leave, and saw Xiao Nianqing, who had arrived at some point. I pay my respects to the princess. Xiao Nianqing saluted with the maid. Sister Xiao came at the right time. I asked Mother Chen to stew the old hen soup. Do you want to try it? Xiao Nianqing glanced at Lu Qiqi and bowed her head. Thank you, Princess. Lu Qiqi turned her head and said to Mother Chen, When the old hen is stewed, give half to Mrs. Xiao. Yes. Lu Qiqi gave instructions. There was nothing to do here, so she left first. Walking back to Qingyu Pavilion, Chunbai asked, Why did the princess share the old hen soup with Mrs. Xiao? I always felt that it was not as simple as sharing half of the old hen. She was more worried that the princess would give half of the prince to her as well. Xiao Nianqing manages the backyard very well. There are no messy people coming to make trouble, so I don't have to worry. Chunbai was silent. Xiao Nianqing is annoying, but she is also very powerful. Now that Tang Xiuya is gone, the princess is even quieter. Just after returning to Qingyu Pavilion, Butler Hu ran over. Princess, your letter. Who sent it? Lu Qiqi asked. From Huangshan County. Huangshan County, the original owner's hometown. It must be related to Lin Daodu. Chunbai took the letter from Hu Guanjia to the princess. Lu Qiqi opened the letter and heard the system's voice. Your father's handwritten letter. Lu Qiqi looked carefully and wanted to know what kind of person the original owner's father was. After reading the letter, Lu Qiqi could feel from the letter that the original owner's father was really as upright and righteous as the system said. This letter mainly said that Lin Daodu had come to the capital and told her some things. Lu Qiqi knew that the mother was worried about her son when he was thousands of miles away. The original owner's father and mother were both such people. Because they were too upright, they didn't want to confront Lin Daodu head-on. They didn't know that Lin Daodu was dead. Lu Qiqi was not worried about Lin Daodu's father, County Magistrate Lin. He didn't dare to do anything to the original owner's father openly. At most, he would play tricks on him behind his back. The original owner's father had suffered a lot from County Magistrate Lin over the years, so he should have some experience. However, as a daughter, I should do something for my father. After thinking for a while, I looked at Butler Hu. Butler Hu, ask someone to pick 2 top-quality supplements and send them to my father. Did the princess specify anything? Butler Hu asked. It was the first time that Butler Hu sent something to the princess' hometown, and he was a little nervous. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. It doesn't matter what's inside. What's important is that the packaging must be beautiful. Yes. Butler Hu understood what the princess meant, and things were easy to handle. Lu Qiqi thought that as long as the noise was loud enough, County Magistrate Lin would not dare to do anything to her father. Not only that, with the King of Jin around, she was also sitting in the princess's position, and County Magistrate Lin would not have time to curry favor with her, let alone make things difficult for her. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of a serious question. County Magistrate Lin didn't dare to do anything. What about the other princes? There were originally 5 princes. Now the King of Chu is dead. The King of Qing is imprisoned. And in addition to the King of Jin, there are also the King of Qin and the King of Yin. in order to fight for power. Will they attack the original owner's father? Lu Qiqi is also a child. At this age, she knows a lot of things. Safety is the most important thing. What should she do? If you care too much, you will become someone else's handle. If you don't care too much, you will be bullied. How to strike this balance? After thinking about it, Lu Qiqi thought it would be best to go back by herself. How should she leave the capital at this time? On the way back and forth, it would take nearly 20 days to travel at full speed. How should she protect the original owner's parents? Lu Qiqi struggled for a while, and the only way to go back was the most appropriate. Thinking about it, she began to worry again. Chunbai and others saw that the princess was in a bad mood after receiving the letter from home. They understood in their hearts and served quietly by the side without saying a word. Lu Qiqi thought about it for a while and decided to ask the system for help. You said, the two old people will not be in danger. Right? System. They are already in danger. Lu Qiqi was anxious. Why didn't you tell me earlier? System. It's useless to tell you. You can't help much. Lu Qiqi was a little discouraged. Thinking of King Jin, she felt that she could ask him for help. How much should she expect from this person? After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. She knew her status and position. She was ready to take a risk and go back. No matter what. She shouldn't let her appearance affect the original owner's parents. System. You don't have to worry. The people arranged by King Jin are already handling it. And there should be good news in the next 2 days. Lu Qiqi clutched the letter in her hand tightly. Trembling slightly. This should not be a letter of assurance. It should be a last letter. Right? After asking this question, Lu Qiqi's eyes were red. The system didn't speak. Because of this, Lu Qiqi decided to go back to Huangshan County. With an idea, Lu Qiqi began to act. And when the food was delivered, she started eating like crazy. She knew that she didn't know what would happen on the way back. And in order to protect the original owner's parents, she had to reserve her physical strength. Seeing the princess eating like crazy, Chunbai's eyes were red. Knowing that the princess was in a bad mood, eating like this was not good for her stomach. She wanted to persuade her, but some words could not be said. Until the princess finished eating, Chunbai carefully served by her side. Princess, are you in a bad mood? Said carefully. Lu Qiqi glanced at her and said nothing. If the princess misses home, she can ask her family to visit her. Lu Qiqi glanced at her and whispered, my father and mother are old. It's hard to travel from Huangshan County to the capital. I can't bear it when I think of that scene. What does the princess mean? Chunbai thought it was a trap. But she still jumped in. I want to go back to visit my parents. Chunbai paused for a while. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. The princess is of noble status, and there is no reason for her to condescend to go back. I know it's impossible. So my heart is cold, Lu Qiqi said, covering her heart, looking very painful and uncomfortable. Chunbai was infected by the princess's appearance, and her eyes were red. She bit her lips and didn't say anything. Chinai and Yudai were next to her. They sympathized with Chunbai. Looking at the princess, it was obvious that she did it on purpose. In front of the princess, they couldn't say anything. I always felt that the princess was too bad. No. The princess's little eyes were obviously the rhythm of doing bad things. Finally, Chunbai couldn't stand the princess's lost look anymore. So she took the initiative to ask, Princess, how about we go back and take a look? Chapter 140 Going back to my parents' home. Can I? Lu Qiqi laughed in her heart. But she looked embarrassed again. Chi Dai and Yudai held their hands tightly. And after a brief pain, they controlled the words on their lips not to say them. It's not allowed. But I can't bear to see the princess like this. How about you beg the prince? Lu Qiqi burst into tears of joy. Okay. I'll listen to you. After saying that, she got up and ran outside. Chunbai was dumbfounded, standing there for a long time without reacting. The only thought in her mind was that the princess did it on purpose. Seeing the princess standing at the door again, she rushed over to say that the princess was cunning. But when she saw the king of Jin, who had arrived at some point, the courage she had just mustered disappeared, and she was more concerned. She didn't think it was a big deal that the princess deliberately set a trap for her. If the king of Jin knew about this, it would not end well. Thinking about it, she knelt on the ground immediately. I deserve to die. It's all nonsense from me. Please punish me. My lord. Qingdai and Yudai knelt on top. I deserve to die. Please punish me. My lord. Lu Chichi looked at King Jin, not knowing when he came and how much he had heard. Seeing King Jin frowning unhappily, and then looking at the three maids, she was really worried about getting them into trouble, and said, I plan to go back to my hometown. Is that okay? King Jin looked at her without saying anything. Lu Chichi was upset. The current situation was tense. Going out would give others an opportunity to take advantage of her. Whatever the future was, it was King Jin's future. She was just being filial to her parents on behalf of the original owner. Thinking about it, she asked boldly, My lord, do you think I can't go back to my parents' home? When will I leave? The King of Jin finally spoke. Lu Chichi looked at the King of Jin. What did he mean? Did he agree? His expression didn't seem to be that way. Thinking about it, he said, Tomorrow. Okay. You get ready. We'll go together tomorrow. The King of Jin said. Lu Chichi blinked. What did he mean? Was it what she thought? Just when she felt strange. Or maybe she heard it wrong. She saw the King of Jin laughing. And then she realized that someone did it on purpose. This trick was exactly the trick used on Chunbai just now. This man really heard everything and deliberately scared her. Lu Chichi figured it out and ran towards the man. You did it on purpose? The King of Jin took the opportunity to hug the woman. Same here. The three maids kneeling on the ground saw this scene, breathed a sigh of relief, and left one by one in disgrace. Lu Chichi saw that there was no one around, and she was very direct to the King of Jin. But she was a little embarrassed. Asked the King of Jin, Are you okay leaving? It just shows my thoughts. Let them fight. You are so generous? Sure enough, there is a trap. But I don't know what bad things the King of Jin is doing. She was happy when she thought that she could visit the original owner's hometown and bring the King of Jin back. And no one dared to do anything bad to the original owner's parents. She has been in the King of Jin's mansion since she came to the capital, and has not left the capital to see the outside world. It's just right to take this opportunity to take a good look. Leaving with the King of Jin, there is no need to worry about safety. And you can spend and play as you like. Is there a better companion than this? She was happy and particularly enthusiastic about the King of Jin. She personally cooked a sumptuous meal for the King of Jin. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they started another round of exercise. The next day, when Lu Chichi got on the carriage, her head was still dizzy. She thought that she could continue to sleep in the carriage anyway, so she was too lazy to open her eyes. After being carried by the man to the carriage, she continued to sleep. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai followed the carriage, looking at the long team, especially the two carriages of gifts prepared for the princess parents behind the carriage. They sighed in their hearts that the King of Jin was really good to the princess. Listening to the snow garden, Qiuqiuxian leaned against the head of the bed and read a book. Since her voice was not good, she basically would not speak unless necessary. The maid Chuanxiang was worried when she saw such a young lady, but there was nothing she could do. When the young lady's voice was good, the King of Jin would not look at her more. Now that her voice was ruined, there was no chance. Now the princess is in favor. The arrogant Madame Xiao is in power. Tang Xiuye, who is the best at pleasing the princess, is dead, and Sun Rumei, the most promising candidate for the princess, is also dead. Now she doesn't expect anything else. And it's good to live quietly like this. Just thinking about it, she heard the noise outside, looked at the young lady, and ran out. Qiuqiuxian only took a look and started reading again. Soon, Chuanxiang came back. Young lady, the princess and the prince are going on a long journey. Qiuqiuxian looked at her. Who told you that? With a little hoarse voice. It sounds less weak than a woman should be. Like an old woman who has experienced wind and rain. I heard it from the maid in the big kitchen. How do they know? Qiuqiuxian continued to read. Chunyu took a look and whispered. I heard that the prince is going to accompany the princess to Huangshan County. This attracted Qiuqiuxian's attention. Huangshan County. Is the King of Jin crazy? Leaving the capital at this time? Huangshan County is the princess's hometown. The prince is thoughtful. My lady, are you okay? Chuanxiang asked carefully. Qiuqiuxian smiled. What should I do? Chuanxiang looked around and made sure that there was no one around, and whispered, My lady and the princess came to the palace together. The princess is favored by the prince. And this time, he also accompanied the princess back to her hometown. This is unprecedented. Shi Qiuxin snorted and laughed. The prince favors the princess very much. My lady, don't you want to? Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Soon, Xiao Nianqing arrived with a maid. Shi Qiuxin heard the noise and asked Chuanxiang to go out and see. When she heard that Xiao Nianqing was here, she got up and went to the outer room and saluted Xiao Nianqing. Mrs. Xiao, you are here. The voice was hoarse and a little harsh. Xiao Nianqing heard this and frowned slightly. How's your voice? I was sick and my voice is like this. Shi Qiuxin didn't take it seriously and had accepted the current situation. Xiao Nianqing came to the main seat and sat down, saying, Get up. Yes. Shi Qiuxin stood up and stood by, waiting for Xiao Nianqing's instructions. Xiao Nianqing was not in a hurry to speak and was silent for a while. At this time, there was movement outside again. Several people looked outside together. I don't understand why people keep coming to the courtyard that is so quiet all day long. Sister Shi. Sister Shi. It's bad. Ming Xishuan ran in a hurry. After entering the door, she saw Xiao Nianqing there. She was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and bowed. Madam Xiao. Xiao Nianqing looked at her with a strong sense of disdain, lowering his eyes and looking at her. What urgent matter can make you shout so loudly? Ming Xishuan was frightened and explained in a low voice. I heard that the princess is going on a long journey. It's bad that the princess is going on a long journey? Xiao Nianqing said, slapping the table. Ming Xishuan knelt on the ground in fear. I deserve to die. I said the wrong thing. I originally wanted to say that the trees in Joyang Garden were dead. Chapter 141 Send Away. There is such a thing? Xiao Nianqing thought. How could the tree die out of nowhere? Did the first day of the Jin King and Princess's long journey indicate something? Knowing that it was a big deal, he didn't bother with anyone. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Ming Xishuan. Watch your mouth. If you say something you shouldn't say, it's not as simple as death. Xiao Nianqing left with the maid. Ming Xishuan was frightened and didn't speak for a long time. When Xiao Nianqing walked away, she winked at Shi Qiuxin playfully. You are so smart. Otherwise you would have been punished today. Shi Qiuxin sighed. Xiao Nianqing's sudden arrival should not be a good thing. Fortunately, Ming Xishuan interrupted her. Thinking of this, she asked again, How do you know that the trees in Joyang Garden are dead? Ming Xishuan was very proud. I have been so uncomfortable these days. I took advantage of the night to take a breath. I didn't expect that Yang Biyun and Gu Ling would talk about this. So I heard it. How could a good tree wither? Shi Qiuxin asked. Who knows? Ming Xishuan said. Poured herself a cup of tea, drank a sip, sat casually on a chair, and asked, Sister Shi, why did Mrs. Xiao come here suddenly? I don't know. Shi Qiuxin also felt strange. Here, Xiao Nianqing came to Joyang Garden with her maid. Seeing the dead trees in the yard, she thought of Tang Xiuya's death in prison. Could it be that Tang Xiuya's death was unjust? After her death, Tang Xiuya was unwilling to accept her fate. So she turned into a ghost and made all these noises? No. Xiao Nianqing quickly denied this idea. She knew who Tang Xiuya was, and someone was deliberately using this to make a fuss today. Who dared to make such a commotion on the first day when the prince and princess left? Just thinking about it. Butler who arrived. Seeing the dead trees in the yard, he was shocked. He and Xiao Nianqing had the same idea. Stepping forward to pay respect. Mrs. Xiao? Butler who? What do you think about this? The entire backyard? The king of Jin and the princess were handed over to her, and she would do her best to maintain the peace of the backyard. Whoever dared to make trouble, she would definitely peel her skin. When Butler who heard about this, he knew that it was not right, and hurriedly passed the blame. Joyang Garden has not been inhabited for a long time. Not long ago, Qin Dai and Yudai gave away all the things here, saying that it was unlucky. Are these trees also because of? Big things turned into small things. Small things turned into nothing. The young masters here are all dead. All the furniture has been moved out. And these trees are useless to keep. So take the opportunity to cut them down and burn them as firewood. Xiao Nianqing saw Butler whose thoughts. And this matter can be investigated secretly. I gladly accepted the suggestion of housekeeper who let him handle the matter, and returned to Yujing Garden. As soon as I sat down, Chunyu served tea. Xiao Nianqing took a sip and said, Do you have anything to say? Chunyu immediately said, I think the tree in Joyoung Garden was deliberately left by someone. Oh! Someone must have seen that the prince and princess had left and deliberately made things difficult for the lady. Chunyu said. Xiao Yinqing felt that this made sense. The king of Jin and the princess had left and would not be back for a short time. So someone took the opportunity to make trouble and make things difficult for me. Some people have forgotten that the king of Jin and the princess had given themselves the power of life and death in the backyard. And she could deal with a concubine at will with her current status. You ask all the young masters to come to my side. Yes. Chunyu left in response. Xiao Yinqing had great appeal. And before long, the room was full of people. The first person Xiao Yinqing asked back was Ming Sichuan. And soon the question was about Yang Biyun and Gu Ling. Gu Ling was frightened by Xiao Yinqing. And when she was questioned, she trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence. Yang Biyun was much calmer, saying that she heard it from the maid accidentally, because she rarely came out, so she didn't know which maid it was from. This matter seemed to be said, but it seemed not to be said. Xiao Yinqing was angry and slammed the table. Are you making a fool of me? Yang Biyun knelt on the ground in fear. The concubines next to her were so scared that they dared not speak. Xiao Yinqing pointed at Gu Ling and asked, You said? I was lost in the middle of the night. So I went for a walk in the yard. I don't know how I came to Joyoung Garden. I saw the dead trees in the yard and the sound of a woman crying. I thought. Yang Biyun looked at Gu Ling in disbelief and waited until she finished speaking, then looked at Gu Ling unwillingly. I couldn't believe that the person who deliberately pushed the matter in front of her was her trusted good sister. Xiao Yinqing didn't care about their thoughts and asked Gu Ling, Why did you do this? I don't know what the lady is talking about. The dead trees and the sound of a woman crying. You did it, right? Xiao Yinqing said. Madam, do you suspect me? Xiao Yinqing didn't say anything. And soon the spring rain came, throwing a ball of white clothes on the ground. Seeing this, Gu Ling was immediately discouraged. I admit that I did it, but I didn't do that with her tree. Since it was man-made, there will naturally be traces. Let you handle this matter. Gu Ling, you have 2 days to give everyone an explanation. Gu Yinqing's action shocked everyone. The situation was roughly understood. And those who had things to do started to get busy. And those who had nothing to do left. When the room returned to its previous quietness, Chunyu came to Xiao Yinqing. Madam, how did you know that it was Gu Ling who did it? I guessed. Xiao Yinqing said this, thinking in her heart. As expected, Yu Dai was right. As soon as the prince and the princess left, Yang Biyun started to make trouble. Chu Wang left, and the princess supported the palace. There were many people buried with Chu Wang's funeral, which was the rule of Qin state. As the eldest son of the emperor, Chu Wang was no exception. After handling Chu Wang's funeral, the princess secretly gave each of the concubines, who were supposed to be buried with him, a sum of money, and let them leave. When they left, they were grateful to the princess of Chu for her kindness. Not only did she not let them be buried with him, but she also gave them freedom. Maybe they would have a harder life in the future, but it was better than being buried with him. Thinking of their current wealth, if they find an honest man, they can live a life without worries. Who doesn't yearn for a better future? Because of the death of the king of Chu, many people were buried with him. Many people died, and many people were sent away, because there were not many masters to serve. The princess of Chu sold some maids and old women. The princess of Chu thought that Zhang, the housekeeper, had worked hard for the king of Chu for his whole life. So she gave him a sum of money and let him go home to retire. The entire king of Chu's mansion is full of people the princess of Chu trusts. All those with problems were buried with the king of Chu. The king of Chu's mansion is now completely ruled by the princess of Chu. Finally, some things were done, and the arrival of a child broke the current silence. Yer came to her with the words she had just written. Mother, look at what I wrote. Princess Chu picked up the child's words, looked at them carefully again and again, and was very pleased. Yuer's handwriting is getting better and better. Yuer was happy because she was praised by Princess Chu, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Princess Chu saw it and signaled the maid to prepare the meal, and it should be more abundant. Gu Yan and Mao Yu knew what Princess Chu was thinking, and tried to make the meal as abundant as possible. During the meal, Princess Chu was particularly attentive. Halfway through the meal, Yuer fell asleep on the table. Princess Lu Chu looked at Gu Yan. Are you sure that family is okay? Replying to Princess, that family is well off, and has never had children. Young Master Yer will not be wronged if he goes there. Princess Chu nodded. Send it. Gu Yin picked up the child and left in the night. Princess Chu asked Mao Yu to burn all the things about Yer. This time when Yer leaves, he will forget everything in the past and start over. She originally planned to kill the child to prevent future troubles, but she couldn't bear it in the end. Princess Chu thought a lot. Mao Yu didn't bother with the things Princess Chu told her to do, and came to serve. Princess Chu felt that Gu Yin had been away for too long, and there was no movement until now. There was a sense of uneasiness in her heart. Just thinking about it. Gu Yin came back from outside. Why did you take so long? Princess Chu asked. Gu Yin carefully glanced at Princess Chu and lowered his head slightly. The family who came to pick people up came a little late. Princess Chu didn't care when she heard this. Gu Yin saw that Princess Chu didn't doubt it, and she was a little afraid to face Princess Chu. In fact, the child was taken away by the guards of the general of the cavalry. She chased for a while, but didn't catch up, and now she didn't know whether Yer was alive or dead. Chapter 142. You are the next emperor. Lu Qiqi leaned casually on the carriage with her legs outside. As the carriage swayed, her calves swayed, humming a little tune in her mouth. In a very good mood. The great rivers and mountains need to be measured in person. Only by experiencing it in person can you find that any description in words is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. The king of Jin was reading the news that had just been delivered. After reading it, he exerted a little force on his hand, and the news in his hand turned into powder. As he stretched his hand out of the carriage, everything was blown away by the wind. He stood up and came to the side of the woman, imitating her movements. Are you happy? Lu Qiqi threw a peanut into her mouth. I'm out to play. How can I be unhappy? Delicious food, good drinks, fun, walking and stopping along the way. It was so enjoyable. I used to think that the days in the king of Jin's mansion were enjoyment. But now I feel that real enjoyment is far more than just the satisfaction of the stomach. Where do you want to go next? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Wherever you go. It's up to fate. Your personality is so casual. Unlike your father. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. The original owner's father Lu Chenggang is an upright man. Very serious every day. Always handles things meticulously. And never agrees with backdoors and other behaviors. This is why my father has been the county magistrate for so many years. The original owner's personality is like her mother Fan Wanhua. To put it nicely, she doesn't fight with others. To put it more directly, she is a little fool who doesn't know how to fight back when being bullied. I am different. She doesn't care much about many things. If she has food, she will never worry about anything. If someone touches her reverse scale, she will become more fierce than anyone else. Do you know my father? Lu Qiqi asked back. The king of Jin did not hide it. I know a little. Lu Qiqi nodded. How could I forget that the prince investigated me? The king of Jin did not speak. This was the fact. He would investigate not only Lu Qiqi, but everyone who approached him. If it were not for the woman who saved her, if it were not for the woman's innocence, he would not let the woman have the opportunity to get close to him. What kind of person do you think my father is? Integrity. Only such a father can have such a good daughter. I think my father is stupid. Chunbai could not calm down. Princess, it's okay for you to talk nonsense at ordinary times. But how can you evaluate your father like this? And in front of the king of Jin? Why? The king of Jin asked. Lu Qiqi casually flicked a peanut and accurately fell into her mouth, saying, Father is too straightforward and doesn't know how to adapt. This is a taboo for officials. You want your father to be a corrupt official? Lu Qiqi smiled. I don't think this is a bad thing. Clang. Chunbai couldn't bear it. Her legs and feet trembled, and she tripped to the ground. Lu Qiqi laughed heartlessly. Chunbai, you can't even walk. You'd better get on the carriage behind. Princess. Chunbai felt pain in her body, and even more pain in her heart. She was standing by, and the princess was so outspoken. If she wasn't around, the princess would have offended the king of Jin completely. King of Jin glanced coldly at Chunbai, who didn't move, and Chunbai was frightened and hurriedly got on the carriage behind. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, Look, I am obviously her master, and she is more willing to listen to you. You don't like it, although she is a little stupid. She is loyal, and I am reluctant to change her. Chunbai, who was sitting in the back carriage, wiped her tears excitedly. Princess, you still said a big truth? Lu Qiqi didn't dwell on it too much. She didn't want to say more, and asked King Jean to really change the maid. Continue to talk about her father's affairs. Father is too straightforward. He doesn't know how to adapt to some things and often works hard but gets no thanks. Tell me about it. He got accurate information that County Magistrate Lin was a corrupt official. How could the woman think such a man was good? My father has been an official for so many years. What has he earned? King Jean agreed with this. The people like such officials. Look at County Magistrate Lin. He only talks but doesn't do anything. He has been in this position for many years. He has made a lot of money, and made his family live a life of plenty. No matter what natural disasters or man-made disasters happen, he can also take out a handful of money and earn a good reputation. King Jean understood. The good of County Magistrate Lin is to plunder the people's fat and blood. Once he changed hands, it became a good thing. Finally, I understand why the woman said her father was not good. However, County Magistrate Lin is also somewhat pitiful. If he had not been so cunning and let his daughter participate in this election, the Princess of Jean would be his daughter now. Now, he has lost his life in vain. The King of Jean looked at the woman with dissatisfaction. He was very picky. Okay? A woman like Lin Dao was annoying even at a glance. In the end, no matter how greedy a person is, the biggest winner is still the Emperor. The King of Jean frowned. The people who followed him were all confidants and would not spread this. He felt it necessary to remind the woman of her unrestrained appearance. Think about it. No matter how much these corrupt officials are greedy, they will eventually be confiscated. The gold, silver and jewelry they coveted will eventually fall into the pocket of the Emperor. So, after so many years of busyness and fear, it is still the Emperor who gets the advantage in the end. You really dared to say anything. Prince Jean was speechless. The emotional woman talked for a long time. And this is the point, isn't it? Lu Qiqi stared at the eyes of the King of Jean, not letting him escape. It is possible that you will deliberately let some people be greedy in the future, and then reap the benefits. This is treasonous. Everyone who heard it bowed their heads. Among the three princes now, the King of Jin's appeal is the highest. It just so happens that at this time, the King of Jin accompanied the princess to leave the capital. In their opinion, the King of Jin is too irrational. Hearing Lu Qiqi's words, it is even more treasonous. Prince Jin stared at Lu Qiqi, and did not speak for a long time. Lu Qiqi sneered indifferently. Do you think my words are a bit treasonous? As if you are the future emperor? Prince Jin narrowed his eyes, and too many emotions surged in his eyes. Every soldier must have the dream of becoming a general. If a soldier does not even have this dream, he is not worthy of being a soldier. Some words have been made clear, and Lu Qiqi feels that he should reveal something. At the critical moment, the King of Jin accompanied her to leave the capital. It seemed that he was too indulgent to a woman and lost the pattern of doing big things. Lu Qiqi knew that leaving at this time was a good thing, not a bad thing. She was stigmatized as a goblin for nothing. Why not let her say a few words to make her feel better? What else do you want to say? The King of Jin stared at the woman and said this for a long time. Lu Qiqi smiled, leaned close to the King of Jin's ear, and said in a low voice, "You are the next emperor. Don't talk nonsense. I also know the specific time." The King of Jin held Lu Qiqi's wrist tightly. Lu Qiqi approached. 5 years. After saying these 2 words, he stopped talking. The King of Jin saw that the woman didn't seem to be joking, and she didn't look lazy as usual. He thought of his suspicion of the woman's identity. Could she really be a member of Xianmen? Her arrival was to assist the new emperor? But why did he feel so blocked in his heart? It seemed that a big stone was pressing on his heart, making him breathless. Chapter 143 Family Reunion. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she felt relieved. She broke away from the man's hand and ate peanuts again. The pain on her arm made her feel a little uncomfortable. What does this man mean? Did she hit the nail on the head and was angry? Or did she think that what she said was really treasonous? She felt more like the former, because of Lu Qiqi's words. The road later seemed a little dull. The King of Jin had a serious face all the time. But Lu Qiqi didn't care and ate and drank as usual. Chunbai knew that the princess had angered the King of Jin, and was a little worried. It was originally a good thing, but it turned out like this halfway through the journey. No one felt good. The road that was originally stopped and started was accelerated because of this incident. When we arrived at Huangshan County, Lu Qiqi got off the carriage, and saw that the people on the street seemed a little excited. When she saw someone running over in official clothes, her good mood suddenly disappeared. After the system reminded her, she knew that the middle-aged man running over in official clothes was County Magistrate Lin. After looking around, she didn't find Lu Chungang. She heard from the system that Lin Chungang was trying a case. She knew that County Magistrate Lin did it on purpose. Lu Qiqi sighed. The original owner's father was so inflexible that he was lucky to be able to sit in the position of County Magistrate. County Magistrate Lin had already obtained the portrait of King Jin. When he saw the person coming and the outfit, he led everyone to kneel down. Lu Qiqi had noticed it long ago and ran away when County Magistrate Lin came to her. King Jin discovered the woman's intention and wanted to stop the cunning woman. As a result, he saw the woman standing not far away and smiled at her. When Lu Qiqi saw King Jin surrounded by people, she didn't have any psychological burden. She took 3 maids and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Shunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai thought the princess was too bold. Seeing that the king of Jin was not angry, and that the princess was happy and took her to buy a lot of delicious food, they were happy and put down all the rules. Lu Qiqi bought a lot of things and came to Lu's house with 3 maids, relying on the system's prompts. Standing at the door, she was still worried that she could not play another person well. It was the system that gave her courage. And Lu Qiqi walked in. The 3 maids thought it was because of the princess's excitement and did not think much. When Lu Qiqi entered the door and saw a familiar back, at this moment, her eyes were a little sore. I don't know if it was the original owner's emotions or her own mentality at this moment. She was excited and her eyes were red. Miss? Madam. Miss is back. The 2 maids shouted excitedly. The lady turned her back, and Lu Qiqi was full of ups and downs. When she saw the other person's appearance, she was stunned on the spot. The system voice came out. Is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? Lu Qiqi opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. Seeing the lady coming, Lu Qiqi choked and tears flowed down. Xiaoqi, you are back. Madame Lu spoke. Xiaoqi? Lu Qiqi looked over steadily and didn't respond for a long time. Xiaoqi, why didn't you tell me you were back? I don't know how worried your mother is about you. Madame Lu held her daughter's hand, her eyes red. Xiaoqi is finally back. The maids next to her were excited when they saw this. The lady that the lady had been talking about all day was finally back. She came back again and became a princess. No one dared to bully her in the future. Who are you? Lu Qiqi looked at the familiar face and the familiar name in front of her, and it took her a long time to find her voice. Madame Lu looked at her daughter with a smile on her face, gently hugged her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Stingy. You don't even call me mother? Lu Qiqi was like being struck by lightning. She could be said to have misheard the name of Xiaoqi. When all these words were connected together, she finally confirmed that the lady in front of her was her mother. It's good that Xiaoqi is back. It's good that you are back. When your father comes back, he will be happy for you when he sees that you have changed so much, Madame Lu said as she pulled her daughter into the house. Shunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai felt that the princess was too excited and didn't think much about it. It took Lu Qiqi more than an hour to confirm that the mother in front of her was her mother. For some reason, she met again in this place, and she felt happy. The bigger surprise was that when it was noon, the king of Jin and his father came back from outside. The first thing she saw was that she subconsciously turned her head to look at Madame Lu. Madame Lu nodded, and Lu Qiqi could no longer control her excitement. She ran to her father Lu Chungang and hugged him. Both father and daughter recognized each other. Lu Chungang laughed, and Lu Qiqi smiled tenderly. The king of Jin was very annoyed when he saw this scene. Regardless of his status, he directly pulled the 2 apart. Madame Lu and Lu Chungang saw the scene, looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. Lu Qiqi was so happy to see her long-lost relatives that she was so excited that she forgot the king of Jin beside her and pulled Lu Qinggong's hand. Father, mother made a lot of delicious food. Let's go eat. You still love to eat so much. No, it's my mother's cooking that's delicious. Nothing is as delicious as yours, Lu Chungang said as he and his daughter walked towards Madame Lu. And then the 3 of them went into the house together. Prince Jin stood there, forgotten. The maids and guards around him all stayed where they were. What happened? Prince Jin was abandoned like this? The maids and servants of Lu's mansion were thinking. Is the master and his wife confused? Why did they leave Prince Jin, the son-in-law, here? Everyone felt incredible and impossible. But they didn't expect that the next situation would be very different from what they thought. Just because Prince Jean didn't care about his face and entered the house by himself, he was still ignored. During the meal, the family of 3 reunited after a long separation, and Prince Jean became an outsider. The family of 3 reunited again, and they were happy. And they started drinking one by one. During the period, the family toasted, but only left Prince Jean aside. After dinner, Madame Lu took Lu Qiqi to see her backyard, which was full of vegetables. Lu Chungang happily accompanied them, and Prince Jean walked far behind. When he heard them talking, he suddenly felt that they were not the same kind of people. He didn't understand what they said, and only saw 3 people laughing together. This scene hurt his eyes. It stands to reason that the arrogant Prince Jean would be angry or walk away when being ignored. But he followed behind. Dinner. Still the same. They are a family, and Prince Jean has no right to interfere. After dinner, the family of 3 climbed up to the roof to watch the moon. Prince Jean stood alone in the yard, looking at the family of 3 with envy. They have a really good relationship. So good that he is jealous. Finally, he understood why Lu Qiqi was always so casual. Because she had a happy family. But he was always on guard. He was jealous and had an impulse to tear apart the so-called happiness in front of him, and wanted to force them into his world, so that they could also feel lonely and tormented. Chapter 144, Traveling in a Group. Lu Qiqi felt that the biggest regret in her life was made up at this moment. She always had endless things to say when she was with her parents. In the middle of the night, she yawned and continued to stick to them. Later, Mrs. Lu accompanied her for a long talk, and Lu Chungang finally faced his son-in-law. From the first time he saw King Jean, to the countless observations he made later, he was more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. The mother and daughter went to the bed to chat, and he came to entertain the son-in-law. The 2 had been sitting on the stone table in the yard, each with a jar of wine, talking about the current family and national affairs. With just a few words, King Jean felt that his father-in-law was not simple. It seemed that he had been bullied by County Magistrate Lin for half his life. But why did he feel that Lu Chungang lived more thoroughly than anyone else? Today's reception seemed to be deliberately sent away by County Magistrate Lin. But why did he feel that Lin Chungang did it on purpose? After drinking half a jar of wine, he was more certain of these thoughts. Only when he really came into contact with Lu Chungang did he realize that Lu Qiqi had inherited Lu Chunggang's cunningness. If Lu Qiqi is a member of Xianin, then Lu Chungang is a big shot of Xianin. Because of this idea, and as Lu Chungang talked about his views and attitudes on major events, King Jean gradually let go of his guard and spoke out his true thoughts. The 2 talked more and more, and talked until the second half of the night. All the words that had been suppressed in his heart for many years were said freely, and he felt relieved. The moment he lay on the bed, he felt uncomfortable again. He had been sleeping with Lu Qiqi these days, and now the woman was taken away by Madame Lu, and he couldn't get her back. He couldn't sleep in bed in the second half of the night, and when it was almost too bright, he barely fell asleep for a while. Not long after falling asleep, I heard a woman's laughter. When he opened his eyes, he thought the woman was next to him. But reality told him that everything was an illusion, and the woman's laughter came from the yard. He got dressed and came to the door, and saw 3 people busy in the yard. Madame Lu was carrying a basket of vegetables, and Lu Qiqi put the freshly picked vegetables into the basket with a smile. I don't know what she said, but both Madame Lu and Lu Chungang laughed. Prince Jean walked over, and Lu Chungang only said Prince, and there was no more. Madame Lu only had her daughter in her eyes, and Lu Qiqi only had her mother in her eyes. There was no one else in the whole process. After picking the vegetables, Madame Lu was going to make breakfast. Lu Qiqi wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lu Chungang, indicating that Prince Jean was next to her. Lu Qiqi was not very happy, so she could only watch her parents enter the kitchen, and she walked towards Prince Jean, pulling the man into the house. Their conversation was not suitable for too many people to hear. Could she say that she was too happy to see her parents and forgot about this person? When she was in the Prince of Jin's mansion, she felt that there was no one familiar in this place, and she ate every day and had nothing else to do. Now that she knew her parents were here, she wanted to break up with this person, but she didn't know how to start. The Prince of Jin was ignored for a day and felt unhappy. Seeing that the woman didn't like him so much, he regretted coming to this place. If he had known that the woman was so attached to her parents, he would never let the woman come back. There are still some things in the capital, and we have to leave in a few days. Lu Qiqi deliberately misinterpreted the man's words and said, I know the prince is very busy. Be careful on your way back. The Prince of Jin couldn't bear being ignored and grabbed the woman's hand. What do you mean by this? The emotions that had been controlled for a long time burst out at this moment. Lu Qiqi's wrist hurt. Facing the fiery man, she knew that she would have to sell this step sooner or later. I know a lot of things in the capital. The prince can leave tomorrow. The moment she saw that the original owner's parents were her parents, she had no intention of leaving. They traveled through time as a group. The regrets of the previous life will never happen again. She once ignored her parents for her career. Now that she has the opportunity to make up for it, she will never make the same mistake. What did you say? The king of Jin, who has excellent self-control, burst out his true thoughts. I said? Lu Qiqi hadn't finished speaking when King of Jin suddenly approached her and said all the words she was going to say. King of Jin was too domineering this time. It seemed that he didn't give Lu Qiqi a chance to breathe until her lips were bitten red. King of Jin just let go of the woman's lips, but didn't really let go of the woman. King Jin warned. Lu Qiqi, don't challenge my patience. Lu Qiqi stared at King Jin, unable to say a word for a long time. Just because the man at that time was too scary. If you can't bear to leave your parents, I can arrange to bring your parents to the capital. If you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, do you think that with my ability, will I destroy all the things you like? King Jin did what he said. He found out that he had feelings for this woman and the complicated relationship between them. King Jin could do all kinds of crazy things. Of course, this also includes killing people. This is the last and most desperate way. He will not take the worst step unless it is absolutely necessary. You? Think about it. Then talk. Prince Jin gave her final warning. Lu Qiqi felt complicated, but she knew that Prince Jin would keep his word. At this moment, she regretted that she had attracted Prince Jin's attention, and she hated her broken body for being implicated by Prince Jin. Looking at the man in front of her again, she felt a little fear in her heart. The words of the system rang in her mind. Prince Jin is the next emperor. The current emperor is old. How can he survive for 5 years? What happened in these 5 years? The man in front of her has no ambition, no ruthlessness, and will not reach that position. Thinking of this, she felt more terrible about the man in front of her. If she said it, she would not be willing to do it. If she did not say it, her parents would be in danger. What should she do? At this time, she hated her weakness and the man's strength. She hated herself even more. She used to be able to deal with those old-timers in the mall and get what she wanted from them. Why is she so weak now? Being bullied? Can't you fight back? The resentment and anger in her heart made her lose her mind and bite the man's shoulder. She moved quickly and fiercely. She didn't let go even after she smelled the blood. Prince Jin felt no pain and let the woman vent. Lu Chungang didn't know what was going on in the house. He was driven out of the kitchen by Madame Lu. He didn't see anyone in the yard. He looked at the maids and realized that Prince Jin and his daughter had entered the house. As a person who had been there, he was happy to see such a scene. He was also a man and knew the bad nature of men in this time and space. He shouted into the house. Xiaoqi, it's time to eat. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and regained some of her rationality. She let go of the man and saw the blood, which made her feel relieved. She took a step back and patted the bitten place behind her. If others know about it, I will never let you go. After saying this, she made several facial expressions in front of King Jin. The moment she opened the door, she was smiling and familiar again. King Jin stood there and turned his head to look at his shoulder. It hurt, but she was happy. The better she performed, the more she explained her emotions in her heart. In this regard, even if she was optimistic about Lu Chungang, for the overall situation and the future, he would use people thoroughly, playing with power and playing with people's hearts. This is his strength. Chapter 145 Support. Lu Qiqi came to the table, and her parents were already seated, with noodles in front of them. She smelled the familiar aroma, and she hadn't eaten such authentic noodles in a long time. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to start, but was knocked by Mrs. Lu with chopsticks. Mother, it's no use to act like a spoiled child, Mrs. Lu said with a cold face. Today's seriousness and yesterday's kindness are in sharp contrast. Lu Chungang looked at the actions of the mother and daughter and felt warm. They haven't seen each other for many years, and they meet again in this time and space. This is a great fate. and they cherish it even more. After a while, King Jin changed his clothes and came. He walked in and looked at a few people, and came to a seat and sat down. Lu Chungang spoke. "This is noodles and soybean sauce. Madam's specialty. Try it." "Son-in-law." King Jin nodded. "This family is different, and it can't be faced with the mentality of ordinary people. He is adapted to such neglect as soon as possible, and he is still a little uncomfortable." Lu Chichi didn't care, and started eating with chopsticks. This time, Madame Lu didn't stop her. Lu Chichi ate a bowl, and sent the empty bowl to Madame Lu. Madame Lu took the empty bowl, and served her another bowl. When King Jin saw it, he felt strange. Lu Chichi didn't say anything, but Madame Lu knew what her daughter wanted. Lu Chungang was used to this scene, and didn't think there was anything wrong. What kind of family is this? Fortunately, he has a little presence in this family today. After a meal, Lu Chungang invited King Jin to the study, and Madame Lu talked to Lu Chichi in private. The maids were busy cleaning the table. Madame Lu touched her daughter's hair. "Chichi, mother has always hoped that you can get married, and not be busy with your career all day. I didn't expect you to complete this big thing just after you arrived. It was like this when I came, and I can't change it," Lu Chichi said. Madame Lu smiled. "You are just not satisfied." Lu Chichi leaned on Madame Lu's shoulder casually. "Mom, I want to stay with you forever. My daughter will always get married when she grows up. I regret not attending your wedding, but as long as you are happy, I don't ask for anything else." "Mother." The reunion in another time and space gave Lu Chichi a sense of belonging. Now she wants to make up for her past regrets. "Mother can see that the King of Jin has you in his heart. You should know how to cherish it." Lu Chichi opened her mouth to say that she and the King of Jin were damned to live and die together. But she knew very well in her heart that saying this would only add trouble to everyone. So she suppressed this worry in her heart. "Mother, you should have been here for a while. You should know that this is not our place. A man can marry many wives. A man can only have one wife. The others are concubines. The status of a concubine is not even as good as that of a maid. My daughter is so capable. What are you afraid of?" "Mother, think about it. It is monogamy now. And there are still many men who keep women and children outside. Don't you think it is more reassuring to keep these people under your eyes?" Lu Chichi looked at Madame Lu strangely. "Mother, many things depend on fate. Such as why did you come to this place? Why did you meet these people now?" Madame Lu asked. Lu Chichi shook her head. She didn't understand. "Some things we can't change. Since we can't change them, why not live happily?" Lu Chichi felt that this made sense. She had always thought that she was alone, and she did whatever she wanted, without any plans for the future. Seeing her parents, her mentality gradually changed. The relationship between husband and wife depends on management. Now that King Jin has you in his heart, you should grasp it well. If in the end, he really betrays you, the worst thing is to leave, if he can treat you well for a lifetime. Don't you think this is also a rare fate? Lu Chichi was silent. Mrs. Lu touched her daughter's hair and comforted her softly. "Why do I feel that you can come to this place just to meet King Jin? And we can come here just to continue the fate of our family?" Lu Chichi felt that this was also right. "Mother, don't say much. Think about some things yourself." Mrs. Lu patted her daughter's shoulder gently, got up and left. During this period of life, she has adapted to this slow-paced life. Mrs. Lu enjoyed it very much. They were relieved to reunite with their daughter. Thinking of their daughter's fate in modern times, they could not accept the pain of losing their daughter. The couple drove into the sea, and when they woke up again, they found themselves in a strange place. Because she knew that she had a daughter named Lu Chichi who married far away, she suddenly had a fantasy in her heart. Now everything is perfect. No matter where they are, as long as the family can be reunited, it is a good thing. Mrs. Lu was so happy that her daughter met such a good man again. Yesterday, the couple deliberately ignored King Jin tacitly, and found that King Jin did not have the bad habits of men in this time and space. They were relieved to hand their daughter to such a person. Thinking of King Jin's identity, they were still a little worried. The struggle for imperial power has never been peaceful in all dynasties. I didn't expect that they would experience a time travel at this age. Lu Chichi stayed alone. There were some things that she understood in her heart, but she just couldn't get over it. The system popped up. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Lu Chichi. "How could your parents travel through time?" System. "Your fate is still there. Lu Qiqi. Tell me. What's going on? Lu Qiqi is not easy to fool. She wants to know the truth. System. You came because of King Jin. And your parents came because of you. Lu Qiqi understood this time. And always felt that this was a bit inappropriate. And didn't know what to say for a while. It can be said that she saw her parents in this place. And for her, she was a person with a home and roots. Now I should also plan for the future. I can't just live one day at a time. Can I protect my parents? System. That's a must. Lu Qiqi. Will they be implicated by me? System. They will enjoy their old age here. Lu Qiqi doesn't have this confidence in herself. She was threatened by King Jin not long ago. And she had no power to resist. System. Believe in yourself. You can do well. Lu Qiqi was silent. She didn't want to talk anymore. The joy brought to her by her family was gradually defeated by reality. At this time, there was a noise outside. Lu Qiqi heard the noisy sound outside and felt even more annoyed. System said, You are annoyed with King Jin. But King Jin is very favored here. After all, he is a royal relative. Who doesn't want to curry favor with him? Lu Qiqi. Lin Jixian also wants to curry favor with him. System. You will not be Lin Jixian soon. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. King Jin came here to support your father. Lu Qiqi. What do you mean? System. Your father is the new county magistrate. Lu Qiqi thought of her father's past, and she didn't think he could handle this matter well. This place advocates the use of force. How can a scholar like her father survive in this place? System. You underestimate your father. They have been here for almost a year, and have found out everything that County Magistrate Lin has done. Your father also contributed to the fact that the King of Jin can come this time. Chapter 146. I have no way of educating my daughter. Lu Qiqi frowned. What did you say? Her father also started to play tricks. System. It is not easy for your father to enter the capital with his identity. He has the ability to attract the King of Jin. Lu Qiqi became excited. Tell me. What did my father do? System. Do you know how Lin Daoda knew that you are the Princess of Jin? Lu Qiqi understood it immediately, and quickly understood the key to the matter. She couldn't believe it. Lin Daoda's entry into the capital would naturally attract other people's attention. And Huangshan County would also appear in everyone's sight. It is not impossible that this matter is handled well. System. Don't worry. Your father will become the county magistrate in the future. And the entire Huangshan County will be the richest county. Lu Qiqi was relieved to hear this. Her parents could protect themselves. So what else could she worry about? She had seen many people who traveled through time and space. And each of them was a big winner in life. If you can do it yourself, your parents can do it too. With a change of mentality, people and things began to change differently. When Lu Qiqi heard the noise outside and came out of the house, she had the aura of a princess. Chunbai had sharp eyes and saw the princess. So she quickly came to her and saluted. This servant greets the princess. Lu Qiqi liked the attentive maid even more, and glanced at her. What's going on? Princess. It's County Magistrate Lin, who came to visit the prince. County Magistrate Lin? Lu Qiqi saw a middle-aged man who stood out from the crowd. She was grateful that this man had used a trick to let the original owner take over, so that she could travel through time and reunite with her family now. But she just hated this man inexplicably. Just like Lin Daodu. Lu Qiqi's eyes fell on County Magistrate Lin accurately. County Magistrate Lin. The King of Jin has arrived. County Magistrate Lin wants to meet him. This princess can understand. But you came here with such a big fanfare. Are you afraid that the emperor far away in the capital doesn't know that the King of Jin is forming a clique in Huangshan County? After these words fell, the officials of all sizes following behind him instantly felt bad. County Magistrate Lin looked at Lu Qiqi, and couldn't associate her with the timid and cowardly Lu Qiqi she knew before. Can a person really change so much after becoming a princess? County Magistrate Lin. Lin Daodu is your daughter, right? County Magistrate Lin looked at Lu Qiqi, thinking of his daughter. He wanted to see what this woman was going to do. Yes. When County Magistrate Lin came this time, he wouldn't think like Lin Daodu that Lin Daodu was not sick at the time. And it was Lin Daodu who came to the capital for this election. And it was also Lin Daodu who was the Princess of Jin. These words seemed light and full of majesty. It was also bad luck for County Magistrate Lin. Lu Qiqi was frustrated by the King of Jin, and had no place to vent her anger. Magistrate Lin came and ran into the gun. Chunbai looked at the princess with admiration. It turned out that the princess could be so imposing. Look at those men who were stunned by the princess's words. She thought that the princess was too lazy and could not bear the responsibility of the princess. Now it seems that the princess was too lazy. So she pushed the power of the housekeeper of the king of Jin's mansion to Xiao Nianqing. Magistrate Lin thought so. But he couldn't say it like that. Others didn't know that Lin Daodu was sick. But he knew it in his heart. He lowered his noble head. I dare not. Don't dare? Lu Qiqi asked coldly. Magistrate Lin was afraid. This was a later account. I thought the arrival of the Prince of Jin was a good thing. But now it seems to be a disaster. Zhixian Lin no longer dared to make trouble, and knelt on the ground. The people behind him knelt on the ground together. Lu Qiqi was satisfied with Zhixian Lin's tactfulness. And she wanted to cut off all of Zhixian Lin's ideas. I dare not. This time, Zhixian Lin spoke more sincerely. If you dare not, why did you instigate Lin Daodu to cause trouble in the capital? And why did you repeatedly make a scene at the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion? I don't know. Zhixian Lin knew about it, but didn't dare to say more. Do you know that Ahua, the maid next to Lin Daodu, did not hesitate to crash into the stone lion at the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion in order to create momentum for Lin Daodu and attract everyone's attention? Zhixian Lin was so scared when he heard this that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he couldn't find his voice for a long time. The people who came together knelt on the ground tremblingly. They always thought that the king of Jin was in trouble because Huangshan County had a Princess Jin. It was a great thing. But they didn't wait for good things. And what they waited for was disaster. I deserve to die. I failed to educate my daughter well. Please punish me. Princess. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi sighed. Although Lin Daodu and I have known each other for many years, I should help Lin Daodu because of our past relationship. It's a pity that she listened to the instigation of the villain and thought that she would get what she wanted by making a scene at the gate of the king of Jin's mansion. Unexpectedly, everyone in Huangshan County is familiar with Lin Daodu's style. Relying on her father, who is a county magistrate, she will make a scene whenever she is not satisfied. County Magistrate Lin will compromise every time. Now, she went to the king of Jin's mansion to make trouble, which harmed herself and implicated everyone. After hearing this, County Magistrate Lin looked forward with dull eyes. After a long time, he said, "It is because I did not teach my daughter well. When my daughter returns, I will punish her severely." Lu Qiqi sighed. No chance. Lin Zhixian suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Qiqi, with anger flashing in his eyes. Do you know that in order to attract the attention of King Jin, Lin Daodu sneaked into the palace and dressed as a ghost to scare King Jin's concubine late at night? The frightened concubine impulsively took Lin Daodu's life. Hearing this, Lin Zhixian collapsed to the ground. There was only one thought in his mind. His precious daughter was dead? Dead? This time he went to Beijing to get the position of Princess Jin. But now he has lost his life. After thinking about it, he understood a truth. Lu Qiqi occupied the position of Princess Jin and refused to return it to her daughter, which caused so many troubles. Thinking of this, he suppressed the rage in his heart and prepared to tear the hypocritical Lu Qiqi to pieces. Lu Qiqi said another word, and the courage that had just risen in his heart disappeared. Lin Magistrate. It stands to reason that Lin Daodu should be the one to be selected. Even if she died of illness, she must participate in this election. This is the rule of the state of Qin. It is obviously against the rules for me to be selected as the daughter of the county magistrate. Fortunately, the Queen Mother knows about this. Although the daughter of the county magistrate is too low to be selected, she still sent me to the Prince of Jin's mansion as a concubine to serve the Prince of Jin. This is to tell everyone that the royal family already knows Lu Qiqi's identity, and the honor and favor she has received is also what Lu Qiqi deserves. Lin Daodu wants to reap the benefits of the fisherman, which is beyond her ability. If this matter is really to be investigated, the first person to be dealt with is Lin Magistrate. Just at this time, the Prince of Jin and Lu Chenggang walked out of the study. The Prince of Jin ran directly to Lu Qiqi, with only women in his eyes. Qiqi, did they bother you? Lu Chenggang was more satisfied with his son-in-law when he saw the scene. Lu Qiqi frowned slightly. I was a little tired, so I came to see what was going on. Prince Jin glanced at them displeasedly. How do you serve the princess? Go down and get your board. Yes. Shunbai. Shi Dai. And Yudai stood up and saluted. then walked to the side. Zhao Kai and the others moved faster. When the three maids came to them, there were already benches waiting for them. Soon, with the sound of slapping and the smell of blood, the three maids were beaten to a bloody mess on their backs and dragged away. Chapter 147 Return to Beijing. The king of Jin embraced Lu Qiqi and looked at everyone present. Lin Jixian. What's going on? Lin Jixian was shocked. The scene of the three maids being dragged away was still vivid in his mind. At this time, Lin Jixian also knew that he had come to the wrong place. Thinking of what Lu Qiqi had just said, he kowed out and paid his respects. I am old and can no longer serve as the magistrate. Please, your majesty. The king of Jin was not happy to listen to nonsense. Okay. From today on, Lin Jixian will retire and return home. Thank you, your majesty. Lin Jixian was unwilling. With his daughter's previous experience, it was a good thing to be able to leave. What Lin Jixian didn't expect was that he really retired and returned home. He could take away everything that belonged to him, and all the silver and treasures that should not belong to him, and that he had embezzled were stopped by Zhao Kai and others. Lu Qiqi was at Lu's house and heard Chunbai's emotional speech, which was also amazing. The three maids were beaten half to death in public, which frightened County Magistrate Lin and made him resign on his own. When he left, he was still empty-handed. As expected, people who are capable of rising to power always know how to use the power in their hands to make all the things that some people have planned for many years go down the drain. Lu Qiqi was not surprised by the result of County Magistrate Lin. Seeing the three maids who were full of energy, she couldn't understand. Because she was afraid of blood. She was particularly sensitive to blood. When the three maids were tortured, they were nervous. And when they saw Chunbai's eyes looking at them, they were obviously prepared in advance. The bloody and messy appearance later was also an illusion. And even the blood was fake. What she didn't know was how the three maids prepared in advance. What's wrong with your butt? Chunbai looked at Qingdai. I don't know. I just know that after I was beaten, I didn't feel any pain. Later, I saw my clothes and realized that they had become like that. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai. Qingdai said, Zhao Kai did it. What did he do? The blood came out of the execution stick. Lu Qiqi understood that beating people can also be faked. Such scenes often appear on TV. Sometimes it is borrowed. And sometimes it looks like a big movement. But in fact it is just movement without real lethality. Today, neither of these two situations happened. The problem lies with the stick. At that time, the distance was very far, and others could not see clearly. So it was easy to be fooled. But why didn't you make a sound when you were beaten? This is too fake. Isn't it? Qingdai said. Prince Jin is a general who commands all directions. And everything in the palace should be handled militaristically. Just to prove that your Prince Jin is a decisive general? Yes. Next time this happens, you should shout a few times. Otherwise it will be too fake. Chunbai nodded quickly. Yes, the princess is right. Yudai and Qingdai also agreed with this. After understanding the general situation, they soon heard that County Magistrate Lin retired and returned to his hometown. With the recommendation of everyone, his father Lu Zhenggang replaced County Magistrate Lin. More importantly, Prince Jin had already prepared official uniforms for Lin Zhenggang. After hearing these things, Lu Qiqi felt more grateful to Prince Jin. After getting rid of County Magistrate Lin, Huangshan County will be Lin Zhenggang's world in the future. The mention of official uniforms now means that some things are set in stone and have little to do with Lin Zhenggang. Lin Zhenggang will be able to carry out his work smoothly in the future, with the Prince of Jin as his son-in-law. No one dares to say anything to Lin Zhenggang. If you want to make things difficult for Lin Zhenggang, you should think about the fate of County Magistrate Lin. After the big event was finalized, Lu Qiqi thought she could stay with her parents. At this time, news came from the capital that King Jin immediately set off to return to the capital. Lu Qiqi wanted to let King Jin go alone first, but the final result was that she didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to her parents. In the middle of the night, Lu Qiqi, who was still asleep, was packed up and taken away by King Jin. When Lu Qiqi woke up, she was already halfway to the capital, thinking that she had been in a coma for 4 or 5 days. She was angry, and because she didn't say goodbye to her parents properly, she was very upset. Along the way, Lu Qiqi was not in a good mood when she came. She didn't eat much and didn't talk along the way. The three maids were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. After returning to the capital, King Jin went straight to the palace. Lu Qiqi returned to Qingyu Pavilion and started to have a high fever that night, and kept saying incomprehensible words. The three maids were very anxious and helpless. When the princess is sick, she can ask the imperial physician. For some reason, she sent someone to ask for it. But there was no news. She had to ask the doctor to see the princess first. When the doctor arrived, he saw the princess's symptoms and said that she was depressed. All they could do was take medicine to lower her temperature. After a whole night of tossing and turning, the temperature did not drop until dawn. Just after a while, Lu Qiqi started to have a high fever again. After returning, the king of Jin went directly to the palace and did not come back for 5 days. Lu Qiqi was drowsy for 5 days. She had a high fever for 5 days and was drowsy all the time. She didn't wake up for a long time and soon fainted again. The three maids stood by and looked at the obviously thin princess, and their eyes were red. Chunbai felt that it was better to have a heartless princess. She only knew how to eat and drink all day. Such days seemed to be a long time ago. After more than a year with the princess, she gradually released her true nature. Every time the princess did something inappropriate, she would always nag beside her. The princess never got angry and reminded her that the mouth was the source of trouble. Now, the princess was sleeping, and no one warned her anymore. No one supported her, and she felt insecure. Chunbai took the princess's hand, knelt in front of the bed, and prayed over and over again, hoping that the princess would wake up soon. This method seemed to be really effective. In the evening, Lu Qiqi woke up. She was very weak, and she didn't wake up like the previous times and fell asleep again. Princess, how could you be so cruel to sleep for so long? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai, like a doll whose soul had been sucked out, and was in a very bad state. What's wrong with me? Lu Qiqi's voice was hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper scratching. Lu Qiqi also found something wrong. Qingdai stepped forward to explain. Princess, you have been sleeping for a long time. The doctor said that you will not be well when you wake up. How long have you slept? 5 days. Lu Qiqi wondered what 5 days meant in her mind. Qingdai stepped forward. Princess, you just woke up. I will feed you some porridge. Lu Qiqi nodded. Chunbai Qingdai carefully helped the princess sit on the bed. Yudai brought porridge and gently fed the princess a bowl of porridge with a small spoon. Lu Qiqi looked at the three people and smiled. Don't worry. I will be fine. Chunbai held the princess's hand. Princess, you must keep your word and can't leave me alone. Lu Qiqi nodded and fell asleep again soon. Chunbai kept kneeling in front of the bed, waiting for the princess to wake up. Chapter 148, talking about loneliness. This time, Lu Qiqi didn't sleep for long. She woke up again in less than half an hour. The first thing she said when she woke up was that she was hungry. Hearing this, Chunbai was busy preparing food. Yudai and Qingdai were waiting around. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. I thought it was Chunbai who came back, but it turned out to be the embarrassed King Jin. King Jin rushed in, and the two maids saw at a glance that it was the clothes King Jin wore that day. The clothes were wrinkled, and there was a beard on his face. It seemed that he couldn't sleep for a few days, and had never been groomed. Lu Qiqi woke up, and was in much better condition than the previous 2 times. Seeing such a tired King Jin, she was stunned for a moment. Thinking of this man's cruelty, she directly ignored the man. King Jin walked up to Lu Qiqi, and asked the 2 maids to go down, when there were only the 2 of them in the room. King Jin gently trapped Lu Qiqi in his arms. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi didn't respond. After this man threatened her parents' lives, she saw the man clearly. Regardless of whether the man loves her or not, he will show his selfishness thoroughly. Lu Qiqi's heart, which had just been opened to the man, gradually withdrew. The king of Jin lay on Lu Qiqi's shoulder for a long time without moving. Later, Lu Qiqi felt too tired and wanted to push the man away. She didn't have much strength, so she called the maid in. Only Chunbai came. Lu Qiqi understood and said, "Push the prince away." Chunbai's action was not too friendly, and she pushed the king of Jin away. Lu Qiqi saw that the king of Jin fell asleep on the bed. She didn't feel anything, so she asked Chunbai to help her walk in the yard. Now she was in the same room with the man, which would only drive her crazy. Arriving at the door, Lu Qiqi ignored Qingdai Yudai's presence and came to the yard to sit on the stone bench to catch her breath. After a trip to Huangshan County, it was already early autumn, and it was a little cold sitting on the stone bench. Chunbai quickly brought a cushion. Lu Qiqi felt warm in her heart when she saw her caring actions. Some people think that Chunbai is disrespectful, and that they are too indulgent. They don't know that Chunbai usually talks too much, and sometimes can't think straight. She is the most loyal to herself. Princess, the side dishes are ready. Can I put them on the stone table for you? Lu Qiqi nodded. Chunbai started to get busy again. Not long after, Chi Dayudai came to help. After Lu Qiqi had a simple meal, she came to the hammock under the tree, and Chunbai brought a thin blanket to cover her. Chunbai brought fruit again. After being busy and chattering for a long time, Chunbai didn't rest. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear it and asked her to peel oranges for her. Chunbai then stood quietly by the side. Yu Dai stepped forward and explained for the King of Jin. Princess, the King of Jin suddenly rushed back from Wangshan County that day because the Emperor was attacked and the border was in turmoil. So the King of Jin had to rush back. Lu Qiqi looked at her. Then what? After saying that, she threw a slice of orange into her mouth. Just now, the Emperor is out of danger. Lu Qiqi listened to the so-called explanation, and her heart was not stirred too much. Once some people are removed from their hearts, anything that happens to them will never cause any waves. Just like now, the feeling she gave were taken back. In her eyes, the King of Jin was just the King of Jin. Nothing else. If it weren't for the power of the King of Jin, even if she couldn't leave on her own, she would leave such a cage the moment she woke up. After Yu Dai finished speaking, she saw that the princess did not respond. So she quietly served beside her. Lu Qiqi quietly nestled in the hammock. Perhaps she slept too much, so she was not sleepy and opened her eyes to look around. As night fell, Lu Qiqi did not feel anything, until a scream came from the house. And then she saw the King of Jin rushing out of the house. He was about to run out, but suddenly stopped and turned to walk towards Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked at the panic in the man's eyes, and could not feel a bit. Qiqi, why are you here? Lu Qiqi blinked, and did not want to talk. Chunbai explained. Your Majesty, the princess just woke up and is weak. Please be gentle. Lu Qiqi smiled. This is her best maid. King Jin was reluctant to touch Lu Qiqi, but he could still do it to a maid. Come here. Zhao Kai arrived. Seeing Prince Jin like this, it was very distressing. Prince Jin had not closed his eyes for many days. The Emperor had just passed the danger, and was worried about Lu Qiqi. He hurried over, and saw that Lu Qiqi still didn't care. He was too ignorant. Drag her away, Prince Jin ordered coldly. Chunbai trembled when she heard this, and had no intention of giving in. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyelids and looked at Prince Jin. Why? The prince is angry and ready to vent on a maid? Zhao Kai wanted to drag Chunbai away, but when he heard this, he didn't know what to do for a while. I am a loyal maid. Seeing that my master was unconscious for a long time before waking up, I wanted to hold her in my hands. Unlike some people who are obviously ruthless, they have to pretend to be affectionate. Lu Qiqi closed her eyes and sighed. Prince Jin didn't know about this and looked at Yu Dai, who was standing next to him. Yu Dai said, Prince, the princess had a high fever when she returned to the palace that night, and the high fever did not subside. Later, she was drowsy and woke up not long ago. Yu Dai had been with the princess for some time, and knew that there was a rift between the King of Jin and the princess. She deliberately told the princess about the danger to arouse the King of Jin's desire to protect her. Sure enough, when King of Jin heard this, he looked at Lu Qiqi with a touch of pity. He thought that she was angry with him because he forced Lu Qiqi to bring her back. And he was worried about the safety of the Emperor, and didn't know about these things. He didn't expect it to be like this. Zhao Kai was even more embarrassed to attack Chunbai after hearing this. She was loyal to her master, and Lu Qiqi had experienced danger. Thinking of the damn special relationship between Lu Qiqi and King of Jin, Zhao Kai stood still. With a move by King of Jin, Zhao Kai and others left. Yu Dai also pulled Chunbai away before leaving. King of Jin stood in front of Lu Qiqi, just looking at the obviously thin woman, blaming himself in his heart. It was all because he didn't protect this woman well. Because of this incident, he also let go of the things between the Emperor and his biological mother. There are many things that one person can't take care of. When he finishes this, he turns around and finds out what kind of harm his neglect has caused. Thinking about it, he picked up the woman who pretended to sleep and walked into the house together. The two came to the bed, and Yu gently hugged the woman. Qiqi, my father was attacked, The situation is serious. I have to rush back to the capital. I didn't expect to ignore you. It's all my fault. I promise. There won't be a next time. Lucici didn't say anything. She pretended to sleep at first. And then she really fell asleep. The king of Jean said a lot. I don't know if the woman listened to it. He felt that if some words were not made clear, there would be knots in each other's hearts. And the days in the future would not be easy. He didn't expect that after talking for a long time. His mouth was dry. But he said a loneliness. Chapter 149. The palace is bullied. The next day. The sun rises. It is a new day again. The king of Jean got up, washed, and changed his clothes. The familiar king of Jean is back again. He saw the woman still sleeping, told several maids to take good care of the princess, and ran to the palace. The emperor is out of danger, but his body is still very weak. I wonder how he will be after this night. If he was not worried about women, he would not leave the palace. The emperor was attacked, but the news did not spread. The king of Yin and the king of Chen have been in the palace. The king of Jean, who was out, suddenly returned. The emperor had not attended the morning court for many days, and everyone began to speculate. Some people got the news and pretended not to know. In the backyard of the palace, under the governance of the queen, everyone stayed quietly in their own yards and did not dare to make any noise. If the emperor really died, the women of the emperor would be buried with him. Thinking of this, who would still make trouble? Hearing the news that the emperor had woken up, they did not dare to be careless. Sun Rume came to the palace with a changed identity, but she was never taken seriously because of a word from the queen. She had to fast and chant for 49 days. The long time was too hard for her. After a few days, she wanted to go to the queen to talk, hoping that the queen would not be too harsh on her for the sake of the relationship between aunt and nephew. She had another purpose for this trip. The king of Chu died, and the queen had no son. She wanted to persuade the queen to help the king of Jean to seize the throne. It was time for the current queen to be able to sit in a harem like the queen mother, enjoying wealth and glory. Sun Rume thought very well. When she came out and met the palace maids, there was no whispering as before, and they all walked past quickly, thinking that these days, the identity of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter blocked their inappropriate gazes. Thinking of this, Sun Rume walked towards Fuyun Hall with pride. Fuyun Hall, Fufeng Garden. This is the reason why the queen is optimistic about her. At the beginning, sending herself to the Jin Wang mansion through the hands of the queen mother was also a kind of recognition. This matter, in turn, is also a threat to the queen. She had stretched her hand so far, not only to the queen mother, but also to the Jin Wang mansion, and had sought a way out for the king of Chu. Now that the king of Chu is gone, no matter how sad the queen is, she should see the facts clearly. Thinking of this, she came to Fuyun Hall with a sense of pride. Walking into Fuyun Hall, everyone she saw saluted, and Sun Rume raised her chin high. How these people looked down on her. And now they are slapped in the face again. When she becomes the queen, she will execute all these people. Who dares to look at her face? On the day she takes the throne, she will kill them all. She walked into Fuyun Hall arrogantly. As soon as she entered the door, something flew over. Sun Rume was caught off guard and was hit on the forehead by the flying object. Sun Rume stood still, raised her hand to touch her forehead, and saw a touch of red on her finger. There was only one thought in her mind, that she was disfigured. She looked at the queen sitting in the middle again. Damn it. This old witch still can't accept the fact that the king of Chu is dead. She deserves the death of her son. She tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart and pretended to be aggrieved on her face. Aunt, you are so bold. You don't kneel when you see the queen? Madame Wang stepped forward and slapped Sun Rume. Sun Rume reacted and subconsciously wanted to attack Madame Wang. The queen slapped the table. The daughter of the witch clan. You are really great. Tell me, why do bad things happen repeatedly since you came? Tell me, is it you who brought the bad luck? Sun Rume hadn't vented her anger yet, and when she heard this, she was a little confused. Queen, what do you mean? The day you came, the king of Chu died. You came to the palace only a few days ago, and the emperor was attacked. Do you think you did it? Sun Rume's face turned pale when she heard this. The queen would definitely not make trouble with the emperor. And it was obviously true. The emperor was attacked in the palace, and she didn't know who did it. According to the queen's statement, she put all the problems on herself. and she couldn't explain it clearly even if she had 10 mouths. Kneeling on the ground. Please, Queen. Please understand. I have been fasting and chanting for the King of Chu in Qifeng Garden, and I have never gone out. Then how do you explain that you just arrived in the capital, and the King of Chu was in trouble? The Queen thought Sun Rume was petty, and didn't like her at all. I don't understand if I was blind. So I found her pleasing? The King of Chu died because he was attacked. Sun Rume felt something was wrong when she said this, and looked up at the Queen. After she understood, she collapsed on the ground. All these things were blamed on her. How many lives did she have left? The King of Chu died because of an attack, and the Emperor was also attacked. According to this statement, the Emperor is also about to die? I came to the capital with a changed identity. If the King of Chu died, she could still justify herself. If the Emperor also died, according to the Queen's statement, she would not be the lucky star who decided who would be the new Emperor in the future, but a disaster that brought horrible disasters. She returned to the capital with a changed identity, and she was courting death. Thinking of this, how could she not be afraid and panic? Empress, you must not listen to the slander of villains. Someone must be jealous of our Wu clan's identity and deliberately spread rumors. The identity of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter is a well-known fact among Weixin people. Are you really the Wu clan's legitimate daughter? The bastard raised under someone else's name has ruined the Wu clan's reputation for many years. While discrediting the Wu clan, it has also brought monstrous disasters to the Wu clan. In a word, the identity of the Wu clan's daughter can bring you monstrous glory, but it can also kill you instantly and make you invisible? At this time, Sun Rume's mind suddenly appeared what Shufei said. Who will be the new emperor in the future is not decided by the emperor, but by her, the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Could it be that the emperor would not hesitate to hurt his body for this matter? No, it's not like that. The emperor's attack should be true. Who is spreading such rumors in the palace? Thinking of this, she saw Nani Wang standing beside the queen. It must be her. The old thing didn't know who had bewitched her to say bad things about her in front of the queen. Thinking of this, the hatred in her heart flashed by. She tried to keep her mind rational and told the importance of the matter. If the queen doubts the identity of the commoner girl, you can send someone to the Wu clan. The identity of the commoner girl will be revealed at that time. The queen saw that Sun Rume was so cunning, and she hated her in her heart. She must get rid of Sun Rume. Come here. A guard with a knife appeared. Go to the Wu clan and make sure to find out the authenticity of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. The queen said. Yes. The guard with a knife left quickly after hearing the order. Nani Wang looked at Sun Rume. Everyone knew that the Wu clan leader had not married. Where did his daughter come from? Let alone a legitimate daughter. Even if the Wu clan leader had been looking for her for many years. As long as he denied the identity of this person, his life and death would be decided by his own people. If you want to discredit the Wu clan, you also need to see if the queen allows it. The queen handled this matter with the queen mother's permission, so it went more smoothly. Sun Rume watched the guards leave, and couldn't believe what she heard. The queen really sent someone to investigate. Seeing the queen's expression, could it be a revenge? Thinking of this, she felt upset. The queen showed her dislike for Sun Rume thoroughly. You go back to Qifeng Garden and stay well, and talk about it after your identity is found out. How could Sun Rume be willing to continue to stay in the place that used to be the Coal Palace? Now there are rumors outside. If she doesn't work, when it is found out that she is really the daughter of the Wu clan, how can she clear herself in the face of everyone's gossip? Knowing that this is a critical moment, she wanted to beg the queen for mercy and give her a chance to prove her innocence, but was ruthlessly rejected by the queen. When Sun Rume came out of Fuyun Hall in disgrace, she faced the cautious words and deeds of everyone, and realized that she was now unable to move in the palace. She shouldn't go back to Qifeng Garden like this. She has to do something for herself. Just as she was thinking, she saw a maid in the distance saw her, and turned around to leave. Sun Rume didn't care and shouted, "Stop!" After she finished speaking, the maid stood there trembling. Sun Rume walked over and asked coldly, "Which palace are you from?" "I'm from Yuqing Pavilion." When Sun Rume heard that she was from the palace of concubine Shu, she immediately had an idea. "Do you remember who your master is? If you don't want to work anymore, change someone." The maid was frightened by these words, and could only kowtow. "I know my crime. I know my crime." Sun Rume frowned slightly and spoke again. "You are so flustered in the palace. Are you going to die?" She suffered from the queen's anger and got it back from the maid, and deliberately asked the maid to take her to the imperial hospital. She wanted everyone to know that when the emperor was attacked, she was also injured, just to prove her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, and also to prove the importance of her existence. Chapter 150 Protecting Husband. Lu Qiqi woke up, washed up, had breakfast, and went to the yard to bask in the sun. The sun was still very hot at this time. Lu Qiqi felt that her luck was not very good, and she should bask in the sun to get rid of bad luck. Chunbai was happy to see the princess like this, chirping like a bird, talking about interesting things that happened in the capital after she left. Lu Qiqi heard it, and smiled very politely. Qindai and Yudai were waiting beside her, and they found that the princess had changed. It seems that there is not much change, but the way she looks at people and things has changed. Chunbai danced with joy. Princess, finally, the bitterness has paid off. Good people are rewarded, and God will not let down those who work hard. Lu Qiqi sighed. How can God not let down those who work hard? Someone is just going against her. Originally, she wanted to be a salted fish with no sense of existence. But now she has a family. The incident in Huangshan County will soon spread to the capital. I don't know how many people hate her as a princess. The king of Chu was attacked and died, and the emperor was attacked but not dead. These two things happened after the arrival of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Chunbai said a lot of things, but didn't mention the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. It shows that the Wu clan's legitimate daughter's status in the hearts of the people in the capital is rapidly declining. It's like this outside, and it's even more tense in the palace. I really want to see Sun Rume in trouble. As long as someone is unlucky, she will feel better. I think my thoughts are a bit perverted, but that's what she thinks. At this moment, she had a suspicion that the self who worked hard for her career in the modern era had returned. Prince Jean could use his power to force her to bow her head, and she had the idea of becoming an empress and trampling on Prince Jin's arrogance. She didn't think she couldn't do it. She could achieve her career now, and she could do the same in this place. If she lived again, she would not go down the old path she had walked before, and she would not let the same thing happen to her again. Now she had to take good care of herself and her parents, which was the biggest purpose of her rebirth. Lu Qiqi thought quietly, and the maids didn't disturb her. Later, seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Chunbai stayed to serve the princess, and Yudai went to the kitchen to make the donkey meat hot pot that the princess liked. Qindai went to the big kitchen and asked Chen Ma to prepare some side dishes, with a small amount and a variety of varieties. When Lu Qiqi finished thinking about things, she smelled the fragrance and came to the small kitchen, where she saw the golden and fragrant donkey meat hot pot. She picked one up and took a bite. Well, that's the taste. Yudai and Chunbai saw the familiar princess coming back, and they were happy to take one each and eat it. Soon, Qindai brought the maids to bring exquisite side dishes. Qindai happened to be walking by the small kitchen, and Lu Qiqi smelled the food and turned her head to see it. At first glance, she liked these dishes, but frowned in dissatisfaction with the quantity. Is this feeding the birds? Qindai was not surprised. Princess, you are in good health. You should not eat too much. Lu Qiqi frowned, looked at Chunbai, and then looked at Qindai, with a bitter and resentful look. One is enough. Another one? This is not over. Chunbai, Qindai, and Yudai laughed. They liked this noisy princess, and felt very close to her. Lu Qiqi and them came to the house noisily, and when they sat down to eat, they did not forget to remind Qindai, don't do this in the future. After saying that, she tapped the dishes on the plate with chopsticks. It looked good and smelled good, but the quantity was too small, and she finished it in a few chopsticks. To prove that the quantity was too small, she ate a plate of dishes and finished it in less than 10 chopsticks. Chunbai scolded Qindai on the side. Qindai, you are too unreliable? Qindai, it's all Chenma's fault. Who asked her to make so little? Yudai interrupted. Didn't you ask? Qindai saw the two people ruthlessly expose each other, and saw that the princess was eating happily, so she didn't care. How could I do that? Lu Qiqi said while eating. You didn't cook it. It was all cooked by Chen Ma. Princess, why are you bullying me with the two of them? Qindai stomped her feet and ran out. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, Look, she ran away because she felt guilty. Yudai replied, I'll teach her a lesson. Then she left. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. You don't need to make excuses. I'm fine. I'm already fine. Princess. Chunbai looked at the princess with red eyes. If the princess can get better, they are willing to do anything. Women. There will always be a few days when they are in a bad mood. I'm used to it. Lu Qiqi said this and continued to eat. Chi Dai and Yudai outside the door heard this, and their eyes were red. There are some things they can't say or do. They hope that the princess will get better soon. Lu Qiqi got better quickly. She could eat and drink. Except that her body was a little thinner than before. Her mentality had recovered. She was not surprised that the dead tree in Joyong Garden turned into firewood. That Gu Ling deliberately pretended to be a ghost in Joyong Garden to scare people. That Guobiu's medical skills were exposed. And that Shirqiuxin's voice got better. After being away for a long time. She had experienced so many things. And she did not expect the princess to be as quiet as a stagnant pool of water. As she no longer cared about the king of Jin. She gradually looked at many things from the perspective of an outsider. Once the positioning of some things is different. The mentality of looking at things is different. And many things are heard by the ears. Not really heard in the heart. Such days are very comfortable. Except for missing her parents. Her life is very good. The king of Jin has not returned from the palace for a long time. And there is no news. Lu Qiqi doesn't want to eat, drink, and take the maid out for a breath of fresh air when she is free. Sure enough, everything is as she thought. The emperor was attacked. And no one outside the palace knew about it. They were still busy with their daily lives. Lu Qiqi took 3 maids to the first tea house first. And met Yanlinger, Guosilan, and Cheng Ro who were drinking tea. When they saw each other, there was surprise in their eyes. Lu Qiqi walked over and saw the smile on Yanlinger's face. Mrs. Su, are you living a good life? Yanlinger blushed. Why didn't the princess say that Prince Jin accompanied the princess back to her parents' home? Guosilan and Cheng Ro both laughed. Lu Qiqi directly retorted. It seems that Mr. Su is so ignorant that he dares not to take someone back to his parents' home. Don't worry. I have your support. I will tell Prince Jin when I go back and ask him to clean up for his sister. Don't. Princess Jin. Don't take it seriously. Sister Gua. Sister Cheng. Look at you. You have only been married for a few days. And you know how to protect your husband? Yanlinger blushed. Knowing that Lu Qiqi did it on purpose. Deliberately put on a stern face. Poured tea for Cheng Ro and Guosilan. But didn't give tea to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi poured tea for herself. Look. So stingy. A cup of tea. I also have hands. Deliberately pouring tea in slow motion. Deliberately angering Yanlinger. Chapter 151 Support. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood. After drinking tea, she invited the 3 of them to go to Jinjiang Tower together. Yanlinger and Su Lei had agreed to have lunch together. When they heard that Jinjiang Tower was invited by Princess Jin again, they asked the maid to go back and tell her. Then they went to Jinjiang Tower. They talked and laughed along the way. When they arrived at Jinjiang Tower, Lu Qiqi generously asked for 2 tables. One for the 4 of them, and the other for the maids. Cheng Ro, Guosilan, and Yanlinger also heard for the first time that the master came out to eat. And there were also maids. Not only that, the maids ate the same as them. Seeing Lu Qiqi's skilled arrangement and the calm appearance of Lu Qiqi's 3 maids, they seemed to understand something. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lu Qiqi explained, Today we are inviting 3 distinguished guests. In the past, I only needed 1 table, and the 4 of us would eat together. Yanlinger asked, Wouldn't the king of Jin be angry if the princess ate with the maid? Lu Qiqi smiled and said playfully, It's fine as long as he doesn't know. Yanlinger didn't expect such an answer. Thinking of Lu Qiqi as the princess of Jin, she still went to the market to buy vegetables, and sometimes accepted vegetables given to her by others. It didn't seem strange to eat with the maid. In order to open up the topic between them, Lu Qiqi deliberately used Chunbai to talk. You don't know. When I first came to the Prince of Jin's mansion, I was really suffocated. It happened that the Prince of Jin was fighting outside. I thought, there are no tigers in the mountains. What am I afraid of? So I secretly took Chunbai out to buy vegetables. Chunbai was so scared at that time. I bought vegetables, and she kept nagging behind me. Chunbai blushed after hearing this, and explained with a stiff face, Princess, I am also concerned about you. Lu Qiqi nodded. Yes. It is because of this concern that I feel that I can't leave Chunbai in this life. Chunbai raised her chin proudly and deliberately glanced at Qin Dayudai. Qin Dayudai had adapted to it long ago and didn't want to compete for someone's favor. Lu Qiqi continued. We all know who is good to us. Chunbai is nagging. And what she said is all true. I just can't control it. When someone is nagging me like this, I can have some sense of propriety. This may be the so-called honest advice. With Lu Qiqi, the atmosphere has always been good. As various side dishes came up, Lu Qiqi saw the exquisite dishes and was in a good mood. She asked for a pot of wine. Drinking is just a foil to liven up the atmosphere. With the cherry meat crispy and sweet, the roasted chicken fresh and spicy, the roasted duck with a lingering fragrance, and the stuffed dates delicious. Lu Qiqi ate and drank happily. When they left, they all had smiles on their faces. Before they left, Yinlinger even offered to treat them next time. Lu Qiqi readily agreed and told the three of them, if there is a need, just use her status, and she is willing to help her sisters. Yinlinger knew that it was because they did not greet each other when they met that time. When she heard Lu Qiqi's words, she kept them in mind. After seeing them off, Lu Qiqi walked slowly towards the Prince of Jin's mansion with 3 maids. Lu Qiqi usually did not take a carriage when she went out, just because it would be less fun. After walking and looking all the way, they returned to Qingyu Pavilion. The maids prepared hot water, and Lu Qiqi quickly soaked in the wooden barrel and took a beautiful hot bath. After going out, eating and drinking, I sweated a lot. I felt so comfortable after washing. After washing, Chunbai and others were waiting around. After Lu Qiqi's hair was dry, she curled up in bed and took a nap. The wide bed was covered with soft cups. Lu Qiqi deliberately rolled a quilt into a ball and hugged it like a pillow. She fell asleep comfortably soon. When she woke up and opened her eyes, Chunbai, who heard the noise outside the door, walked in gently. Seeing that it was really the princess, she smiled and said, just now, the king of Jin sent someone to pass on the message, saying that he would come back tonight. Lu Qiqi said, what does his coming back have to do with me? Chunbai hurriedly explained when she heard it. I heard that the emperor was attacked very seriously, and didn't attend the morning court for many days. The king of Yin and the king of Qin were by his side. It would be bad if the king of Jin was not there? Lu Qiqi knew the maid's thoughts, and didn't point it out. I know. I'm just used to his absence. Princess, how sad would the prince be if he heard what you said? What about me? Lu Qiqi asked, touching her chest. Just as Chunbai was talking, footsteps were heard outside. And soon, the figure of the Prince of Jin appeared. Chunbai quickly made a pleading expression to the princess, and saluted the prince. Prince, this is really a case of saying the devil. Lu Qiqi pretended to get up to show her respect, but was pulled by the Prince of Jin. Just woke up. I was free. I slept for a while. At this moment, the scene of the carriage coming back from Huangshan County suddenly appeared in the Prince of Jin's mind. Lu Qiqi got up and went to the side to wash. This is her habit. She also washes her face after waking up from a nap. After washing her face, she came to the dressing table, looked at herself in the mirror, and saw the man next to her through the mirror. Her eyes were too focused, and the Prince of Jin found that their eyes met in the mirror. Lu Qiqi stared straight at him, not wanting to back down. The king of Jin spoke first. Qiqi, my father was attacked. This is very strange. I must hurry back. Lu Qiqi smiled when she heard the so-called explanation. Yeah. She knew in her heart that such an explanation was worse than nothing. He had forced himself before the incident happened. Now the explanation can only be explained to those naive people. She was not a naive person, but she believed it. Just because she didn't care. It didn't matter whether she believed it or not. I have been in the palace these days. I found that the person who attacked my father should be an acquaintance. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything and began to apply skin care products on her face. After finishing the skin care, she put on makeup again. She heard what the king of Jin said. It was nothing more than that the person who attacked the emperor was very strange. The emperor who woke up didn't say anything. The king of Jin and others couldn't find any useful information. According to her experience, it should be that the emperor's people are acquaintances. No. It should be said that the emperor is shielding the perpetrator. In this regard, there has been no progress in the case so far. She knew it in her heart, and continued to remain silent, waiting for King Jin to speak. And she responded, what are you going to do? What do you think? King Jin asked back. Lu Qiqi, what do you mean by what do you think? Lu Qiqi stood up and walked to the outside. Let me think about it. As she said that, she walked out. King Jin was stunned. He could feel the changes in the woman, and his heart was sour. He asked himself countless times in his heart, is this what he wants? The emperor was attacked, and there was indeed something strange. But he didn't spend every day in the palace. He was also escaping, and didn't know how to face this woman. When he was in Huangshan County, he clearly felt Lu Qiqi's dependence on his parents and her neglect of him. He had only one idea in his mind, which was to take the woman away and let them never meet for the rest of their lives. Lu Qiqi belonged to him alone. He really did it. At that time, the emperor happened to be in trouble, and he came back naturally. Now, he is back, and his heart has flown away. Chapter 152 Grave. Lu Qiqi came to the outer room, holding a teacup. Took a sip after a long time, her eyes still staring at a certain place, pretending to think about something. Every student has used this action. She pretended to study hard in front of the teacher, but her mind had been wandering. Her expression lasted for a while. When King Jin came out, she sat for a while. When King Jin called her, she pretended to come back to her senses. I can't think of it. King Jin reached out and touched Lu Qiqi's forehead. If you can't think of it, don't think about it. Lu Qiqi nodded obediently. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. You don't have to wait for me to eat. King Jin didn't dare to face Lu Qiqi like this, which made him flustered and scared, and he subconsciously wanted to escape. Lu Qiqi was very obedient. She went to the door to see King Jin off. After the people left, she turned around and continued to do her own things. Qingdai, Yudai, and Chunbai were very worried when they saw the princess's appearance, and they knew it in their hearts. King Jin did go too far in returning to Beijing, not to mention leaving in the middle of the night, and then letting the princess sleep for many days, so they didn't need to serve her closely. It's easy to imagine what the king of Jin did. Lu Qiqi avoided for an afternoon, thinking that the king of Jin was very busy, and she could turn a blind eye. After dinner in the evening, she read a storybook for a while, did some simple yoga movements, and was about to go to bed when the king of Jin came over. The three maids saw the king of Jin coming, bowed, and left, in a blink of an eye. Only she and the king of Jin were left in the bedroom. Lu Qiqi looked at someone incredulously. Your Majesty is not busy? The king of Jin glanced back at her leisurely. Father is fine. Lu Qiqi, if you are not busy, you can find something else to do. Why should you be embarrassed together? She did not believe that she did it so obviously that King Jin would not notice it. I am too tired these days. Let's sleep. King Jin said this, took off his clothes and went to bed. Lu Qiqi saw someone's direct performance. This. Want to sleep together? While she was talking in her heart, she saw the man looking at her and raised his eyebrows and said, Can't sleep? This look, this word, is an obvious threat. Lu Qiqi felt that a woman with backbone would lead directly, and then point to a big pig's hoof and say, I won't serve you anymore. In reality, Lu Qiqi felt that this was her place, and if someone wanted to get out, it should be someone else. Seeing the meaning in the man's eyes, he, it's just sleepy. It's not like they haven't slept before. Besides, it's not certain who will sleep with whom. Lu Qiqi looked like she was ready to go. When she lay on the bed, she soon heard the man's even breathing. Lu Qiqi didn't have a chance to perform the lines she had prepared. And so, she fell asleep. After the woman fell asleep, King Jin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the woman's back. He clearly felt that the woman was right in front of him, but it seemed that she was thousands of miles away. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get closer. The next day, Lu Qiqi opened her eyes and thought that the man had left. Just as she was about to get up, she saw King Jin getting dressed next to her. King Jin was wearing casual clothes today. He wasn't going to the palace today? King Jin heard the movement behind him and turned his head to look at the woman. Are you awake? Lu Qiqi didn't want to face the man's face. She lowered her sight slightly. Because of this scene, she saw the man's excellent figure. Broad shoulders and tight waist. Slender lines, and a faint scent of ambergris immediately penetrated into the tip of her nose. To be honest, it smelled pretty good. Seeing this scene early in the morning was very pleasing to the eyes. But because this person was the king of Jin, I was not in the mood to appreciate it. King of Jin put on his clothes and walked to the bed. What are you looking at? Lu Qiqi, looking at you. It should have been an ambiguous atmosphere. But, King of Jeans smiled. Have you seen enough? Lu Chichi. It's okay. After saying that, he came back to his senses, got up, put on his clothes, washed up, and was busy all the time. King of Jeans still maintained the posture just now. Your Majesty, do you have anything to do today? Yes. King of Jeans sat down on the bed. Lu Chichi saw the strange man, put on her makeup, and walked out. King of Jean left with her. Come to the outer room. 3 maids have already set up breakfast. And Lu Chichi sits down and eats directly. The 2 of them had breakfast quietly. Lu Chichi waited for someone to leave. But the King of Jean held Lu Chichi's hand and said, I'll take you to a place. Lu Chichi hated this forced action and tried to break free several times. But the man held her wrist tightly, and she couldn't break free. She got on the carriage reluctantly, and saw that there were rich fruits prepared inside. So she didn't resist. She didn't talk all the way, and kept eating. The fruits were well prepared. So she didn't feel bored eating all the way. And she didn't have to talk to the man. So she felt much better. The King of Jean looked all the way. And when the carriage stopped, he held Lu Chichi's hand, and climbed the mountain together, not knowing what the man meant. Lu Chichi was very repulsive. Until they stopped in front of a grave. Lu Chichi looked carefully at the grave without a tombstone. She didn't know whose it was. Looking at the King of Jin's expression. This person had a deep relationship with him. What is his relationship with this person? Former lover? Because his lover died? He joined the army? The system's voice sounded. This is Songke's tomb. Lu Chichi. Songke? Prince Jin's biological mother? System. Yes. Lu Chichi. Prince Jin's biological mother is the Emperor's woman. She should be buried in the Imperial Mausoleum after her death? System. This is Songke's last wish. Lu Chichi was silent. After a while, she seemed to understand why Songke had this request. People yearn for freedom and love. Songke and the Emperor had feelings for each other before. Later, the Queen intervened, and the Emperor's desire for power gradually turned the feelings of the 2 people into 3 people. Now there are so many women in the palace. Before he died, Songke would rather withdraw than fight with so many women. Thinking of this, she could understand Songke's thoughts. Songke is also a man of temperament. What Lu Chichi didn't understand was that Songke was a man of temperament and also wanted to withdraw. Why didn't he withdraw when he was alive? What's the point of this request after death? System. You still don't understand? Lu Chichi. Say. Listening to what the system meant. I was like a fool. System. Songke is also a shrewd woman. Her request will make the Emperor miss her for the rest of her life even after she dies. The Emperor's thoughts will be transferred to King Jean. You should understand what will happen next. Right? Lu Chichi suddenly realized and asked. How did Songke die? System. Is it appropriate for you to ask this question next to someone's grave? Lu Chichi was silent. It was inappropriate. But after the system said this, she felt that Songke's death was not simple. Either Songke's death was strange, or she was calculating something before she died. Seeing the man next to him, it was like losing his biological mother. But his biological mother's love for him never stopped until her death. I also remembered that I had heard the system say that Songke died when King Jean was very young, and that King Jean was secretly protected by the Emperor and the Queen Mother. So there must be a story. While Lu Chichi was thinking, King Jean spoke. This is my mother. Chapter 153, pointing at the nose of King Jean and cursing. Your mother? Lu Chichi pretended not to know. My mother didn't want to be buried in the Imperial Mausoleum. And my father chose this place for her. Did they meet here? King Jean turned his head and looked at the woman. My mother encountered bandits when she went out. And she fled to this place with her maid in panic. And met my father here. Lu Chichi listened to the past between Songke and the Emperor. And listened to King Jin's statement. The Emperor, who was still a prince at the time, had a sweet past with Songke. But later the relationship was mixed with too many things. And the relationship began to deteriorate. I brought you here today just to let my mother see, King Jean said, holding Lu Chichi's hand and kneeling down. Lu Chichi had an opinion about King Jean, but she had absolute respect for the dead. Kneeling in kowtow. Later, Zhao Kai said paper money, and Lu Chichi burned paper quietly beside him. And King Jean expressed his longing for Songke. Lu Chichi didn't feel anything about what King Jean said. Later, the man looked at her several times. She pretended not to care. But she felt funny in her heart. Was the man explaining to her? In front of the dead Songke? Lu Qiqi didn't say a word, and burned paper money quietly. When she left after burning, Lu Qiqi looked back. The two got on the carriage quietly. On the way back, just like when they came, they were both silent. At first, Lu Qiqi could feel King Jin's gaze on her, but then it disappeared. When she looked over, the man had closed his eyes. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, and her eyes kept looking outside the carriage. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Sun Rumei, who should be in the palace, appeared on the street. What is she doing? She always felt that it was not a good thing, and wanted to follow her to see. But because of the King of Jin beside her, she forced herself to calm down. Thinking about it, she asked the system, was that person really Sun Rumei just now? The system's mocking voice came. A dog will always eat shit. Lu Qiqi. What bad things is she doing again? System. Meeting Xinya. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The palace will recruit maids in a few days, and she wants Xinya to enter the palace. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rumei is so capable. She can come and go freely after only a short time in the palace. System. She bribed the eunuch chief. Lu Qiqi. The witch clan is very rich. System. No money is needed. Lu Qiqi wanted to bribe someone in the palace without spending money. What could it be? After thinking for a while, she thought of a daughter of the Wu clan who didn't need to spend money, and then thought of the eunuch chief steward. What benefits did Sun Rumei promise to the eunuch chief steward? System. I guess so. Lu Qiqi was wetted and asked directly. What exactly is it? System. You are so stupid. In the palace, what benefits can a woman give to an old eunuch without roots? Lu Qiqi's eyes widened instantly. Will you send yourself out? System. You are not too stupid. Lu Qiqi was despised by the system. She didn't think there was anything wrong, but felt that her head was too small, and she had limited thoughts. And she didn't even know this. When she thought of the scene of Sun Rumei and an old eunuch together, she found it hard to accept. Thinking of Sun Rumei's ultimate goal, she was willing to give it all for King Jin. Thinking about it, looking at the King of Jin, who was resting with his eyes closed, he was really charming. Some people were so embarrassed that they were still planning. Just thinking about it, King of Jin opened his eyes, and the two looked at each other. Lu Qiqi looked at him openly, and after looking at him, she naturally looked away. King of Jin's heart could not calm down for a long time. He even brought up his biological mother, but still couldn't win back the woman's heart. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked over. King of Jin opened his mouth several times, but he didn't have the courage to say those words. Lu Qiqi knew the man's embarrassment and said considerately, Is the emperor okay? Has the murderer been caught? King of Jin's eyes darkened slightly. My father doesn't allow us to investigate. Then don't investigate. King of Jin looked over, and Lu Qiqi explained, Who doesn't have secrets? The emperor said he doesn't want people to know. King of Jin glanced at the woman and said nothing. Lu Qiqi continued to look outside the carriage. Suddenly, she smelled a strange fragrance. Lu Qiqi hurriedly asked Zhao Kai, who was driving the carriage, to stop. As soon as the carriage stopped, she jumped off the carriage immediately. Following the fragrance, she came to a sugar-roasted chestnut. Sugar-roasted chestnuts. Now available. Great. Lu Qiqi asked the boss to pack a big bag for her. While she was packing, she took one, peeled the chestnut skin, and the moment she ate it, her mouth was full of soft and glutinous fragrance. Sugar-roasted chestnuts are more delicious in winter, and when it snows. Now that she encountered it, Lu Qiqi couldn't help but eat them one by one. When the store owner packed them, Lu Qiqi paid and found that she didn't bring money. At this time, someone took out money. Lu Qiqi looked over, and it was King Jin. You also bring silver? You said so. King Jin's eyes were full of doting. Lu Qiqi smiled and grabbed a few chestnuts and brought them to King Jin. Try them too. The two walked on the street while eating chestnuts. Later, they came to Jinyang Tower. Lu Qiqi thought about what happened yesterday. I came here to eat yesterday, and they didn't ask for money. That's right. It's a shop open for you. Who dares to ask for money? Lu Qiqi smiled and followed King Jin to the second floor. As soon as she walked in, a table full of delicious food appeared in front of her as she opened the door. Lu Qiqi was in a better mood immediately. Not long after they started eating, Someone brought wine. Just smelling it, I knew it was good wine. I haven't drunk wine openly for a long time. I've been in a bad mood recently, so it's more suitable to drink. After drinking a glass of wine, Lu Qiqi also let go. Later, under the influence of alcohol, she pointed at King Jin's nose and cursed him, calling him a piece of shit. King Jin was not angry, and poured wine for the woman diligently. Soon, the woman was drunk. She could only hold herself steady by holding on to the table. King Jin saw that it was time, and asked while pouring wine, "Qiqi, why have you changed recently?" When Lu Qiqi heard this, her eyes were like knives, and she looked directly at King Jin. She snorted coldly, stretched out her hand and pushed the face in front of her. "Get out!" King Jin was not angry, and continued to pour wine. "Why are you angry?" As she said, she moved her head over again. Lu Qiqi looked at the man in front of her, and was even more annoyed. "Get out!" King Jin did not move over again, and sat quietly and began to drink. 1 cup or 2. He drank quickly. Soon the pot of wine was empty, and he reached out to take the wine pot in front of Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi discovered the man's intention, and the two began to fight for the wine pot. After a while, Lu Qiqi rushed into King Jin's arms, because she was too strong and her body was unstable. After Lu Qiqi found out, she wanted to push the man away, but the King of Jin suddenly hugged her tightly, and refused to let go. In order to make the woman happy, he even brought up his biological mother, but the woman was still unmoved, so he had to resort to ruthless tactics. He really had no other choice. If he continued like this, he would go crazy. He did not regret forcing the woman to come back in that way. What he wanted was all of the woman, whether it was her body or her heart, and she could only have him. Lu Qiqi wanted to push the King of Jin away, but she couldn't, and she cried in anger. The King of Jin panicked, and no matter how he coaxed her, it didn't work, until the woman cried until she was tired and fell asleep in the King of Jin's arms. Chapter 154. Get out of here. When the King of Jin saw the woman with tears on her face, he panicked. The woman looked like she hadn't forgiven him yet. There was no point in saying anything in the current situation. He could only hold the woman and leave. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a noise coming from downstairs. He didn't know why Prime Minister Chu would appear in the restaurant, and he didn't want anyone to see this side of the woman. He held the woman and jumped out of the window. Xiao Kai was boredly guarding the carriage, thinking about what had happened recently, and suddenly felt a slight change in the air. He saw a familiar figure floating down from above, and he moved faster, immediately opened the curtain of the carriage, and immediately drove the carriage away after the King of Jin and the princess landed in the carriage. This time the carriage went directly into the King of Jin's mansion. After the carriage stopped, the King of Jin held the woman and entered the Qingyu pavilion. Xiao Kai was speechless when he saw this. After meeting Lu Qiqi, the King of Jin no longer had the original majesty. It was the same this time. Feeling unhappy, he simply sat in the yard, casually broke off a small branch and put it in his mouth. Seeing the maids peeking out of the yard, Xiao Kai felt unhappy. With a fierce look, the maids all hid away in fear. Xiao Kai was satisfied this time. When he was about to leave, he saw the hammock under the tree. Seeing Lu Qiqi lying on it and enjoying it several times, he walked over and stretched out his hand to try it, but felt nothing. Just a hole. Really didn't know what was good. Disgusted in his heart, he went up to try. The moment he went up, he felt a little uncomfortable, and when he relaxed, he realized that this thing made of broken rope was very comfortable. Thinking about these years, they have been away all year round, busy all day, and don't know where to rest at night. If they can bring such a thing, they will rest comfortably, lying on it, concentrating on studying this thing. Soon, Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai came back from outside. Xiao Kai looked over and saw that women were just in the way. He had been back for a long time, and the maid just came back. Chunbai saw the carriage parked in the yard, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. She saw Xiao Kai in the hammock of the princess. She was angry, strode over, shook the hammock hard, and shook Xiao Kai down. Xiao Kai was a little embarrassed, and was about to attack Chunbai. Chunbai was not afraid of death, and said with her neck stiff, "You can't touch the princess's things." "You?" Xiao Kai was angry. Yudai spoke. "This is the hammock made by the princess herself, and the prince has never been on it. Guard Xiao." according to the princess's temper now. I don't know how she will make a fuss after knowing it. The king of Jin offended the princess, and he has been trying to please her these days. If the princess knows about this, Zhao Kai will be punished. Guard Zhao could not refute and left angrily. Chunbai did it more thoroughly, pulling down the hammock and starting to clean it. The princess's things were dirty after being touched by others. After Chunbai washed them, she taught all the maids and servants in Qingyu Pavilion a lesson. Qingdai and Yudai were also afraid when they saw Chunbai get angry. They always felt that Chunbai was more terrifying than the princess when she got fierce. All their thoughts were not more shocking than what happened next. Just because the king of Jin suddenly ran out of the house, the princess stood at the door with her hair disheveled, throwing things out of the house. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The angry Chunbai also calmed down, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she nervously grabbed Qingdai, thinking, something bad has happened. I can do something to Zhao Kai because Zhao Kai touched the princess's things, and the princess did something to the king of Jin? I'm going to die. I want to rush over and stop the princess. But she is also scared when she sees the princess going crazy. Lu Qiqi roared like a lion. Zhou Jingyan, get out of here. A strange scene really happened. The prince was not angry, and left with a smile. Seeing the prince leave, Chunbai couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. Who can tell her what's going on? Lu Qiqi did something even worse. After making all these noises, she slammed the door shut and went to sleep. Chunbai and others finally calmed down and wanted to push open the door to see the princess's situation. At this time, they found that the door was closed from the inside. Chunbai simply sat at the door and waited. She knew that the princess's lunch break was at most 1 hour, and at most half an hour. Usually she thought this time was not long. But today she felt that the wait was too long. She didn't know what was going on. The only thought in her mind was that the king of Jin had lost face here, and the princess's future position was in danger. Chunbai waited and waited, but the princess never came out. Later, she couldn't wait any longer, and worried that something had happened to the princess. So she asked Qingdai to knock on the window and sneak in to see what was going on. Qingdai had just jumped in from the window and turned around to get Chunbai in, when a voice appeared, and she was scared to death. What are you doing? Lu Qiqi asked with her hands on her hips, with a messy hair. Ah! Qingdai's first reaction was that she saw a ghost and screamed. Chunbai and Yudai, who were outside, felt guilty, and heard the noise, so they both ran away. Poor Qingdai, after reacting, had to bear Lu Qiqi's anger alone, cursing Chunbai and Yudai in her heart. She explained with a smile, Princess, you slept for too long. I was worried and closed the door, so I came in this way to check. Like a thief? Qingdai saw that the princess did not seem angry, and her mood was much calmer. She lowered her head slightly. Princess, I know I was wrong. Lu Qiqi stared at Qingdai for a while and said, You did sleep for a long time. You should go out for some exercise. Qingdai didn't know what the princess's activities meant. After she carefully served the princess to wash and change her clothes, Chunbai and Yudai, who had escaped, came with fruits and dried fruits. Lu Qiqi ate for a while and took them away from Qingyu Pavilion. At first, the three maids were still thinking that the princess was finally well. The princess went to find King Jin again. They thought the princess should apologize. They couldn't forget the scene of King Jin being driven away by the princess. Lu Qiqi did not find the Prince of Jin at Xiushui Pavilion, so she went to the study room again, making a lot of noise. When Butler Hu found out, he followed her tremblingly. Later, Lu Qiqi returned to Qingyu Pavilion in disappointment, called out Sun Qiao, and asked about the whereabouts of the Prince of Jin. After knowing that the Prince of Jin had gone to the palace, Lu Qiqi suddenly asked Chunbai, Can I go to the palace? Replied to the princess, You cannot enter the palace without a summons. Chunbai was careful. Even if she could enter the palace, she did not want the princess to vent her anger in the palace. The consequences of that were not something they could bear. Lu Qiqi was more willing to listen to advice, and gave a death order to the three maids. From today on, the Prince of Jin cannot step into my Qingyu Pavilion. Chunbai wanted to persuade the princess, but seeing that the princess was angry, she could only nod. Qingdai Yudai was afraid, and did not dare to say anything. In the evening, they heard that the king of Jin had not returned, and they just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Yu Dai received the news that the king of Jin had returned and was walking towards this side. Yu Dai quickly passed the news to Chun Bai and Qing Dai, and the three maids tacitly found excuses to leave. Qing Dai and Yu Dai went to the big kitchen to prepare meals. As soon as the two of them left, Chun Bai covered her stomach and said that she was uncomfortable, and she also ran away. Lu Qiqi leaned on the soft couch, using the script as a cover, and chatted with the system. You said that the king of Jin will succeed to the throne in 5 years? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Why do I think the emperor is dying? Chapter 155 The Crown Prince. System. Do you doubt me? Lu Qiqi doesn't care. I think the situation is not good now. Can it be delayed for another 5 years? System. There are so many good things in the palace. It's no problem to live for a few years. Lu Qiqi thinks this is right, but she also feels that something is wrong. After thinking for a while, she asked, why do I feel that something is wrong? The system didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and asked, is the emperor going to appoint a crown prince? System. You are finally smart for once. Lu Qiqi. Who is the crown prince? With a crown prince, the emperor can pass on the blame and take good care of his illness. She is thinking, will it be the Prince of Jin? Or are there still some twists and turns in this? System. Don't think about it. The Prince of Jin will be the crown prince soon. Lu Qiqi thought that the Prince of Jin was the crown prince, and these things were a bit troublesome. The king of Jin became the crown prince, and he should live in the palace. The system said that when the king of Jin entered the palace, there were so many women in the backyard. Only Sun Rume followed him into the palace. It seems that the current development of things is somewhat different from what the system reminded. In addition, she is now the princess of Jin. If the king of Jin further becomes the crown prince, she will be the crown princess. She is very repulsive to this identity. What Lu Qiqi did not expect was that many things came one after another, leaving her no chance to react. What the system said was not absolute. At least there were some discrepancies in some places. Lu Qiqi could not find any flaws in the system's prediction. At that moment, she realized that the system was also a master of nitpicking. Lu Qiqi thought that the king of Jin became the crown prince so smoothly, which should be related to his speed of rushing back from Huangshan County. Another voice in her heart told herself that it was not her who was the crown prince. So what did it have to do with her? After some ventriloquism, she turned around and saw the king of Jin, who had arrived at some point. She looked around again and saw that none of the three maids were around. Thinking of where the three maids had gone, she smiled knowingly. One was more cunning than the other. I heard you were looking for me, King of Jin said. Lu Qiqi said, I looked for you. And I also said that you could not step into Qingyu Pavilion again in the future. So, I walked in step by step. Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin. It was rare that he could still bow his head even though the words were so direct. King of Jin glanced at the woman and took out a letter from his arms. This is what my father-in-law asked me to give you before he left. I have too many things to do recently and forgot it. Lu Qiqi didn't listen to his nonsense. Opened the letter, saw the familiar handwriting, and thought of this brief reunion. Everything was the fault of the king of Jin. If he left alone, he wouldn't be as sad as he is now. Maybe she would still be sticking to her mother. Facing the reality, she felt all kinds of unhappiness in her heart. The content in her heart made her unhappy. She glanced at the king of Jin, who seemed to be really unaware, and continued to read the letter. After reading the letter, Lu Qiqi felt much better. Most of her resentment towards the king of Jin disappeared. She had taken back her dedication, and her expectations for the king of Jin were greatly reduced. They were comrades in arms, and some things would be discussed after 5 years. After the woman read the letter, the king of Jin said, Qiqi, tomorrow my father will announce that I will be crowned as the crown prince. Lu Qiqi quickly changed her words. Congratulations, the crown prince. The king of Jin was not very happy. My father asked us to move into the East Palace tomorrow. Lu Qiqi was unwilling to do so. Going to the East Palace means entering the palace, and it will be inconvenient to come out in the future. It is best for her to separate from the king of Jin for a while. After thinking about it, she said, You have just become the crown prince and have a lot of things to do. I won't. You will move into the East Palace with me tomorrow. Lu Qiqi was furious. Why? There was no time to hide. Why did he approach? You are the princess of Jin today, and the crown princess tomorrow. Lu Qiqi was stunned. I know that my status is low, and I am not suitable to be the crown princess. I think you are better. Before she finished speaking, the king of Jin suddenly pinched her wrist. You are the crown princess. Threat. What Lu Qiqi hates most is threats. This is the second time. Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin and gritted her teeth. Dream on. How tough, Lu Qiqi said at this moment. How embarrassed she was the next day. It was just a day's light and shadow. And Lu Qiqi was once again taken into the East Palace by the king of Jin. No. It was already the crown prince. The crown prince. Luckily, the crown prince only brought Lu Qiqi into the palace. And all the other concubines and wives stayed in the king of Jin's mansion. There was no reason. No explanation. And she was just abandoned. Chunbai was the happiest for the princess. Then she came to the palace. She was a princess before entering the palace. And now she is the crown princess. She is so happy. There are so many women in the Jin Wang mansion. But he only brought the crown princess. Which is enough to show the importance of the crown princess. Lu Qiqi is still sulking. She doesn't feel anything about the crown princess mentioned by others. While eating the dishes with familiar tastes in the palace, Lu Qiqi thought of a serious problem. She was eating the dishes made by Wang Yuchu again. Wang Yuchu wanted to harm herself. And he came back after a lot of twists and turns. Lu Qiqi was so angry that she didn't eat, but only ate fruits. On the first day that the Jin Wang became the crown prince, he was very busy. He was so busy that he heard that Lu Qiqi didn't even eat in the middle of the night. Knowing that the woman was angry, he asked people to prepare meals and personally brought them to Lu Qiqi. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai were all happy for the crown princess when they saw this scene. Whether it was the king of Jin or the current crown princess, their love for Lu Qiqi continued unabated. I heard that you have no appetite today. The crown prince picked up some food for Lu Qiqi. Seeing the crown prince's tired look, Lu Qiqi thought of what her father mentioned in the letter. So she said nothing and lowered her head to start eating. The crown prince saw Lu Qiqi eating and was as happy as if he had eaten himself. Lu Qiqi lowered her head to eat. And after eating, she saw that the man had not eaten, and asked with concern, Are you busy today? Is it okay? Seeing that the man didn't want to say more, Lu Qiqi didn't point it out. Being in different positions, doing things differently. You will get used to it in a few days. The crown prince was in a good mood when he saw that the woman cared about him, and he intended to talk to Lu Qiqi. He signaled the people around him to leave with his eyes. And there were only the two of them. The crown prince thought of what his father-in-law had said, and tried to speak. My father suddenly appointed me as the crown prince, and many people are dissatisfied. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything and looked at the man. What do you think I should do? Lu Qiqi said. You did a good job. The crown prince was silent at this moment. When he was a prince, he could handle everything with ease. As a crown prince, the emperor suddenly fell ill, and he had to handle everything. He was unsure. There were so many doubts around him. He was worried that he would not do well, and would implicate this woman. Regarding the matter of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, the appeal was not so high, because he insisted on having Lu Qiqi as the crown princess. And for this reason, he had many obstacles on his way forward. King Chen and King Yan seemed to have no action. The crown prince knew that they were waiting for him to make a fool of himself and overturn his identity as the crown prince. Then I will use the daughter of the Wu clan to completely suppress him. When he was the king of Jin, he was not afraid of losing or dying. He never cared about the consequences of anything he did. Now it is different. He has people he wants to protect, and he has a soft spot. Lu Qiqi's hand gently rested on the back of the man's hand. You have always done well. There is no need to treat yourself badly for others. The prince's eyes suddenly lit up because of the woman's words. Do you really think so? Lu Qiqi nodded. I believe you. The belief in Lu Qiqi's mouth gave the man some encouragement. After dinner, Chunbai and others cleaned up, and the two read books for a while, and then fell asleep together. That night, the prince tossed and turned hard, and seeing that the woman did not refuse was a great encouragement to him. Chapter 156 Wang Yuchu died. The next day, the prince formally handled state affairs, and the morning court, which had been suspended for a long time, began under the presidency of the prince. When the king of Qin and the king of Yin saw the prince sitting on the dragon throne, they were dissatisfied. The king of Qin had a straight face and no expression, and the king of Yin looked at the prince, as if he wanted to eat. The prince was not as nervous as he imagined when facing the kneeling of the crowd. No matter who was below, what kind of eyes, and what words, he could deal with it calmly. It seemed that he had been sitting in this position for a long time, and he could deal with the monsters and demons standing below calmly. The prince also followed his set of practices in the army, killing decisively and never showing mercy to others, even if it was the old ministers in the court. He had no scruples. At first, some old ministers relied on their old age and past achievements, and were embarrassed by the prince, and wanted to complain to the emperor. As a result, one by one, they couldn't even see the emperor, let alone complain. The prince knew about this and dealt with it more severely. In less than half a month, no one dared to question the prince's ability. The king of Yin could not sit still. Why should the king of Jin become the prince? But he could not. When the king of Chu was there, he could only keep this thought in his heart. Now that the king of Chu is dead, his ambition is gradually exposed, because the prince did not choose the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, and let Lu Qiqi become the princess. The king of Yin had more ideas. He instigated some people behind the scenes to deliberately embarrass the prince. But he did not expect things to turn out like this. He was angry and could not swallow it. After the morning court, he came to the Xian palace of concubine Qin. No matter what, he would never admit that a person whose biological mother was dead could be the prince. The prince of Yin was direct, while the prince of Chun was more reserved. At almost noon, the prince of Qian and his wife came to the Feiyu palace of concubine Wu. The crown prince, who was in the imperial study to handle state affairs, soon got the news. He ordered people to send the food originally sent to the eastern palace to the Xian palace and the Feiyu palace respectively. That afternoon, concubine Wu began to vomit and have diarrhea, and concubine Qin fell into a coma. When the crown prince knew about this, he immediately handed the matter over to the Dali temple for handling. Soon, the problem was found. It was Wang Yuchu in the palace, who had two minds, and used the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint in the food to poison the two concubines. As a result, the prince of Qin, his wife, and the prince of Yin all suffered. The prince of Qin and the prince of Yin only got angry after they returned. They began to find no reason and had suspected the palace, thinking that someone would not be so anxious to get rid of him. Later, after investigating the matter, it was found that Wang Yuchu was on his head. When Prince Qin got the news, he felt bad when he heard that it was Wang Yuchu. Prince Qin was able to stay calm and did not rush into the palace immediately. He asked Wang Yui to come to the mansion to see the patient. After the conditions of Prince Qin and Princess Qin stabilized, Prince Qin went to the palace under the pretext of visiting concubine Wu. At this time, he received news that Wang Yuchu had died. The prince personally ordered Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was bored staying in the Eastern Palace. She always felt that this was a gorgeous cage. She was thinking about how to find a chance to get out. In one day, she went around the Eastern Palace and found that the location of the Eastern Palace was excellent. It was not impossible to leave the Eastern Palace and the Imperial Palace. She immediately saw hope for the future. After a busy day, Lu Qiqi came to the recliner in the yard to rest. Swaying gently, it was very comfortable. Chunbai was waiting beside her with a smile. Lu Qiqi couldn't stand it and reminded her, "Don't smile like a fool. Crown Princess, I'm happy for you. No matter how happy you are, you can't smile like a fool, knowing that someone is happy. It's written on your face. It's okay in the Prince Jin's mansion, but it may not be the case in the East Palace. Crown Princess." Chunbai dragged out the tail tone to act coquettishly. Lu Qiqi stopped her quickly. "Don't talk like that, or I can't help but beat you." When Chunbai heard this, she immediately had a bitter face. Qindai and Yudai were laughing beside her. Lu Qiqi wanted to say something, but the system voice popped up. "Wang Yuchu is dead." Lu Qiqi was happy. Dead. Suddenly, I felt that the air in the East Palace was fresh, and the sky at dusk became so beautiful. System. At noon today, the Crown Prince ordered people to send the food originally sent to the East Palace to Feiyu Palace and Xian Palace respectively. As a result, concubine Wu vomited and had diarrhea, and concubine Qin was directly in a coma. Lu Qiqi. How did Wang Yuchu do it? System. Use the principle of food mutual promotion and mutual restraint. Lu Qiqi laughed. It's what Wang Yuchu deserves. He originally poisoned his own food, but concubine Qin and concubine Wu suffered. This also shows that the prince has always known that Wang Yuchu has problems. So he deliberately kept him until now. The prince's move is too high. Concubine Wu is the biological mother of Prince Chen. And concubine Qin is the biological mother of Prince Yin. The prince only used Wang Yuchu to warn the two princes and the two concubines. It seems to be a simple thing. Through Wang Yuchu's visit to Prince Jin's mansion, Lu Qiqi concluded that the prince had started planning a long time ago, so that he could kill two birds with one stone now. System. The prince treats you very well. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Qiqi. You want it? Give it to you? Lu Qiqi was tired of listening to all the lobbyists. Her father was the one who sent her a letter. And he was her father. So she couldn't say anything. But the system was different. If she could see and touch him, she might catch him and beat him up. System. Don't be ungrateful. You will regret it someday. Lu Qiqi felt that the system had something to say. And she also felt that the system's meaning was obvious. That someone was thinking about the prince. She thought this was a good thing. When he was still the Prince of Jin, he was favored by so many women. Now that he has become the prince, there are more women around him. By then, the prince will not only have her in his eyes, and she and the prince can go their separate ways. Before leaving, Lu Qiqi still wanted to confirm one thing. When will the damn life and death between the prince and me end? System. The day when the prince ascends the throne as emperor. Lu Qiqi was instantly discouraged. It was 5 years. And now it has been so long. It may take less than 5 years for her to regain her freedom. Less than 5 years. Not long. Not short. She used to be able to eat and drink to get by. But now she feels that she should set a goal for herself. She can't become a penniless person after leaving the prince. Right? Lu Qiqi thought about the plan for the next 5 years. What should she do, and where should she start? She completely ignored the reminder of the system. A few days later, Lu Qiqi had a general direction for the external plan, but it had not yet been implemented. What she was waiting for was the problems brought by being the crown princess. Chapter 157 The Queen's Banquet. Imperial Study. The prince heard that the queen was going to hold a banquet, and asked everyone to sit with the crown princess. Hearing this news, the prince was angry. What is the queen? Sitting with the crown princess is not as simple as sitting. The king of Chu died, and the queen did not say anything to the outside world. The first person to be operated on was the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, who is still trapped in Qifeng Garden to pray for the dead king of Chu. This is a nice way of saying it. After dealing with the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, now they are looking at themselves. During this period of time, he has been dealing with the queen. In order to help the king of Chu over the years, many people in the court are the queen's people. He has never shown mercy to these people. The queen set up a trap to deliberately make things difficult for them. His relationship with Lu Qiqi had just eased a little, and now the queen jumped out, and their relationship was ruined again? Thinking of this, the prince immediately ordered Zhao Kai to find a way to get the list of the queen's banquet guests. He was going to start from this aspect. The death of Wang Yui made concubine Wu and concubine Qin hold their breath. At this time, let people know that Wang Yuchu is Qin Wang's man. At that time, Qin Wang will share some of his anger. That day, let Chu Wangfei, Qin Wangfei, and Yin Wangfei also be present. The queen's group was also half ruined. The prince quietly ruined the queen's group, and will gradually push women to everyone. The only princess in the East Palace is Lu Qiqi. He doesn't care what others think. If they stretch their hands too far, he will chop off the other party's hands. The prince dealt with these things, and was busy reading some memorials sent from various places during this period. He found that Yuzhou sent a memorial, and someone was destroying the rice fields there. The rice in Yuzhou is good because the rice growing cycle here is long and only one bolt of rice is grown a year. Also, because the rice is supplied to the imperial palace, the rice in Yuzhou is very important. The harvest season has just passed. If someone sabotages it, nothing will be seen for the time being. When rice is planted next year, it will soon be discovered that something is wrong, which will affect the harvest next year. This matter will be used to push it onto his head. At that time, what a long plan. The king of Yin does not have this brain, but the king of Chen has this possibility. There is another person. The queen. The king of Chu is dead, and the queen has no hope. At this time, the queen ordered someone to do it. No matter whether she can sit on the position of the prince for a long time, or become the next unlucky person. It is not a good thing. Thinking of this, the prince felt that the king of Chen was also useful. The prince spent the day in a busy and chattering manner. He ate some lunch casually in the imperial study just to have dinner with Lu Qiqi in the evening. Just after leaving the imperial study, he met Sun Rume, who was wearing heavy makeup coming from the side. The prince knew that women of the Wu clan would put on such makeup on their faces before getting married, and would remove their makeup on the day of marriage. This was the best wedding gift for the future son-in-law. This bad habit gave Sun Rume an opportunity. When he found out that the daughter of the Wu clan was Sun Rume, the prince changed his mind and didn't kill her, letting her live until today. This woman thought she was well disguised, and no one had discovered it until now. But he didn't know that whether it was the people sent by the queen to the Wu clan, or the letters from the concubine's family, they were all written by him. Otherwise, how could they be so favored to Sun Rume from the bottom of their hearts? Wu clan do pays respect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Rume bowed and saluted. She had created an encounter with the Crown Prince several times, but failed to do so. Today, she finally saw him and was excited. In her heart, she always felt that only the King of Jin was qualified to sit in a high position. Now the King of Jin has become the Crown Prince, and he is only one step away from being the Crown Prince. She was excited. Now the Crown Prince is in charge of the overall situation, and the Emperor has been recovering from illness, and he might die one day. She was happy for the Crown Prince, and hated Lu Qiqi to the core. Although Lu Qiqi is now the Crown Princess, not the Queen. If Lu Qiqi is not wrong, it is a threat to her becoming the new queen. How deep is the love for the Crown Prince? How thoroughly does he hate Lu Qiqi? The Crown Prince looked at the woman in front of him. His temper is much better now. If he was in the military camp, he would have killed someone long ago. He thought Sun Rume was still useful, so he kept her alive for the time being. Are you the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan? Sun Rume excitedly looked up at the prince, then quickly lowered her head. Yes. The queen ordered you to pray for the king of Chu in Qifeng Garden. Why are you here? Sun Rume was startled, but quickly recovered. I pay respects to the queen every evening. At this time? She is thoughtful enough. Others pay respects in the morning, but some pay respects in the evening. They think the queen is dying too slowly. Yes. Sun Rume responded. Go. The prince said this and strode away. Sun Rume was stunned in place, and it took her a long time to understand what the prince meant. She wanted to catch up, but the prince had already walked into the East Palace. Looking at the word East Palace, and thinking of Lu Qiqi who lived there, she had other ideas in her heart. Looking intently, a few palace maids walked by in the distance. Tomorrow the queen will host a banquet for the princess in Fuyun Hall, and the imperial kitchen will start preparing today. The imperial kitchen must be careful. Everyone in the imperial kitchen is in a panic because of Wang Yuchu's incident. That Wang Yuchu is so bold that he even dared to poison concubine Wu and concubine Qin. You heard wrong. I heard that the food was originally supposed to be sent to the Eastern Palace. I don't know how it went to concubine Wu and concubine Qin. The two maids walked away. Sun Rume heard that the queen invited Lu Qiqi to a banquet, which was not allowed. The queen's banquet was considered to be an acknowledgement of Lu Qiqi's status. Without the queen's support, what would she be? Knowing that it was not right, she still walked boldly to Fuyun Hall. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi was worried about the news brought by Chunbai. The queen wanted to invite her to dinner? She didn't want to go. And she didn't want to go. She felt that the queen was insidious. The king of Chu was dead, and the queen had no hope. I don't know how twisted her heart was. It was definitely not a good thing to invite a banquet at this time. Alas! Another sigh. But it couldn't change what would happen tomorrow. Lu Qiqi was still thinking about how to refuse. Chunbai was persuading her. The queen invited her, knowing that nothing good would happen at this banquet. Chunbai felt that this was also a good opportunity to be recognized by the queen. The queen's recognition was the recognition of the entire palace. The crown princess had been in the East Palace for some time. If this continued, her identity would be questioned by others, and the gossips might not be something the crown princess could bear. Crown princess? I heard that the queen's banquet tomorrow was specially set up for the crown princess. Chunbai said carefully, and sent the peeled sentence to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took the orange, ate a slice, and said, I don't want to go. If it's not a good thing, why should I go? Only Chunbai couldn't see that it was a Hongmen banquet. Yudai and Qindai were silent. Only this silly girl thought it was a good thing. Maybe something good will happen tomorrow, the crown prince said, walking in from outside. Chapter 158, not knowing the rules. Everyone bowed to the prince immediately when they saw him. The prince sat down next to Lucici, took the orange from the woman's hand, ate a slice, and took another slice off and put it to the woman's mouth. Lucici glanced at him. Eat it. There should be a lot of food tomorrow. Lucici felt that the prince's words were full of meaning. With the maid around, she didn't say it clearly, and opened her mouth to eat the orange. Chunbai and others saw that they left tactfully. Lucici saw that there was no one else and asked, "Do you know something?" "I heard that the queen will treat tomorrow," the prince said, and put all the remaining oranges into his mouth. Lucici felt that the prince had done something bad, and felt that the prince was too busy recently, and should not have time to care about these women's affairs. Soon, the maid brought the food. Lucici had no appetite, and ate very little. The prince said considerately, "Okay, the food at the queen's place tomorrow will be better. Eat more then." Lucici didn't want to listen to anyone's nonsense, so she just lay down. The prince had a good appetite, and ate with big mouthfuls. The next day, Lucici woke up, and hadn't thought of a way to refuse to go to the queen's place. After the morning court, the prince was busy dealing with things in the imperial study, and ordered someone to send clothes. He said it was for the banquet today. Lucici knew what the prince meant, and thought of what the prince said yesterday. It was almost time, so Lucici changed her clothes, and went to the queen's Fuyun hall. She also wanted to know what the queen was going to do. Halfway on the way, she summoned the system and asked, "What is the queen going to do?" System: "Don't worry. The queen won't make things difficult for you." Lucici: "Setting up the Hongmen banquet. Isn't it difficult?" System: "You think too much." Lucici doesn't think so. System: "Are you afraid?" Lucici admits, "Yes, I am really afraid." System: "It's not a big deal for the queen to hold a banquet. She just wants everyone to know the daughter of the Wu clan." When Lucici heard this, she understood. Sure enough, it was not a good thing for the queen to hold a banquet. She had thought about these things before. Why did she feel uncomfortable when the queen took the lead in this matter? Lucici subconsciously thought that the queen wanted to push the daughter of the Wu clan out and humiliate herself. Thinking of this, Lucici was no longer afraid. The confidence that she had fought for a piece of cake in front of everyone in the treacherous business world came back. Lucici came to Fuyun Hall, thinking that it was where the queen lived, and glanced around. The whole palace gave her a feeling of being gorgeous and lacking in human touch. At the beginning, the queen intervened in the relationship between the emperor and Songke, and Songke eventually died. Now the queen's son has also died. They are all pitiful people. Thinking of this, I felt less hostile to today's banquet. As soon as I walked into the yard, I heard a laugh coming from the house. After hearing it, Lucici glanced at Chunbai and Qingdai who were following her. I couldn't bring too many people here today, so I only brought the two of them. When Lucici came to the door, she saw everyone in the house. According to the rules, she should bring two maids in. Just as she was about to raise her foot, the system's voice came. "Be careful. There is oil on the ground in the middle of the door." When Lucici heard this, she turned her head and looked at Chunbai and Qingdai. Chunbai and Qingdai saw the look of the crown princess and stood outside the door according to the rules. Lucici glanced into the room, raised her foot, and walked in from the right side of the door. She successfully avoided the traps set for her. It was obvious that they wanted to see her make a fool of herself. According to normal people's thinking, the crown princess, who had just entered the palace and was not favored by so many people, should quickly step forward and salute when she saw these old-timers in the palace. The fastest way is to walk towards the door. The result of doing so will be, Lucici thought, came to the front, and saluted the queen. Your concubine greets the queen, greets concubine Wu, and greets concubine Qin. Every move and expression followed the rules of the palace, and people could not find any faults. The queen looked at Lucici and waved. Look, our crown princess is really likable. Sister is right. The crown princess has the style of my sister back then. Concubine Qin smiled and said. Concubine Wu agreed. I haven't seen a beautiful woman in the palace for a long time. No wonder the prince is so concerned about her. Lucici maintained her posture of saluting without any impatience. She was able to gain a foothold in the business world. Others seemed to appreciate her, but in fact they were playing tricks on her. She knew in her heart that she would not make a scene on the spot for this. She wanted to see how long the three women in front of her could perform, before she could watch for long. She heard footsteps outside, followed by a system reminder. The show is coming, Lu Qiqi guessed roughly. The queen saw the person coming, and her face was full of joy. Crown Princess, please don't be polite. Lu Qiqi stood up, and just stood by the side. She saw Sun Rumei coming in from outside, just like what she saw on the street that day. She put on thick smoky makeup. When she entered the door, she smiled at the queen and the others, and was about to walk in quickly to salute and give everyone a good impression. Suddenly, Sun Rumei slipped as she stepped into the threshold. As a martial artist, she turned around to steady herself, and her shoes flew out and landed on the table next to the queen. The shoes fell and knocked over the teacup. The teacup fell to the ground and broke. The queen's face changed immediately. Concubine Wu and Concubine Qin stared at Sun Rumei as if watching a play. Sun Rumei steadied herself, knowing that she had done something wrong, and knelt on the ground in fear. Queen, calm down. I didn't know there was something at the door, so I was careless. Sensing the oil on the ground and knowing that someone did it on purpose, Sun Rumei didn't say anything else. Just looked at her toes, because there was still some oil on her socks. Concubine Qin spoke for her. Sister, maybe your niece was too anxious to see you, and she forgot the rules. Concubine Wu picked up the teacup and didn't speak. The queen looked at Sun Rumei with a look of regret. My niece has just arrived in the capital and doesn't know the rules of the palace. Even the crown princess knows to enter from the side, but she actually walked in from the middle, which is too unruly. Concubine Wu spoke at the right time. Sister, don't be angry. She just came here and doesn't know the rules. Unlike our crown princess, although she is the daughter of the county magistrate, she knows all the rules. It can be seen that the prince has a very good eye. It's just the rules. You will learn it after teaching her a few more times, Concubine Qin said, and suddenly remembered. Du has been in the palace for some time. What's wrong? As she said, her eyes looked at Lu Qiqi intentionally. This look has obvious meaning. In theory, the crown princess should be the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. When the king of Jin became the crown prince, the king of Jin's wife also raised her status, obviously not taking the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan seriously. Lu Qiqi understood it from the side. This sentence contains a lot of profound meaning. It is said that the people of the Wu clan don't know the rules, and it is also insinuating to the queen, and at the same time dragging Lu Qiqi into the water. Concubine Qin seems to be reckless and speaks directly, but she does the most direct things under the name of recklessness. Chapter 159 The Queen's Thoughts. Lu Qiqi understood that the Prince of Yin did not inherit the good genes of Concubine Qin. If the Prince of Yin had this ability, he would not have followed the Prince of Chu for so many years, and he would not have been silent on the success of the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne. Lu Qiqi could feel that as Concubine Qin said this. Sun Rumei's eyes were as sharp as a knife. The queen asked at the right time, Do you have martial arts? Sun Rumei knew that she was exposed, and she didn't care about Lu Qiqi, and explained, I have followed my mother for these years, and in order to make a living, I have to learn some martial arts to rely on myself. Concubine Wu continued to drink tea. Concubine Qin asked bluntly, Can't the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan practice martial arts? The queen glanced at Concubine Qin. My sister doesn't know that the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan has always been a symbol of the queen's status. The legitimate daughter has been learning as a queen since the day she was born. It takes many years to learn the rules of the palace. When the rules are almost learned, it is past the best time to practice martial arts. I heard that the leader of the Wu clan has never married. How could there be such a big daughter? Concubine Qin asked. The queen sighed and looked at Sun Rumei again. You explained to Concubine Qin. Sun Rumei knew that the queen deliberately embarrassed herself in front of Concubine Qin and Concubine Wu. She thought that if she became the queen in the future, she would not see these two concubines at all, and did not take them seriously. Just because the emperor died, all women except the queen had to be buried with him. She stood up on tiptoe and saluted the queen and others. Concubine, you don't know? My father and mother were in love back then, but God played tricks on me and separated my father and mother. I only recently found out that I have a father. Is God playing tricks on me? Concubine Qin asked. My mother was of humble status, and was not worthy of the leader of the Wu clan. Later, something happened. After my mother knew that she was pregnant, she went far away to protect me. Sun Rumei's emotional performance successfully made others feel that someone had forcibly separated the lovers, and also portrayed Sun Rumei's mother as a great mother. Lu Qiqi, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but laugh in her heart. No matter how nice the words are, there will be a moment when they are exposed. At that time, will she kill all the people who know about it to prove her words? Just at this time, the queen said, Yuan is admirable. Yuan. Obviously, Sun Rumei's mother is really capable. She was able to raise her daughter in troubled times. Since she raised her daughter, why did she return to the Wu clan and become the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan? Why did she come to the capital and want to be the new queen? The words that slapped her face before and after, coming from the queen's mouth. The atmosphere changed slightly. Concubine Qin and Concubine Wu saw that the queen was dissatisfied with the daughter of the Wu clan, and they drank tea quietly without saying anything. Lu Qiqi stood by, as if in a trance, and guessed the relationship between the queen and Sun Rumei. The system said that the relationship between the queen mother and the queen. Could it be that the relationship between the aunts and nephews of the Wu clan in all generations was not good? I think it's interesting. Later, with the arrival of Concubine Shu, Fuyun Hall became lively. The shoes that had fallen, the broken teacups, and the oil spilled on the ground were all cleaned up by the palace maids. As more and more people came, everyone walked into the yard together at the queen's call. Lu Qiqi gradually walked behind, showing the attitude that a junior should have. In fact, she just wanted to be quiet, and wanted to see whether the queen's banquet today was to embarrass herself or to embarrass Sun Rumei. When everyone arrived at the pavilion of Fuyun Hall, there was a big table in the pavilion with all kinds of delicacies on it. Lu Qiqi smelled the food and knew it was fragrant. She got closer to see the appearance of the food and saw that it looked delicious. She couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to eat these things. Just thinking about it, the system's voice came. You only know how to eat. Don't you see where this is? Lu Qiqi only took a glance. The pond where the queen raises koi. System. You still know. Lu Qiqi still stared at the cakes on the table and chatted with the system. I know that the queen is still waiting for someone to make a fool of herself in this place. And it is very likely that this person is me. System. Be careful. The third piece of wood in the pavilion on the right is a little loose. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. I know. There are so many people at the edge of the pond, and it should be a scene of someone falling into the water. So, the queen really likes koi. The koi were poisoned by Su, the eunuch next to Concubine Da. After Su died, Concubine Da had a hard time. Today, there are so many women here, but Concubine Da is the only one missing. I think Concubine Da had a harder time after her son, Prince Qing, was imprisoned. The system also said that Concubine Shu knew Concubine Da's plan at that time, but she didn't tell her, and she was also punished by the queen. The oil dripping on the ground not long ago was a test of the palace rules. Now, is it a test to see who can swim? Lu Qiqi took a look at the koi in the pond. These should be the ones from later. I wonder who the queen will let go into the water to have fun with these koi today. There are many women, many words, and many things to do. Lu Qiqi is not familiar with these people, and doesn't want to lower her posture to please them. She just stares at the cakes in front of her, wondering when she can eat them. There was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Lu Qiqi turned her head and looked over. It was a variety of fruits brought by several palace maids. These palace maids were well trained. After arriving, they moved flexibly among the crowd. Lu Qiqi was gradually forced to the edge of the pavilion. At first, she didn't pay attention. Later, someone stepped on her skirt. When she looked down, she found that she had come to the place where the system said the wood was loose. The person who stepped on her skirt was Sun Rumei. Lu Qiqi knew that Sun Rumei did it on purpose, but she didn't show it on her face in this place. Sun Rumei took the initiative to approach Lu Qiqi. Are you the crown princess? These words were full of gunpowder. Lu Qiqi did not give in to someone's dominance, and nodded, which was considered an agreement. Do you know that the legitimate daughters of the Wu clan are all queens? Sun Rumei pressed forward step by step, and said the well-known things again. Her purpose was obvious. Chunbai wanted to stand up for the crown princess, but was stopped by Qi Nai. Lu Qiqi pretended to be puzzled and glanced at the queen next to her. Miss Du, do you mean that you have been thinking about the queen for a long time? This immediately attracted the attention of several people nearby. The queen, Concubine Qin, and Concubine Wu all looked over when they heard the noise. They just watched and had no intention of speaking. Being in the palace, they have seen many such dramas over the years. Just one glance, they can see that Sun Rume is intentional. And because of the queen's attitude towards Sun Rume not long ago, they keep the mentality of watching the drama. The queen glanced at Sun Rume and set her eyes on Lu Qiqi. She had seen this person before, and didn't think he was outstanding, and even didn't think he was optimistic. Unexpectedly, this person has changed since the king of Jin returned from the opening line. Interesting. Chapter 160 Falling into the Water. Sun Rume originally wanted to humiliate Lu Qiqi, but she didn't expect her to say that. If she said yes, it would offend the queen. If not, she came to the capital for this purpose. She was angry that Lu Qiqi was insidious. After she got angry, she wanted to teach Lu Qiqi a lesson. Now that so many people were watching, it would be a loss of status. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she couldn't swallow this breath in her heart. How many people in the entire palace laughed at her? She came to the capital with the title of the daughter of the witch clan to be the new queen. Now there is a prince. But she is not the crown princess. Although there are too many crown princesses who did not live to become the queen. Sun Rume also understood this truth. She couldn't help but make a fool of herself again, and was compared with her again and again. Thinking that Lu Qiqi was greedy, her eyes were always on the food and didn't move away. Thinking, the opportunity came. When she went to get the cakes, she deliberately bumped into Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was prepared. When she bumped into her, she slightly moved away to avoid this little move. Sun Rume was too strong and bumped into the railing next to her. Unfortunately, it was not the railing with problems. Sun Rume felt bad and grabbed a handful of the railing when she fell down. What everyone saw was that the daughter of the Wu clan grabbed the concubine and fell into the water at the moment she fell. Plop. Plop. Two people fell into the water one after another. One was the concubine, and the other was the daughter of the Wu clan. Their identities should not be underestimated. Seeing this scene, the queen was the most anxious first. The fish she raised with great difficulty must not be poisoned by these two hateful women. She was anxious and ordered people to rescue them. Everyone in Fuyun Hall knew how much the queen cared about this pool. They were anxious, but they didn't dare to go into the water, so they could only stretch out their poles to save people. They hoped that the two people who fell into the water would know how to save themselves. Surprisingly, the Shufei and the daughter of the Wu clan who fell into the water were seen popping out of the water several times, and then falling again. In this situation, let alone saving themselves, it was possible to die. Lu Qiqi glanced at the broken railing, and then at the two people who fell into the water. She could just watch coldly, watching Sun Rume die, watching the Shufei who struggled to float to the surface and was pressed down again. Lu Qiqi knew that Sun Rume was going to kill the Shufei. Not knowing what Sun Rume was going to do, she subconsciously felt that she should save anyone who Sun Rume wanted to kill. Lu Qiqi didn't think much about it. Among the many people who were frightened and pale, she jumped down in an unusual way. The queen couldn't stay calm when she saw this scene. She quickly ordered people to go down to save people. The people watching the show around were also nervous. The death of concubine Shu and the daughter of the Wu clan did not matter much. But if something happened to the crown princess, they would be in trouble. Then, everyone jumped into the water one by one like dumplings. Chunbai and Qingdai were worried about the safety of the crown princess, so they jumped in too. At this time, Lu Qiqi just wanted to save people and didn't think too much. When she dived to concubine Shu and Sun Rume, she saw Sun Rume stepping on concubine Shu with her feet. Concubine Shu was in a bad state. When she thought she was dead, she felt someone reaching out to her. Looking over, it was Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi didn't care too much. She kicked Sun Rume first, but her strength in the water was limited, so she couldn't hurt Sun Rume. She just kicked her away, and Lu Qiqi took the opportunity to grab concubine Shu and float to the surface of the water. She knew that concubine Shu had been deprived of oxygen for a long time. If they continued to go down, even if the people rescued were alive, they would have too many sequelae due to lack of oxygen for too long. As soon as the two of them came out of the water, Lu Qiqi carried concubine Shu to the shore, and the palace maids and eunuchs of Fuyun Hall followed them, and Chunbai and Qingdai swam over. Lu Qiqi saw that they had just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly her calf hurt. Lu Qiqi looked down into the water, and Qingdai also found that the crown princess was different. Qingdai took out 2 silver needles from her hands in the water and stabbed Sun Rume twice. Sun Rume stopped struggling and sank quickly. At this time, Lu Qiqi stepped on Sun Rumei, who fell twice, and then followed everyone to the shore. Not long after, someone found the missing daughter of the Wu clan. Although no one liked her, she couldn't die in Fuyun Hall, let alone destroy the queen's pool. When everyone rescued her, they saw a face with ghostly talismans. Others could not tell whether she was the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, and could only identify her as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan by her clothes. Someone fell into the water in Fuyun Hall, and the news soon reached the ears of the prince in the imperial study. At first, the prince did not care, but when he heard that Lu Qiqi fell into the water, he could not stay and rushed to Fuyun Hall. When he arrived, he saw Lu Qiqi, who had changed her clothes. At just one glance, he recognized the queen's clothes at this time. The prince stepped forward and hugged Lu Qiqi in his arms. "Qiqi, are you okay?" Except for the palace maids and eunuchs. All the people present were the emperor's women. They were more or less tender around the emperor. After all these years, this tenderness has long disappeared. Seeing this scene again, everyone envied Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi shook her head. "No problem. What's going on?" The prince spoke, obviously not intending to let it go easily. And the queen didn't give him face. When concubine Qin and concubine Wu saw this scene, they laughed in their hearts. They wanted to see the prince and the queen fall out, so they could reap the benefits. What was unexpected was that the queen was not angry at the prince's embarrassment, and began to explain. The daughter of the Wu clan fell into the water and accidentally pulled the concubine down. The princess happened to be next to her and jumped into the water to save her. This was said simply and roughly, without mentioning the jealousy of women. The prince looked at the queen and wanted to make trouble, but Lu Qiqi pulled his sleeve. The prince felt the woman's worry, and knew that it was not appropriate to confront the queen at this moment. So he focused his angry eyes on Sun Rumei, who had just woken up. What the hell is this? Ghost? Originally, the smoky makeup. Because of being in the water, a face looked like a ghost painting, and it was still polite to say it was a ghost. After the prince finished speaking, Zhao Kai moved quickly, carrying Sun Rumei into the water again. After running for a while in the water, Sun Rumei coughed repeatedly before stopping. When Sun Rumei appeared in front of everyone, they were stunned. Sun Rumei? The daughter of the Wu clan is Sun Rumei? How could Sun Rumei still be alive if she wasn't dead? How is this possible? The queen and the concubine who had just woken up also remembered the good things they had done. They all felt bad and wanted to cover it up. The prince just took a look and raised his mouth slightly. The identity was exposed. Let's see how someone acted. The light in the corner of her eyes saw the calmness in Lu Qiqi's eyes. She was not surprised, but had discovered it long ago. The moment Sun Rumei woke up, she found the horrified eyes around her. She was prepared in her heart. She turned around and pulled the prince's rope, but was kicked away by the prince. Sun Rumei escaped from death. She knew that her last hope was right in front of her. If she couldn't catch it, she would have no chance again. "Prince, you have taken a look at my appearance, and you want to marry me." The queen is also the daughter of the Wu clan and knows this rule. She didn't expect to be used by the cunning Sun Rumei. I was angry, but I couldn't say anything. Sun Rumei was talking about his wife, not the crown princess or the queen. This matter is a bit difficult to handle.